What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the TI Qualifiers for South America. We've got more elimination games coming up soon, which will be fun to see some teams advance, and then, unfortunately for other teams, they'll be going home. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotic. Zach, it's another early morning. How we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Cat sat on my face in the night, so I didn't sleep didn't sleep the same as usual, but otherwise energized for Dota. Thankfully, Dota's always fun, always exciting, getting you through those low sleep hours. That's just the gamer way anyways, isn't it? So I think low sleep, all Dota, that's the way.
I feel like that's just part of how it works, right? So might as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here. So we got some results from the previous day here, and I think with like how things ended up, I'm not super surprised. Like, we got the teams in the upper bracket that we kind of expected. So Sin Compromiso, they took they ended up getting their win in the morning that you and I covered. After that, there was unfortunately a forfeit between Sustancia and Veritas Brothers. So Veritas Brothers are out. And then we see the Heroic versus Infamous. Heroic get themselves a very convincing 2-0. And then it's just 2-0s the rest of the day. It's actually interesting. When was the last time we saw just 2-0s across the board? Edge takes 2-0 over All Stars, and then Team Dent over Team DK.
I feel like it goes in phases. I don't know if that's patch related or tournament related or just, pure coincidence, but sometimes it feels like it's all 2-0s. It's like, man, we just can't get a third game in. And then other times it's like, man, it's nonstop, full series, best of threes, best of fives. Like, every single game must be played out 50 minutes. I don't know what it is.
I feel like that's just happened to us on the first day, right? Like the literal first day of this qualifiers. We just went the distance, all 3 games, all long games, and then yesterday, not so much. But that's kind of the volatility that we kind of know and expect when it comes to qualifiers, right? Like, there's always going to be some teams that are quite a bit more, I'd say, favored in those types of scenarios. So as we take a look at the bracket, we're going to be starting in the lower bracket, round 2 here today. So that's where we're going to be starting. And that first series will be All Stars versus Sustancia. And then we'll be up after that to Infamous versus Team Den. So two more elimination series before we move to our upper bracket, where we will have Sin Compromiso versus Heroic and OG Latam versus Edge. So some good games.
Yeah, I think it's probably not too crazy. The upper bracket where we're at right now, a lot of people would have expected that just on, Heroic past history, right? But some of the newer stacks formed, like Sin Compromiso, you just look at the names on that and you're like, yeah, that should go pretty far, right? Now, that's not to say they'll definitely win. I mean, these lower bracket teams, I'd say especially Infamous Gaming, has a shot. SA, the region, just the teams always seem to be able to take games off of each other. So can't be too careful, but it does feel like as we're making our way through these qualifiers, some teams are showing why they're considered the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our schedule for today. Like we talked about, the lower brackets into the upper brackets, kicking things off with the All-Stars versus Sustancia. And with this series, I think we didn't really get to see Sustancia yesterday because of the forfeit. So I was kind of curious to see how they were going to play against Veritas Brothers, because I think Veritas Brothers was actually a pretty good team. And we don't get to see that. So I think this one is going to be a little bit more of a question mark, because it would have helped me kind of gauge the power level on this team a little bit. Whereas All Stars really struggled yesterday against Edge. A lot of the teams that are in lower bracket right now struggled against their upper bracket opponent.
Yeah, I would say from Sustancia, when we watched them, when they had a good draft, I liked how they played. It looked good. But the 2 other games, it's not that they played substantially worse, but the draft maybe didn't help them out, right? It's like, oh, we can make plays, but we don't have the best heroes to do that, so can we make plays, right? I mean, drafting is very important to the game, and especially for a stack that is newer. Even if you have experienced players, finding out, hey, these are my good heroes, those are your good heroes. How do we like mix and match, make the best of it, and not just pick things we're good at, but also synergize together. Like that's the tricky part of newer teams, and I think it kind of got them. So. They did have a break yesterday, like you said, because of that forfeit. Hopefully, they spend that time doing some draft prep, going into All-Stars, which I'd say both teams have a decent shot here. All-Stars, like you said, did struggle versus some of those bigger, more established teams like Edge and Sin Compromiso. But it's like the opponents you face, there's always that growing period, right? So I think All-Stars versus Sustancia should be closer teams, and that
way closer.
That should be a good growing period to help you get whoever wins in this case to be closer to the bigger names like Edge and Sin Compromiso and Heroic, all those guys in the upper bracket, and one of them is going to be your opponent. So you definitely need that growing period to make sure you can beat them in the next round if you don't want to get eliminated.
Yeah, and I mean, your prize for winning this series is you're playing against either Heroic or Sin Compromiso, right? So that is that's one heck of a prize, I'll be honest, when it comes to being in a qualifier. So we'll see how this goes. Like, I agree. I think this is a much closer matchup. I think Veritas Brothers would have actually would have done pretty well in the lower bracket of this qualifier. I do think that they are a solid team. But as a result of, qualifying late and then losing one of their players and then having to forfeit, it just kind of throws kind of a little bit of a wrench in the bracket. But for Sustancia, it's more experience for them, and they're going to be happy about that for sure. So as we get ready for the game, the one thing I'm wondering is if we're going to continue to see a lot of fighting. Right, I feel like this has just been the staple of the qualifiers here. There's been a couple games where like one team like really started to pull away, but on day one specifically, we had games that were racking up kills twice the duration of the game. Like we'd have a 30-minute game with like 65, 70 kills. So I'm curious if that's going to stay the case. I feel like this is one of the series where that could be the case. So I'm really hoping to see some fun drafts.
It depends what heroes you pick up, right? Some come online faster than others. Which, while we're waiting for that draft to pop up, let me pitch you some questions, hero differences, because this is not the only qualifiers going on. There's different regions happening at the same time right now. Eastern Europe will get more of the regions as down the line. They can't all be played at the same time. So I was taking a look at some of the differences because every region does have its own style. And we talked about there tends to be more fighting, more direct lane counters in South America than some other regions. Mm-hmm. A lot of the heroes are the same, but some I noticed, let's just go like one at a time till the draft starts maybe. Sven. Right. A lot more Sven picks over in Eastern Europe right now. I can't even recall seeing him in any games of South America.
I'm not surprised, actually.
Yeah, is there
I
a reason
thought that
for
there was a couple games we would see him. I legitimately thought there was a couple games yesterday in the draft, so I was like, this is a pretty good Sven game. Like, it fits tanky core, great late game damage scaling. It should fit, and then they just pick something else, and I'm like, all right, And I think part of it is just regional differences. Like, yesterday we saw Carrie Weaver twice, which is like something we never really see. Like people just aren't really picking Carrie Weaver. I'm not shocked that Sven is getting picked. I think the hero was good last patch as a core in certain games, and for a hero that didn't get touched at all in 7.37, like he was omitted from the patch entirely. That's typically a buff. Like realistically, that's a buff in a lot of ways because a lot of the top heroes that he was competing against in terms of the carries were nerfed. So I think for Sven, if he just stayed the same, he's happy. He's like, yeah, all right. I mean, I'm as strong as I was before, but now there's less OP heroes. So I think generally that puts him a little bit higher on the carry scale for me, but I was surprised we weren't seeing it. So it's kind of cool to hear that it's being picked in other regions.
Sometimes as a support as well, and I wonder if that's part of it, where if you're willing to flex it. Now, it's not common. Like, let me say that. We're not seeing a ton of Sven support, but I think I saw at least one game of it. I think Karaomi was the one playing it. There might have been
Okay.
some others.
He would.
He would.
That's very much something he would do.
In a past interview, he talked about, it's like, oh, man, we've been on this patch a while. I'm bored. We've had a new patch, but a lot of the same heroes are still good. So he might still be pushing the limits of what he can get away with. But yeah, being willing to play it as a support might help you draft it more, right? Because you can move it around. Because Carry Sven does have its weaknesses if you pick it too soon. But if you can just, I was kidding. It's actually just position 5 Sven. I'm going with a different carry. That makes it easier to pick, which might be some of the reason we see more Weaver in this region, because you jumped ahead on that one. A little bit more Weaver in South America than Eastern Europe, and it could be the exact same reason. If carry players are willing to take it, if it's a good carry game, that's the strength of a flex pick, right? You pick it early, and you say, you have to counter this hero, otherwise I'm just going to get a first pick free game as a carry, or it's just a support, and you've wasted all your counter picks. Fools! It's always a tough situation to be in. Another one, and I'll let you talk to this, because I know you like this guy, but you're maybe confused on why he's meta. Ricky, being played in South America a bit more. I think there's one pick in Eastern Europe. Not many more picks here.
Has it been banned?
No bans. No bans in East.
Okay,
they don't care about Ricky, man. But
I don't
here in South America, there's several Ricky bans.
No, yeah, this is a weird one to me, because I also was confused. I was like, I don't feel like it's particularly strong right now. I understand the idea behind it as someone who loves this hero and plays a ton of, used to play a ton of it. He was my most played hero for 2 years. It's really hard to find his identity. I think that is where Ricky has struggled over the last 5, 6, 7 years almost, is the identity of what this hero used to be is just not there. He's not this assassin, damage dealer. Now he's kind of a niche, I drop smokescreen and hope that my team kills them during smokescreen type of thing. Then there was this weird period, where smokescreen buffed your allies and towers, and they everyone just had 70% miss chance, and you could just push with it, which was super weird. Yeah, so it's they definitely keep nerfing the support aspects of this hero, but I do feel we're gonna get to a tipping point where he's going to be a core again, and then he will be nerfed into oblivion, and then he will actually they might remove him from the game. They actually will just get to a point where they're can't do it. Sorry guys, he's out. No reason to have him.
Here's what they won't remove him, but when you go to the hero selection, his portrait will be invis, and it's random on the screen. So if you wanna pick him, you just have to randomly click around, and if you happen to find him, you're like, oh yes, I can play Ricky this game. But if you can't find him in time, you gotta lock something else in.
It's the little mini game. So here's the thing, I think the hero, I don't think he necessarily needs a rework, but I do feel like there is an issue with the kit intrinsically, where it's the ultimate is one of the most it is the most Dota 1 ultimate of all time. If you think about it, right? It's I go invis. I did it, guys. That's my ultimate. And it a lot of other heroes and stuff that had kind of real basic, straightforward stuff has been evolved over the years. And Ricky's, it's moved between his first set of skills and his ultimate, and they've stuck with keeping it on the ultimate. But I think it's at a point now where it needs some sort of evolution to make this interesting. The backstab being moved to his innate was essentially just a nerf to the hero. And then neither of his facets are particularly strong. Contract Killer, we saw, it ended up getting him a decent amount of experience in that game, which was nice, but I don't think he was the big reason for them winning. I think it was just a general outdraft with the Void Spirit and Qualifier.
I think it could have been good, though. I actually like the idea. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Contract Killer is kind of... It's risky, but rewarding. If you can get kills, couriers, D-wards, you actually get that XP boost, get higher level, get your ultimate, all your abilities, right, faster, help win more fights, repeat. They also took Warlock in that game. Black Grimoire is very similar. If you find kills, you get more XP, hit a higher level, help you get more kills.
That game would have snowballed way better if they had played the early game better too.
Exactly. So I kind of like the idea of, to an extent, double downing on some of those heroes, picking very aggressive cores to match. It's like, yeah, we're gonna find kills. We're gonna like really help our supports out. We're then gonna help us out. You know, like all in on that type of idea, which sort of was working, and then they made some mistakes, and then they had to fight their way back. They actually did end up winning that one, but it's a little messy. Kind of going back to what we were talking about before. It's not the perfect execution on some of these drafts, but
this was All-Stars who did it.
Yeah.
So that's, if you guys are wondering why we're talking about it, like this is relevant to this specific series since this is the team that ran the Ricky and has had Ricky banned against them multiple times. I don't know. I would love to see this hero get changed a little bit. I think maybe removing Invis entirely might not be a bad idea and replacing it with an actual like ability, like give him back Sleep Dart, but much stronger. Or you give him like a temporary invis into a backstab stun or something. But then you're just playing Nyx Assassin, so I don't know.
I got something for you. How do you feel about this? Some of the strength of permanent invis is that you can't sentry everywhere, right? So you just don't know if he's there or not. I kind of like it. You know, we talked about this before. We have a lot of thoughts on Ricky. What if instead of invis, it was smoke? He's like a personal ninja gear. He can smoke himself.
I mean, that's basically PA though, right? That's the
Dang,
problem.
you're
Like
right.
this is where it gets complicated because I've thought about this and it's like every other version exists on another hero. Like the temporary invis assassin is Nyx. The smoked version of it is Phantom Assassin. The scouting versions are now Slark and Bounty Hunter. So I don't know where. And then like your other invis carry is Clinks. So I'm like, where does Ricky fit? You know, he's just Smokescreen. Like people pick him exclusively for Smokescreen, which is so weird.
PA smoke is unfair because she will insta-kill you.
That's true.
Ricky won't do that. He'll kill you a little bit slower while you're stuck in Smokescreen. So there's more counterplay to that. It's more balanced.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I did forget about hers having to smoke. All right, back to the drawing board. We'll have to figure out a new Ricky ult. I'm still up for the idea of doing it the way StarCraft has invis units, where it's like they're invis and you need detection, but you can
like
see
cloaked.
them blurred on the map if you're watching closely enough. So it's kind of the strength of invis, but not
I love
completely.
watching a ghost.
I have no idea if I'm in danger or not.
One of the best feelings ever is when you like cloak your ghost and they like walk into the base and you can see them just like walking around and then they just stand still to drop the bomb and you're like,
maybe that's what Ricky needs. Replace one of his abilities. Nuclear bomb.
Nuclear launch.
I guess that's just
the
Meteor
dark
Hammer.
upgrade we were looking for.
That's just Meteor Hammer. Meteor Hammer incoming.
And that's kind of why I want to see a version of the Sleep Dart come back, because I do feel like it gave him build variety and things to play around. And if you're gonna make him a support, like
5 seconds remaining.
which I mean at this point, like it has really felt like they have committed him into the support role like pretty heavily over the last few years. Like they have not buffed any of the carry aspects of his kit. In fact, every carry aspect of his kit has been consistently nerfed for like 4 years outside of the 7.39 buff to the talents. That is the first time he's received like a quote unquote buff to his carry aspects. Like everything else has just been nerfs straight across the board for so long.
Silencer ban. We actually saw Sustancia run the Silencer Bloodseeker the other day. It's got its weaknesses
so
later on in the game, but in the lating stage is really strong.
10 seconds remaining.
As for
5
the
seconds
bans from Sustancia, though, a lot of good ones here. The Bristleback, the Omni, Shadow Shaman, and the Undying. 2 heroes that we feel have risen in priority. The Shadow Shaman and the Undying, just absolute bullies in the game. They offer great team fight, and in the lane themselves, or in the lane stage themselves, offer a lot of fighting potential. So if we're going to see like rotations, or if you are a team that's trying to like rotate and dive into that lane, a lot of times you can get punished pretty heavily from just one of those two supports.
Actually, one more hero I wanted to mention amongst the differences in the regions. We haven't seen much Naga Siren in this region, but she is being played as a support in other places. And as I'm looking at all these support bans, I'm wondering if you're moving down that tier list. Maybe it is something some of the SA teams have practiced, but just, preferred the Shadow Shamans and the Undyings and such. But as we get them all banned out, maybe we will go for the Naga. I think she's actually not too bad with either of these teams, because when Boat comes out or Exorcism comes out, that's your commitment, And if you can actually just break that up by popping Song and just either escape at that point or waste their time and then fight after the core's abilities are down, that can actually be pretty good if they do want to go for the Naga Siren.
I think the Naga Siren is in a pretty good spot right now. It doesn't feel OP, but it is. I think the reason we're seeing it in some of the other regions is a lot of the other regions are also prioritizing like big cooldown ultimates. We're seeing like more. I'd have to double check, but we at least at one point were seeing more things that were like full commitment, like use a lot of big spells and then hope that you get the kill. And Naga Siren is easily the best disruptor. I mean, I don't know how to phrase it differently, but the best fight disruptor in the game, where you're like, okay, we're gonna reset completely.
Combo breaker.
Yeah, it's the best combo breaker. The team comes in, they want a black hole, or they want to drop like arena something. They ice blast someone. You're like, nope, we're done. Fight's done. We'll wait. And like that's a pretty strong ability overall. I've seen it in NA as well. I know a lot of people in NA are playing it. I think when it comes to South America, my only gut feeling on this is that Naga Siren has historically been played as a carry hero here, almost always. And outside of like a couple of teams willing to flex it to support at international play, I think maybe that's why we're not seeing it picked much in these quals, is because I think they would just the people who actually have experience playing it are going to be your carries here. And it's not a great carry hero at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
It's true. Though I wonder if that seems similar to like Sven and the Weaver there, where being able to flex it is actually good. But like you said, if the carry players don't actually want it, then there's not really much flex. I don't think we'll see it at this point. I mean, with Tusk coming out, that's a 4 or 5 typically. Bit of a strange lane if it is Kunkka Tusk in the off lane. You usually want someone with a little bit more attack speed to make use of the tag team. But you can always just creep drag, leave Kunkka alone with the Tidebringer, and just go do other things. So, I mean, you can do that. On the other side, the Ancient Apparition. We've seen this hero a lot. But I don't love the combination with Death Prophet. While she does have some magic damage spells, I really do think you need people to set up the Ice Blast and Cold Feet and Ice Vortex as well, right? They want to do damage by keeping a hero in the same spot. So I do think it's important to pick up some stuns with your following heroes here, and some initiation, especially as this Oracle comes out. You need to find the save hero, right? You can't just leave him alone. And there's actually 2 now. You got the Tusk and the Oracle, and in a way, you even got Kunkka Boat to help save the team. So you need to disrupt that. Some kind of hero that jumps in the backline and finds these guys is going to be necessary for Sustancia X here.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad that we're starting to see the Queen of Pain ban with the Death Prophet pick. Yesterday, I was saying this over and over. I was very confused. We would see the Death Prophet come out, and the Queen of Pain was available in several of these games, and it was not being picked. And Queen of Pain absolutely butchers this hero in lane. So it looks like Sustancia feels a little bit more priority to remove the Queen of Pain after the first phase Death Prophet. Overall, I think the Mars is kind of sick if you can get the Bloodsport like blind, so Oracle can't actually save the hero inside the arena. That's a big deal, right? Like there's ways to handle Oracle, and removing the vision from Oracle is a pretty great idea, actually.
Yeah, I think Mars is fits a lot of the boxes I wanted, right? An initiator for the Ancient Apparition, and then he does jump these backline supports. But even if you don't, like you said, Bloodsport blocks vision. With that said, they actually have a couple ways to see it. Like you can throw in the ice shards for some small vision. You can throw in the torrent. So it's not the end of the world for All Stars. They have a couple things they can do about it. But especially in the early game where heroes are split up, and maybe just it's Oracle and the carry somewhere, right? They don't get found. And actually now they're going to grab Clockwork too. So another way to get to the back of All Stars lineup, hook shot in, keep that Oracle distracted. Maybe you can even get an Orchid if you're having a good game on this Clockwork, but even without that, right, you just prevent Oracle from getting close to the carry or whoever they're trying to save, and give your team time to finish the job.
I'm curious. We haven't really seen a ton of Clockwork. It gets picked here and there, but I do like it in this game. I think you're right. It gives some good vision to play around. We're going to see the Storm Spirit get picked up as a result, and my goodness, that is a very good Storm Spirit pick. You do not have any lockdown for this guy.
Early game, you've got the Death Prophet Silence, which is pretty strong, but once he picks up like a BKB, or even if Oracle's close, right? Because you can actually dispel it with the Fortune's End if you're close enough. Yeah, he's going to be pretty free. I mean, if you land the hookshot into the spear, that's not bad, but you've got to get the kill like right after that. So you probably need a carry pick from Sistancia. So either someone with burst or another stun to help you finish the job on that Storm. And likely we also need a carry from All-Stars as well, unless you want to do the Conka carry.
There's the Sven. Look at that.
Yeah, I think you need more consistent damage, though. I think Drow looks okay for both lineups, actually.
TB and Lifestealer are my top picks for All-Stars right now, if you want to run, if you don't want to run the Kunka carry. Both of those feel really strong. Good against Ancient Apparition, Death Prophet Mars. Like they check a lot of boxes.
5 seconds remaining.
And they play well with Oracle. Yeah, they banned the TB. Okay. I think you could go Lifestealer here, but you could honestly just run carry Kunkka. I think it works well enough in the lane, and then you could pick another offlaner that gives you some additional stun and damage.
10 seconds remaining.
You could just go Doom here, honestly.
Radiant team pick Dire team.
Slark ban. Oh, Ursa. Okay.
The nice thing about Ursa is that the matchup into Lifestealer is... It's not like a guaranteed win, but I think you at least have ways to kill him. Like, you've got the Bash. You typically buy Basher, so you can deal with the Rage, and that might prevent him from infesting, stuff like that. In case that Lifestealer comes out. Oh, sorry, you were talking about Lifestealer for All-Stars anyways.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still not it wouldn't have been a bad pick against Estancia. But I think right now you see this offlane of Tusk Kunkka, which is going to be really difficult. They pick Carry Tiny. That is not the hero that I would pick into a Tusk Kunkka lane, especially with an Ancient Apparition. I mean, you can play around like the Avalanche spam with like Cold Feet, but it's easily dodgeable. And this Kunkka is going to cleave you to death. It has to be offlane Kunkka, right? I'm not missing something, am I?
No, yeah, that's offlane.
Yeah, it's BSK. Yeah, offlane Kunkka. So I'm not sure what the answer would have been. I did kind of like your Drow idea. The only issue you have is like if you do get like trapped in shards, you're probably just dead. But I don't know what hero doesn't die to that besides something like an anti-mage or a hero that doesn't get picked enough, in my opinion, Troll Warlord. I actually think it would have been a pretty damn good troll game.
The lane would have been good. I worry about him getting kited later on by like shard block, X down, storm zip away. That might have been a bit of a pain. I think old patch Tiny, I would have been okay here. The lane will be a pain, like you said, but the combination with the Ancient Apparition would have been good. But it's been nerfed. The crash landing is not as strong with the Ancient Apparition. Just the carry potential is not as strong because the attack speed got nerfed, all of that. So I kind of see what it gives them, especially as a carry pick that can jump the backline while providing some crowd control. There's not many, and Tiny is one of the few out there that's, although nerfed, still somewhat meta. So I kind of get why they went for it. But like you said, I'm kind of iffy on it for the start it's going to have.
I agree. We'll see as we jump into game number 1 here of the day. It is All-Stars versus Sustancia X. Now, both these teams fighting for their lives. It's an elimination series. One of these teams will advance in this lower bracket. The other one, well, that brings their TI hopes to an end. Anything interesting about these hero facets?
Chainmail? Nah, not a very good
chainmail,
game.
unfortunately. Yeah. Everything looks about the same. What we'd expect. Bear down seems to be the common one for the Ursa.
30 seconds to battle.
I've seen some people try the other facet, and I think it was good. It had a moment when the Octarine Aghanim Scepter build was more viable on the Ursa, but it's like you're playing for like a 50-minute timing at that point, which just doesn't work in Dota anymore. So I like this one quite a bit more.
I think when they have more uncontrollable damage too, it's a little bit better, which I suppose Exorcism's actually not too bad for that, but yeah, maybe in the future if Bear Down gets nerfed a little bit more. The debuffs lasting longer is just so useful for Ursa, who's a very...
It's everything. It's not just Fury Swipes.
Yeah, it's like the slows, the items he buys, and for a carry who his biggest issue is like you don't get enough done during your BKB and rage timing, right? To maximize like what you can do in that time is usually the way to go. Right, getting into the lanes. Mid, Benjimon will have to be a little careful of getting run down while silenced from the Death Prophet. Now that won't happen for a couple levels, but it is something to be worried about around that potential of like level 4 if Faker wants to hold on to a skill point, save the silence, see if he has a window there. Until you have level 6 on the Storm, and then you can start dodging some of that stuff, or you can't be completely run down since like you'll take some damage while silence, but eventually you'll zip out of there. But we do see Death Prophet having a good time to start at least, just because she's a bit of a stronger laner than Storm, but he'll have better jungle potential to catch up later.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an issue in the lane for DP. Just Crypt Form spam is quite good. You have the Spirit Siphons as well that you can just use on creeps if you want. So if you're the Storm Spirit here, you just... Yeah, it's like you're just gonna have to be very careful. The level 3 timing is what you're playing for, because the second point in Crypt Swarm is insanely strong. Okay, Faker is taking a lot of tower damage here. As he actually doesn't have a bottle queued up. It is just a ring or a null talisman. So he is gonna have a lot less health to play around, but he needs to get to that water rune. Hopefully, if he is lucky, he gets both.
Pushing the wave, and the bottle's not here for the Storm yet either, so... Oh, these mid laners, man. Woo! I do not have the guts to push it that far. I am backing well before that.
Top lane, a lot of fighting here, trying to get this Ancient Apparition. The attack slows. It's not enough to keep him alive, and the first blood will go to BSK. Kunga. I can never say that name without immediately thinking of Mr. Banana Man. And Tiburon now in trouble. Potentially a kill. Ice Shards in 1. I mean, this is just going to be 2 kills. Tag team pop. Does he get the... Hold up. Almost bailed out from the Ancient Apparition.
Kunkka couldn't get in there because of the tree path blocking him in. But, I mean, in the end, you still get 2 kills for the price of the Tusk, which is a pretty big win overall. The Banana Man would be proud of that off-lane performance there.
So we've got a rotation to the mid lane here on the Clockwork. Now, because Storm Spirit got the bottle and a Water Rune, it completely reset his lane, and now Death Prophet's going to be asking for help because she doesn't have the amount of sustain anymore, right? Like, the Storm Spirit will be able to just kind of farm back into equilibrium with him and even apply some extra damage.
I also think it's a good idea to pressure the Storm because we talked about needing catch, and Sustancia, although we are not sure about the Tiny, they have Clockwork, they have Mars, so they have a lot of options. Whereas for All-Stars, Kunkka's not really the best initiator. I mean, you just have to like X someone and then do the combo, which is a little bit slow. Tusk with a blink, that's a while away. So it's really on this Storm in the early game to start fights for your team. And if he has a slow 6 because Clockwork is camping him, stealing all the runes, then like you just can't really make plays to make space for the Ursa. But Kunkka is, you know, with those kills off to a decent start, so maybe he will be able to be somewhat of an initiator to begin.
Yeah. Clockwork did end up coming back to the mid lane to secure the bottom Water Rune, so no refills for Storm Spirit. He does get a Tango from the Tusk, but he needs a lot of help. There's going to be the Raindrops finally picked up for him. That's going to basically give him like almost 1,000 extra health with a dive to the mid lane here. With the Clockwork, if he gets one more cog, it would be a kill. It doesn't connect.
No, it hit
not connect.
It hit a range. It either hit a range creep earlier or it already hit the Storm. But he knocked a cog that had already been used.
Okay. That's why I was confused. I was like, it looked like it went right through him, but yeah, I didn't see if it hit a creep or something.
Yeah,
So very fortunate there for the Storm.
For Clockwork there. They are putting the pressure on though. He put a ward where Storm wants to jungle, but All-Stars actually also expects this kind of pressure, so earlier had a ward spotting Clockwork rotation, so they knew it got placed, even D-wards it already. I think Clockwork should have seen him place it because that Observer was there, so
he
might get
did.
D-warded too later.
Yeah, he'll go for it. Top lane, they managed to find a kill against the Tusk, so Avalanche, a very strong spell combined with the amplification from Ice Vortex. It's one of the few lanes we see get paired with Ancient Apparition that does well, because AA is a relatively weak laner, and there's not a lot of carries that offer a ton of magic damage, right, into the lane. But one of the few exceptions is the Tiny. Right side of this lane, though, they're going to find Pamplona as he pops that battery assault, trying to get away from the Tusk here. It might allow him to. Blood Grenade is out, and he's okay.
That's crazy.
Meanwhile, Faker, well, he runs down 999 on the Oracle, and this Storm Spirit's completely out of mana. He could just run at him, and he's thinking about it. He's got a creep wave in front. We'll be able to get away for the moment as that Exorcism expires. But tag team with an Illusion Rune. Poggies traps him inside the shards. Benjamin, is he gonna get the last hit? He does. Faker gets the kill, sacrifices himself in the process, but a worthwhile play from Sustancia in the mid lane, I think.
Can't believe that last auto attack killed the Storm. That must have been a high roll on damage. That looked like that looked a bit high. I guess Death Prophet has more damage than I remember. 94 damage right now. Crazy, actually. I forgot she became a universal hero. Right.
I mean, look at his items too, right? Doesn't have a bottle, magic wand, staff, null talisman, treads, right? So it's just a lot of stats, a lot of early stats.
He's loaded up. Baker drops a heart. I guess he's happy with how that play turned out.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Clockwork, all your camping mid has paid off. That was excellent.
Dire's middle tower.
And we'll see how well that ends up working for the Clockwork eventually, because he is very low level compared to all of the other supports. And Wisdom Shrines have already been captured, and he is still level 4. Or not even level 4, about to be level 4.
Fortunately, Clockwork is a hero who can even without hookshot, you actually can get a good amount done with just your regular abilities. Part of the strength of expanded armature. And you do have other initiators on your team. If he was the only one, you would be in a bad spot for having him roam this much. But he maybe can't make plays because he's underleveled. But the fact that you're putting so much pressure on Storm is going to struggle to make plays. And that payoff is kind of what they were going for and why he's committed so much to that mid lane. And we see it paying off so far. I mean, if you look at the net worths, right? Death Prophet at the top, Storm at the bottom of the cores. 2,800 there. I think he just cleared up some stuff, but not a great spot right now.
A lot spent on regen, right? Between having to buy raindrops for his lane and then still dying, having to invest like into, I think he had to buy an extra set of tangos even at one point, or maybe he just bought extra branches, I'm not sure. But also clarities, like a lot of his net worth has been spent on trying to survive.
That said, though, really early tower for All-Stars. Top lane, that Kunkka lane. We thought it would look good. I'd say this may be even better than expected. 1,000 gold over the Tiny, and you take the tower before Death Prophet can take a tower. That's not the way you'd expect that to go.
It's the way I expected it to go. I thought there was zero shot this Tiny gets to play this lane. And here's the thing, we haven't really even seen an X-Boat combo. If this Kunkka wants to fight, he can. But like for now, he's just Max Tidebringer. He's got himself a Blade Mail nearly completed. And he is gonna just stay at the top of the net worth. I don't think anyone's gonna catch him. Like there's not, like the only hero that could catch him would be the Battle Fury Ursa eventually. But no one's gonna really out farm the Kunkka once he gets closer to his Radiance. Assuming he goes Radiance. If he doesn't go Radiance, then, you know, totally different. Fight out at the bottom lane. Arena Spear, Ice Blast. It does connect, but it misses the Storm. He gets out just barely thanks to a haste rune. But here comes the rest of Sustancia as they will chase down this Kunkka. Blade Mail is going to be popped. Pretty tanky hero here thanks to the run buff. He will survive. They need to get this mid tower. You can't pop a second EXO and not get a tower, right?
Sure, hope not for their sake. Yeah, I don't think you can stop this at this point after Kunkka had to go back. I mean, one more fortify. I guess if you don't get it now, it's low enough that someone will get it just off a random creep wave, but it does get health again, I guess.
I mean, it's a really good creep drag from the Storm. Using that haste rune, just pulls the catapult wave all the way into his triangle. That's kind of sick.
How's Ursa doing? It's Battle Fury. About 1,000 gold off. Not too bad. Especially if they can fight down here. They're going to lose the tower, but the X is on. Oh.
They off the mark with that spear, and that should be a very easy, well, I say easy kill to clean up if they decide to go for it. He's going to have a spear out here in a moment. Might be able to make enough space to TP out. There is no way you back on that one. And now, well, your Storm Spirit is in some trouble. He might have some stick charges to play with, but here comes a boat. He gets the Spirit Siphon. It's almost enough to kill him. An Ice Blast. That will be enough. Faker here will get chewed through by the Ursa. Surely they don't let him get away. Not making that mistake twice. They get the big kill, at least, on the Death Prophet, but I mean, that should have been a Mars as well. Unfortunate there for All-Stars.
Yeah, that's one of those times where the high-level play is to look for more, right? It's not 3 cores of like, oh, that guy's 100 health. Let's all throw spells at him, right? You min-max of like, okay, 1 more attack and the rest of us go for more kills. But sometimes you do the math a little bit wrong and you lose a kill you're not supposed to. So, yeah, a bit of a pain to lose the Mars, especially when you didn't even protect your tier 1. So you lost the tier 1, you get Death Prophet, but lose Storm and Tusk, right? And you rotated to defend that. So
They definitely, that was a case in which like everyone thought the other person was gonna finish the job, right? Like Storm Spirit's like, Ursa, you got this, and Ursa's like, Storm Spirit, you got this, and then the Kunko's like, you guys got this. Like,
This is the rare case where all the core players are not trying to kill steal each other. They're like, no, please, after you need to finish your battlefield. No, you got to finish your Kaya Storm. I know, like they're being too nice to each other. Well, the Battle Fury is still finished at least.
good time.
Yeah, he should be able to at least keep up with his Tiny. We'll see how the fights go. Tiny has his Echo Saber, and the Shard is queued up. The Shard will be a little late, so I think Ursa will be able to build a small lead if it just ends up farming. But eventually they both farm at similar paces, and it comes down to the teams finding plays to make space. Ooh, regen rune for Storm, that's a very good one. Especially in combination with False Promise. As long as you save that Storm, he's 100% coming back full health.
We're closing in on the Aghanim Scepter for Faker here. He rushed the Kaya and is going back for the Ags. He had what was originally the Aghanim Scepter queued up, similar to what we saw yesterday from Analog, just straight Aghanim Scepter. He had that Staff of Wizardry and then decided to finish the Kaya instead. Now, I don't think that's a bad idea. It does slow down the Axe timing a little bit, but with the game he's having, I would like to see him just commit to finishing it. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. So the rest of the team, they're going to smoke top, find themselves a kill onto the Tusk. And the Death Prophet just a few hundred gold away.
Trying to push this top tower, full health. Last patch, you would definitely do this. This time it would have worked out really well to go straight for the Tormentor after, but now you got a little bit more time since Tormentor spawned in 20 minutes, and it seems like they're just gonna wait for the Aghanims on the Death Prophet. It is a big power spike. She also has 7 spirits saved up, so the next exorcism is gonna be pretty strong.
Yeah, we did some research on that one yesterday. I know we were confused, like what happens if you have more spirits collected than you have total spirits. It just consumes all of them regardless. So if you have like 20 spirits saved up, but you can only summon 10, it'll just consume all 20 of your spirits, which is a little bit of a weird one. Maybe the facet would be too strong, you know, otherwise.
I think the issue, although it's like, oh, you have 13 instead of 10, that part's not a problem. But I think Valve foresaw that someone is going to save spirits the entire game for the strongest 50-minute exorcism where you have 90 spirits and you just go through backdoor. And they foresaw that and they're like, nah, just limit it to whatever it's supposed to be.
Well,
Make them use exorcism sooner. Don't save that many spirits.
See, I thought that like it would at least like carry over the ones that aren't being used, right? Like of the souls that you collect that don't make it into the exorcism, like if you, because you can only summon 10 off the first exo, so you have like 13. My thought initially was that 3 of them would carry over to the next exo, but that's not the case. It just consumes all of them. So you're only gonna get the 10 regardless, but you also just lose your additional ones that you saved up. So there's really no reason to hold it anymore. As we were theory crafting, like, could you do some fun stuff with it? But turns out, nope.
I mean, I think, yeah, there are some cases where in the early game you might lose out if you save more than 10, which is honestly a lot to be saving anyways. And then once you have your level 2 ult, it goes to 17 total spirits and then 24 at max. So it's extremely rare that you're ever going to save up that many spirits unless you're just not using your ult, which is going to be bad.
Yeah. Man, that smoke ink was so close. They were like 3 seconds away from running into Tiny and Death Prophet in the triangle, but just a moment too late, and well, that is time for Sustancia to get to that item, which is that Aghanim Scepter for the Death Prophet. Online, ready to go. Kaya Sanj will be done on the Storm Spirit now, so a little bit of a tankier build here, which isn't surprising. I don't think they have a ton of lockdown for him, but if he can survive like an initial burst for the Oracle to like bail him out, I think it's going to be a good game eventually for him.
Both teams positioning top. This is a case where you've got the Ursa who can do Roche early, but you also have the Death Prophet popping Exorcism, allowing you to get Roche on. So can't back away from this area unless the other team does so as well. We're seeing a couple observer wards committed from All-Stars to keep track of this. See if Sustancia X can make their way over to do the same. Actually deep back out of the area. I feel like All-Stars knows they can just walk into Roche. I think they want this mid tower first to prevent any rotations coming in. Not sure about that torrent, but just a show of power.
It's just, hey, in case you guys forgot, we got torrents here.
Playing it safe.
Dire's middle tower.
Here comes the Mars.
Ooh.
Still got the Kunkka in here, but
There's just nobody else here, though. Very afraid after they lost the initiation, and they're going to go in now. Ice Blast will hit 3 of these heroes, and with Baker finding the backline, a huge Abatos hit from the Tiny as well. Storm Spirit should be fine. It's a 3-for-1 exchange. They won't find that Ursa either, but they will find the big Roshan in the river. Well, no, they're not, because he's about to move to the other side of the map, and there is now no more time.
we'll call that a bait. The spear into arena, because
No
that actually
way he gets that bottle.
wow. Because hook shot. Oh, it's still down. Because All-Stars saw the arena not really get much done. They're like, yeah, we can now dive. It's really scary to dive into arena because you get trapped under tower. But with it being down, they go for the dive. And the tiny Shadow Blade just finished. So he sneaks his way to the back, finds the Oracle, preventing any form of save. Take those heroes out and win the fight from there. So, intentional bait, I'm going to say.
Snowball. Gonna give Tusk a little bit of space, but a hook shot coming.
Big
Ice
Ice
Blast as well. The Ice Blast onto 3. The toss, the avalanche, everything doing so much work. The Oracle's ult like went off at the same time that he shattered. Did you see that?
No, I don't think I did.
He ultied the storm the same frame the storm shattered.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Radiant's top tower.
Can we get a replay? I don't know if it's possible. I'm wondering if we can. I'm pretty sure Oracle ulted the storm, and the same frame the ult hit him, he shattered from Ice Blast. Otherwise, he would have lived.
Interesting. I wonder if there's a delay between the spell being activated, because it is on cooldown, and then the spell actually taking effect, and in that like frame difference, the shatter completed.
Oh, we do. Okay. Try to find it. I think that's what I saw.
Pretty big Ice Blast regardless. Even if he had been saved, you're still winning this fight, landing it on 3 heroes.
See? It did hit him. He did give false promise. He just died the second it hit him.
Yeah, and to be clear, the reason that's so crazy is because Oracle and Ancient Aberration usually have a like some counterplay to each other, where Ice Blast obviously prevents the healing, but if you're already affected by False Promise, you can't take damage from the Ice Blast until it ends. So if you're actually Oracle ulted while Ice Blasted, but Ice Blast ends first, then you'll heal at the end of False Promise like you're supposed to, even though you were affected by Ice Blast. You're not supposed to be able to die during False Promise, though, outside of being executed by Axe. So that is Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if we go through like the combat log, there's some like second difference, or like 0.1 second of a difference on the spellcast versus shattering.
Wow, that's wild. That was not what I expected. Really good stuff there. Again, from Sustancia, just pushing a massive advantage now at 8,000. The Death Prophet, Tiny, really starting to feel themselves in these games, but also just kind of off the back of, I think, the third or fourth 3-hero Ice Blast this game.
Looking for another one on the Storm in the bottom lane.
Ooh, they got him in top lane. It's a solo kill from Tiburon. He takes down the Tusk.
All right, Sustancia X is finding their momentum. We've seen Ancient Apparitions fall flat when you can't find these plays. And the start was actually a little bit slow. When he first hit 6, there wasn't a ton of plays being made. But as they have finished some of their bigger items and they've started to get going, I mean, he's 2-1-10 on that Ancient Apparition. He's getting very involved, helping to close out some of these kills. Not just the big team fights, but the quick pickoffs onto a Storm Spirit, which we weren't sure if they'd have the lockdown for, but when you can finish the burst that quickly, thanks to the Ancient Apparition, the spear, and like a hook shot, that is all you need.
And now they will see themselves into the Roche Pit, made very easy with the Death Prophet's Aghanim Scepter. A lot of bonus damage coming in from that. It's not the fastest Roche, but they will get it without even having to pop the Exorcism, which is the big thing.
By the way, now that we're seeing more Death Prophet, I do like that her innate became her old ability, and we get...
Yeah, Sadist or whatever? No,
Witchcraft.
Witchcraft, yeah.
Yeah, and we get the random, like, her ability cooldowns are always like these random fractions and decimals now because of it. It's like, oh yeah, of course, I have a 3.72, cooldown reduction, so I have like get this random cooldown time.
It's always fun looking at the old 129.8 seconds. Hook shot in. They find the Oracle into the silence. Oh, he's in so much trouble. Great find from Pamplona.
I like that Clockwork, he's building an Aghanims. So not only are you naturally equipped to find the backline, but when you have that Rocket Flare spam, you're going to be able to scout it out for yourself and your whole team to find out, here's the Tusk, here's the Oracle, go take them out. Or they're out of position, so we can focus the main guy that we wanted to anyways. I think it's a great item choice this game. Still needs 1,000 gold for it, but he's pretty rich the way the game's going. 26 minutes and already an 11k lead for Sustancia X off of, I want to say, like 4 winning team fights in a row now.
Yeah.
It feels like they haven't lost a fight since...
It was like 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Yeah,
it was the mid lane fight, I think. Oh my gosh. Does he get the solo? No, okay. Storm's still a little bit too tanky for the solo kill, but...
Fortunately,
not a good sign.
Ronnie.
The Storm Spirit's game has been really rough.
Yeah, which is part of Sustancia X's game plan. Good identification from them, saying he's going to be a key part of the draft from All-Stars. So Clockwork dedicated a lot of attention to the mid lane. I think they even knew it too, so they put some observers to scout these Clockwork rotations, but it just wasn't quite enough. He was willing to commit early smokes, things like that, to really put the pressure on the Storm. And it's paid off all the way till now in this mid game. Storm still at the bottom of the net worth, hasn't really been able to find much this game. You might have saves, but if your cores aren't, not to put it in a mean way, but if they aren't worth saving, then the save heroes don't really pay off. And it can all kind of backfire.
Ooh, Shadowblade on the Tiny, looking for potentially Dynamo on the Ursa. Avalanche toss, Ice Blast will connect. They know with the Enrage they don't have the damage, but they do get the Enrage out of the Ursa.
Ursa needs to stay alive in these cases. With Storm having such a rough game, and Kunkka, we have seen the more damage-oriented Kunkkas. Yesterday we saw 2 Divine Rapiers on Whisper. This is a this is the typical utility Kunkka. He went Blade Mail Pipe, he got an Aghanims, he's for the team fight. So a lot of your damage has to come from Ursa. Oh, okay, he actually gets out. Would have been bad to die again.
Ice Blast? Is it up?
Already used earlier on the...
Okay. It was
He doesn't know, though. He's not sure at the time.
He's like, it might be up, dude. It's close. All right, yeah, he bottles up, dodges out. He'll be fine.
Good awareness. This is where you type in all chats like, I'm totally ice blasting you right now. You better be careful.
I must have them all. What have we here?
Oracle went Blink Dagger. I like that. We talked about the heroes who can find you in the back line, but also the Mars ult potentially preventing you from even seeing your target. So this will allow Oracle to stay really far in the back, and in the worst cases, even jump into the arena to save the target at the last moment possible. Hopefully not literally the last moment and then they shatter from Ice Blast in a weird way again, but, you know, just a moment before that.
You now have an Aghanim Scepter on the clockwork, so it's going to be even easier now to try and scout out the side of All-Stars with the flare spam.
Radiant's middle tower
I think
under
they're
attack.
definitely capable of just going high ground. Like, you have 43 seconds left on this Aegis. You have the Exorcism. There we go. It's like, I think you just have to do it as the army of heroes, almost all of them being from All-Stars, are going to just betray their own high ground.
Top tower is under attack.
I see a clockwork in there, but that's it.
I like Death Prophet ult as a way to know who to flame in the game. Like, when you see you have like 5 of your own support spirits, you're like, dude, why are you feeding so much? I have 5 of your spirits in my ultimate. They don't actually take a tower. They get like 2 towers down to half. We'll call that a successful hold for now. The Aegis is going to expire. I think you take that as All-Stars in this case.
Radiant are scanning.
I believe the BKB is done on the Tiny now. Yeah, there it is. So, he's now ready to commit further in. He wanted to play it a little safe before then. We'll find an Ancient Apparition kick off.
Ooh, that's a pretty good start to the fight. The question is, can they find more? There's no exorcism up. We saw it just used a moment ago. Ursa gonna try and just rip right through Pamplona here on this clockwork. He's done it. Tail into the BKB, doing a lot of work here. The arena is gonna expire his Faker. Well, he's gonna try and turn his attention just towards the Oracle, clean this one up. Honestly, it's a really rough fight here for Sustancia. They might just lose everybody. That's gonna be the 3rd death. The Buron not strong enough on his Tiny at this point. The BKB expires. Tidal Wave's gonna pull back the Mars. He will BKB and TP home, but a big fight win from All-Stars, finding the clutch hero of the Ancient Apparition to start this one off.
That's such an insane fight to find. Yeah, getting the Ancient Apparition, who adds a lot of the burst potential. He's an amplifier, you know? So you take him out, you actually reduce the damage from the entire team. And then Oracle living through that, getting the ultimate on himself, heals up, stays away. So a lot of the damage that Sustancia X was doing was kind of wasted if you think about it, like trying to kill the Oracle and not even succeeding. So that just frees up Ursa to go target to target, cleaning things up. Eventually dies, but I'd say well worth it for his team.
We're gonna see potential find onto the Oracle here. Yeah, he's definitely dead. Nice little grab there from the clockwork.
Dire's bottom tower.
If you can find one more fight like that on All-Stars, you're totally back. I mean, things were looking pretty grim. I really didn't think they'd be able to find a fight like that 1 for 4. But that cuts down the gold lead so much, and just one more fight like that, you'll still technically be behind, like 5K, but that doesn't mean much at 30 minutes into the game.
Dire are scanning.
smoked up here onto the high ground. Hook shot off the mark for the Storm. They actually get onto the backside. They hit the bars right away. And Death Prophet Vortex up, stunned with the boat and killed by the Ursa. Ancient Apparition will be next. Estancia, your lead is gone. All-Stars now in full control of this game.
Dude, All-Stars
They
is
get
so
themselves
back.
another 4 heroes.
They're so back.
I think they're the better scaling team. I think Sustancia completely blundered that Aegis. Like, they needed to get a lane of racks with it, and now you will never win a late game fight against this Ursa. Like, especially with this Storm Spirit that you have no lockdown for.
I think they can, but a lot of their earlier fights were off of finding the backline supports first, or just having the damage to kill the Oracle and the Ursa before the saves come in. But yeah, the nerfs are coming into play, right? Like, Tiny's damage is not as good as it used to be. Ancient Apparition's damage, not as good as it used to be. I think I'm gonna find a
Speaking of Tiny, he's trying to get the TP out, but
bad.
no, he's just dead. He tried to make a play onto the Oracle, but there was a sentry in place to bait him. He's dead for 75 seconds without buyback. They will take themselves the Tormentor. Oracle, you don't need to be here. You're gonna hurt yourself quite a bit.
First Tormentor, did I miss that?
Oh boy, now the Reign of Destiny, which that ability's been nerfed, I think, like 3 patches in a row.
Still pretty good, I gotta say.
Still pretty good, yeah.
Still
15%
pretty
heal
good.
amp is real strong. They
Maybe
only
not as
reduced
good
the
into
heal
Ice
per
Blast.
second.
Yeah, maybe not as good into an Ice Blast, but in general, a pretty strong ability for any given fight. Especially when you have Kunkka, the ghost ship, keeping you alive, and then you get to heal up through that during that time is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Also good
I mean,
in
it
Roche
works
fights.
great with False Promise, right? So even if your hero gets like hit by Ice Blast and all this stuff, like if they're in Reign of Destiny, they're getting still a lot of healing potentially from it.
The math is going your way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we are now 16-20 and a gold lead, I think for the first time this entire game, going the way of All-Stars. They were down 15,000 gold at 29 minutes. 6 minutes later, they are ahead.
So back. I think Sustancia
mean,
X still has a shot, but you have to take control of how the fights are going again. Like, these last couple cases are All-Stars, finding Ancient Apparition, finding Death Prophet right away. You need to be the one finding these fights. And you have the tools. You have Ice Vortex, you have Aghanim's Rocket Flare, right? You should be able to scout out All-Stars to find out what fights to take or to avoid. Though the issue might be forced, as both teams should know Roche is up right now.
I mean, if you can get another Ice Blast initiation, like a 2-hero Ice Blast inside of the arena, you can probably take the fight, but your Death Prophet needs to be able to get an Exorcism and actually do some damage. And right now, a BKB is currently on the courier, ready to be delivered. Ursa's just gonna keep hitting this. I hear a hook shot. I don't know where he went, but they actually just managed to find the Tiny on the backside. He's just getting completely controlled off. Will finally have to BKB as Pamplona looking to get an opening here. In comes the Death Prophet. Walrus Punch to make some space. And Oracle, well, he's out completely. The Ursa in the Roche pit trying to finish this. Maker goes in with the BKB. Wants to try and punish him for this play. He will TP to safety. Kunkka might not be as lucky in this fight. Not looking too bad here for All-Stars, but they don't even manage to get the kill onto the Kunkka. And now Storm Spirit getting the job done. Takes down the Clockwork, looking for the Ancient Apparition. It's gonna be close. So False Promise expires. Tuss stuck inside the arena. One support for each team is down. But who wins this extended fight with Exorcism being down, the Ursa coming back? I think you gotta leave if you're Sustancia. Especially the Storm Spirit, he's still alive. He finds the Ancient Apparition, trying to get the kill. The Parasma should take him down. It will buy back on the AA.
trying to snipe the Roche real quick.
They get to the pit. In comes the storm. There's the vortex. The tidal wave pushes them out. Oh no! There's the Aegis into the hands of the storm, and Faker with this Parasma damage. I don't know if he's making it out. Even the boat to the high ground to secure this one. And this Ancient Apparition, he bought back. The Torrent will connect and quick X. What a disaster for Sustancia.
Hey, I like the idea to try to grab Roche at the very last second there. I think that is the best they can do because they are a cooldown dependent team, and when you don't manage to find any kills except I think a Tusk at the very end and all your abilities are down, you have to just back. At that point you're gonna lose Roche, but you know it's low, so they run in trying to get it. But that's where the Kunkka crowd control comes in play. Torrent into Tidal Wave out of the Roche pit. They did leave the banner in all of that, so someone's gonna have to go back for that. But either way, a pretty big win for All Stars. Even getting a buyback and then dieback from the Ancient Apparition. Gonna lead to a tier 2. You could chip top tower if you wanted, but I don't think you can actually finish the job here. So maybe just back out.
Yet.
Yeah,
they're so close to finishing some big items. Like the Kunkka's almost to his Shivas. Your Storm Spirit just got his level 25, so he needs to get his shard if he doesn't have it already. Oh, he does have it. Okay, he bought it immediately. He actually has a Moon Shard queued up.
Nice. What a comeback
I mean, there's
story
just no
for...
stopping the storm anymore.
Yeah, what a comeback story for him, right? I mean, go back to like 2 minutes in the game, Clockwork smoked up, like watching him mid lane, making his life miserable. He was bottom net worth of the course. Now, just about top, barely behind the Ursa.
Tower has fallen.
I mean, this Shivas is going to do so much work as well. It just reduces so much healing that this Death Prophet is going to get. They're going to look at a big fight. Blink the spear out onto the Kunkka. They get the initial grab. No BKB or pipe comes out. He does get the pipe in the last second. And now the Death Prophet looking to chase them more up onto the high ground. Yeah, Storm Spirit finds the kill onto the Ancient Apparition. Will zip to safety. And Faker, well, he committed his exorcism for this. It's a nice grab. You get the Kunkka, but you will not have Exo.
Stupendous.
I feel like we've wrapped back around. Early game, Sustancia X had enough lockdown to quickly finish kills, especially with Ice Blast. But now that we've made it later, and the saves are easier for All-Star to get the Blink Force Staff, Aether Lens on Oracle, Tusk has the same mobility, right? Multiple saves allows you to get to targets like the Death Prophet, since Storm naturally has the zip, Ursa's got the blink, right? All the mobility is come online, so when you see Exorcism, when you see Arena, you just dodge for a while, and then once those are down, you have a free fight.
They're so dead. Like, I don't know how they get away from the Storm Spirit. Parasma just
Tiny
does
is
so
stunned.
much damage. He's
actually,
got
good
an
harpoon to
Aegis.
get
He does
out.
not care. It does connect, and Ursa not willing to chase for more, but does have a Nullifier completed coming soon. And so does the Storm Spirit. 2 Nullifiers done at the same time for these guys. I like the Nullifier quite a bit more than the Moon Shard, I'll be honest.
I'd say it's rare to need 2 Nullifiers, but in this case, Aeon Disc has actually made a comeback. Don't see this item all that often, but Mars has one, Clockwork has one. They both have Yules as well. The Solar Crest giving the barrier, Yules on Death Prophet, so actually quite a few things to remove with that Nullifier, making it a pretty value purchase on a hero like Storm.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower.
Got a little longer on this Aegis. Looks like they want to try to at least take this bottom tier 2, see where it goes from there. I'd say if you're Sustancia X, you just give it up. Don't fight into this Aegis when it's so close to expiring.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, 25 seconds left. There's no reason. The thing is, the Ursa now with his level 25 will just select a hero and remove them from the game, right? So this is going to be very scary. Storm Spirit going up onto the high ground with the X, looking to scout out, knowing he has a few seconds left on the Aegis, can blow all of his mana. Also up to 17 Galvanized stacks, too. After, like what you said, a really rough start to the game, he has now got tons of regen to work with.
Yeah, if you asked me if he would ever make it to 17, I would have told you no way. But here he is, looking to go even higher. He's got full mana. They're pinging top.
Ooh,
Possibly looking for
Kunkka
another
got
kill.
the dream jungle item.
What's he got? Ooh, Desmond Blood Right.
Yeah, the Blood Right. 12% larger AoEs. Quite
that
a
make
good
tidal
hero
wave
to have
wider?
AoE increase. Yeah, it makes everything larger.
Nice.
Takes me back to the Octarine Water Park build where like no one got to play the game because it covered like 2.5 screens worth of AoE.
I like that build. That's so funny.
It was definitely a time to play though. Ancient Apparition experiencing their first nullifier reveal there. And they do get their hands onto the Storm. He might need a BKB. He will do exactly that. Trying to force the BKB now out of the Death Prophet, and he will get it. So it is at least a trade there. But a pretty nice find there from the Storm Spirit, again taking this Ancient Apparition out of the game.
Des and Bloodrun on the Clockwork as well. These Rocket Flares are actually going to be really, really big to help you find the back line. If you can do that, since the last 10 minutes, it's all-stars just picking off heroes left and right, taking whatever fights they want. You feel like you've got the tools to be finding this stuff, but it's not really happening for them.
I don't know how they can win fights late game, I'll be honest. Like, the only way it happens is if you somehow find and kill the Oracle on Tiny, like with a Shadow Blade, without having to commit too much. He can just, like, if he can one-shot the Oracle, that's, like, the best-case scenario. And then you have to, like, isolate Kunkka inside of the arena and kill him with Exorcism. Like, that's how you have to start. Okay, that's literally one of the options. They've got the Kunkka. He's dead. The second arena comes out as well. Yule's holding down the Ursa. Ice Blast will connect onto the Tusk, but they've lost the Death Prophet. The Ursa and this Storm Spirit are so dang strong. He's going to try and turn around. Is in rage to try and get out, but stuck inside the cogs. Benjamin's going to clean up another kill here onto the Mars. Well, they did pretty much exactly what I thought they needed to do. They didn't get the Oracle, but they were able to isolate heroes away from it. That's one of the reasons the Mars is a pretty good pick into this.
Kunkka is so tanky passively, though, that even though he spent most of that time chain stunned, just taking a beating, it took so long. You had to commit the refresher to stun him again with a second arena, and I'm not sure why they didn't commit Exorcism sooner, because it might have let you finish that kill faster. But because they didn't, they just spent so long on Kunkka that eventually everyone else shows up and all the team fight abilities are down, that you just easily, you take out the Death Prophet who just used Exorcism, and then there's nothing left on any other hero. So you lose Kunkka and Tusk, but I mean, for Mars and Death Prophet, I'd say it's pretty worth it, especially as Roshan could respawn at any moment. There's no way for Sustancia X to contest this if it was a fast spawn. Though fortunately for them, it's going to be long enough that I think they will get a chance to fight one more time.
I can't agree with this Moon Shard pickup on the Storm Spirit. Like, this could just be a completed Scythe right now. But instead he has Moon Shard, and it is so weird.
I think a Scythe probably would have been better, like you said. And I actually think that is how Sustancia X could maybe come back. I think you need to get some Scythes. You just don't have enough lockdown outside of having to commit Refresher, which is a big commitment. I think you need Hexes to chain those with Spear and find pickoffs.
I mean, that's the late game Mars build always, right? That eventual like refresher with a Scythe. This Roche is falling very quickly. Ice Blast, it's gonna the arena completely whipped, but they get the chain stunts on Ursa. He's going to be able to BKB. Is the damage there to save him? It is from the Oracle. Dynamo now gets to go to town, takes down the Tiny, gets the clockwork. Is the heals enough? Just barely, but Dynamo, does he survive this one? He gets quite a bit of damage off at the end of this. Three buybacks now out from Sustancia. Baker trying to get away from this one, but the Storm Spirit just doing so much work. A Torrent on the mark. Vortex pulls him back into players. Is it enough? It's not. An ultra kill for the Storm. Give him the Rampage. Absolutely. You cannot stop this man. 5 buybacks, 4 buybacks, I think, from Sustancia to continue to fight. He gets a double Rampage with the Ice Blast to execute the Storm Spirit finally, but do they get away here? The Tiny
he wants one more.
They're still alive, but yeah, Storm Spirit, he respawned, or rather bought back into this game. He is looking for somebody.
Okay, as Ursa died with no buyback, because he's been having such a good game, he didn't think he needed to save it. I thought there was a window for Sustancia as they committed their own buybacks to win this fight and get Roche and go for a big turnaround of their own, but they didn't actually have a way to rejoin the fight, so it took so long for them to run back in that All-Stars does finish up the Death Prophet, and by that point you don't actually have a numbers advantage despite committing the buybacks. So they still get Roche, a little bit of a hiccup, and you are going to have to be careful since Storm did buy back, but I'd say you're still in a pretty good spot. You still have this 23k gold lead. You got all the goodies from Roche.
Like, having Aegis and going in, like, about to have a Scythe completed is massive. The buyback, it was 5 spent on Sustancia for just the 1 in the Storm Spirit, which you're pretty okay with. Like, Storm Spirit had the extra money to afford a buyback. Still has 24 galvanized charges despite dying.
That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah. How can you have this many charges?
Fortune's End constantly dispels. I did not know that was a talent. What in the world? What's the other one?
I don't even know how
False
that
Promise
works.
duration?
Does that work defensively for the duration? I
Yeah.
rarely see Oracles level 25.
I think it does, but... Huh. I feel like False Promise duration is pretty good against Ancient Apparition, but... Constant Dispel. I mean, it's like Demonic Purge, I guess, but
a soft, basic Dispel. But that's still good for Yule Scepter. And I believe it would even work on Aeon, wouldn't it?
Well, Fortune's End is dispellable, so I think Yule Scepter will dispel the debuff.
But if you
Like,
apply
it's kind of
it
like
after,
a which came first. Yeah, like if it comes after, I guess, yeah. I don't know. That's a weird one. I feel like that extra second and a half, like Ursa in that last fight, when he died, I feel like he might have lived with 1.5 seconds of False Promise still.
All right, I'll check that later. I actually don't know how that mechanic works.
Dyers are scanning.
Immediate ward placed on the high ground. It is spotted. And as a result, Sustancia is not going to put themselves in vision here of this ward. Tiny is going to walk up, take it down. Okay.
They got 2 banners now. Drop to break one of these high grounds. See which one they want to commit to. They're pushing both in. Being a little careful about this.
Right? Like,
I
you have
think
Siphon,
so.
Storm Spirit. Like, you got to go high ground and end this. Like, Storm Spirit sees a hero, they will die to a Scythe. There is no reason to hold out. There's 0 buybacks available for another 3.5, 4 minutes. There is no reason to
try to
hold
cut
back
these
anymore.
creeps.
Yeah, Clockwork's been doing that for a while. I will give him credit. He's done a really good job at trying to cut the creep waves.
It is going to drop in the end, though. Level 30 Storm hitting your barracks. What are you going to do about this?
Ooh, trying to find that ancient apparition, but I'll survive for now. That's it. One lane down. 1 minute left on this Aegis. Goes right on to the banner here, which will keep this creep wave alive. As he dives in for more, tries to get some vision. They know the Mars is on the right side, but Storm Spirit just feels so untouchable on the high ground.
There's one thing you can play for, and that is as this Aegis expires, there is a window where this is no buyback on Storm. You have to jump at that time, somehow kill the Storm without him being saved by Oracle and Tusk, and just find a series of fights in a row to win the game. That's your one window here, and what they're trying to patiently wait for, but they clear up the racks and just make a clean escape on the side of All-Stars. With elimination being at risk, the safest play would just be to wait till buyback is up and you get the next Roche. You have a big enough lead. I don't think you have to do that, but if they wanted to play it ultra safe, I think that's what you do, and there's no way to lose if you do that.
Storm Spirit gets himself the Ag Synth as well after his Aegis expires, so he will swap he gets an Arcane Rune, he can swap his Moon Shard back in at some point here. We'll pop the
Save
Arcane,
a little
now
money
has a
for the
bottle
rest
regen.
of us.
Okay.
He's so rich.
Yeah, 36,000 net worth on this hero. Come on. Tusk goes in, gets the kickback onto the Mars. Does have a Yules to buy him some space, but there he is on the backside. Storm Spirit trying to just find an opening. Does manage to get the arena off, though. He has a second. Ice Blast will pull them back. The BKBs will protect it. Dynamo, he's already got the false promise on top of him. Tucka going back in, but here comes Benjamin on the Storm, just deleting Baker. His BKB is not soon enough. Nullified up on the Mars, trying to get some help to Burrock with a nice double toss, but kicked back from the Tiny. And now BBQ trying to hide his way inside the shards, but he's just gonna take out. The damage is enough. You get yourself a kill onto the Ursa. But all 5 members of Sustancia are dead, and that will be the GG. Game 1 off of a great comeback will go the way of All-Stars.
The late game was easily All-Stars. I really thought Sustancia had the start they needed to close that out, though. If we go back 20-ish minutes, 20 to 30, they had about a 14k gold lead at the peak and had that first Aegis. I think you called it out, right? Needed to break the high ground with that Aegis. And I think they played it a little too safe. Slash All-Stars did a good job delaying things out. And eventually finding some amazing fights. Actually starting with this one. Actually, this might be the second time they found the fight. But yeah, Sustancia X maybe didn't realize, you know, after the first losing team fight, how much All-Stars recovered off of that and didn't play it carefully enough. With this second fight, you know, you see the gold lead cut down to just 4k, which means nothing at 30 minutes. It's a dead even game at that point.
This was a great fight for them, but again, it's a scenario where False Promise does make it. Otherwise, it's probably a decent enough fight. Like, Tiny might have been able to survive. Baker ends up finally finishing the kill onto the Ursa, but it's not without taking like a huge chunk of damage. Like half his HP ended up going down to the Ursa there, and this just gives free reign to Storm Spirit to do whatever he wants. And like, we did see kind of a weird interaction earlier in the game where the False Promise like comes out the same tick that he shattered from Ice Blast. That doesn't really ever happen again, and we see like every single fight that the Oracle gets his ultimate off, it's a one fight for All-Stars.
Yeah, that's the strength of the Oracle, and I think it does come down to the surrounding cast. Both heroes have something against each other, but in this case, Storm and Ursa were able to do so much that even if they ultimately die, but you buy them the extra time with False Promise, that's enough to win you the fight. Maybe you save them, maybe you don't, but you win the fight at the end of the day, which after they came back, that they didn't lose another fight after that, thanks to all these saves. Not only from the Oracle, but the Tusk as well, right? A lot of snowball saves to buy some extra time, a lot of extra survivability from the boat and the pipe, all the auras from the Kunga, everyone doing their part to keep the Ursa and the Storm alive to do the damage.
This Death Prophet hero is really starting to confuse me, I'll be honest. Because this is now not the first or second or even the third time that we've seen this hero have like a pretty good start and then just absolutely fall flat. And I think it's been itemization almost every single time, because Death Prophet has always been this hero where if you see her in a fight, you have to kill her. You don't have an option. And in other games, it was okay because you had such high damage cores to kind of supplement and your team was ahead. So if they killed the Death Prophet, you had a lot of other options. But the extended fight this game from All-Stars will always end up beating Sustancia. Like, Mars is not a high damage hero, so then you're putting all of the pressure on this Tiny to out carry an Ursa and a Storm Spirit and a Kunkka in this fight, which is just not going to happen.
Well, that's what I think the bigger issue is, right? Death Prophet's never been considered, like a late game hero. It's really strong early game into mid game, and you eventually drop off, as like you said, because you can be killed at that point from heroes who have enough damage. But you buy enough attention, like, we must deal with Death Prophet, that your carry should be able to carry you in that time. And this is where I think the nerfs to Tiny are coming into play. His late game potential is just not quite the same. Maybe that's not what they were playing for. The early game was going well for them, so maybe they feel they should have won and just not mess up that first Aegis push. But when you do go to the late game, I'm seeing the weaknesses of this Tiny, man. It does not feel as threatening as it used to be.
I also just feel like there was no need to hold buying a BKB on the Death Prophet. Like, he finished Hurricane Pike and a Yules before going BKB. I feel like the Yules is unnecessary. I feel like once you have, like, Kaya, Sanj, Aghanim Scepter, just get your BKB, right? Like, the reason they couldn't go high ground is because they weren't confident enough in doing so. And the BKB comes out at 36 minutes. Your Aegis expired at like 28, and your Aegis expires at like 30 minutes, and right before the Aegis expires, the only item that you're getting is a Hurricane Pike, which I don't know how this helps you take high ground. And that whole Hurricane Pike could have just been the BKB, and you could have spent the last minute and a half of the Aegis trying to take the high ground. So I feel like teams are playing this Death Prophet too greedy almost. Like, I don't know how else to put it.
And this, like, universal Death Prophet, right click, attack speed talent at 40, and like the Hurricane Pike, stuff like that. Like, on paper, I do see how that synergizes, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's too far from her original identity of, like, really tanky, goes in, you have to focus her, or you try not to, and then she's doing a bunch of damage. But maybe, again, it does come down to the supporting cast. Maybe you can get away with that type of right-click build, but you need better initiation, maybe a save, right? That's actually something lacking.
Yeah.
Usually you pair Death Prophet with a save, even with the old build. Maybe this new build as well needs a save hero like the Oracle, like the Tusk, so that you can just sit there and do the damage, and then it's fine. This time, Clockwork and Ancient Apparition, great supports, but not really save heroes.
Yeah, I think if you had either of those, if you had the Tusk, I think you can play this game a lot better. The Clockwork just didn't really feel the impact. It was funny watching him cut lanes over and over with the Rocket Flare, but that's not going to win you a game of Dota. Like, extending this game is only going to make it worse for you. So, really good at recognition from All-Stars here in Game 1. They're going to be walking away with that victory, and we will be going to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Everybody stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The South American qualifiers for TI continues as All-Stars versus Sustancia is our first series here today. And an interesting game one, man. It looked like Sustancia had this in the bag. We're like, man, they're snowballing this game. They've got the Death Prophet. They've got all this early momentum. And then just a series of fights from All-Stars completely flipped this game. They turn a 15,000 net worth deficit into an almost 30,000 net worth advantage win. Very good patience from them, playing to their strengths and their timings. It was impressive to see.
I think you could run this exact game back, same drafts, and get very different results. I think some of the itemization and the way they came together for fights is ultimately what cost them. You could talk about changing some stuff in the draft to make it easier. You know, you can always make draft changes, but I think both teams had strengths with their drafts, and ultimately it is All-Stars that played their strengths a little better and managed to win. So we'll see if that continues going into game number 2. I do think this is a case where you just have to bounce back and say, okay, we messed up, quickly figure that out, but don't panic. That's tough. If you lose, you are out, right? This is where the pressure is on. But hopefully they realize they very much were capable of winning. They are not out of this by any means. You just have to stay cool and fix the mistakes you did make.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking between the break. We were talking a lot about the Death Prophet hero and just trying to figure out, like, what is the deal with this thing? Because it has felt like it is pretty good and then just falls flat. And we're trying to understand, like, what is missing or what could change. I do feel like the itemization or the order of items was a big problem. Looking back at it, like we saw them, they get this 25-minute Aegis. You get double BKB on the Mars and the Tiny, but then your Death Prophet doesn't buy her BKB. And instead buys that Hurricane Pike, gets the BKB later. And it's like, if you want to use that Aegis, like, there's no other time. Like, you have to do it right there. Like, that is going to be your best chance of going high ground. You have a massive advantage of, like, 15,000 gold built up. And because you don't have BKB on the Death Prophet, you die and pretty much lose all your momentum.
Yeah. I wonder if some of the thought was maybe they still felt scared of going high ground, but knew they needed to, and maybe that Hurricane Pike was supposed to help, like, hit from further away, you know, take a slower approach. It helps buy space when, like, Ursa jumps you, things like that. So I do see value to the item. Hindsight's 2020, you know, where it's like, okay, yeah, I needed a BKB there, but it might have still been in the right idea, like the right line of thinking, but sometimes you are just a little bit off on thinking like, oh, I can do one more item before BKB, or, you know, this is good enough, and sometimes it costs you the game. Hopefully if we see it in game number 2, the same mistake won't happen, and they can better line up the timings, close it out. Never mind, forget that hero, ban it out. All-Stars respecting it, even though they beat it, they did see how strong it was, and maybe they feel they also should have lost if the itemization had been different, so why risk it? Take it out.
10 seconds.
So they have the option of just picking the Ancient Apparition here again if they want. They will go for the Shadow Shaman. All right. Now, we've seen this hero get a lot of attention. Last game, it was banned phase 1 with the Undying. This time, the Kunkka gets banned, so they will get their Shadow Shaman.
Silencer was banned last time, and he's available. I wouldn't mind seeing him picked up, because I think he's good versus Shadow Shaman to prevent the shackles. And it threatens the Blood Seeker later on. You don't even have to take it, but you could. Oh, TA made it through. I forgot, since they did ban the Gyro and the Death Prophet on All-Stars. TA stays in.
That's going to be an interesting one. This is not a hero we've seen, I think, at all, because it's been banned pretty much every game.
I keep thinking the nerfs are going to be enough, but somehow
You and me both.
Still stays top of the meta.
You know, we were talking about Naga earlier. Part of the reason Naga's coming back is that there are a couple more ranged carries in the meta. I'd say Drow in particular. And Naga likes to be paired with ranged carries more than melee carries, which for a while we were dealing with a lot of Monkey Kings, Tinies, Dragon Knights, Abaddons, right? Those type of heroes. So you didn't really need another melee Naga 5. But TA, still one of ranged carries. You could go with a Naga. Song is a great way to break up a shackle combo trying to chain stun your carry down. Something maybe
10
we'll see.
Team pick. Dire team pick.
Classic. Go for the Jakiro. Ice Path, usually long enough range to break the shackles. And it's a very strong lane. You can flex the TA to mid if it's a really good matchup, but we mostly, like 95% of the time, see carry TA. And
remaining.
now with the Jakiro, that is a very strong lane.
5
I'm trying to think like what you could even pick against it. If you wanted Rubik for the fact that all your steals for Jakiro are good, it's going to be good later on, but the early game is going to be weak. Though we saw All-Stars play pretty well in the mid to late game anyways. You could aim for a later game draft as well.
I'm just like unsure of the Jakiro now. It's just not a hero we see that often. Ooh, there it is. Okay. We're going to see the Naga Siren. We were talking about this earlier, typically played as a support, but I personally feel like this might just be carry Naga Siren because it's into Templar Assassin.
5 seconds remaining.
Is he going to leave
You're playing it into Jakiro though as well. Yeah, it is definitely open, right? I agree. I think it is open, and they have some options here, but they're just doubling down, picking illusion heroes into the TA. It's actually kind of smart.
One more. Get the Phantom Lancer.
I actually lost to a PL recently, and I wanted to uninstall Dota.
10 seconds
Embarrassing.
remaining.
To be fair, it
I
was
can't believe
not
you'd
my
admit
fault.
that online.
5
It's not my
seconds
fault.
remaining.
Teammates' fault, of course.
We had a experimental builds being done in that game.
I think Ringmaster's really good now. Nerfed, but very good versus Shadow Shaman. And then Spotlight did get nerfed, but I still think it's really good versus Illusions. And then you got a lot of AoE on your other abilities as well. A little bit harder to hit the dagger, but you just go like a 4-1-1 build instead. Oh, Brewmaster, also very good.
Great way of dealing with illusions. Yep.
Yeah, same idea. This is not guaranteed carry either hero, believe it or not. This could be offlane Terrorblade with the position 5 Naga.
Support.
But still, being able to deal with illusions will be important.
I speak for the trees.
The natures, so likely position 4 natures with the Brewmaster. I do find that a little interesting. I think they're lacking stuns now and silences, which are very good to prevent Sunder and to prevent the chain stun from Shadow Shaman.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, this also just makes Naga Siren even stronger, because when there's no stuns, like Song of the Siren becomes really devastating to play against because you can't like actually lock her down to kill her. And it's good against Brew Split. You can isolate the Earth Panda and then just quickly kill the rest, or you know, you can just reset the fight if he pops, you know, Brew Split and you can't actually take it. I mean, that's like the support Naga mindset. I think now you actually commit to the carry Naga Siren. I don't think with Brewmaster it's enough to actually deal with her. And I think you can pick like a support that plays like that offers like more damage to the Terrorblade lane, like Naga Siren, Shadow Shaman seems like a fine enough lane. Wow, they just get the Storm Spirit again.
I was actually gonna say, if you think Naga can win you the game, actually pick a new 5 that beats the Brewmaster specifically, because he's the main way you're gonna deal with the Naga right now. So if there's a 5 in mind that is gonna win you that lane, I think you can commit to the Naga carry at that point. They're leaving it open though, like you said, grabbing the Storm Spirit again. Not a lot of lockdown from Stastancia X. One of the nerfs to TA that we see is the Aghanim Shard. You used to just get an instant 1-second silence when you drop it and pop it, but now it does take some. It also has to be charged up the longer the trap's down, which is very helpful for a hero like Storm Spirit. It will still break the shackles from Shadow Shaman, so that's kind of nice, but not going to give you much time to kill the Terrorblade or the Storm Spirit.
Underlord ban. I mean, that's kind of a necessity. I do feel like it's just going to be Puck Ember banned from All Stars, right? Like, those are the two heroes you worry about the most when you're playing Storm Spirit. Maybe there's something else in there they're worried about. I don't think Pango is actually that bad of a pick for Sustancia either, if they want to ban the Pango in mid. I think either the Pango or the Ember are the two heroes that I would be concerned about. But for All-Stars, I'm kind of with you. I think you just run carry Naga Siren, offlane Terrorblade, mid Storm Spirit, and I think now you can decide if you want your Shaman to be your 4 or your 5, and then pick another really strong lane hero. And I agree that maybe it's better to try and focus on shutting down the Brewmaster. Because I don't, like, TA is dealt with. Like, I'm pretty sure I say that with an asterisk because that hero is kind of insane. So maybe it's just still too strong, but I feel like TA is dealt with. And now if you can pick a 5 that shuts down the Brew, I'm trying to think what that would be.
That's kind of the issue. Jakiro was taken. Undying is banned.
I have a good idea here.
Okay.
Do run support Naga Siren, carry TB, and pick Doom.
That would be interesting.
Dire
Doom the
team
Brewmaster in pretty much every fight.
I mean, him or TA. How do you play the game without one of those, right? I don't think there's a mid hero that's going to solve the Doom problem, but they get rid of Beastmaster. Also pretty smart idea as well. If you do want to play kind of quick, Helm of the Overlord is pretty devastating in some games if you start falling behind.
Naga TB does not sound like a great lane, though, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, Deluge, the slow is pretty solid. And then Ensnare, you might be able to just, like, not go Mirror Image and just, like, Deluge and Ensnare and let Terrorblade press meta.
Maybe. The early
I mean, you
levels
kill
would be
Nature's
tough.
Prophet, but not the Brew.
Yeah, because you can either commit to killing a low health hero like Terrorblade and Naga with the Cinder Brew and Q the Barrel Smash, whatever, with the Sprout spam. Or you just like max your passive on Brewmaster to get a bunch of evasion. Okay, Phoenix is a pretty good lane winner. So that's Naga carry with the Phoenix 5 then most likely.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, that's a really cool pick.
Unless
10 seconds remaining.
Offlane Phoenix.
This is pretty cool. The timing is a little tricky, but Song to set up Egg, kind of sick.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. Definitely not bad.
I also like, because one idea was floating, is that Terrorblade Naga, no matter what combination you do, take a while to come online. If you could just cheese this with like a Huskar pick. But Phoenix actually covers that. Phoenix is very good and can also get Spirit Vessel to prevent anything like that.
Are they planning on moving TA to the mid lane and picking something? You could move TA mid and pick like a Sven or something. Oh, okay. Bad Rider out of the mid lane. I like this. It does do very well against the Storm Spirit. It is going to be offlane Phoenix. So I was going to say, like, maybe you run offlane Phoenix to counter the TA lane.
Kind of cool.
So we'll be 999 on the Naga Siren, Deluge with Terrorblade. I think it can kill the Nature's Prophet. I think it will. If this hero comes too far forward, it's pretty easy for them to find that kill. Brewmaster, not as much. Like, Drunken Master plus the Brood Up and Wind Panda gives him like 70% evasion and borderline haste. So I just don't think you're going to kill him, but you can punish the Nature's Prophet if he's out of position. They're trying to decide who's going to be the 4 and the 5. They're like, God, who wants to play into that lane?
Who's going to be stronger? Jakira's been nerfed, so his position 4 potential is not as good, but I actually do kind of like the magic damage into those two illusions heroes, although Naga does have the Dispel when she uses Q.
Okay, so they throw the Jakiro into the offlane. I think that's probably your best case scenario. I would have felt very sad for the Nature's Prophet. I feel like he'd just feed.
Well,
So,
I think part of the reason is actually because you can, if you're going to take natures, you need to get him active, right? He needs to rotate to these fights. And from a position 5 stance, I think especially with this Phoenix coming in, you can't stop the Phoenix offlane. It doesn't, you don't have the tools this game. So you need to shut down the Terrorblade and the Naga. So I think by putting natures in the 5 role, Jakiro and Brewmaster are strong together, and then you can rotate in the natures for a 3-on-2, and TA will just have to jungle. TA's life won't be easy down there. He's going to have a hard time, but you just shove out lanes and try to jungle as best you can while stuff happens everywhere else.
So I'm a little bit unsure because I think Batrider went stoked, which is not what we've been seeing out of this hero. It is a heavy magic damage build. So they're going to try and rely on his spell amplification and his magic damage to try and maybe find kills onto the Terrorblade. If I'm not mistaken, as long as I read this correctly, pressing Firefly takes 30% of your max HP. So it is one of those abilities you need to be very careful about using because yes, you're going to do more damage to the enemy team, but you also do a ridiculous amount of damage to yourself. So we'll see how this goes as we jump into game number 2 here. Sustancia versus All-Stars. Currently 1-0 for the All-Stars lineup. It's a great comeback in game number 1.
I will say, I tried a little bit with I played around a little bit with the Stoked facet. Although it sounds like a lot of burn damage, and it kind of is, it also isn't, since there are reductions and you have HP regen. So the early levels, it's kind of tricky, but once you're high enough level, like, it's not too bad. And I think it's better than trying to build up Arsonist stacks and then, like, Naga could just remove them. And you know there's going to be a Manta on the Terrorblade, too.
That's a big root up stack into a huge dual breath.
Who's going to die first?
It's going to go to BBQ. The Brewmaster, he's in trouble. He'll burn down, but now you're in real deep against this Batrider who's just stacking up the napalms. Beautiful sprout there, and another kill for the side of Sustancia. This one for Faker in the mid lane.
All right, so part of the strength of the Batrider pick is that you are playing into the storm, so you should have a good time there. And Batrider is going to come off of this with a kill and an assist, though the first blood did go to the Natures, so not as bad as it could have been. But Storm will have a tough time to start. And we saw that matter in the last game, right? The first 30 minutes were very difficult for Storm. He just had a great comeback later. But the early games, Sustancia X, they were successful in shutting him down and preventing him from really getting much done. It seems like that's their game plan going into game number 2 as well.
This Storm needs to be very careful because Batrider, once he has level 2,
he's going for it.
You can just kill the Storm. So he's not going to dive him here, but he will get a lot of damage ticked in. Does have Fairy Fire and a wand still, but this does not really get easier. That's an unfortunate high ground miss there for Benjamin.
At the least, because that first fight, Batrider actually did use a ton of mana, so it doesn't have as much available to shut out the Storm. Like, for example, if he had enough mana there, this is actually a dead Storm, because Flame Break would come out and kill him.
Yeah. And he is rushing boots knowing that he cannot play this lane without it, so heads up play there. Normally, there's a lot of Storm Spirits are just going to rush the bottle, but Faker, hold up. That's a lot of damage from the tower.
Yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what I expected out of the safe lane duo of Terrorblade, Naga Siren. Deluge into the meta Reflection is a lot of damage. Yeah, I feel like Faker has lost his advantage in this lane. He will still be able to push the lane quite well, but a little bit of trouble.
Magic damage comes into play. Terrorblade so slow like this. Can't get away.
Good body
still
blocks
on
in from the Naga
cooldown,
Siren,
though.
but yeah, not enough.
Old Jakiro might have been able to do that. They did nerf Liquid Frost enough that nowadays you pretty much just use Liquid Fire level 1. But the old damage might have killed the Terrorblade there. The thing is, the magic damage ramps up faster than Terrorblade's health pool does. So level 2 was very close, but I think as you get to like level 3, level 4, if you want to commit to that, I think Brewmaster and Jakiro can kill the Terrorblade, at least for a while.
Oh, the bait mid lane. Storm Spirit. It'll be okay as the Sprout off the mark, and well, he's gonna be just fine. That's a rotation to the mid lane from the Nature's Prophet. Doesn't really net them anything, and he's gonna have to make the slow walk back bottom.
TA is doing okay right now. As you get more levels of Fire Spirit, though, that ability is so oppressive in the early game. The attack slow is ridiculous, and Tia is going to have a very hard time laning there as soon as Phoenix hits level 5. Gonna have a hard time now.
Vortex.
Lane.
This is going to be very close. The Remnant's not going to connect, but down to 30 HP. Storm Spirit's getting the better of these trades. Top lane, Pamplona dead, or Pamplona getting a kill, taking down the Naga Siren. So they will just chase him off the lane. Oh, Nature's Prophet's coming back. Another bait here, potentially. Storm Spirit. He's got 12 wand charges to play around. Batrider actually needs to be careful.
You aren't?
Are scanning.
I don't think you're getting this kill, but he might. Oh, wait, Sprout.
Oh, he got the stack reset. He's stuck inside the
I think he's
freeze
dead,
for
though.
now. Goes for the Vortex. They get the kill, finally. Okay.
By the way, for anyone watching, in case you missed it, this isn't like 10 stacks of old. It now goes up to 20 stacks, and each stack is half the value it used to be before. So that's like a 5 stack in the past. But still, that's where it does get scary. Jakiro trying to run down this Terrorblade. Terrorblade does have the boots already, though, so he's going to be okay. But not getting as much farm as he would like every time he has to step away. Doing okay still, but you are slowing him down. Unless he
Gonna
kills
be
you.
the pullback. The deluge. Miss, 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 miss. Miss, miss. He's good. Yeah, exactly. I mean, these types of plays just don't work on the Brewmaster. He has got so much evasion, and now, well, your Terrorblade's the one that's in a little bit of a scary spot. Coming up on the high ground, or the top side here, will be the Nature's Prophet. Sprout connects, and he will just burn. And they lose the Naga Siren as well. She was chasing for Pamplona. Okay. They are going
Straight
to
to
learn
the bottom
very
lane.
fast here that they can't do that. Lasso bottoms will just pull the Phoenix right into the tower and give a kill over to the Templar Assassin. These lanes are going really well for Sustancia once again.
Yeah, that's a huge series of plays. The teleport up. I mean, how often do you see a team choose to fight into meta, right? You almost always just get away, but that's what the Brewmaster gives you, is his massive amount of evasion when he Cinder Brews himself, and that's all the damage the Terrorblade brings with the Metamorphosis.
Sentry. Tiburon's just like, surely they won't drop another one, right? Nice
It is a
kill
little
from the two
costly to
supports
do,
here.
but worth
Yeah.
it, I would say.
I'll trade 500 gold for a Sentry. And, you know, the experience. Mid lane here, Pamplona going for a D-Ward mission, gets punished. Storm? I'm surprised not drop. Okay, there's been 2 wards placed from Sustancia that were definitely within vision of All-Stars. I just don't think they saw it. Like the one behind the tier 1 top, the Naga Siren was like chasing the Jakiro, and he like 180s quickly to drop a ward, and they don't D-Ward it. And then now this mid one, it's like they're just not confident enough. Oh my goodness, so close on taking this shrine.
That's really nice.
I was gonna say,
timing,
wait a
too.
minute, does he have to leave? I feel like the Nature's Prophet is stronger. He has a red.
Wait a
Are
second.
you kidding
No
me?
way.
Are you kidding me?
Do it again, BBQ.
He just solos the mid laner. I was confused. I was like, he's TPing out, but like, he has Urn, and the Storm spent all of his mana. Dude.
mean, Nature's got the first blood, so he's actually quite strong. Like, look at the net worth. Some of that is because he just got the kill, but he's actually not that far behind the Storm. Usually Storm is like, yeah, I kill any support, right? Like, easily my shrine. Actually gets killed by Nature's, who's now going to come try to save his TA.
Ooh, that's a really good egg, but do they have the attack speed? Faker will commit to it, gets the kill, and now going to chase down for another.
Dude, Nature's Prophet is going to do work this game.
Yeah,
He's going to get the Spirit
really
Vessel,
is.
going to get the Shard. That is going to be so much damage versus Terrorblade, who eventually will get a Manta and remove all of that, but at this rate, the Spirit Vessel's is done by like 10 minutes. It's such a good Spirit Vessel timing.
Yeah, he's like 15 minutes away from a Manta right now.
And then Radiance, like, you can't dispel that. And Brewmaster, you usually save for the Sacred Relic, but in a case like this where the only pressure they have on you is right-click damage, goes for the Talisman of Evasion, and he can now be left up here completely alone, and he'd be fine. So you can make these response plays. Eventually you want to come back up here because you do want to help him take that tower, but you don't feel bad about having to rotate out at any moment.
Yeah, this Nature's Prophet will have that vessel before the offlane Phoenix, it seems, right? Ooh, Pamplona going in a little bit too far, gets scouted out. Bottom lane, both teams gearing up for a fight. As who's it gonna be? Nature's Prophet on the backside, gets caught, a nice shackle here onto the Templar Assassin as well. He does throw the Wrath of Nature, doing some decent damage, but Templar Assassin is in so deep, but here comes the Brewmaster. That TP out, absolutely not gonna happen. BSK here on the Phoenix. No egg for 7, walks into another trap, and the Brew will get himself a double kill. Shackles on the other side as Jakiro will be able to chase down the Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, no man to get out of here. I think it would have been better to die to Jakiro, actually. Because even though you lose TA, I actually think the biggest power spike coming on for Sustancia X is the Radiance timing of the Brewmaster.
Oh no. Oh no. Mid lane, Storm Spirit goes down here now. He might be able to get Faker. He can Firefly up the wall, and that's exactly what he will do. And he will just run away. Beyond haste, he'll be just fine. The early boots of travel are already kind of working out here for the Batrider. He also went the Chalice as well. This guy's zooming.
Things are looking pretty good for Sustancia X so far, though if I learned anything from Game 1, perhaps this is exactly the position All-Stars wants to be in.
I've seen this before. These two heroes going head to head. He trying to make it up to his high ground, get away from the Storm. In comes the Jakiro. He's gonna have the damage, but is he gonna pay for this one? Blood Grenade is out. The chase here. He does have a little bit of mana left in the tank, but you need to dodge the dual breath. Pamplona does not have the mana. Just now comes off cooldown, so Storm Spirit will survive. Good play from him.
Batrider, suspecting he might go for the bounty rune if it's still up. He's rushing in here. Not gonna find him though. And the illusions scout him out anyway, so everyone else getting out of here. Top tower secured by Brewmaster in this time. This Radiance is almost done. He's 400 gold away. Creatures, I believe, should have been scouted while placing the deep ward. I'm gonna lose it right away. Feels a little bad.
Nice grab here in the bottom lane. Once again, the egg with the Shadow Shaman. It's a lot of damage, but will they be able to finish the job? It looks like they will. There is enough damage coming in from that Phoenix
Sprout
to do it.
heal?
Oh, dude, that Sprout heal actually almost did it. Now BSK on the high ground. He does have another Fire Spirit to play with. Does get the damage onto Pamplona, and it will burn him down as well. So a 2 for 2 and a big rotation in. I think pretty good for All-Stars, but your Radiance is now done for this Brewmaster.
He's gotta be careful with his courier pathing and just walking by Storm. Okay. If you lose the Radiance there, the whole strength of the early timing is gone by the time it respawns. Brewmaster, I don't think you can deal with Brewmaster. Once this Radiance actually gets delivered, I think you have to avoid wherever Brewmaster is. So, I want to see the last tier 1 taken by Brew. It should just be something he can solo. And then just camp somewhere. Probably top half of the map makes... It doesn't matter that much. Just camp somewhere and just keep stealing farm from the enemy team. Because no one can deal with him. Terribly that. Yasha's done being delivered right now. Still have about 3 to 5 minutes, I'd say, depending how much you put pressure on him before that Manta's done. Still do all that magic damage. And they're going to try to do exactly that. Smoke over. Get another kill in, slow down this Manta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here we go.
I mean, he has Sunder, but
Oh, there it is.
doesn't get a chance to use it. Oh, no.
Man,
Yeah,
he's
the Wrath
hitting
of
a
Nature
million
pops
things.
him. Yeah. Dude, there's so many debuffs, right? Like, how does he actually get away from this? Storm Spirit, amplify damage, will find Faker. That is a lot of damage. There's the lasso, and I think with this, he will be able to chase him down.
Miss?
Find the kill. High ground miss.
Missed, he might have actually gotten away. Would have been close.
Goes, top side.
You don't want to be here, Shadow Shaman.
That is a good macro fire. Now, Pamplona, he's going to die for this. He's stuck. Terrorblade will finish up the kill. Song of the Siren does come out. You do have the egg and no brew split. I think you might be able to do this. He's going to try and brew himself up, run away here under this storm. Dude, there's no way. He's actually just out.
I'm telling
They
you.
don't have the damage.
It's so hard to deal with him. Phoenix does a lot of damage. I think the Veil just got delivered. If they had the Veil, they get that Brewmaster kill. This is where all the little assets matter, right? That Veil arriving 10 seconds faster makes the difference.
Or just having a single stun. That's not just like Shadow Shaman is all of your control. Like you have Ensnare, I guess, and Vortex, but I don't think Ensnare was up.
Oh, that one goes back to the draft. Can't fix that now.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh, got him anyways.
That's the blink reveal from Faker. He gets some revenge from the bottom lane. He will immediately smoke up and look to find another target. Phoenix would be pretty huge. There's going to be the blink. The lasso comes out, pulls him right back towards the team. The Ice Path on the money. He does get the egg off, but Twin Terror is pretty good. They just need to turn
If
and
they
hit
do
this.
it.
They don't attack the egg. Faker's gonna die instead. You're kidding me. 3v1 with a Twin Terror Jakiro, and they don't hit the egg.
I don't know if
There's
there was
no
a
way.
misclick or what happened there, but yeah, that is supposed to be a dead Phoenix and a Bat Rider who just gets to farm on his way back to heal. BBQ at least finds a solo kill on the Naga in that time, and he is popping off. This is position 5 support, a reminder. Currently, only 1,000 gold behind his mid Bat Rider.
That's nuts. Yeah, that is wild. There's definitely some communication issues there. I mean, maybe the Phoenix gets very lucky and gets like 8 evasion procs there or something, but I think 3 heroes hitting the egg with the Jakiro double striking, your chances are very high.
I mean, they were down to 1 attack. If Jakiro had stayed a little longer, before, like he ran away and then came back, it would have been a kill.
The Bat Rider was the one who just like bailed it right away too. I think he just needed to commit. But yeah, really unlucky bottom lane here. Benjamin, lasso comes out, Meld Strike. They're gonna try and finish the job, but the Flame Break doesn't connect. Neither does the Nature's Prophet spells. He will build a TP out.
I was hoping
I'm assuming
Storm
Nature's
would
Prophet
just...
didn't have TP.
Yeah, I imagine so. Or they thought they could kill the Storm, which is kind of fair, you know, like mid Bat Rider and carry TA with a Deso. You'd think that would be enough.
Dead, even game, Hog. That's interesting. I do feel like in draft we were talking about how All-Stars have a lot of really good things going for them in the late game again. And I do kind of agree that this lead from Sustancia, it's pretty good. But Dynamo is gonna become a very strong Terrorblade at any point.
Shadow Shaman killed right at the edge of his tower. Terrorblade farming, watching. Thank you for making space, Shadow Shaman. They might be looking to take this tower and invade for the 21-minute Wisdom Shrine. Also helps set up for Roche later. You have a TA with a Desolator and a Brewmaster's tank with infinite evasion. It is doable. But like you said, All-Stars has 2 Illusion heroes. Very good at dragging the game out in the late game. And although Brewmaster is very annoying right now, especially once he has the Manta online. Oh, he actually got Boots of Travel first. But when he does get the Manta, right, he'll be cutting waves with the illusions, getting a ton of farm. Eventually, Terrorblade and Naga will do the same thing. And they got 2 of those heroes.
I think, like, the only reason this game is as close as it is right now is this Nature's Prophet having so much net worth and farm. 999 gonna get found here as well, as the Nature's Prophet will come to collect another Spirit Vessel charge. He's on his way to an Orchid, which is gonna do some pretty big stuff in this game. Pamplona gonna burn here. Again, I feel like we've seen him just make these solo excursions for deep warding. He does get a ward down, but dies in the process.
Yeah,
Probably trying to figure out where the ward might be.
The time to ward is a little off. And even if Sustancia X ends up winning this game, I will say that is part of why it's somewhat close right now, is that they do split up a lot on Sustancia X. They need to be a little bit better about playing together when moving aggressively and place the wards at that time, you know, and not give up these kills. For now, it's a smoke play.
This is a really big fight. There's your lasso. They're coming in. Egg is available. Benjamin, he's going to survive. The egg is down. They just take down Faker. I'm telling you, man, that self-burn is substantial. Egg's going to pop, actually keep Benjamin alive as the catches the TA on the stun, and now the Sunray is going to burn her alive. This is a 4-for-0 All-Stars. Get a massive win in front of the Tormentor. And I think the Terrorblade and friends should be able to finish that as well.
Absolutely, it was a free Tormentor. I mean, it is some of the stoke damage burning himself, but they also overlap the stun in Lasso. Should have been I think this should be a clean Storm kill. I'm gonna guess they didn't expect so many heroes to be here because you didn't even have Brewmaster ult here. I think they were just hoping for a quick Bat Rider pick off with the Lasso, get that used. You see Benjamin barely getting out of there. Just
that Phoenix egg.
A little bit more damage would have finished that off. Instead, pretty much a team wipe.
The fact that he goes in and collects that little bit of that last little galvanized stack from the TA as well, right? Pretty big. He's up to 7 now.
Min-max.
Yeah, I mean, every little bit helps. The shard goes the way of the Shadow Shaman, one of the more annoying shards to deal with. Just allowing him to be able to use spells and has the extra chicken, so it might keep him alive randomly in one of these fights. I was trying to see
Manta.
how much self damage the Batrider did. It really just felt like he went in, he blanked with no exit plan, and Terrorblade just instantly killed him. Is pretty much what happened.
In that last fight, he did, I think, 222 damage to himself.
Okay. That's not too much, but
He also died pretty quickly upon activating it, so he
Yeah.
didn't even get to burn himself that long. Ringmaster was unkillable before, but with so much magic damage now,
yeah, it's a lot. And Wrath of Nature, I mean, does some work here. A lot of magic damage here from the Nature's Prophet, but the egg just dropped on their head as well. This Firefly trying to get away, but Benjamin pulls him back in, gets the kill. Now Jakiro will be next. 4 for 0 again. Sustancia, they are an early game team, but not the strong finishers here as All-Stars 2 times in a row pull back are just absolutely dominating now. Benjamin's gonna be able to find themselves. There's TA here on the bottom side, and I don't think he's stopping anytime soon. Trying to just commit for the kill.
Not
Out
a
of
mana, though, actually.
completely has a Manta, but now we
Uh-oh.
silenced him. He will die, sticking around a little bit too long. That is 1,000 gold into the hands of the TA.
I think a little bit too excited there on that. Some inefficient zips, but could have also just called it at any point and gotten out. Orchid finally finished up, is going to get a quick Naga kill here. And that's another thing I think they could have waited for prior to the series of events that has now led to a 5K lead to All-Stars. Sustancia X was in a good spot. The Orchid on Natures was going to be huge, right? I think you're just going to wait for this stuff. Brewmaster, really strong, runs in, pop your ult if you have it. But they took the fights a little too soon, and because of that, it's All-Stars now in the lead. Yeah, all that magic damage coming in. Don't even get to use
will
the Brew ult
say,
this time.
The Nature's Prophets magic damage in some of these fights between the Wrath of Nature, Curse of the Old Growth, and Vessel, like, it's almost killing multiple heroes. Like, all of the damage that was done in this fight against the All-Stars lineup is actually
Ya tengo art.
like,
Feeling that
oh,
one.
not again, guys. So, Storm Spirit really hurting his own game with that Death Bottom, ends up dropping, losing a lot of Galvanized stacks.
Yeah, it is scary to give that kind of gold to a Templar Assassin as well, since even
And
though
the XP,
All-Stars
yeah.
did start to take a gold lead, TA is one of those heroes who she can snowball a lot of momentum back. You know, you take one bad fight yourself, suddenly a couple of your towers are down, maybe it's Roshan, right? She picks up another item, deletes another hero with that, keeps that going. This is a scary hero. There's a reason why it's typically banned or picked in the first phase, even after all the nerfs somehow. It just does not seem to stop.
The magic damage from both teams is actually so high. I didn't realize it, but it was I thought it was an illusion rune on Storm. He went for Manta, now he's going Sanj and Yasha, I believe. No, he's going Sanj
Sanj
Kaya.
and Kaya.
My bad. Yeah, Sanj Kaya.
But he
after
will
the
have all
Manta.
three with the Manta.
Yeah. Looking for that late game Trident?
I mean, it's a great game to have dispels. You have
Yeah.
you have the Jakira's abilities that you can remove, the Orchid, and all of the damage from Natures is based off of damage over time stuff like the Curse of the Old Grove and Spirit Vessel. So you can remove a lot of that. You can also you can't like dodge
The TA
lasso.
trap too.
Yeah, the TA traps. Lasso comes in if you Yules, because Yules is the more normal dispel. You would Yules yourself and then just drop down into all of that stuff. The Manta might actually buy you enough time where you lasso the wrong thing, or you're just trying to figure out which is the real one, and in that time he's already zipped away. So it's kind of a cool idea. Maybe he also had a lot of fun with that Moon Shard in the last game. Just wants even more attack speed, but earlier this time.
Have we looked at the Batrider's net worth in quite a while? Like, because he's about to get passed by both of the supports. The Nation's Prophet with the Greedy cool. They will get a lasso here onto the Nagasar, and the mech will keep him alive for now. They need to finish this kill. They get him. But the egg is down. Time to disengage. Running the other way. A great War Kid comes through. They do get a lot of control here on the Benjamin, but it's not enough. Silence will stop the shackles. His BBQ will turn this one back around. Sustancia finally getting a fight going their way, but they have enough to finish the job. Dynamo, he's low. Healed up here from the Phoenix.
Sunder, if you don't finish this.
He needs a little bit of help. They're not going to get it. And now the Sunder onto the Brew. The turnaround. Oh, no. He's going to be able to get away. The BKB out here from the TA. The Storm Spirit's out of resources. He's going to disengage. And now the Brew with this extra move speed will be able to chase down. They do finish the job. Okay. Great fight there from Sustancia, finding that Naga Siren at the beginning.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That
Radiant are scanning.
they're not going to. I think they should go to Roche after that. They should steal that away. It's already weakened from the Terrorblade, and you have a Templar Assassin. Yeah, maybe feeling on the back foot based on how the last few minutes have been going, but I think that's an objective you needed to steal now while you have the chance to capitalize on what was a really good fight. Storm, very aggressive zip here, trying to find Faker one more time.
I mean, he's going to
Get out of this now. Yeah, I mean,
he
that's the
lassoed
lasso
an
on the
illusion,
Manta, but it doesn't matter in the
yeah.
end.
Song of the Siren, actually. He was trying to close up the gap there and find the save, but now 999 is going to die from this as well. Just the magic burn is way too much from these two heroes. So that is a really deep dive, and now you can absolutely go Roshan. No Song of the Siren to reset this. Storm Spirit's dead for a full minute. We are back in the lead here for Sustancia X.
That's a second death from Storm that's pretty unnecessary. The first one in the bottom lane versus the TA, now a second time diving to tier 3 to get Faker on the Bat Rider. You don't need to do that. You know, just because you can doesn't mean you have to. Overestimating his own damage, but it's very costly. This time, the Roche now going over to TA, and you had the lead. You had the position to take Roche yourself, and now you've given it away from those kind of overplays.
I mean, this guy had 17 galvanized stacks. He's down to 11 now. Like, that's a big problem. Like, those stacks are really useful and very necessary as you want to play into the late game. Work it. Here on the deeply, no Manta into the lasso. Is the magic damage enough? They hold him inside the Sprout. He gets the Sunder off, but he is still very much alone, and this will be another kill for the side of Sustancia.
He's gonna be more careful.
He's so deep. I don't know where, like, did he come through Twin Gate or something, was trying to split push? I'm guessing that's what happened.
He might have just been pushing up because Storm died, and it's like, okay, Storm died top, they're doing Roche, I gotta go do something bottom, but doesn't get out fast enough. I mean, we've seen both teams be able to take very good fights when you are the one that starts them, and you, even if you don't strictly have the numbers advantage, but you just take out a key hero with either Hex Shackle or the Lasso, right? Those are the types of fights you want. But both teams not quite sticking together enough to prevent the enemy from finding those fights. You know, it's like you find your good fights and you split up, and then they find their fights, and then they split up. It's been going back and forth a little here.
Yeah. I will say the fact that All-Stars had like an almost 8,000 gold lead, and it is now 3,000 for Sustancia when they were definitely in the driver's seat. Like, they had all the items, the cheap fight ability to take this, and it's really just been them maybe overcommitting a couple extra times. Song of the Siren is out. This will be their ability to isolate the TH. He's going to Hurricane Pike for now, maybe finding more that get their hands onto that Bat Rider, and Baker is going to be forced to BKB himself. The ethereal form on the Jakiro as he dies. There's going to be the ensnare. Baker's just running for his life, but gets no chance of escaping. And Tyrone, he popped that BKB so long ago. No way to escape. 3 heroes dead. That's going to be the Aegis. The question, do they even contest? Absolutely not.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Why are they going for a mid play when Nature's didn't have teleport and Brewmaster ult was 10 seconds from being up? They've actually lost their high ground off of that mistake.
Yeah.
They don't.
they're
I don't know
gonna
if they
lose high
know
ground for
TA
sure.
doesn't have buyback, but you could potentially. Wait, how long is it on meta? A quarter duration with
Yeah,
this.
it's still got time. He gets the full lane.
Yeah, I was debating if you could even end the game if you knew she had no buyback, or like you just wanted to force the buyback early. But they'll play it safe and just take the mid bear.
Yeah,
Alright,
he still has
that's a
Demon Seal
massive
too,
mistake.
so. Yeah. Well, I do feel like All-Stars lineup is always going to outscale Sustancia's, and it was a couple of their own mistakes that put them on the back foot, giving that Roshan over to Sustancia. A little bit of over-aggressive plays from the Storm Spirit, but this is a scenario where, like, the pendulum just kind of swings. They did manage to punish a mistake there from Sustancia X, and now they're back into the driver's seat. Full lane of barracks taken, and with a better draft, I think they're in a really good position. The Batrider has no scaling. He is essentially a support. You are all in on your Nature's Prophet being your other core here, which, I mean, he's very farmed, but Faker, we're just going to see him pop the BKB here. Try and find... That's a Scythe of Vice? Is that what I just saw?
Yeah, Nature has a scythe. Here's the thing.
Okay.
If this was Arsonist Batrider, I'd say this is an issue that he's this poor. But Batrider support is actually perfectly normal, and mid-Nature's, though uncommon now, is also fine, you know?
So the Brewmaster, that's a BKB on the Shadow. I don't know what he shackled. Listen, I think he shackled a Manta, maybe. They're on the Storm Spirit. Lasso is out. The heal's coming in from the Phoenix. He gets the jump away for now. The Phoenix will drop the egg. Do they get the kill in time? The Hex comes in. It's not enough. It's so close to bail him out. Very good fight here from Sustancia as they're going to chase for more. Prophet's coming in. Gets the trap, the Orchid. And with this, potentially another kill onto this Terrorblade.
Now it's Naga's turn. Okay, now you've wiped in front of their base. The creep wave is in bottom. You get this tier 2 and you can get in the bottom racks. This is real back and forth, man. I don't know how this is gonna go. I don't think this Fortify is enough to kill off all the creeps, though this is actually the first tier 2, so they'll have another Fortify. They might actually not lose their tier 3 because of that. It's gonna be kind of close. And depends if they're willing to buy back at all, which I don't think you should, so I guess it is just... they're actually still gonna
This
Fortify.
greedy enchantment on Nature's Prophet has paid so many dividends at this point, it's insane.
Time to get something else, though. It's time to scale. Don't reduce your own attack damage, you know? He got a full BKB on the Natures. Okay, so that was my point I was going to finish at the beginning of that fight. He's going to sprout himself for damage, and he can't see the creeps. You have a mid-Natures and a 4 Batrider this game. They need to play that way. You can't try to have the Batrider continue to be a mid and Nature's be like, oh, I should do support things. Like, just swap. Just swap at this point. I don't know if they can see the goal difference, but like, there's no... Batrider ain't recovering to be a mid hero again this time. Just let Nature's be a mid hero at this point. Which is actually something I thought they might do. I thought Batrider Brewmaster was a classic lane. I was like, maybe you do that and you actually have a mid Nature's who TPs to join different things.
Yeah, I mean, this Batrider is nothing more than a Blink Lasso, and he's like a tanky hero in these fights. Like, he's hard to catch. He's slippery with the stoked Firefly running. Like, he's very fast. So he's not the easiest hero to grab, and you leave this Nature's Prophet alone. I mean, he's about to have a Bloodthorn done as well. Like, he is absurdly farmed. Yeah, he's scaling now. He's scaling. Look at the new Alert Crippling Crossbow. Tons of attack speed.
100 attack range. This is what I'm talking about. Crippling Crossbow is also very good versus the Phoenix. And the Naga Song has the max HP regen. She even has Guardian Greaves. So it's a really good item. This game, it's been very back and forth. I think in this type of game, clearing up tier 2s is really important because we've seen you don't know when you're going to win a huge team fight, but you know it's likely to happen based on the back and forth nature of the game. And when you do win that tier 2 team, when you do win that big team fight, you don't want the tier 2s to stop you from getting megas. So clear them out and then hope that you can organize a winning team fight rather than have to wait on luck to do it. But if it does happen by luck, at least be able to capitalize on it when it does happen.
I think with next Roche coming up, Sustancia knows exactly when it's going to spawn, right? That's one of the benefits of the TA. It's one of the reasons we've also seen her become a lot more popular of a pick because Roshan is super important now. I have to imagine this next Roche is like pretty much what ends the game. Whichever team has Aegis, like we've seen in these fights, like that's gonna break one of these teams. Jump it, mid lane. BKB into the Hex. They will grab themselves a kill onto this Jakiro. BKB out from Nature, probably trying to TP the damage. Oh boy, that is a lot. The Terrorblade takes him down. They find Faker, will force his BKB, and Roche just respawned. The team that has the knowledge of the Roche respawn just lost 2. If this is scouted, hold up. Looking for Tamuron. Jump in.
You kill TA, you
Hold him
win
back
the
in
game.
with the Vortex. That is a BKB out. The egg is
dead.
out. The damage is done. 100 seconds. No buyback. I think you're right. I think this game is just over. The egg will expire. They dive in, try to finish off Faker. 70 seconds. Sideline as they just drop one by one in their own base. There's nothing left. You have a full duration. You have like.
You have no duration on meta,
everything.
but you have Demon Zeal. Full duration Demon Zeal.
Full duration Demon Zeal. Your
This
lasso
is
spent. Watch it. The game just fell out of control.
Unless we walk into the fountain. Okay, mid-nature's buyback. Let's see it. 5v1. Storm's entering the fountain.
I mean, they're just... Shadow Shaman MVP, I guess. They did it. All-Stars walk away with the victory here. 2-0 over Sustancia, knocking them out of the qualifiers.
Well done in a chaotic series to capitalize on the fights to win. I mean, we knew the potential of the Terrorblade, right? I thought it would take longer than that to get there, but some very back and forth fights based on positioning and who found the jumps to decide that game. All-Stars will move on. They're going to need to use this break to clean up some of their own overextensions because they did almost cost them. I think we'll see some of that in these highlights here. Both teams managed to find many good fights. This is where Sustancia X was in the lead. This is where they start to throw a little bit back to All-Stars.
I mean, to be fair, this was just a really good bait from All-Stars. Like, they knew they wanted to play around Tormentor, and they were coming up here to make a play, and Sustancia made the play for them in a way, right? Like, they just didn't expect there to be 4 heroes coming in from, like, or 2 extra heroes coming in through the Twin Gate. This was the second fight we see where, like, the dive-in, Phoenix, magic damage is just so ridiculous. And Storm, again, there's just no control for him really in these fights. He's able to just continue to chase down heroes one by one. And we finally see the Naga Siren, right? Like a hero that has been kind of ignored in the South American region, but it did work this game.
Yeah, here's the game-winning catch at the end from Hanazama. Just throwing down the wards, gets the vision, gets the scouting, Hex Shackle, close up the kills.
It just songs the rest of the team off. Like, yeah. Again, right? It's so good.
Yeah, and then at that point, you've got nothing. Terrorblade. It's so much damage at this point in the game. So all your buildings are going to go at this point. And good call to close that out. It could be scary in these kind of situations to commit to the actual win. But good for them to identify it and even close it. They knew they had it so much that they do a little bit of the tower diving, fountain diving to close it out.
Yeah. There's a reason we're seeing Shadow Shaman as a first pick. This is a great example. The general pick-off potential of this hero is insane. Once you have BKB, there is no surviving this hero. Like, you have to have something like a Ringmaster, like you said, and maybe that would have been a better option, going the Ringmaster, just to guarantee you can get a hero out of these shackles or something like that. But you need to be able to save whoever this hero decides to jump. And in the mid lane, he gets a free kill onto the Jakiro. Absolutely no response that he can have. And then it just snowballs into so much more, as the Nature's Prophet was close by trying to find an option, and Storm Spirit's just going to always be able to scout that out.
Yeah, I think Ringmaster could have been an option for that. I sort of think they had the tools, not to save, but to get the return kills if they were grouped together. And I think that's ultimately what cost them.
Yeah.
Just not quite on the same page enough times. It's not like they weren't ever doing it, but like just enough cases where they weren't doing it that Benjamin or Hanzama were able to find those jumps and set up their team to do the rest of the damage. Terrorblade just attacking, right? Phoenix can't be understated, the amount of magic damage brought in, along with the egg and song being the team fight zoning that prevents the rest of Sastancia X from getting in there to save any of their teammates or get return kills at the least.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second highest damage on his team here, right behind Benjamin on the Storm Spirit, who played 2 great Storm games. I will say he needs to tighten his belt a little bit, as he had 2 very avoidable deaths, right? That were, potentially a backbreaker for his team. Giving 1,000 to 1,100 gold to a TA, and then diving for a Bat Rider, and then giving another 1,100 gold to the team. Back to back takes him out of the game for 2 minutes, out of 2.5, 3 minutes. Is those types of plays, they're gonna work maybe against Estancia because you're a slightly less coordinated stack, it's some newer players. But the moment you try to do that type of stuff against teams like Heroic or Edge or even Compromiso or OG, right? It's not going to fly. You will just lose the game off of those types of plays. So All-Stars, they get the win here. They will advance in this lower bracket, but they will definitely have to clean up some of the mistakes that they made. They'll have time to do so, but happy to see them continue to look good here in these qualifiers.
And I do think that's stuff you can improve on, and why
Absolutely.
It's nice to have the upper lower bracket, right? And why the journey matters, because every time you play in these matches, you do learn, you improve. How quickly you can do that is on you, right? So that's what we're gonna have to find out tomorrow. All Stars can discuss their performance today, do a little bit of studying to find out who their opponents are gonna be, which we'll find out later on when that upper bracket plays. But maybe you can improve and fix those mistakes, and you learn okay, that zip good, this zip bad, right? Start to refine it, and maybe you can take the series versus what will be a step up, like you said, step up in their opponents tomorrow, who not sure yet on who they're gonna be.
Yeah. Well, we are going to go to a break, and we will be back with our second elimination series here. Today it will be Infamous Gaming versus Team Den. So stay tuned, everybody. We will see you after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the South American Closed Qualifiers here for the International. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. Now, we are one series down here today, getting ready to jump into game number 2, and it's going to be Team Den versus Infamous. And we've had the ability to cast both of these teams now to get a little bit of an idea of how they're doing. Now, Team Den seemed to struggle quite a bit against Sin Compromiso. It's not super surprising that that was the case, but then they turned around and actually did very well against Team DK. So I'm optimistic for these guys. I think they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think Infamous struggled a bit versus Heroic yesterday, which is going to be a really tough matchup. I hope that was a good learning experience for them, though. And I think they would have had a better shot. I wasn't sold on the Weaver carry that they went for in both games. So I'm kind of wondering if that's going to come back. You know, I feel like if they had a different carry / the draft as a whole is a little easier for them, they could have performed better versus Heroic. And if you can take that learnings, bring it here versus Team Den, then I think they got a good shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I'm curious to see how they're going to do. I think for right now, if I'm Infamous, I'm kind of just going to stick to what has been working. I think, yeah, they definitely lost a Heroic, but I don't think they should like abandon their carry Weaver. I do feel like it is something that they like to play, and it had its moments in the game. It seemed like they got kind of outdrafted a little bit, and it didn't really get its chance to shine, but there were times when it looked good in the games. So I wonder if they're going to still feel confident going for the Carry Weaver here, or if they just want to early pick it and then maybe flex it. We'll have to see as we jump into the draft.
That's fair. I'm willing to see it again, especially now that this is elimination, right? Erring on the side of comfort could be good, but I hope they enable it in a different way then to help it get to its strong points without struggling as much. One example yesterday is a lack of saves when they had Weaver, but also a Death Prophet. Kind of saw that issue earlier in our last series, like no save heroes for the Death Prophet.
We'll see. For the first phase of bans, a lot more core heroes that we're seeing. Now this does mean something like the Shadow Shamans, Ancient Apparitions are going to make it through into the phase 1, potentially the Oracles. I'd be okay with like an Oracle ban into AA. I think we've seen that a couple times. Looked pretty good.
Or an AA ban into Oracle. I think we're going to see Shadow Shaman, actually, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think Shadow Shaman's probably going to be the case.
Though Undying also in here. Ban one, pick the other.
Oh, shoot. Undying is in the pool.
I mean, I think we're going to see a pretty strong...
Undying.
Yeah. The thing is, like, you either pick your strongest support left, since there's a lot of them in the pool, or you take a core hero because several of them have been banned out. They do go for the Oracle. And will we see... Whoa, Enigma.
Whoa. That's pretty cool.
Oracle does not do much to the Eidolons.
Yeah, and the two carries that have typically been seen as the counter are both kind of removed. That's the Gyrocopter and the Kunkka. Those heroes are actually pretty decent at laning and dealing with this. So I'm a little curious what their game plan is going to be now that those are not available.
You sometimes see Silencers picked as a response, but Silencer Oracle is a really weak support duo. You could make it work if you really wanted to, but I don't know, not sold on it. Someone like Pango, who picks up a Basher on Swashbuckle, can be something to deal with the black hole. We see more Rubik's nowadays as well. I think that could be good. Let's go.
Heck.
This is a hype opener for Team Den. So Enigma already does enough versus Oracle that no matter what carry you pick, you're probably going to be fine. So Ricky, support, most likely, just needs to help maintain creep equilibrium. That's something Ricky's really good at. And then later in the game, the smoke screen going to be really strong to keep Oracle silenced. Or if Oracle's way too far in the back, you get the shard, use it on your target. Oracle can't save whoever they need to save anymore.
Okay. A Slardar pick here is actually kind of sick. It does give you quite a bit of extra damage, but also the scouting potential to deal with Ricky. I'm not 100% about how it plays into the Enigma, of course, but in terms of overall picks, I'm not upset with it. TA is like another hero that would have been really good here into the Enigma, but is banned. Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out where they can go with this draft.
You're going to be enabled by the Slardar. And although it's going to be trickier, you do have saves available to you in the Oracle.
That's it. I kind of like the idea of the Nature's Prophet here just because it does give you like a little bit more greed and damage from your support. I was just going to say, I wonder if you consider Naga Siren because it is so good against this this duo. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So they go for the Naga Siren Terrorblade, probably your safe lane that we just saw actually from last game. The deluge into the ensnare, and then of course the reel in while the Terrorblade just wails away at these heroes. And last time they dodged the lane by putting the Jakiro there and the Nature's Prophet is the 5. You don't have that luxury this game. So it has to, unless you're running like mid Nature's Prophet, you're gonna have a bad time in this lane.
Dude, Team Den came in cooking.
I like this draft a lot. I'm curious what Infamous can do here because you need to pick. You can't run terribly. You can't run Slardar off lane into this either. Like Slardar Nature's Prophet is too weak into these. Even though Slardar has great base stats and good armor and good damage, it just doesn't do well into illusions at all. So you need to run like Slardar mid and then a new offlaner.
Face the light.
Okay, Dawnbreaker I think is a great solution. I think that's much better, and it still has the cancel for the Enigma Black Hole.
Yeah, okay, I do like that. I think that's a good idea. I'm trying to think...
10
Because the thing about, like, can you do Dawnbreaker carry versus the Enigma? You can kind of farm Eidolons if you get close, although Malefice kind of interrupts that easily.
Dire
I mean,
team
Celestial
back.
Hammer is a pretty good spell at clearing the Eidolons too. If you think of like Oracle, if he gets like a Fortune's End and onto the Eidolons, and then you just Celestial Hammer them, it's probably enough magic damage to kill them. In terms of other heroes that you could pick for the safe lane, they actually banned the Pudge here.
I mean, Pudge Ags is pretty good versus Illusions.
I mean, just carry Pudge actually would have kind of gone really hard here. Ricky does not do anything to that hero at all. And Enigma also doesn't really threaten the hero. Like, Pudge carry would have been the answer, legitimately, especially with an Oracle to back him up. That's a really heads-up ban. I don't know if they would have even considered it on Infamous, but that's actually, that would have been like a potential game-winning pick.
I think Lena carry is maybe one more option you have.
That's not bad. Or there's Drow.
I think kind of... I'm open to
Is
Drow.
Enigma just
I
too much
worry the
pressure?
Eidolons are too good at... Because Drow's early wave clear is not strong. She has
Yeah.
the split shot, but like if you don't land every single split shot on every single Eidolon,
Team ban.
then you have nothing else, you know? And I'm worried it's not strong enough, but I'd be open to them trying it.
Timbers.
There's one more I was going to
What if
say,
they-
and now I forget.
What if they
Clinkz,
actually just run carry natures here?
You could. It's just a lot weaker than it used to be.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
We're just really throwing spaghetti at the wall here.
Yeah, I actually think Team Den is cooked with this draft. I think it's really good. I think they just need
is
any
cool.
initiator for their last pick. Anyone who starts stuff and makes space, and they're in a good spot. I don't even know how hard you could get countered. Like at this point, it's likely to be Slardar mid.
Yeah, I agree. The Storm would have absolutely ruined them. So they ban out the Storm Puck. Shadow Fiend for Lala in the mid lane. So more minus armor. It will be Dawnbreaker carry then? Or, I mean, or do you run Shadow Fiend carry?
I was thinking about that.
I don't hate
but
that.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I think the Spellcaster Shadow Fiend's a lot better. That was my one worry. Is like, okay, I mean, it's kind of okay versus Eidolons, but it's very hit or miss. If you screw up, suddenly you're food for Eidolons. You know, so it's kind of scary, but
Yeah.
maybe you just have to do that when all the others are already banned out.
He's
I'd be a
also
little more
terrible
open-
against illusions from the carry aspect.
Yeah,
Like, this
I'd
is
be
a
a little bit
single
more
target
open
hero.
to mid Shadow Fiend carry Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I just don't think this Slardar is going to have a game. I think that's a problem, and Slardar is a hero that's really built off momentum. So I am curious to see how they're going to navigate that. But as for Team Den here, your last pick should just be your mid laner. Lena looks pretty safe. I mean, you're talking about it maybe for Infamous if they want to go carry Lena, but mid Lena, or even Queen of Pain is not bad either. But I do kind of like the idea of the Lena. Great lane into the Shadow Fiend. Your other option...
Just Shadow Fiend's the annoying part, because I would like an initiator, but
They did go Queen
yeah,
of Pain.
they're gonna go for Queen of Pain. You'll win the lane this way. I think the way you actually start fights is a little tricky now, but off of Enigma having a good start, and then your Terrorblade is just farmed up, right? You don't actually plan to initiate. You plan to just like walk at objectives, and they have to come to you, and then you respond with like Black Hole and Song and smoke screens and stuff like that. So if it comes down to you're on the back foot and you need to find pickoffs, I think Team Den is really going to struggle. But it looks good to just win lane and push objectives.
Hear me out. The Queen of Pain matchup into Shadow Fiend historically is really rough, but Bondage is kind of sick, actually. This is okay. Hold on. The Bondage Facet, chill out. The Bondage Facet from Queen of Pain is very good in this matchup. It returns 20% of magic damage that you take from the Shadow Fiend. I was saying earlier that I think the Bondage Facet with things like Blade Mail is very underestimated on this hero, because you do get lifesteal back from the reflected damage as well. So you can get things like a Dagon and a Blade Mail. And she's like impossible to kill with spell damage. Like, you will just die to this hero and she will not lose HP. So it's actually kind of a sick build against the spell casting idea of Shadow Fiend. It might not do a great in lane, just because Shadow Fiend is if he gets a couple of stacks of raises, like, you just have to blink away and chill. But as the game goes on, I feel like Shadow Fiend is going to get absolutely butchered by this Queen of Pain.
Very much could be, but I do think it's a little bit of a skill thing, right? I mean, that's the thing with Shadow Fiend and the raises. There's always a chance to outplay, which is why so many people like playing Shadow Fiend, but also he's fun to watch for that very same reason. I do worry about Infamous's lanes, but I think they're a little bit more of an experienced team, so maybe they can just outplay their way into a game.
We'll find out. It is going to be time to jump into that game here in just a moment. There's actually some weird stuff happening mid. Wonder Kid, I think he realized he placed his ward in vision and then immediately had to deny it. A little bit of a radio cast here while we try to get things going. But I'm a little bit concerned for the Slardar still, more than anything. I think that's the one hero that would really struggle, and as a result, they moved it to carry. It will be one position Slardar with the off lane of the Dawnbreaker, and I think that is definitely better for the safe lane, but that's definitely, or for the off lane, but it's definitely worse for your safe lane, because I don't think Slardar is particularly great at dealing with Eidolons. But now he's at least not going to feed in the off lane like he would against this Terrorblade Naga Siren, so I don't know. A little bit strange. We'll see what ends up happening, as Wits is just running down this Nature's Prophet. He does have a Sprout in 4, can TP, but taking a lot of damage here. Oop, little pause.
Gotta do some math real quick. If I Sprout, will I die? Sprout TP, but he uses Quelling Blade and hits me. It'll buy you enough time. He can TP out of here. You're gonna lose a lot of health though, so now he's gotta decide, is he TPing home or is he TPing to the lane?
Ooh. I think you have to TP
I think he's
lane.
going to TP to lane, and I think he has to be very careful.
He has 6 tango. He has 6 tangos. He has to just TP lane. If he doesn't TP lane, his game is so bad.
TP to lane, and then Sprout block your creeps and eat a tango off the tree. Bottom lane should be good. Nothing crazy happened here, so everyone's showing to lane full health. But this is the Enigma with the Eidolons. They don't have a good way to deal with it. If you get close to the Eidolons, I mean, Slithering Crush is actually physical damage, and it'll actually help you kill the Eidolons, but that's easier said than done, to get close to the Eidolons to kill them. It's actually a big risk, because at level 2, Ricky could take Smokescreen. You usually go Blink Strike, Tricks of the Trade, but you could just see what happens, and if not level 2, level 3 onwards, right, you'll have Smokescreen. So if you walk up trying to kill Eidolons, you might actually just get Smokescreen, Malefist, and then the Eidolons beat you down. You do have Fortune's End for Malefist to remove that, so I guess that's nice. That's probably the most you'll be doing in this lane as Oracle. Mid. So you're telling me you liked the Bondage. How else do you feel about this mid lane?
God I do feel like the lane is going to be hard for the Queen of Pain. You can go like 1 or 2 point Shadow Strike, but you still just need a max Scream of Pain to deal with the wave shove that comes out from Shadow Fiend, and the third raise, the long range raise, is almost guaranteed to hit every time onto the Queen of Pain, just because if she tries to walk forward for a dagger, you just raise her twice on the way in. So you don't really have a great time playing the lane, but you will be reflecting 20% of the damage that the Shadow Fiend does to you. And he is also very squishy. So if you think about it, like, yeah, you're going to take a lot of damage from the raise, but if you get the dagger off and like a Scream of Pain, maybe that trades even, and then, you know, you regen back a little bit with the dagger, with your bottle, stuff like that. I think there's definitely plays to be made. You have a lot of physical damage on the side of Infamous overall, right? With the Slardars, Corrosive Haze, the Dawnbreaker eventually scaling into a carry, and then just, of course, the presence of the Dark Lord from the Shadow Fiend. But I do think it will help her play around the lane, or in the mid game especially. Allow her to tank up and become very difficult to kill.
Radiant's courier has been
It's already shoving in the lane. This'll repeat a lot. Queen of Pain does not have the best wave clear. Might force her to go max E, and that means SF will be fine through the laning stage, get what he needs.
Dire's
Bottom lane, they managed to kill a couple of the early Eidolons, but it did get in some damage. It's kind of worth it. Sladen, actually I wasn't paying attention. He did TP to lane, so if he gets killed here,
He's just dead. That is...
yeah, he's gonna have to walk back.
Well, that hurts a lot. So with that, he's gonna have a very slow, you know, rotation back to the top lane, and MJZ with his first blood is gonna get himself, you know, some progress made towards those mana boots and another blood grenade to try and play around in the lane with. This is where I don't feel like either heroes could play in this lane well. Like either the Dawnbreaker or the Slardar. Like I feel like this lane is rough, so I feel like you just sacrifice the Slardar and just put the Dawnbreaker into the carry role maybe, but we'll see how this ends up going.
I do worry. I feel Slardar as an off lane, you have to blink and you have to apply Corrosive Haze, right? You can do that even if you have a bad game.
Lala really wants to go for a rune, but he knows if he does, the Queen of Pain's just gonna dagger him and take it. All right, he'll go for top after using all his bottle charges.
I really worry about what a Slardar carry is going to do.
Yeah, I don't know what the build is. It's got to be like Echo Saber or something, right? But dude, he's actually taking more damage from the raise than he's doing to the Queen of Pain. I'm telling you, man, this facet is really good. It's been underrated for a while. Top lane MJZ, he's gonna go down. Nice kill there from this Dawnbreaker. Okay, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe Infamous have a better read on these lanes than I thought.
Well, you do have to be careful. Like, if you step up, Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker is a lot of damage. Terrorblade, Naga, we talked last game, not the highest health pool heroes, so
Yeah.
you have to be careful. And Nature's, his start was very awkward. As things settle down and you just Sprout spam, I mean, Sprout is not the best magic damage, but it's decent, especially if you use it a bunch. And all the poke damage from the illusions get healed up so long as you're being careful in the trees. Trying to do the math real quick. Like, am I going to get the kill with the second race? Is this good?
He's trying to like bait the blink so that he doesn't like waste the raise mana. But it's like all of these trades eventually just go the Queen of Pain's way. Like he's just gonna fort another. Look at the damage; it's just adding up.
More people
For the
got to try
top route.
bombing,
He might
man.
TP. Oh no, Ricky's there to protect it. Okay. I was like, we saw this yesterday where Aquap like blinked for the top rune, TP'd back to the tower, and took the bottom rune, but has his support there to do it. Now, Shadow Fiend, because he shoves the wave, he isn't missing a lot here. He's going to walk all the way back to the base, has his boots, will TP back to the mid. He might miss a couple creeps, but it's not that bad. He's still doing all right.
I was worried for the Slardar, but he is actually last hitting pretty decently. They're rotating in the natures, too. This could be an Enigma kill. I don't think he's out of here. He's a very slow hero.
That's a nice kill. Goes to Cook on the Oracle. I mean, this is where, like, the Ricky support is kind of whatever. Like, I don't know who it, like, it doesn't do any damage to these heroes. So it needs to be doing finding stuff elsewhere. I think he went Exterminator, though, so he doesn't get, like, experience from, like, killing wards or couriers or anything.
Yeah, I mean, this was the more common facet to go for, so that you could use it to secure some creeps, push in waves a little bit as a support. Contract Killer was something we didn't expect to see. I kind of warmed up to a little bit based on the games we saw. Still think I prefer Exterminator.
Yeah. I mean, I think as a support, especially in a lane where you don't really have, like, you can't really farm or do much in this lane. So I think it's a little bit weird. Mid lane, Lala with the blood grenade comes out. They should be able to get this kill. Now Oracle gonna try to bail him out. Sladen comes in as well on this Nature's Prophet, gonna try and finish the kill onto the Ricky. They just need a little bit of vision, but he's just dodging out through the trees. The real in's gonna pull back Sladen on the Nature's Prophet, and a double kill for Wonder Kid on this Queen of Pain. Right as the 6-minute rune is gonna spawn, and well, Cook, he's in some trouble. The Ricky comes in. He gets the deny on the rune, which is nice, but see how well this can get them out as the raises are going to connect. The root comes through, gets dispelled, though. All right.
Everyone's out. The lanes, the side lane's not going as well as we thought it might for Team Den, but the mid lane going much better, and with those rotations, Quap is off to a decent start. I want to see what she can get done with the Sonic Wave, though. I think that's what solidifies this into a good start or a bad start.
Yeah, that's
what
true.
kill can you find with Sonic Wave, if any?
I feel like you need to find something with Sonic Wave. He's got 3 points dagger, so he is still definitely just playing for the lane in terms of trying to slow down the Shadow Fiend, because that's not like your burst spell. That's like a sustain spell, harassment spell, and the Shadow Fiend, with him being level 6, he just shoves the wave with Raise and then just walks away. Top lane, real in, he's gonna be able to grab themselves the Dawn Breaker. Does hit the Star Breaker though. It'll be just fine. Very tanky. Double bracer phase boots for this lane. So 12, 13, almost 1400 HP and 12 armor. Gonna be very hard to kill.
Eat my words looking at this net worth. Slardar doing absolutely fine.
Yeah. The Dawnbreaker is having a great time as well. I mean, they actually can't deal anything with her. Demon here, gonna go for a Blink Strike away. Gets to MJZ, no raise available. Nice channel there from Cook, trying to protect the rune. They do have a Sonic Wave, but ooh, Lala gets an Arcane Rune. That's very nice.
No Sonic Wave used. Black Hole is available as well. These are ultimates in the early game that you don't need the biggest kill, right? Just any kind of kill is pretty good. Support doesn't matter. If you can get a core, great, but better to use it than just sit on it for too long. I hope to see Queen of Pain come out, maybe shove the lane, go rotate, get the Black Hole.
Shadow Fiend's
like that.
He's using this Arcane Rune and a smoke to clean up like a quad stack Ancient or triple stack Ancients. Very smart stuff. And then they will, I'm assuming Sladen will stack the next camp. Yeah, he will. Really good use of these early runes, and we'll see what they can get done with it. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, so here's the downside of the Max Dagger that the Queen of Pain went. It really slows down your farm. Like, you need the Scream of Pain to actually be able to scale and like farm stacks and push creep waves. Bottom lane, Rank might be in some trouble here. Do they get close enough? They don't. But mid lane, they're gonna look for Cook. Sonic Wave is available. Holding it for now, doesn't need to use it. Lala as well as Take Care coming in through the mid lane, and Nature's Prophets here as well. Will have to blink the safety. Celestial Hammer way off the mark.
Amplify damage?
Dude, no way he gets out of this. No way. That Sprout actually just saving him.
Very close. I agree. I think this Max Shadow Strike. Whew, Bonded Spell Life, see, saving him there. I think this Max Q build on the Queen of Pain.
At least
I
3
don't know about it
points,
versus
yeah.
an Oracle. Oracle can just remove it with Fortune's End.
Yeah,
I don't know
he
if this
used
is
it to
worth
try
it.
and destroy the Shadow Fiend's lane, right? That's the whole reason behind it, but very costly. Bottom lane, we finally see the Black Hole come out with a rotation in from the Terrorblade. They will get that kill, turn that into a tier 1 tower, but mid lane, they're getting their own tier 1 tower. Nature's Prophet, or is he TPing? Oh, here to just cut off the Ricky, able to get a nice Tricks of the Trade, dodging both the Sprout block and the root from the Oracle. Starting to see Team Den start to find some serious net worth on these, on some of their cores, right? Terrorblade having a pretty good game. Enigma as well, not really struggling, and that kill does slow down Slardar quite a bit. And he's not like a flash farming hero, right? Like, that's where I get a little bit concerned for the Slardar pick in general.
Sonic Wave finally used in the mid lane. Gonna help kill the Nature's Prophet.
It's worth
I
it.
think that's the first one.
Yeah.
So they did end up sitting on that ult for a while, but at least they got something with it. It is a very poor Nature's Prophet, though, compared to last game, the pseudo mid Nature's Prophet. This is a very poor one.
They have the Song of the Siren ready for a reset if something bad happens here. Rune is going to spawn bottom. It's a regen for the Quap. Wonder Kid will be very happy to find that, as he is closing in on the Blade Mail. So he is just going to rush the Blade Mail. He'll probably go for the Dagon afterward, or the Kaya Sanj. But either way, a fantastic item for the Queen of Pain with the Bondage Facet. You basically can't commit on her once she has it.
This is pretty funny. I want to see him go tank a creep wave and see how much Chip Vest heals him.
Yeah. Well, it's like you get lifesteal from pure damage and magic damage dealt. So it's pretty cool. And then you just, do you lifesteal off of the return damage from Blade Mail? I feel like you do just off of Succubus.
Off of Succubus, I'm not sure, but off of Bondage,
It says
If you're
lifesteal off of pure and
reflecting-
magic damage. So I think it does.
also, I think so, but I think it's part of Bondage rather than
Yeah.
Succubus.
But yeah, very cool. You get a lot of sustain out of the Blade Mail on the Quap. It makes her a very difficult hero to actually commit on, because if you're like Shadow Fiend, you want to go for like a raise, like a multiple raise play, or even like, say, like a stun into a Requiem. If she gets the Blade Mail off, you can't use your spells. You have to wait. All right, Wrath of Nature comes through. Outside a little bit. Oh, they find the Slardar here. He's fast into the river. Black Hole is up. The reel in. They don't want to risk it. Okay, there's not enough follow-up damage here. He's in the river.
Too fast
2,000
in the water.
HP. Yeah.
I will say something cool about the Slardar carry. Better in water, because he's a fish, of course. In the safe lane, the tier 1s, you know, there's no water, can't really do much. Lose the tower to an Enigma, and then now you can actually sit in front of your tier 2 and go between all these different water camps. And you're actually in a much more comfortable spot.
Yeah.
Where off lane Slardar wouldn't really be sitting here. It's kind of cool. I guess off lane Slardar would hope to take the tower and do the same thing in front of the enemies tier 2. But since you're already dealing with the Enigma, I think that's kind of a nifty value of the Slardar carry that I didn't see before.
Yeah.
And the fact that I guess he did fine in the lane. I mean, the smash helped him to farm some Eidolons. I wasn't watching that closely, so I don't know how many he got. I still kind of feel in my gut. I don't think it was supposed to go that well.
I agree. I think part of it is the Riki. They're like, oh, we'll just leave the Enigma and rotate with the Riki. And they're like, fine, we'll just pick a hero that you can't bully in the lane, in a way. Or like, you know, like Enigma can't really stop the Slardar in a way. He's such a durable hero in the early game. Demon tries to trick to the trade and get away here, but this is the newly completed Kaya Sanj from the Shadow, or Kaya Yasha from the Shadow Fiend. So those spell casts very quick.
Got an Invis rune on the Shadow Fiend too. You gotta be careful. Queen of Pain, for example. I don't think one of her screams went to him. He suspects it's a
She
sentry
saw
here,
him barely. Yeah.
Yeah, he's right.
It'd have been very funny to bait the Requiem with
But
the
he's
Blade
back.
Mail. He should have done
Dude,
it.
he's still here. Oh, that would have been good. They might both die.
It's like, I wonder, because I think Blade Mail's damage goes first or something. I don't know. Like the way reflected damage from Blade Mail is super weird. So I wonder if she would just like heal through the Requiem with the Blade Mail reflection. I want to see it. We might see it once
I don't
this
think
game,
it
but I don't
goes
know.
Radiant's top tower
I don't think it
is under
technically goes first, but Shadow Fiend ult is a bunch of lines, so depending where you're standing, you might like take damage from one line while healing and then get hit by the next line.
Yeah.
And that might help keep you alive. I'm not sure. See some lines drawn. Who wants to follow the lines though? We haven't really seen, I think something that newer stacks struggle to do is the tempo of the gameplay, right? And I only remember one Sonic Wave and one Black Hole so far. Whereas technically, if you use them really quickly, you could get like 3 or more at this point. And that's kind of the difference of more experienced teams who are much better around playing around each other's cooldowns.
It's a really cool build from Frank here. Just drums, Crimson Guard. He's going to get found now. And will be able to pop the Crimson Guard if he wants. But the question is, will the team make it in time? He has a Black
Does he
Hole.
want to?
Yeah, no one wants to help. Okay. I was like, maybe they go for a Black Hole turn here, but no one wants to show up. They're just going to trade for the top tier 1 tower. They're actually looking for the Dawnbreaker, as she does have the ult available and can use it. Sonic, okay, it does barely clip. Gets pulled in, saved
second
by
ult.
the Oracle. I think the Real-In actually pulled him in range. What a... Okay, I thought he'd live. He does not, apparently.
Still
Terrorblade,
dies.
too much damage.
The indicator swapped. I swear that indicator said safe.
Dude, I don't know.
Then he dies. Other times the indicator says dead, lives. Maybe it swapped at some point.
I definitely thought he would live. Oh, that's a very spooky Riki coming over to find this Nature's Prophet. And with the help of the Queen of Pain, very easy kill. Did I see an Atos picked up on someone? Is that on the Naga Siren? Oh, it was on the Nature's Prophet. Okay. I was like, I heard it in that fight. I was like, that's a weird item for... Well, Ward Sentry immediately removed.
Link on the Slardar. I wonder when he wants to join. This Slardar carry's been quietly farming away down here. Not doing bad on the net worth, but haven't really seen him participate in very much this whole time.
I'm not...
In a way, you're protecting your tier 2 from the Enigma, so it's not like he's not contributing, but I'm curious when he wants to actively participate in fights. Especially because he's the best initiator for his team.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the Blink. I feel like if you're going to be playing carry Slardar, I think you need your Shard like ASAP, because that's your actual farming ability. Right? Like, you don't farm very fast without the Aghanim Shard. He's staying okay in terms of net worth, with some of the other cores, but this Terrorblade is definitely going to start pulling away. And Terrorblade is very scary as this game goes on, especially with like something like an Enigma available.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Just ult to farm Eidolons.
I was going to say, I think he just ulted to farm like 5 Eidolons.
He's trying to become the rich nature's prophet. He got the Searing Signet. It's really good with Sprout.
Yeah.
He even has the greedy enchantment on it, so he is going to get a lot of money in the next few minutes. TP's top start farming. They seem very content to just farm, and if that's the case, I agree. Should probably get the shard on the Slardar rather than the blink. Thought he's getting blink because
Wait,
Blink?
how did he get that blink? I have no idea. Either way, they do still have a little bit of vision, but the Oracle able to bail him out with that magic damage. He just blocks everything that they were doing there. Heals him up, ready to go. Big blink reveal into the crush. The Blade Nail Sonic Wave is out, and now Wit's on the side doing a ton of work here on this Terrorblade. They still have the Requiem available. All right. The blink pays off, but I mean, you only get the Ricky. We'll see if they can get something more with this.
if you do win a big fight, Roche and Tormentor are both very easy objectives for a carry Slardar. I guess a Terrorblade can actually also do them pretty easily.
Radiant are scanning.
What do they want to wait for? It really is a slow game from Infamous.
Dude, is he gonna take the
They
Wisdom
seem very
Shrine
content.
again? Okay. You need to be better at this on Team 10. The Nature's Prophet now twice has just teleported and taken your Wisdom Shrine.
Some real pub stuff right there.
I mean, look at the XP. Look at the support XP. 12 and 11 to 9 and 7.
Nature's just been farming solo in a lot of cases. Lets Oracle get more XP than usual, and then stealing the Wisdom Shrines consistently, like you said.
All right, this Ricky is basically just a liability at this point. I don't see how it's ever going to contribute to the game. He has his Aghanim Shard and boots, right? Like that is what he contributes. They're hoping that they can find a kill without the Oracle being able to save them. So they're going to try and get the smoke screen into a black hole potentially. Top side, they do find take care of Mia on the Dawn Breaker. Smoke screen is out. No save coming through, but a nice stun. And the Sonic Wave does connect. But yeah, your black hole instantly canceled. I don't even know by what, but I think he just missed.
Got bashed by Slardar as the black hole started.
I think he just missed the Slardar in the black hole, to be honest. I think he just sidestepped and overcasted. I'm not really sure. Queen of Pain, again, sustaining a lot here with the bondage facet, trying to blink the other way, looking to get a cook, but what a disastrous fight here for Team Den, and Infamous will turn this into the Tormentor.
Oh, they got cooked. This is... Oh, watch out. Torment's trying to get you. I don't know. Going back to the last pick, when it was the Queen of Pain, I really feel they needed an initiator to make their lives easier. They go for the Queen of Pain, I think trying to win that mid lane, and then you just go at objectives. But instead, the mid lane hasn't really paid off. The side lanes ended up going worse than expected. And now you just don't have a way to easily start plays. Along with the fact that the early game, they weren't very efficient with the Sonic Wave and Black Hole cooldowns. So I feel like this draft could have worked. Could have maybe drafted something a little easier to play around. But the timing feels missed.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he just instantly kills him.
And I feel like it wasn't even forced by Infamous. I mean, Infamous maybe laned better than they accounted for, but it feels like Team Den just didn't group to smoke for like Sonic Waves and Black Holes and stuff. You know, eventually they rotated to the safe lane with a Terrorblade and Black Hole to Slardar, but like that could have happened sooner. You know, just bringing the tempo of the game faster with the heroes they had just didn't happen, and now they're 6K behind. It's not totally over yet, but they have to They have to fight their way back into it.
They can definitely consider going Roshan. You have a regen rune here on Lala. Oh, he used the wrong raise. That hurts. He was stacking up raises on Roshan and melee raise there, unfortunately for him. So that's going to cost him jump in. JP, there's the Requiem. Goodbye with the BKB. Deleting 2 heroes right away. Now, Frank, he has no black hole quite yet. The
Getting
Song of the
bashed by
Siren is
Roche.
going to buy them some time, but can they do anything with this? In comes the Dawnbreaker. They get themselves a nice kill. Demon in trouble. It's going to be a trade. Buyback on the Oracle as Sladen's trying to run up onto the high ground, get away from them. He's unable to do it. This Terrorblade doing a lot of work in this fight. All right.
Roche is a big Team Den fan. I think he bashed SF like 2 or 3 times that
Did he
fight.
really?
Yeah, he would not let him raise the Naga to death, and every time it delays, I mean, Naga's healing in song, so ends up kind of even. Roche is still up though. Team Den gonna try to get it. Terrorblade suddenly level 19.
Yeah. I mean, that's where the Song of the Siren is just so good. It just isolates a hero. It doesn't give Oracle a great option on who to save. Like, Frank didn't actually have Black Hole for that fight. I don't know if they knew the timing. Sladen comes in, gets a really nice Curse of the Old Growth, revealing a lot of these heroes. MJZ needs to be careful, but does get pulled right back in. Big Sonic Wave, but they take down the Ricky in the process. Now, you do need to be careful here. They will back away. No team willing to commit for the Roshan potentially yet. I say that. Infamous, maybe they want to.
Solar Guardian's up in just a few seconds.
There's the blink. The black hole is out onto the Slardar. Dawnbreaker will be able to cancel this. They're just not doing any damage, and there's no follow-up at all. Wonder Kid steals the
Roche,
ages.
though.
Okay.
I think he's gonna die for this.
Yeah, he also didn't get the blade mill off originally.
Okay, Roche Steel kind of saves it. Right before that happened, I was about to say, Solar Guardian is about to be up, so as long as he gets out of the pit, it's going to be really hard to take the fight, even with Black Hole, and we then see exactly why. The Black Hole comes in, but it doesn't catch the Dawnbreaker, who has wisely left the pit, so she just ults in, keeps the Slardar healthy, who's also in water during all of this, so he's very tanky. You do steal the Aegis. That's actually a bit of a saving grace for Team Den, but you have to commit some really big ultimates to do that, and Infamous is a much lower cooldown lineup, so although they technically don't have Aegis, they can fight and feel comfortable with that because you don't have Black Hole, you don't have Sonic Wave.
The Shadow Fiend is becoming a serious problem. Has the BKB only about 1,500 gold or 1,050 gold from an Aghanim Scepter and his 20 talent, which that is the big power spike for this hero. Having the extra fear duration like per line, but then also just the massive upgrade in damage he gets from the Aghanim Scepter on the ult as well. So if they manage to okay, I was like, if they manage to find a good hero here, this would be great. Demon just instantly popped again on the Ricky. Frank saved by the evasion somehow. Dodges like 6 attacks and gets the blink out.
You live, but I think that showed you that taking direct fights is very difficult right now. Carry Slardar is... He was a little slow to start, but he is ready to join in, and as long as he uses Slithering Crush as he jumps in, it's really difficult to actually do anything to him.
Vampiric Whisper of the Dread for Queen of Pain. That's actually so sick.
Okay. See how much damage she can reflect in these fights.
She's about to get found by a Slardar. Sonic Wave. I mean, she can Blade Mail if he goes for this.
I mean, that's gonna matter.
Nope, not against a Slardar. He's just all physical damage.
Sonic Wave kill the Creep Wave? Oh, it did. I mean, yeah, you'll still lose tier 1 in a moment here, I imagine. It's actually pretty healthy, but I don't think anyone's ready to fight without the Queen of Pain. I don't know, man. These Sonic Waves just
Dire's bottom tower
didn't find a lot of targets throughout this game.
Have you felt the impact of the Ricky this game? Like, we felt like maybe they were cooking off the draft early on, but
Dire's bottom
I'm really not seeing its impact this game. And maybe you should have just gone the other facet, because being level 11, not securing a single Wisdom Shrine from the very start of the game, they're so underleveled on the supports for Team Den.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Not
attack.
securing Wisdom Shrine is a separate issue from the hero. I would say there were some rotations mid that are pretty cool. Goodbye, Enigma.
He's gonna get bailed out. All right, Song of the Siren into the TPs. And that is Song of the Siren down, which is a huge teamfight ultimate. They get an amplified damage as well for the Slardar. And they are gonna start looking for an opening bottom, as the Queen of Pain showed for a second. And they don't see him. There was a ward in the lane looking to protect him, but
He's dead. Amplified damage. Didn't start with the bad. Doesn't seem to matter,
Atos.
actually. So dead. I think the Ricky Enigma lane should have gone better. And then he would have been fine to rotate mid. Kind of like he did. He got SF killed a couple times, or at least once. I see the potential of the Ricky with the Enigma. I'd have to look back at the lane to exactly see why. But I don't think Slardar should have been out farming in Enigma. Even though he eventually lost his tower. But in the lane itself, I'm pretty sure Slardar had more last hits and more net worth than in Enigma with Eidolons.
Dire's bottom tower
BKB on the way for the Slardar of Vlad's on the Nature's Prophet. Just picking up some solid auras here to tank up your team, as he's going to go for an AC as well. I mean, you have a huge amount of damage from these cores. I mean, the draft is really working now. Like,
Radiant's top
they
tower
bring a lot of everything.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, even though you're mid SF going for a magic build, you still have your passive, which is 7 negative armor, with a Slardar's Corrosive Haze. That's 27. Very solid. And I believe Dawnbreaker's working on an AC.
Oh, Slardar
still
is too.
needs-
Is she working on one as well?
Oh, are they both?
Okay, no,
some
Slardar changed.
communication
She's
there
going to go
will
and
resolve
take
it.
it now.
Okay, yeah. So you have a lot of negative armor, but then, like you said, this is still magic SF. Nature's, who was really poor to start, has been farming up a storm, so his magic damage is not bad either. The superior fish.
Yeah, that status resistance
What
in
was
the
that?
puddle. You're in snares. None of that stuff lasts very long. It's going to be very difficult to get away from him. Cook has a gem as well, so he's just setting up here for the
Radiant's middle tower is under
vision on the top side of the map. There is still one ward in a good spot from the Team Den that gives them some vision in the river, but... Oh, they'll give the gem over the Slardar. That's quite nice.
Dire's
Yeah, I mean,
top
how does this guy
tower is
die,
under
right?
attack.
Like, he's so tanky. Almost 4,000 health.
I almost feel you don't even need the gem when you have a Slardar. You just like crush with the shard. It's maybe enough.
There's your AC.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here's another tier 2 tower. Gonna fall real quick. This is really setting the stage for the second Roche. You'll be able to go straight to the high ground once you get a pick off. Down the mid lane if you haven't picked up this tier 2 already by then.
They're smoking. Interesting. Did they just get like a big item somewhere? There's a haste rune on the quad, but who would it be? Finding JP would be massive. He has a BKB. They're going to reel him in. In comes the silence. There's his BKBs. Just surges away. All right. You get the BKB out of him. I feel like you need to get more.
Didn't commit much for that though. It's pretty much a free.
That's true.
Okay, smoke for a BKB charge, you know, but you didn't use any big ults, so I think that's not too bad, but you have to do something again now. Like, why he's got no BKB.
There is a BKB now done on the Enigma. So that is quite nice. Yeah, the Nature's Prophet is actually just out farming supports now. And,
Oh
well,
my god.
there was a Queen of Pain there.
MJZ's half his health from one Nature's hit. I don't know about that jump.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm really not feeling the Ricky now. Every minute that goes by, it's not feeling good. MJZ in trouble, trying to make his way back to the base. Does get a lucky evasion proc there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That eel skin helping him out.
Good
Actually,
old
I don't
eel
think he
skin.
even had an illusion there, so.
He just has like the base for his own hero, right though? Isn't
Oh,
it
I don't know.
always-
Does he get 8% just default? I think he has 0 if there's no illusions by the
really?
Naga.
Oh.
Maybe
Is this the high
Slaughter
ground
counts the
miss from
fellow
low to
fish
high
person?
ground? I don't know.
Can you miss like that if you're a melee hero?
I don't know.
I don't think
What's-
you can.
What's the range on eel skin? Oh, it's 900. Yeah, he had an
Oh, okay. Still not a lot of miss chance, actually. It's pretty unlucky for Slardar. It's like 8 per illusion. TB? Oh, that'd be huge.
nice
Thank
TP
you,
out there.
trees. Roshan should be scouted at this point. It's looking quite good for Infamous. Get Roche, go set up mid. The only way you throw at this point is a huge black hole while Terrorblade is attacking the entire time. Don't Sonic Wave anyone out of the black hole. Outside of that, it should go Infamous's way, where you just eventually find a pick off and go for buildings.
This
Tower
ward,
damage isn't the greatest, but you're farmed enough that it doesn't really matter.
well, I mean, they see these wards here from Team Den that were just placed in mid. They know that they're right there. Slardar.
Is under attack.
He doesn't have the gem anymore. They may actually not have.
Oh, you're right. They don't.
may
They
not
put it
see
back
it
on
yet.
the Oracle.
Yeah, the sentry is just out of range of that observer. They might suspect it and just need to wait for someone to come here. Ooh.
Did
Naga
JP just
tried to
one
get the
shot the Naga
Slardar.
Siren?
Dire's bottom
I'll have you know it was at least 3 hits.
Okay, he has an MKB now, so.
You die.
It was not. It was literally one attack and a crush.
Oh, I swear I heard more. Does Echo count as... No, see... Oh, I don't know. Okay, maybe 2 hits.
Okay, it was 3 attacks.
Oh, is it-
Yeah, you're right. But either way, not enough to respond. This will just be a
One
free
shot from Roche.
Roshan for Team Infamous. Almost said Team Den, but for Infamous.
Another Aegis steal from Team Den?
Not this time, it would seem. Aegis into the hands of the Slardar. I mean, he will be the one sitting on the high ground in his puddle, just hitting the tower, right? You want to make sure you have the Dawnbreaker ready to ult in case you need to cancel a black hole, have your Oracle nearby, who just finishes up a Blink Dagger. Same time, double BKBs for Team Den's cores, so they'll see if they can maybe make a play happen with these. Oh gosh.
Okay, let's see for the one shot. Being careful. He doesn't know where the rest of the team is, but he's thinking about this.
He doesn't know if this is real yet. I think they know now. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, Lala, he just comes in, finds the quick kill anyway.
I like that they still weren't sure after he used Sprout, and they were like, well, I don't know, that's a lot of damage. It might still be an illusion. Until then the
split.
the mirror image came out. They're like, oh, it is real. I'm just super farmed on Nature's with the 170 Sprout damage. That was actually just Sprout damage on a real hero.
Yeah, I would like to just see them group up, take this last tier 2 in the mid lane, and look for the high ground. They are going to go ahead and smoke for the moment. You're almost level 25 on Dawnbreaker. I mean, she's just been able to farm on any edge of the map just because, you know, she never needs to join the team.
They die so fast. There's no time to even see it happen.
Yeah.
Slardar smoke breaks. He just blink crush. goodbye, Ricky. Like, that's it. It's so fast. All right. I mean, no Ricky now. No smoke screen to be annoying for the high ground defense. They even have the banner. You can send illusions at it, though. Ooh, illusions do not live very long, it seems.
Puddle down there from
Terrorblade.
JP.
Terrorblade Reflection cannot bash, unfortunately.
That'd be hype. Can you imagine
needs it
being
here.
Troll Warlord and then Terrorblade just presses Reflection on you and then you just root yourself and die?
Maybe it should be a 25 talent.
Applies on hit effects.
Ooh, yeah.
That'd be hype. The ultimate counter to Medusa.
Support TB's back. Just needs to farm level 25. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna destroy him.
I came a long way to see you die.
All right. I mean, there's not much you can do to this push. Enigma's hanging around. You need them all to group. And you have to go and BKB. I mean, that might be obvious, but there is a Hex on Shadow Fiend. If you don't commit everything, like, you will just be picked off and controlled. And if you don't black hole right away, they'll kill you. Like, we've seen how much damage they do, how quickly it comes out. We've got one shot at this.
Speaking of one shots, who's going to be the hero on Team Den that gets one shot? Oh, Atos.
Crimson, nobody. Without
Yeah.
Crimson, the supports.
They are actually defending the melee barracks. Do you just walk in with a song and try and kill a hero? Like, Nagasaran, does she have Blink? I don't think she does.
She does.
Okay.
The issue is you still need the black hole after that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if
And-
you walk in, if you, like, blink in with song and you find, like, Oracle +1, that might be your, like, black hole play.
If you can do it, sure, but Infamous should be passively positioned against that. You know,
Yeah.
like, you shouldn't be standing together no matter what, even when you think you're safe. And Cook has a blink, he has a force staff. He should just be way away from his teammates all the time. Where if you're gonna kill him with the song Blink, you have to solo Black Hole and Oracle, and that's not enough. You must get, I'd say, 2 heroes minimum, if not 3. I think you actually need to Black Hole the front line while Naga blinks the back line with song.
Demon nearly dying complete. Ooh! If he
clean out.
stuck around, if he went, like, just barely further forward, he would have seen the TP and just Starbreakered him to death. Okay, I think they're playing for the 25s on Infamous. We see the Dawnbreaker already got the cooldown on Starbreaker, but Slardar as well as Shadow Fiend are just a couple of creep waves away. But that is going to be the full Aegis. And with this Aegis, they don't manage to crack the high ground. They only get, like, a ranged barracks, which is not a ton. There's the 25 for both of them. Which one did Slardar go? I'm curious.
He took the Slytherin Crush cooldown.
Okay, good. That's the better one for sure. Corrosive Haze Undispellable is like, you know, there might be a game every once in a while where it's nice, but if you can just crush more often, it just reapplies it anyway. And then Shadow Fiend, I'm sure, takes the Raise applies attack damage. Oh, whoa. Feast of Souls grants cast speed. What?
It just means your ult's gonna come out super fast.
Yeah,
Ult
he
and
did go the
raise and all that stuff.
refresher.
Smoke up from Team Den. This has to be successful.
I mean, Cook is right here, ready to go. They do get the smoke screen. He gets the BKB off, and with the Dawnbreaker into the first Requiem, there's his refresher. He gets a full heal just in time. Oh my goodness. That was the best return on a Requiem you could have asked for. JP's on the back line, gets on top of Terrorblade, but where's Shadow Fiend? He's got another Requiem available. He's gonna let it rip. blinks on in, finds MJZ. 3 dead, 4 dead, 5 dead as Team Den get wiped. With the best possible initiation you could ask for, they get wiped.
All right, so that's Feast of Souls 30% cast speed right there to make sure Requiem goes off fast enough to then heal you up. Oh my god, if you kill the SF there, maybe you have a shot at taking the fight, but he instantly heals to full and you've wasted Black Hole, Sonic Wave, everything on him. I mean, they're not calling it quite yet, but I don't think you can defend. You can buy back. You won't even have anything at this point. Yeah, they realize it.
You're 42,000 gold behind. Like, I actually don't know how you can play this game anymore. The Ricky, very underwhelming hero in this game. From the lane stage, like, just didn't really have any impact because it can't pressure the Slardar. I mean, I guess you could technically run at the Oracle, but Oracle's a hero that's like very happy to trade into some supports. So it ends up like 210 and 8. It does like 6,000 damage. We almost saw them get the Shadow Fiend there because of the smoke screen, but yeah, I don't know. It's a weird situation to be in because you pick it really early in this draft with that Enigma and Infamous. I mean, a really good idea on how to address it.
Yeah, I'm not... I don't know. I'm open to the Ricky. I just think the lane should have gone better. Even with those exact heroes, I feel that lane should have gone better. Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
You just missed.
Black Hole. I feel the Black Holes and Sonic Wave were also just not on point. Like, going efficiently with it. Ricky, like, your game plan is Ricky helps Enigma have a good start. Ricky scouts targets to set up the kills for either your mid hero, which maybe someone else instead of the Queen of Pain could have done more with the Ricky, or also the Enigma, right? Get some early auras to just like push towers and then eventually the blink so that when you find the target with the Ricky, you just blink Black Hole, go in.
I mean, this Black Hole also just does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're already... I'm going to say they're behind. I know it's 4K gold, but I really do think the lane should have gone better than this. So the fact that it's this close is actually quite good for Infamous.
And the Queen of Pain committed. I mean, so here's the last fight. Like, we're going to see. This is just... The fact that he gets BKB off here is a mistake. Like, he should have not been able to get the BKB off at all.
Dude. So close.
Yeah. So there is a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of jump in the gun there, right? It should be an immediate blink Black Hole into smokescreen, and he doesn't get BKB off. It's just the slightest bits of mixed execution in this game on Team Den are what really cost them, and Infamous punish it every time. It just ends up being a really kind of creative way of addressing these, what we thought were going to be extremely strong lanes from Den, and they kind of were, right? Like the Queen of Pain was beating the Shadow Fiend for the most part, but then maybe committed too hard to try and beat the Shadow Fiend by going 3 points in the dagger, slowing down your levels in Scream, so you don't actually have like farm speed in the mid game. And Shadow Fiend's like, yeah, I'm just gonna shove the wave and then go jungle. Like, I have no intention of being anywhere near you. And you can see it in the net worths in the late game, right? He's more than doubled her net worth, or it basically is doubled her net worth.
Layden also had a really good recovery. The very first bounty rune, right? He actually lost so much health. TBs to lane, dies after that. So he was having a very rough start. But they entered this slow farming period that I don't know who calls for it, but it was absolutely the right call. They just passively farmed, got all the items they needed, and Team Den wasn't able to organize to punish that. I think that's where, no matter what the draft is, like, that's some of the miss right there. Is like, how could they all just farm like that? How can the dirt poor natures end up like a mid hero level farm, and you just weren't able to find the plays to do anything about that? That's what Ricky needs, is those exact type of plays. So it's like, it's that combination that makes the heroes look kind of bad, but I don't know if it's completely the heroes. I think there is some level of just not putting their skills to use.
I think the Dawnbreaker's itemization as well from the off lane, just for the lane stage, made it impossible for Team Den to actually just shut her down. She's just going this double bracer, phase boot, stick, and wand, right? It makes her so hard to actually initiate on because you're not going to be able to burst through like 1400 health and like 12 armor before she can just celestial hammer away. Or, you know, worst case scenario, you pull her in and this will just starbreaker you and stop your combos. So they just allowed Sladen to recover. Like you said, he just went back, stacked a ton for Lala on the Shadow Fiend and was just farming the side waves. He was trying to gank where he could. And ends up being that like third, fourth core, like you were mentioning. So, yeah, great heads up decision making here from Infamous. We didn't quite understand the draft initially. Like we saw like the potential for it, but we just thought the lanes from Team Den would be too strong. But they fell flat, and Infamous walk away with a victory in game number 1. So we're gonna go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here to see if Team Den can keep themselves in this qualifiers or if Infamous will knock them out. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the TI Closed qualifiers for South America. Team Den versus Infamous, currently in the middle of the series. It is 1-0 for Infamous after a very just solid performance in game one. Like, very little mistakes, really clean like decision making, a slick draft that like somehow came together and worked. It is good stuff.
Yeah, I really thought Team Den was cooking in their first 4 picks. I really liked it. Hindsight's 2020. I do think an initiator mid would have been better. I do think that's the cool thing about that SF pick. A lot of the mid laners that were left in the pool would have had a hard time dealing with raises, which pushed them into that Queen of Pain. Could have, I don't know, maybe they had a different vision for it, could have gone better. But in the end, it felt like after the lanes didn't go so hot, they just couldn't make plays, which is always the risk when you have that type of lineup with very few stuns. See if they change their approach going into game number 2, or maybe they just feel like, hey, our lanes, that draft was good, our lanes were supposed to go better, and we know what we did wrong. Repeat that same style. I personally think it's safer to pick more initiators when you're coming down to this elimination type game, right? You don't know if you're going to be ahead. You don't know if you're going to be behind. Having a way to make plays is very safe. If you're ahead, it's easy to stay ahead. If you're behind, you can organize those quick pickoffs to maybe get your way back into this. So game number 2, let's see, the draft. We are seeing a lot of the heroes from the first game banned out. You see that Nature's and the SF removed. That means...
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play against his SF after that game either. He absolutely owned them.
Very strong SF performance. Oracle still in the pool. It's Team Den's first pick this time, though.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
The Monkey King, banned from game 1. And with the SF out, Death Prophet, Batrider, actually all their bans, kind of protecting that mid Monkey King matchup. You're pretty good versus most of the other meta mid heroes outside of like some of the cheese picks. Though, are you willing to commit your first phase response to like a Huskar or a Viper? Probably not.
Yeah.
Especially when this could just be moved to Monkey King carry if you really had to.
Okay. That is not what I was expecting as the response to the Monkey King, but I am here for it.
I mean, you just keep your distance,
10 seconds
right?
remaining.
Stay far back. I'm excited to see, you and I haven't cast Monkey King since he got the new facet, the one that teleports you around. I forget what it's called, but I hope to see that. I think that'll be kind of funny.
That's the one I think most people use nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other one, the Simeon Stride, just got nerfed too much. Fairly. I mean, it was really broken, but now it's pretty much ignored, so maybe over-nerfed. Mid Sniper, though, should be able to keep the distance from the Monkey King, but can't really stop Monkey King from rotating to the side lanes, and is very susceptible to rotating to the mid lane if you pick a strong roaming position 4. Not a Ricky. Maybe. I don't know. You can make it work, I guess, but someone stronger than that I think would be ideal.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll see where they go with this. I think the Marcy ban is actually kind of sick.
10 seconds remaining.
We haven't really seen many teams go for it, but I think it was Sladen specifically that had like a ridiculous Marcy game. Phoenix going to be picked up from Infamous as well. So kind of an interesting idea, the Phoenix Sniper. Like, if you want to commit to the egg, you're going to actually just take a ton of damage from the sniper who's likely to be freely attacking.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, potentially a good vessel builder, and into Monkey King, I think, is also quite smart.
I don't want to see Infamous fall into the same trap that Team Den did last game. Sniper Phoenix, good heroes in their own right, but you need people to lock them down, and that they can't just walk away from the sniper, walk away from the egg. Hope to see some crowd control in the next couple picks. As long as they do, I think these heroes will be fine.
Dire team pick.
Jakiro is in the pool. pretty good at dealing with the egg. Not really about reaching the sniper. They go back for the Oracle, or steal the Oracle from Infamous this time, which you were just saying a lot of magic damage from the Phoenix, which you can protect with. Either remove some of it with Fortune's End or Fate's Edict to just make yourself immune to that magic damage.
5 seconds remaining.
I want a strong rotating 4. Don't care who.
I'd like something
I
that can
care a
actually
little
deal
bit
with
who,
eggs.
but
It's like Jakiro would be great at dealing with the egg, because we know that, but also just not a great rotator.
Muerta could work okay at dealing with the egg, and Deadshot's actually long range enough that you could like shoot sniper into the mid lane towards Monkey King. I would accept that.
I think they just need to move Monkey King to the carry role. Honestly, I don't think you want to play at mid at this point. I think they've kind of forced them to say you need to put Monkey King elsewhere. And it might just be Monkey King Oracle as the safe lane.
I don't mind that. I think you need to see a little bit more before you fully commit to moving the Monkey King. Especially because Monkey King can just have a mediocre time in the mid lane and then rotate to a side lane. Like, that is still acceptable, and it's the reason why you can pick Monkey King so early, because even if they respond with stuff like Sniper, you just...
Whoa. Well, there's your rotating 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is the rotating 4, but a hero that's been out of the meta for ages. This is a throwback.
He had his time. Let's be honest. This was like the best hero in the game for like 8 months. So
as a mid hero though, when he came back.
Team pick.
Okay, they will take the Ricky into the Slardar pick. I like this far more. Like, you actually have a hero that can go in and stun and play around the Ricky, as opposed to, like, you're waiting on the long cooldown things like the Enigma. Like, this is a hero that just jumps right in. We saw them have success with, like, the Ricky and the Void Spirit. Similar idea, but more physical damage based. Also, blocking the potential Slardar pick into the Ricky, which is great. So that's probably 5 Phoenix would be my guess. Unless they want to put Slardar. Yeah, it's got to be 5 Phoenix. Centaur. Okay. This is actually an interesting idea of dealing with Smokescreen. Because you know you can't target your ally to save them, but now you can give them a Stampede potentially. I like it. That's a cool concept.
10 seconds.
Can also get you away from the egg. Chase the Slardar in the river, things like that. Gap close onto the sniper. I like the idea. He's also pretty good at being left alone, which I think encourages the Earth Spirit to move mid a lot, which at that point I think you can keep Monkey King there. Pick a new carry. Or not a new carry, just a carry.
10 seconds.
Because I'm not really sure what mid hero...
5 seconds
I guess a mid hero who lanes a little better into sniper, but it would just be a farm fest mostly. I'm up for like Lena, I guess, if you want a new mid, because she hits the egg from far away. She'd be okay versus sniper. And if you kick him in with the rotation from Earth Spirit, she actually can do something about that. Not just like another farming hero is like, well, why'd you rotate here? I don't care. All right. Earth Spirit needs something to do. Any roaming hero needs something. And his own lane, Centaur, is maybe okay, but they're going to get the response pick. So they're probably going to have a favorable matchup down there.
5 seconds remaining.
I was thinking of Kunkka, but I was kind of thinking of it for Infamous, so it's they will go ahead and ban it. I thought it might actually be kind of a sick carry Kunkka game, but they do not have the ability to snap it in the next pick, so they will go ahead and ban it out. They get rid of the Life Stealer. I would like a tanky carry from Infamous here that goes in and has some control. So either something like a Sven, which we've seen get banned quite a bit, or either ignored or just randomly banned, or you could see like the Dragon Knight come out because it is a minus armor hero. If you go the corrosive, like an early blink, I think it works. Is there anybody else that I'm
Mind that
missing?
Dragon Knight.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see what they want to
Literally
do.
just ran the Slardar carry, so that is in the realm of
5 seconds
possibilities too.
Yeah.
And Slardar carry into Centaur sounds fine. You know, like you're actually tanky enough that you don't get burst by the Centaur, and you have negative armor, which Centaur does not have a bunch. So you actually threaten a good amount of damage.
Yeah. You could do something really degenerate and go for like a
10
Viper,
seconds
but
remaining.
there is an Oracle, which makes that a little bit problematic.
5 seconds remaining.
So I
Go
think
full degenerate, get the Huskar.
that is true. I mean, they'll be able to see the full draft here in a moment. It's going to be a Troll Warlord. Wow, finally seeing this hero come out of the woodworks. That means it is mid-monkey. They're going to play it into the sniper.
I think with the Earth Spirit rotations, it'll be okay.
Okay.
10 seconds
You can...
remaining.
Sniper does not like people gap closing on him, and Monkey King can jump in from the
5
trees
seconds
while
remaining.
Earth Spirit rolls,
Oh.
and you just can't do very much in that time.
You just go Razor,
question is how you-
surely.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, how do you answer this troll? Razor sounds good, though there is the Stampede. So they're going to go for the Mars to trap people?
Yeah,
Can't
block
run
the
away,
Oracle
break
vision.
trees. You don't lose the lane because you can knock away the troll. Or, like, you can't be killed easily in the lane. But trolls should farm okay at the least.
Yeah, so the idea that they're playing is it's too scary to let Oracle be able to false promise the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord would never die in a fight if he gets saved from the Oracle. That is the biggest issue that they have. And so rather than commit to something like a Razor, which is a carry counter to the Troll Warlord, and hope that you survive and deal enough damage like during false promise and stuff like that and kite out the troll, like that is definitely an option. But they're saying, okay, let's just pick Mars. He better not hold Victory Feast. He has to change it.
I hope he does. At the least, that aside, the ult is good at protecting the egg, a classic combo there. Good at protecting Sniper too. Sniper just sits in the back and you fight. I like this idea that we know Earth Spirit is going to want to put a lot of attention in the mid lane, and Slardar Phoenix should be able to threaten the Centaur. So it's like, okay, you want to go save your mid lane, then you're going to lose your off lane for it.
He chose the wrong facet.
Unless he chose the right facet.
There is no shot you do not go Bloodsport against the Oracle. The whole reason for picking this hero, we're paused right now, but the whole reason for picking this hero, at least from what I understand, is so you can block the vision of the Oracle while you drop the arena.
I do think that was part of it. I'm not going to say it's the whole reason for the Mars. I think you wanted an initiation, someone who survives the lane versus troll, stop people from getting a sniper, stampeding away, right? Still think there's a lot of value, a little more value if you take the blood sport.
I just think, yeah.
But you got Ricky Smokescreen with Shard. Okay? Maybe you don't need it, right? You just drop it on. It would have been overkill, Ricky. It would have been overkill. They're going to be trapped in the arena and the smoke screen.
You
So
think you're going to
it's
kill him
be
before
okay.
he presses BKB and ult?
He's not going to have BKB and all because
okay.
they're gonna. This is an early lineup, you know. Sniper, Slardar carry. I say as they farmed for like 30 minutes last game before really getting going, but I do think it would have been better to go the other one, but I don't think it'll be the end of the world for not having it.
I was pretty heavily favoring Infamous on the draft with the Mars going the other facet. I legitimately think Team Den are going to win this game now. Like, I actually think it's that much of a difference in how they can play the game. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with it, because Victory Feast is one of those facets where it's like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool if someone dies. You know, you get a lot of health regen and attack damage, but I don't know. It's not like you're gonna, like, the only person that would potentially benefit from that would be the Slardar. Like, Mars does not do damage, so your Slardar has to be inside of the arena killing these targets as well. Which we saw Slardar carry do some work last game, but it does get absolutely obliterated in a one-on-one by a Troll Warlord.
But it won't be a one-on-one because Sniper will be in the back. Ho ho ha ha. Pew pew pew.
Whoa, ready to roll. Interesting facet.
So this is the one where you roll over your allies and
it counts as a remnant.
Yeah, it counts like a rock, so you get to save some of that. But you also get move speed, which could be really good in the mid lane. As you go for the Sniper, you like roll through the Monkey King and you both just chase Sniper after that. But you can also kind of use it as a save. Or not just a save. I mean, the utility of it, you know, just throughout the game, whatever the situation. You roll over an ally, you can chase people, run away from people. A lot of different uses for it. Really suggesting his emphasis on enabling the Monkey King and the Troll to have a good game. Maybe the Oracle as well, you know, like roll over, kick him away, make sure you can keep the save alive to then save those cores, however you want to use it.
30 seconds to battle.
We do see the Exterminator facet here again for the Riki. I think this is another one where I'm not sure how it's going to play out. You have a little bit more of an aggressive off lane than what we saw last game, right? With the Mars versus the Enigma, who just plays a little bit more passive and wants to sit back, deny. Like, the Mars can actually get aggressive and maybe do some stuff, but I am curious to see how well he's going to be able to use this. It's decent at, like, farming occasionally, but I don't know if you want to be taking CS from the Mars. That's where it gets weird, man. I don't know.
I mean, it's not strictly taking CS. I think it's just useful at securing creeps. When you use tricks of the trade to secure, like, range creeps, for example. Mars, pretty good at doing that himself, but there's always cases where he can't. Or maybe they're just out of the lane, so you're pushing the lane. I think it'll be fine. I like that he's starting Boots, and Troll is a strong laner. Even though Mars shouldn't die, Troll could still have a very good start. So I kind of expect Riki to do some creep blocking shenanigans pretty early.
I'm just like so
really
shocked.
Early. What is... Okay, using the sentry trick. I thought he would just body block from the river.
Yeah.
Might be trying to do both, actually, because you actually have the river bonus to do this.
That's an interesting idea. Kind of
Yeah,
cool.
I feel like you can actually do the sentry block from the front to be safer. And when you see no one's even there, I think you could have just body blocked and saved the sentry. Because you could drop the sentry now in front of the tier 1 if you, like, really needed the extra block. Okay, still goes under the tower in the end. Troll tried to do his own body blocking, but it wasn't quite enough. So this will get the lane back, make it a lot easier for Mars. And then Oracle is not great at stopping these kind of roaming heroes. So Riki will be able to just creep drag and body block as needed. That'll help him get by top. Mid is where Monkey King gonna struggle to start against the Sniper. Or actually, the start should be okay because you have enough armor.
Yeah, the level 3 with shrapnel spam just becomes super annoying.
Yeah, Sniper's damage is at least really low to begin.
So one thing I didn't quite understand in this patch, Troll Warlord got nerfed for some reason. This hero has not been picked, like, at all in quite some time, and then they nerfed him. So I don't quite understand that decision, but I've always been a believer in this hero. I think people, like, typically, they always kind of meme about, like, oh, you can't control your hero, it's bad, but there is still a lot that you can accomplish on this hero, even without the ult. Like, he's extraordinarily strong in lane. He has great item choices. He can go build a Battle Fury or the Maelstrom, depending on the matchups. His Aghanim Scepter has a lot of utility in games as well. So I think this hero is stronger than people are giving it credit.
Is that why he got nerfed though?
Well, that's the thing. It's like no one was picking him, but he got nerfed. So I wonder if Ice Frog's just back there like, guys, someone's going to play Troll and realize that this hero is good. It didn't really make sense to me. It was like a substantial nerf, too. They took 3 Fervor stacks away from him, which is kind of insane. Like, that is 90 attack speed.
True, but a lot of times by the time you reach that amount of stacks, you probably killed a lot of people. Troll doing fine on the last hits, but there is a big creep wave pushing into Mars, so it's not as bad as it looks right now. Mid
gulp. You are a Monkey King fan, not good.
As expected, but I do think the rotations, like you knew this would happen, so this is where the rotations are going to have to come in. We're going to have to keep an eye on Earth Spirit when he feels he can leave. Lane is kind of coming towards the Centaur, so maybe it is approaching that point. Maybe get the Lotus, and then you can start thinking about moving over.
We've seen a lot of games in the past where like you pick this either an actual just full-fledged jungler or a roaming hero. You just leave Centaur because he's just not a hero that's punished well. Oh, nice secure on the rune there from Demon. Very okay.
Coincidence.
It's definitely a BM pause if I've ever seen.
He's misclicking.
Yeah, I knew it. BM pause for sure. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Sorry.
How could you throw him under the bus like that? He's probably, dude, it's been so long since he played Earth Spirit. He doesn't know where his buttons are. He's not used to it.
That's true. Maybe he bound his pause to like W and didn't realize. Monkey King has fully abandoned mid and is sitting bottom in the river waiting for someone to show up. I don't think you kill these heroes, to be honest. Slardar, too tanky. Phoenix with the minus attack speed. I think too strong. There's your boundless. Kick back. I don't know, dude. The damage is not stacking up quite yet, and now Demon's in trouble. Slardar. Okay, they will get him eventually. Crush. Finally. Did Cook not have fire spirits is the question.
It might have been on cooldown. Like, it's a pretty long cooldown, level 1 ability, 50 seconds. So he might have used it earlier, and it just came back up at the end of that. I wasn't strictly paying attention to the cooldown time. Good. In the end, it does work. I wasn't sure if Slardar would be too tanky. They even missed the initial roll, but got the kill in the end. Thankfully, they stole the Lotus away earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't... You'd probably just Lotus him up and then he'd get away.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have fire spirits, then I understand. But, like, we didn't use dive or fire spirits. So, that's pretty costly. A death that maybe could have been avoided, but it's hard to say. It is a lot of time for the Monkey King to have spent to rotate over. He did at least get the kill, and it was first blood, so... does get some nice gold going his way, but you can look at the CS difference in mid. It is 9 to 26.
Yeah. Anytime, if you need a metric to let you know you're kicking ass, when you have more denies than the enemy has last hits, you're officially ass kicking.
Take care, he needed to just backpedal there. He took a
Oh,
lot
mid
of-
rotation though. This is it.
Okay. I don't know how this happens.
I know exactly how this happens. You roll in and you kick the sniper back. This is what I was talking about. Blammo. Kick them into the Monkey King and you can't get away. All those last hits mean nothing when you got no mobility and you just get whacked in the face with the staff.
Yeah, he just got boundless striked into the boulder kickback. I think the thing is he was sitting on the high ground. Like, he was literally sitting in front of the tower when this happened. So he definitely did not need to be there. Because he, like, most of the damage he took was from the tier 1 tower. Bottom lane, they killed the Slardar as well. Okay. Demon's actually just winning them the game on this Earth Spear right now.
He is ready to roll. He's doing it.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. That was nice.
Yeah,
that was nice.
yeah.
Hold on. Wonder Kid comes top. Blood Grenade and the Fire Spirits. All right. He's not looking super hot. Dive forward. Just needs one more Fire Spirit to land. And I think he burns. He does. Cook has a Fairy Fire and actually might... No. I was like, might be able to survive, but the Whirling Axes will help secure it. Frank able to get away from the Slardar. But yes, Centaur's having a great time. He's just chilling down here. Solo XP.
Using a lot of mid-tower health for this. Might be losing
They
Demon
really want
as
Demon.
well.
They're tired of this Earth Spirit. They will
Blammo.
get him, slate him. Is that your new like catchphrase? I like it. It's a good one.
Gonna use it for Sniper, gonna use it for Earth Spirit. You don't do that when you like you assassinate people with Sniper, you don't say something?
I usually use voice lines, I think. If I do it, I'd probably just spam a random voice line.
Look out.
I also just haven't played Sniper in a while.
Which is his voice line? He's got one like that, right? Say goodbye to your head, that's what it is.
Yeah, say goodbye to your head is a good one.
So despite that mid kill on the Sniper, he is still very much comfortably in that top net worth spot. Not only can last hits, but get some kills. Taking care of Mia. Gotta watch for his head.
He's got a Lotus. They do manage to turn this around, potentially Oracle taking a lot of damage. They do have the Assassinate.
Blammo.
Will do the job. Blammo indeed. I love it. Very good stuff. Frank bottom side here, taking a lot of damage from the Slardar. Roll in, will buy on some space, but in comes the Phoenix. Once you're level 6 on the Slardar, I don't think you can do this anymore on the Centaur. He's gonna have to start lane cutting.
Yeah, I mean, you go from... He did itemize for armor, so he's got the chainmail and the ring of protection, Vanguard, helping to keep him alive. But the Crows of Haze, once you have that online, it's like you have none of that again, right? 10 negative armor. You are pure damage physical at that point.
Arcane Rune top. They're gonna try and save this for the Sniper, it seems. I mean,
Isn't that worth it?
I mean, Shrapnel and Assassinate is pretty good to have the mana reduction at least.
A little bit lower cooldown Blammos.
More Blammos. Yeah.
All right, he's gonna use that Arcane Shrapnel to push in mid and then start running top, or is he just gonna jungle? Oh,
Yeah,
smoke up from the
They're going
Ricky.
top. They have a
Slow down this troll.
They can, if he actually just sees them right now, they die. He will see them now. MJZ tanking the gank here for sure, but we'll see if they actually manage to finish the job. Okay, they do. Quick kill. Now looking for more. They actually get the Assassinate Vision. You just need to connect on the arena, and they do. Pins Demon onto the other side of the wall. No help coming his way. Void Spirit will roll away. The dive, though, from Cook. Gets kicked to the low
Good
ground.
kick away.
Another Assassinate, of course. And with Take Care coming through as well, they'll grab themselves another kill. He loses the
And
courier.
All right, you know,
And they're
Arcane
taking
Rune.
stacks.
Arcane Rune usually not worth it on Sniper, but that one's pretty good. Still has 2 Shrapnel charges after all that.
Yeah. I mean, he probably doesn't get the extra Assassinate off there without it. It's an expensive mana cost. $10-minute Power Rune coming out soon. Now, they will get some vision here potentially onto the Ricky, but Smokescreen, let him walk away. And they'll just take away the enemy sentry. All right. Oracle knows what rune is spawning and where. It looks like they are anticipating it top, or they're just looking for the kill first. Blink strikes away. They do manage to finish the job. Wonder Kid, though, needs to be careful. Even with this Wukong's command, they're going to get a nice stampede. Pulls Lala in, and he just appears onto the other side of this ring. Very nicely done. Well coordinated there from Team Den.
Can't believe we got that kick. That was the last chance to get that kick, but really well done. This is why they go for this pick. Sniper hates being gap closed on or moved out of position, and Earth Spirit can do both.
Yeah, very true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm surprised Mars is as low as he is on net worth. I feel like he would be having a better game. He's actually doing decent on like levels, but
Dire's middle tower is
not a
under
ton of last hits.
Ganking Sniper. I showed bottom. I feel like we've revealed what's going on here.
I mean, they can maybe pressure this. He has Vanguard. Even with Corrosive Haze, he's still at 1 armor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He has Retaliate
Vanguard.
and a chipped vest. I actually think he returns more damage than he takes from right clicks from Sniper. Corrosive Haze aside. But like then with the Vanguard and the armor you do own, and Blade Mail is being delivered, I'm not sure right-clicking Centaur is going to be the play for Sniper.
They will get the right clicks here onto Demon. Tries to, he actually rolls in aggressively, but there's a smoke screen there to buy him a little bit of time. Here comes the Blade Mill, the chase with the Oracle. They will find themselves the Sniper as the Stampede comes out mid lane, trying to grab the Monkey King. They do eventually do so. Nicely done there with the Mars to rotate on over. They are still trying to find the Centaur. They know he's on their side of the map. Body blocks.
Slade. I don't think you can kill him.
I don't know if you can either. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage. The spear from Mars. Hold up, is it enough? There's gonna be the false promise. Keeps him alive. The boulder kick will take down the Ricky. The Phoenix is doing a lot of damage here. Has a dive in 1. It's gonna be close, but no, the double edge from Frank to finish the job. Good rotation in from the Troll Warlord to punish this one.
Let's get a move on.
Working
It's
on
a
that
close
Battle
game,
Fury.
8-9.
Yeah, it's pretty back and forth. A lot of action. The Earth Spirit working a lot better than I think a lot of us would expect. This hero has been very dead in the meta, but this game so far doing well. Sniper is starting to work towards those tools to keep him safe, though. He's gonna queue up a Hurricane Pike halfway there. Eventually, you're gonna get the Aghanim Shard, and then you'll have your own way to reposition and stay away from the Earth Spirit, the Monkey King. This is where the Stampede's gonna matter a lot. But you gotta be careful. If you use Stampede to get the Sniper, you're not gonna be able to use it to get out of smoke screen, or Arena could come out to prevent the Stampede from really doing much without BKBs. So both teams gonna have to be careful how they take fights later on. I feel like it's a little easier for Infamous.
Sitting under a ward here, and they're collapsing from the side. There's going to be the Wukong's command. The Stampede is there. A nice magnetize. He does hit the Arena to block off these other heroes. So it will allow JP to escape, but that is a really deep play for little or no rewards. Like, I don't know how, like, what you could get out there. I mean, maybe actually get the Wisdom Shrine here. That wouldn't be too bad, but it's a very nice play from the side of Team Den. Sladen will end up getting this.
Bottom tower is under
Finally gets level 6. Oh no.
Oh, it's off
Boundless
cooldown.
1 second off cooldown. Yeah.
All right, good steal. Good Wisdom Rune steal.
We saw Team Den struggle with their Wisdom Shrines last game. Sladen stole every single one of them. So
He's on a mission.
already off to a better start for the Ricky here. I think last game he was like barely level 6 at 15 minutes. And I think he was level 7 at like 20. So massive
Yesterday-
difference.
Yesterday we were talking about Divine Rapier leaderboards. I wonder what the record is for the most Wisdom Shrines captured. I'd be interested in that. Some support natures has to be out there getting like 6 by 21.
It has to be, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably a support natures randomly in like a low level lobby where no one pays attention to it. Just runs around like just grabbing every single one.
I want to see it in a pro match too. Like,
Yeah.
who's the one sneaking in? Maybe it is a Ricky or a bounty hunter, you know, who like makes their way over, grabs it, TPs out. The blink from the Mars earlier, they were kind of deep without that blink, which is why it seemed kind of risky. Now you've got the blink, it should be a lot easier to begin a fight. You have the combo: blink, arena, egg, even the veil on the Phoenix. And then as long as snipers in the area, just like throwing in a couple attacks, should be able to win just about any of those fights if you get together, which is some of the issue they struggled with last game, right? You'd have the ultimates, but just, or not Infamous. Team Den struggled doing that, but Infamous, they kind of took like the slower farming pace, and I don't know if I want to see them do that again this time when you have this strong combo. I hope they are looking for a fight. It looks like they finished the tier 1 and making their way bottom. Maybe look for a team fight around this bottom tower.
That's a very nice grab here onto Ricky in the mid lane. Now, they are going to be able to pop the Stampede, make some space. The arena, it actually comes out late, it felt like. A little bit of a weird position there off the Blink Dagger, and as a result, Team Den are out. Get a kill, they're going to get bottom tower, they get the arena cooldown. This is where Troll Warlord is going to start to become a problem. You're going to have to address this hero at some point.
Oracle already knows how difficult it is to save people, so he's got a blink queued up. It's going to help a lot to make sure you save the right targets without being killed yourself. Looking for the troll, trying to slow him down, but he's out.
Slayton should know there was a ward there, but just actually barely dodging them in the trees. Oh, there's the dust. Not dodging so much anymore. Tricks the trade up to the high ground, has some blink strikes to play with, but one more purifying flame and he's dead. Oh, yeah, might have been a misclick, but either way, gives it on over to Wits. Let's go right back to farming. Has the money for his Yasha if he wants, or the Sanj. Yeah, he's just gonna buy out the Yasha. I like the Yasha into the BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ricky feels pretty poor, I gotta say. He is saving up for a shard though, which should be good, but not on your own. Again, you gotta work with the team. That time Team Den actually found the play first. Maybe as the shard finishes on Ricky, right? He scouts something out, Blink Arena, you got the egg, you got the sniper. Negative armor synergy is there between the Corrosive Haze and the Ricky shard. I don't know if anyone's gonna get a Deso. I don't think you need to this game. I think there's an Orb of Corrosion though, so you got a little bit more from that. Oh yeah, on the sniper.
Pretty sure they saw this sniper, maybe? He's hasted running bottom. I don't know if they see him or not, but Ricky will be following the Oracle. There's the blink, the crush. Deletes him from the game. As Troll will be able to TP on out.
We call that space made in the supporting business.
Heck
That's
yeah.
That's a gank,
Or gank equals
tanked.
tanked.
Yeah, but now they know that he can't
Rika.
TP.
Smoke screen is out, causing some problems. He's looking for the magnetize, but won't be able to make it in time. Now the egg, but the roll out. He's gonna survive on Demon. Roll up is again. Can he escape? Looks like he will.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm gonna say
Around a
that.
little bit.
Take care's in really far here. Does not have any help, but now with this magnetize and the stampede, they get it. Looking for more, maybe. JP has to choose who he wants to go on. Knows the Centaur not really a great option, but Demon comes back in. He just gets popped.
Sniper is here. You got to be careful of that. Both teams gone a little bit too far on that.
Ricky gets a nice deep ward placed in the triangle, actually, behind that, on the pillar. Wonder if Oracle...
Expected this early.
Yeah, he's not going to have any idea. He's going to think it's lower.
Invisibility.
Ooh, they actually don't even see the sentry in the trees either, so they'll lose their own sentry later on. Ricky's currently sitting in an Observer Sentry combo, though, so he's going to have scouted that out. He's going to get him killed, though. Thought he had more time to deal with that.
That is bizarre, because he knew he was in vision for a while. Crimson Guard's going to be able to keep Demon alive. Roll and jump away. They should be fine. The dive, though, coming in from Cook. The arena. Oh, you are not getting that stampede out of this one. They do need the spear to connect. It does. On the other side of the fight, well, JP deletes the Earth Spirit, so they will get themselves 2 kills for that play.
You just go Roche. I think you can with the Corrosive Haze. You're near the pit. Maybe looking mid instead for the Oracle.
Yeah. Oracle is in some trouble. Blink Crush, Smokescreen. He's dead as well.
Top tower is under attack.
Now you go for Roche. It's being scanned. They suspect it's at least possible. Smokescreen, Phoenix, Slaughter, Corrosive. You have so many good tools to do Roche on.
Yeah. It's not like the fastest Roche, but you will definitely get it.
Yeah, you're not taking any damage while you do it at the least.
Yeah.
Monkey King, maybe you could steal it if you run in here, but it'd be really risky. They're not even gonna
You're just
try.
gonna be jumping into a smokescreen, right? Like, that's not ideal. No,
Frank comes in?
actually gets a nice 3-0. Steals the Aegis? How? With that, a massive Wukong, the egg gets destroyed as well, and Lala caught from the roll.
Will this work? Will this work?
You can't make these mistakes.
Okay, Smokescreen should have come out a little later to make sure that as Roche dies and someone blinks in to try to steal it, rolls in, whatever, they can't cast spells. And then I guess they just didn't have a slot cleared fast enough, or that Centaur stun was perfectly timed. I feel like there was time to grab the Aegis, but it was really close. You know, credit to Frank. But shouldn't have really been given that opportunity by Infamous. That's not great. Yeah, I think they realized that.
Took his headset off like, oh boy.
Ooh.
I mean, that is now a 4,000 gold lead and an Aegis going the way of Team Den. Troll Warlord, top of the net worth now. You lost any bit of momentum that you had built in this game.
You're still capable of taking fights. But like you said, you had momentum before. You're feeling very good about the plays you're making. Suddenly that happens, and now all these plays have to happen into Aegis. But I don't think you can afford to wait too long, because Troll gets scarier the longer you wait.
Okay. I thought he was getting out of there for a second.
Yeah, I know. It's like, guys, we can't tilt over that last play. He might still. Oh my God, no way.
Yeah, this stuff just can't happen. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Whew. Saving it.
Tips his ally like, all right, yeah, my bad, guys. We got him though.
Yeah, I mean, that losing Roche like that is not great, but you're not out. You can't get tilted off that, so just regroup, find good pickoffs like they were just doing. A little long on that attempt, but you just gotta keep repeating that to kind of recover your position.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Is this their gem? It is their gem. Okay, I was like, did Ricky steal a gem or did they buy it? They actually bought it, so. That is like a quarter of his entire net worth.
He's trying to make money with the observers, D-wards.
And better with the other facet.
True. But look at that. He just got one sentry. You should see him an observer by the Lotus. You gotta go north. Ricky.
Ooh, that's a dead Phoenix mid lane. Mars does get out from this, so he's able to dodge it out.
Bottom tower has fallen.
But Phoenix on the sideline, and they are just pushing right down bottom. Like, I forget you have this Aegis on the Centaur. Like, you can just sit here, tank the tower
Radiant
forever.
structures are fortified.
Well,
Troll
fortifying,
BKB as
clear
well.
up the wave. Yeah, Troll BKB, and he's on his way to his Manta. He's actually very close to the Manta.
Got the money if he wants to spend it.
Cool. Ward plays down, Stomp, actually gets crushed instead, but there's gonna be a big stun coming through. Wukong's actually gets tripped, and then he falls and stuns himself. Oh, man. Wonder Kid, not the best Wukongs you could have asked for, but this Magnetize is just destroying the side of Infamous. They've lost 3. Lala able to dodge this out for now as Demon should die here to the Assassinate and does, but they've got the Ricky. Gem hits the deck. Cook.
You need to get that gem back.
Yeah, Wonder Kid's gonna steal it. He
Blammo?
doesn't have Mischief. He's dead. Troll Warlord ran in, actually takes a lot of damage here. No ult available either. He might just be dead to the sniper. What is happening?
Saving it. Pulling it back. All right.
And they recover the gem.
Overcommitment from Team Den there. A bit too much confidence with the Aegis. You actually see in that bottom push, they got half the tier 3. You can just back out. You don't have to make these types of aggressive plays, but because they're all there, they do go for it. And Sniper, he got killed in some of these earlier fights. This time, he's sitting on his own tier 3 high ground. People can't get to him, and he just goes to town, firing off the entire time.
So during that fight, the Monkey King like boundless strikes into Wukong's, and he like tried to just like fall off his tree into the fight without using Primal Spring, but because of the pathing in the tree he was on, he fell backwards and immediately canceled his own Wukong's command. So then he tries to tree dance back into the fight and jumps right onto a broken tree and just stuns himself for 4 seconds. So the whole initial fight would have been completely different if the Monkey King was able to do any damage.
We hate pathing.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Troll Manta now done as well. That could have helped in the last fight. He had the money, but hadn't had a chance to actually spend that money. Despite losing the fight, we do see why time is on Team Den's side. Like, the Slardar versus Troll matchup is very good for Troll. Now, arguably, Slardar's not the real carry, it's the Sniper. And
Yeah.
that's one where Troll does win if you're actually fighting each other. But Sniper is going to be doing his best to not ever directly engage you and be miles away, hitting you for free. And that's where it is Sniper favored. And he has a lot of teammates to help him with that. So I'm not going to count Team Infamous out, especially with some of these back and forth fights we've got going on here.
There's the arena, the spear, top side. Troll does get the ult off. He's going to try and do his best, but he's facing the bulwark of this Mars, but the saves from the Oracle, and now you're toast, man. There is no surviving this one. Wits, he's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get healed up as well. They've caught Lala. Good force staff away. JP trying to fight into this Troll Warlord, but you just can't win. The evasion is too much. We'll be able to run away. But that's where Bloodsport might make the difference. Sniper is going to get kicked now into the bottom side here. Does get the Magnetize off, has the Ethereal. JP with a nice stun, but the chase continues. Magnetize now going over to the Slardar, surrounded from the side of Team Den. If they get this Ricky, you lose the gem. They are looking for him. He's dusted up. He doesn't have any mana left, and that is it. Wits claims the kill. You steal the gem. You get 4 heroes. This game is falling apart and fast.
I was gonna say that later. With Bloodsport, I think that's a troll kill.
Yeah,
And
it
if
is.
that's a troll kill, the rest of the fight is pretty good. The egg might have been a little aggressive as well, though his placement was really good for how fast the dive was. He was right on the wall like you want to be, but he went for his zoning ult, and they killed him too quickly because of it. So it might need to be a little further back, because Phoenix does add a lot in these fights besides just the zoning egg, right? You want to be there to spam out your spells. Sunray is a lot of value this game. There's a lot of tanky heroes. So kind of a combination of those two things. Phoenix dying too quickly, Troll dying to never. Can't can't be having that. Even off of a really good initiation. I hate to think that it was a misclick and they might lose off of that. Not having blood sport.
I mean, that's a rough one. Bottom lane, Stampede. He's just dodging him out. We'll be able to force the BKB. There's the Arena, the Spear. That is not what you want. Assassinate coming through as well, but Frank seemingly unbothered by everything that's going on here.
As Troll becomes a bit too powerful, you're just gonna have to keep him out of the fight. Oh, Ricky's getting Yules. Might be getting killed as well here.
Yeah, he's ditch.
She weakened the towers earlier, so tier 2 going to fall. You're gonna have a creep wave to help you with the...
Troll just takes high ground now. There's no reason to not just troll. If they find the Mars, then you're pretty much set and he is going to be found. Now, JP comes in, gets a nice stun. BKB out from Wonder Kid into the Wukongs. Not really going to help him too much, but what a stomp. He gets right on top of Cook, stops that disengage as well. For now, they're just going to buy themselves some time from Team 10. Blink stomp in from JP. They just delete, okay? Goodbye into that Earth Spirit. Boundless Strike finds a trade, taking down that Phoenix.
That did nothing. Tickled.
JP just keeps going in.
Frank is so tanky.
Yeah.
Still has his chipped vest, I just realized. Must not have had great options. The chipped vest is decent, but I don't know for tier 3.
They're gonna see this Slardar
a little
coming.
too far.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to just jump right over the backside though. Monkey King gets caught and he's dead. He jumps all alone, and now Sladen will get his gem back. They just disengage with the Stampede. Infamous very happy now looking for even more. I feel like every single one of those engagements was done with Troll Warlord having no ability to get towards his team. And there's the Blink Dagger. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was like, they kept jumping way past, and Troll could never fight the enemy team.
Jumping way past, and yet still not on the Sniper. That whole fight started by the tier 2 on the Radiant side, and Sniper had that little side gate. So as his teammates get focused and killed, I mean, he's getting the return kills. Roshan now on... Man, I forgot all this started with Frank getting the Aegis steal. Actually, this game could have been so much easier for Infamous if that had never happened. Trying to do it right this time. It honestly might be.
Yeah.
They're going to try to do it right this time. Smoke up. Get some kills before you go for Roche. Monkey King's going to be back up, though, since you couldn't get it fast enough.
Is Roche back? So, you do have a lot of damage still coming in from this Sniper, but the big thing is, like, if they actually use the Stampede offensively and can find Lala, I don't think Infamous stand a chance of winning a fight. And we are going to get the wrap right here. Smoke's going to pop MJCs. He's going to be one that they find first. He's gone. BKB out here from this Troll Warlord trying to find someone. He gets the badges here, but the egg is going to pop. Can he find the damage? Is it enough? The huge crush, the egg, the Phoenix, the Sniper. They're just doing all of it. And now Team Den. Who even wins? I think Team 10 lose. They're going to find MJZ, maybe?
Team 10 definitely is losing.
Uh-oh.
As
Blink
the
strike
kids say,
Assassinate gets the blink out. Hold up. Can you get Demon, though?
Sorry,
No,
Spirit
he
out
gets
too?
the roll away. You didn't find the Sniper.
You can still do Roche off of this, I think. You can do some Phoenix, I guess, instead? What is happening?
They're literally winning because of Ethereal Blades, actually. Lala, nice
Sniper
hurricane
back to
fight.
high ground? What in the world is going on
They just
here?
lost both gems again.
Okay, first of all, both teams gotta have couriers near them to retrieve these gems. Second of all, Team Den they've got to find this sniper. They keep taking fights without getting to sniper, and sniper is just doing so much damage in the back. And then 4 heroes got trapped in the arena after the Oracle got killed, and that was such a strong combo.
Yeah, that
Infamous
Phoenix
got too confident
absolutely
over that, though. Yeah, Infamous got too confident and kind of scattered on the way out, but Team Den making use of the buybacks they committed. They do find a couple kills. No one ends up with the Roche. This is getting crazy, dude.
It's gonna move top. Sutter does have 20 talent now, which is quite strong. Sniper needs to get this Satanic. He really does. Like, he needs to be able to stand his ground against things like the Blade Mail or heroes that if they do manage to get on top of him. We are looking at a refresher for the Mars. He will have it somewhat soon, which the double arena is really strong. It did lock them down long enough for the Phoenix to do a lot of the work, and once the BKBs expired on the side of Team Den, it looked really good.
Nullifier queued up for Ricky. It's going to be really good this game, but it's going to take him a while to get there.
What does he have right now? Is it
Starting
just like a
on road.
Yules?
Yeah, Yule's in the charge.
Oh, that's a quick kill onto the Earth Spirit, and I think that's a dieback. Oh, the Stampede trapped inside the arena. Frank, nowhere to go. That is a huge find. Stampede used, plus the kill. And Ricky, the Yules, he finds himself the Oracle. Blink strikes crush. In comes the Assassin, trying to prevent him to be able to blink away. Will be forced to ult himself. He will have a blink now. Was the damage too much?
Neutrals. Help me out.
Okay.
To not help. Never mind,
Indicator,
doesn't need
great
to be sniped. Well, it secures you, Roche. I think you give this to the sniper. Yeah. A lot of these fights have not even been finding the sniper, but now with the insurance policy of the Aegis, when you try to push high ground, finally you'll know where the sniper is, right? He'll be hitting the tower,
Yeah.
so you need some extra security on the Aegis. But they've got to stop taking fights where the sniper is free. The last 4, I want to say, sniper just ho ha ha from the back line. I know it's tough with the ghillie suit,
man.
but
Yeah.
you can't engage in the fight until you find the sniper, is what it comes down to.
I would like them to just get the Tormentor here. Like, every hero has their shard except the sniper, and it's a really good shard this game. So I think they should just commit to the Tormentor right now. Like, he went Disperser Pike, which is, I think, actually really smart. But now you have the grenade, so a disarm, which is fantastic, but also the repositioning tool. So
Yeah, I didn't realize he didn't have it yet. Yeah, that's huge for them to pick up for free.
I kept looking at it, being like, when is he gonna get this? But yeah, I do think his itemization has been pretty solid. Eventually, you would get the grenade, and I think sometimes it's good to get early, but didn't need to this time. Yules, here. Nice engaged fight here. There's going to be a great arena. The double spear will be saved here. Again, where's Bloodsport when you need it? Frank will get stunned here. They're going to look to finish off both the Centaur and this Earth Spirit, but the Troll escapes.
Another fight where they're not getting to the sniper, but I will say he almost died to Blade Mail. He got really low. He now has finished the Satanic and stuck it in his inventory, so that won't be an issue going forward. It would have been really funny to lose the Aegis to that. But, I mean, to be fair, that was kind of... No, that was Team Den starting on Ricky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They gotta find a sniper.
Back. Yeah. I mean, that I will say is another scenario where if you have Bloodsport, Oracle has to blink into the arena to save the troll, or you kill the troll there. He's dead 100%. Like, he would not have gotten the BKB off. He was at like 20% HP before the Oracle ult hit him.
Just playing on hard mode, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a really good comeback from Infamous.
Yeah, they're pulling it back after things fell out of control when they lost that first Aegis. Or I guess they got the Roche, but then it had it snatched away and got team wiped. But I'd say they finally pulled it back to... It says it's an even game, but it sure feels like the momentum's on their side. But I think at any moment you find the sniper first, the fight just completely changes, and 2 tier 2s are already down. So if you make it to the Radiant base with a Troll Warlord, it's gone. Like, you might win the game straight up, depending on the death timers, but at least you could equalize, or you could get 2 lanes of barracks. I say equalize because I kind of think they should be losing barracks in this first, or in this second Aegis. They have a little less than 3 minutes left on it. Just finish the bottom tier 2, go get mid tier 2, start hitting that high ground.
All right, hear me out with Victory Feast, though. Someone's gonna die in Arena. Somebody will. And then he gets 20% health and mana back, so he can use his refresher and not actually be starved for mana and still be able to cast spells. Maybe that's the idea behind it. So, like, yeah, we're just gonna let the troll do his thing. Because at the end of the day, if the troll is only wailing away on the Mars and he's able to just stand in front of him with a bulwark, you're basically just CCing the troll while you're stunned, right? Like, you will eventually... You're not going to kill the Mars while he's got the bulwark up in front of you like that.
Low and steady siege here. Centaur will respawn. You have enough time to just sit outside the base waiting for another pickoff. I don't think you actually have to force the issue for another minute.
Yeah.
But seems like they want to. Sniper taking point.
They've got this Aegis, right? Like, just
Ricky
try and
just got
threaten
an
this high
amplify
ground.
damage. Go back
I mean,
up, pick
putting
that
that
up, and
on-
then head mid.
Yeah, putting that on Sniper sounds kind of good. But dude, you also got the Maul. I love that item. It's so good. The neutral item. That thing is pretty sick.
Trying to hide this amplify damage. You don't lose the mid wave for that, though. You have the banner as well, and these are catapults. I really feel like the timing is to push mid, drop the banner on the catapults.
Yep.
They're positioned pretty well,
They
though.
expected them to back further out is what it is. I think they were looking at this, they're like, yeah, we're not going to go high ground. But here they go. They're going high ground. And now Team Den, they need to find the backside here. Take care. He's going to be able to pop the smoke, get stunned up right away. Does he get the BKB off? He's not. Blink a missile out from Witz. He's dead. 90 seconds. Without your Mars, your big team fight hero. The rest of them will try to disengage. Yules from Sladen going to try and buy himself. He bought a Boots of Travel. That's crazy. He's out. All right, tier 3 tower. He managed to defend the high ground on Den. Nicely done.
I don't know. Infamous, I think they had the information to know that was happening because, I mean, your mid lane is being hit and no one is showing. You know it's a wraparound, but they were still pretty scattered. Like, Sniper was hitting the mid
Mars should have
tower
been
and
closer.
Mars was at the back by the secret shop. That's way too far apart at this stage of the game.
You are definitely correct. I agree. I was thinking about that too. I'm like, I didn't realize where he was, but he was, yeah, by the secret shop when you're clicking mid tier 2, tier 3. That is definitely too spread. When he's like your big team fight, like, is this Mars double arena? You need it. So Ricky has given up on Nullifier, and he is just gonna go Aeon Disc.
Yeah, I'm
Which
not
I
sure about
can
that.
understand, but I think you do need a Nullifier on someone. Maybe the Slardar gets it.
In a way, it's been kind of close where they have been winning fights despite not having a nullifier, but I don't know. Aeon Disc travels. Such an out there combo of items.
Yeah.
I feel like you just sit behind Sniper and you drop stuff on him. So, like, I would have preferred buff items for the Sniper, or you keep scouting like he has been, and then you want the Nullifier. I guess he wants the Aeon to bait people onto him, but
Yeah.
it can be removed by Fortune's End.
All right, you've hit the point where Troll's level 25 now, so Battle Trance Strong Dispel can be stunned, or can be cast while stunned, of course, so you no longer have the options of blowing this hero up. Like, he will get Battle Trance off always. So both teams are going to smoke. picking up some important items here. The Aghanim Scepter for the Phoenix. Whoa.
Save that sniper.
I mean,
Brief that sniper, maybe. Let's find out.
yeah, they saw the Slardar taking this. Sniper is very far from his team as well. Another scenario here where if they scout the right hero, they're going to find the Slardar. There's the stomp. The boundless strike comes through. Do they have the damage, though? He's actually alive for the moment, and Lala's not that far away. They could not kill JP. And there's the Arena of the Spirit. He gets the Oracle. He's got a refresh. He does a BKB. He has to pop it again. There it is. Deletes both supports as now JP's looking for Frank on the backside. Monkey King trying to get here as well. The egg drops right on top of him, but yeah, Troll doesn't care. Just chews right through these. He's going to be able to pop the Battle Trance now, and he's just going to try and take down this Slardar, but the sniper has been ignored this whole fight. Lala getting to do whatever he wants, trying to bring down Frank here on the Centaur. He's tanky with that Blade Mail, but that Blake the Crush, he's got him. MJZ, the sole survivor. There's going to be the false promise, but blinks up high to onto the high ground. They will eventually chase him down, scouted by the courier. Oh no, there it is. Chase results in 7 deaths for Team Den as Lala didn't take a single point of damage outside of a Blade Mail.
The Centaur did find Sniper, but the thing is, Sniper can't kill Centaur because of how the Blade Mails and resistances. But if you don't hit the Centaur, Centaur can't kill Sniper either. So Sniper, after being stunned, he just goes, okay, that was cool, dude. I'm just gonna keep hitting Monkey King and Troll now. And Centaur can't do anything about that, so he's like, okay, I guess I'll go over to them too, right? So once again, leaving the Sniper alone, and now you're losing your base. This is gonna be the mid lane. They're already getting to work on the bottom rack as well. I think they could have gone for the end of the game, but they're playing it safe because this is Elimination Series.
Yeah.
But
I think they can still go for tier 4s here. You have 40 seconds without the Oracle, who is a big part of their fight. I don't think you have enough damage until the Troll Warlord is up to actually kill the Sniper. To actually get Vision of Demon, he's going to be forced to BKB. He's taking a lot of damage from the Sniper. He will roll out. They force the Magnetize, and with that, it's a big spell combo to Kit.
They're playing it safe because Roshan could be up. I just think if Sniper just goes mid and then you Arena the Fountain, I actually don't think they can leave their base in time to stop you. But this is the safe play. Back out, get Roche, stick it on Sniper again. You can probably run it down, but I imagine they're going to go top to complete the megas and be the safest they possibly can be to move on in these TI qualifiers. You have one more desperation smoke in you from Team Den. You have to deliver the Troll Warlord and probably the Monkey King as well. At least one of those has to be on top of Sniper, if not both. You've got to take Sniper out of the equation right away. Then you can win the rest of the fight. Like, none of the other heroes are actually the issue. It's pretty much Sniper.
I don't know what they need to, like, I don't know how they find him at this point, but it needs to happen. I will say that last fight could have gone even better for Infamous if he didn't, if the egg didn't just get dropped, like, in the center of Monkey King and Troll. Like, he dove in and egged on top of the two of them. Maybe he thought the Troll popped Battle Trance and he was, like, attacking the Mars or something, and he would just get, like, to sit there burning him and healing, but, a slightly better placed egg, and this fight's even more disastrous for Team Den.
Team Den have found some pickoffs. It's just been on other heroes. Infamous has had a couple moments of this game where they've scattered and not been in the best position. So you need either a good or lucky observer to scout that. Make a very quick beeline with the smoke you have to Sniper. If it doesn't work, you're gonna lose. Like, your death times are too long is gonna be game over. But that's pretty much all you've got. And the window's closing too because Roshan is about to spawn.
They saw Wonder Kid on a ward. They scanned the Roche pit. They thought they might be in Roche, but it's a hex into the tree cut from the arena. There's gonna be the same from the Oracle once again. Into the Stampede. Wukong's is out. He's gonna hide himself inside his army. He will buy back on the Ricky. Spear does manage to catch one. A second arena. It's cocked up big kills. The Oracle. Now BKB will give this Centaur some space. But I don't know if he's making out of this one. The sniper is too scary. And here comes
what the heck?
kill. No blammo for you.
No blammo. All right, they're gonna get the tier 2. You don't even need the Roche at this point. We'll see how safe they want to be. But with 90 seconds on the Centaur, you're looking to force out the buyback if he has it. And when he doesn't buy back on this mega defense, I think you know you can go in the game.
There's also just no BKB on Monkey King or ult, so they know that Troll can't actually 1v5. So
Unless
he has like Shard and Divine Rapier.
This is where you have to challenge Sniper to a 1v1. You'd be like, you, me, meet me in Roche pit.
Infamous on the throne now, as this is the last thing that's keeping Team Den in this one. He does get the Magnetize here onto the Sniper, but just pops the Satanic, starts doing some work. The throne now down to half HP. Demon trying to do what he can, but just gets deleted. Now Wonderkin with his Wukong's command. It's a big one. Hides himself inside his soldier to get outside of the arena. He's going to keep trying to buy himself some time, but your throne is the real target. You got to keep this alive. And Sniper, well, he's done his job. Blitz. Yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and pop that battle
never mind. He's looking for kills.
Around. Say goodbye to your head, says Lala. This series is over. Infamous will eliminate Team Den from the TI qualifiers.
Well played from Infamous. A little bit of a hiccup when they lost that first Roche, but otherwise a pretty solid performance from a comeback in game 1. Or not a comeback, but like an outperformance in the laning stage, right? From the draft. We thought they were going to be in a bad spot, but they just kind of like outplay it, or just probably just knew better than us. Just knew they were in a good spot. Game 2 here, I'd say
This was
just outplayed in terms of positioning and team fights.
This fight was so good. Like, this Phoenix Egg ends up just obliterating them with the Shivas as well. Like, Centaur barely gets out, but that was close to being like 4 heroes for nothing. Take care. Mars, there's a reason this hero, despite sometimes not being super strong in the meta, always seems to have impact. Arena is just such a good ability.
What you're not seeing is Sniper at the focus of any of these fights. I mean, here's the one where Centaur was by the Sniper, and Sniper goes, yeah, that's really cool, man. I'm gonna keep killing the rest of your team.
Yes,
who are trapped in Arena. Yeah, so on one hand, good on Infamous for really good positioning, but on the other hand, Team 10's gotta focus the Sniper if they want a shot, you know? So I feel like it was straightforward for Lala. He just gets to A-click, and he got the right items and kept his eye out for people getting to him. He did what he needed to do, but then never actually had to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, very rough game here. A rough series kind of for Team Den. Game 1 was a lot more convincing from Infamous. They had a couple slip-ups here, like particularly the Roshan. That was like basically almost gave Team Den the comeback of the century, but Infamous will be able to hold it together to claim themselves the 2-0.
Yeah, that Roche, I feel like that's a good example of, although Infamous end up winning, you do see why those types of plays, it's like, oh, by stealing the first Aegis, it led to the game being an extra 20, 30 minutes, you know, because you didn't get that and push your lead further. They got so much more time. It wasn't quite enough in this case, but it might matter in some future series. There's a lot more games to be played. Not for Team Den, unfortunately. They are going to be knocked out. But Infamous going to move on Don't know who their opponents are yet. It's going to come from the upper bracket in the series later today. But looking better, I got to say, for Infamous. They had some rough games earlier, but you can improve throughout these qualifiers. And I hope today, along with the break they're now going to have, will give them even more time to improve versus their next opponents.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think they have what it takes to definitely continue and taking games off some of maybe the tournament favorites. But I think they're definitely playing their own type of Dota. I will say Infamous has had the most interesting draft so far. We see this Sniper as the MVP here, very much deserved for him, as he does 60,000 damage on this hero this game. Impressive scoreline as well with against heroes that are like notoriously good at getting on top of snipers. So Lala's item build, very, very good. But yeah, I mean, this is a team that's had they steal the Ricky. They make it look pretty good in this game. It struggled a little bit here and there, but it did find some big kills, set up stuff for JP on the Slardar. They've done like Marcy Slardar. You know, they've done this now mid sniper. Their team picking Shadow Fiends. Like, this is something that we don't see out a lot of the other teams, and they're winning with it.
Yeah, I agree. Some very cool stuff that definitely caught us off guard, like the Slardar versus Enigma. It's really useful to have that kind of stuff in your back pocket. Matchups that you're familiar with, that the enemy's not. It can get you some laning wins, like we saw in Game 1, that you just snowball into the rest of the game.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a stopping point for right now, as we are halfway through the day. There's going to be 2 more series happening after this, but Zach and myself, we are going to be handing it over to Aries and Fear. So we hope you guys enjoy the coverage they're going to be giving you. But for now, we're going to go to a break before we'll be back with the 3rd series here in the TI Closed Qualifiers for South America. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you then.
To move.
Thank you, thank you.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret
no
Labs
worries.
Titan
Thank you,
Evo.
thank you. Bye. Bye.
Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our third series of the day, second half of the day. We're going to be moving to the upper bracket where we will get to see the true strength of these top 4 teams. This is what we've been waiting for. We've seen some matchups with the lower seeded teams and have been a bit unsure on if there is how big the skill gap actually is. And I think this series and the final one is going to be a true test of that.
Yeah, for today, definitely. I think these 2 teams that we're kind of watching play right now, Team Sin versus Heroic, big test for Team Sin. Obviously, they got a lot of big names, but that's what I thought about Team Den and Veritas Brothers as well, right? But they unfortunately are no longer in this tournament with us, so we'll have to see if this Parker Dark Mago stack has what it takes to beat the big boy, right? It's going to be Heroic. This is going to be the hardest team of the qualifier for anyone to try and take down.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is going to be a difficult opponent, the team you are expecting to be able to make it through. And the last qualifiers we saw, they blitzed through it. I know, again, it was a bit of a different roster there for Heroic that was just Divine Llama and K1 instead, of course, with the roster they have currently. So we'll see Parker, again, ex-teammate as well, first time back in South America. I know I said this yesterday, and you're like, but he doesn't have that Divine Llama beat there, but still, who knows? There's a bit of a storyline we could run with here.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. It is his ex-team, and this is the team that he played on when he won Wallachia, right? And this is the first ever win for a South American team on LAN in the history of the game, which is pretty special, right? So these 2 teams have that goes to show you, right? The parts of these teams are part of that winning LAN team. So, yeah, this is going to be a good one for sure. I'm curious to see what Parker's going to pull out. His gyro has looked incredibly good. Yuma's looked incredibly solid as well. Whisper, not only known as the best offlaner in South America, but there was a time where there's discussions where he was probably one of the best offlaners in the world, right? So there's a lot of threats coming from Heroic that you're going to have to deal with, and we're going to have to see if Team Sin is going to come equipped for it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll continue on the point about Whisper. Like you mentioned, this guy was regarded as such a talented player, and then of course we saw him picked up from OG, and then unfortunately wasn't able to continue with that success in OG and Western Europe as a whole as well. And I feel like maybe there's a bit of a chip on his shoulder, considering there was a lot of flack for some of his performances, and this would be a great start as well to be able to come back to the region, boost up Heroic, get this victory, move over to the upper bracket finals, and hopefully make a showing for them at TI, and then maybe be able to prove some of the doubters wrong that there was a reason why he was picked up in OG, and there was a reason why, because people have forgotten that he was probably one of the best offlaners, not if the best offlaner for a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think this squad in particular, as far as this qualifier goes, anything but winning will be a disappointment, right? Heroic has been that team that has been representing the region at every single LAN. Unfortunately, this year it was a little bit rough for them, so there was no direct invite. So they're in the open qualifiers. Every single good South American team is here in these close qualifiers, sorry. And now they're going to find out who's going to make it or not. And I think Heroic, if they don't make it, it's just going to be pure disappointment from them. But we'll have to see. This is a team that's had many chances on LAN now to make something happen, and it's been since Wallachia season 1, I believe, until they had some success as a squad here. So we'll see if they can do it, or is there going to be a new powerhouse rising from South America? Maybe the region does need a new representation for LANs, because right now Heroic seems to be struggling a little bit, but you have to beat them to be able to make it.
Yeah, you do. And the struggles, though, that you're mentioning, they won season 2, and then Dream League, just nothing better than a 7th, 8th place so far. And they played multiple Dream Leagues, one Blast, I see, multiple Wallachias. They played at Raleigh as well, Fissure Playground. So this is a team that has got a lot of international reps. We've seen it before in other rosters as well with these players. But yeah, so far this year, they have without a doubt been at the most tournaments, but haven't been able to get the results.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So that's a conversation for later, right? But the real thing is going to be they're here, right? Because the results haven't been there. But will they crack under the pressure of the qualifiers, right? They're not really used to be playing in qualifiers too much anymore because they've been getting invited to just about all the tournaments, I want to say. So these qualifiers are going to be a little stacked, and they're going to have to feel a little pressure, right? It's like they might not go to TI if they don't perform here. But this is a squad, like I said, they've been to every LAN this year for a reason because they have been the best in the region. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack here. But Team Sin, Parker's new squad that he assembled, handpicked, I assumed, they look promising, right? They formed just for this qualifier, and Parker's been known, if we look at the Wallachia Season 2, to just show up every once in a while and just like have godlike performances and win tournaments. So maybe this is the roster that can do it.
When you look at the success that we saw from Parker at Wallachia Season 2, like what do you feel like what are the best characteristics that he has as a carry, maybe compared to some of the other carry players at the moment?
He just plays really fast and has a really good killer instinct, right? He always itemizes and plays away on the map that is very much so aggressive in your face and trying to get kills and outplay you. A lot of the other carries that we see are just, they play really safe, right? They farm, they wait for their timings. We don't see much from them. Parker, he's much more explosive. Like at Wallachia Season 2, his Morphling and stuff like that, these heroes that can just solo carry games, he's incredibly good on. And we see when he plays his Gyrocopter, this is typically a hero you don't see playing too active nowadays. It used to be an active hero, but now it's a bit more of like a farm heavy, hit your timings, do Roche type of hero. But he builds different. He builds really tanky. He wants to fight. He doesn't want to sit back and farm.
All right, let's get ourselves underway. An exciting matchup between these two teams. Parker is he's vibing. He's jamming. He's got music going.
Yeah.
The moves on. He's getting in the groove, and let's see what we get in store for us here for our first game. Priority Heroic going to be on Radiant side, playing with second pick. We got Team Sin on Dire with first pick.
Very curious to see what the priority is going to be on some of these heroes, and the respect ban for the gyro coming out. It's so funny, like this TA hero and like Terrorblade, for example, they're still getting banned early on, even though I want to say 3 patches in a row now, nothing but nerfs on every single spell. That's just how good they still are, apparently. I thought with, you know, Refraction getting nerfed, Meld getting nerfed, the Shard getting nerfed, maybe TA wouldn't see like as much first phase action, but every single game it's still in that first phase ban.
Yeah, apparently the series still not too bad. Got to get the respect. The gyro ban. Okay, Heroic also some respect there.
And the Bristleback too, but a lot of players are just, because the green facet was nerfed, they're moving more towards the red one. So the hero's toolkit is still really strong.
5 seconds remaining.
And now it's time. We've seen a lot of Oracle bans, right? Not banned so far. Instead, Medusa. A first phase Medusa ban. That's an interesting one. Does that mean they want AA early on? I'm not entirely sure what that means.
On Doom.
Well, there's the Nature's Prophet. Anyway, I mean, I think that's really just strange that you just ban a Medusa like that. But there has to be a reason, because the offlane Medusa, I haven't seen it yet too much in this patch, right? Because it got nerfed into Oblivion.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, I think, at least from what I've seen, it's pretty much only been the carry deuces.
Yeah, carry deuce is still good, but in the right game, I think. All right, they're going to pick their Enigma. This is a strong hero. It could be flex. It could just be the offlane here. That is why it is quite a sought-after hero for some teams, but you have to have a specialist.
5 seconds.
And I think Whisper, I mean, I don't know what Whisper is a specialist on anymore. It feels like he's a specialist on every hero.
Sure. True. This guy's got a very, very wide hero pool. Look to play a lot of those heroes. So let's see how they're going to protect it, though, is the main thing. Of course, already protected. Like, the first phase band's pretty nice to help the Enigma offlane. Conquer, Bristle, Gyro, Monkey, kind of like when you go further down the list, but really the other 3 are probably the better ones.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa's not bad either, but it's not like a hard counter. But maybe they just thought out a Parker's hero pool. those might be the best ones to kind of like take out of the pool.
So, because now you have to be looking at that, right, for Team Sin, knowing that if the Enigma goes offlane, what viable carries do we have available? Like, you probably want to pick it maybe early in the second phase. What come to mind with the heroes that are left that you're already, like Parker may already be thinking about with the lane matchup?
Kunkka is a big one.
He's banned.
Well, not getting that one then. So a lot of them are banned. So Kunkka's banned. What else? Let me check the bans real quick before I look. All right, so I think Terrorblade could be good. Alchemist could be good. Yatoro ran a Clinks, so that was very good, but I don't know if Parker plays Clinks. You just eat the creep, and then you just focus down the other creep, the Eidolons that is, so that's really nice. The Tiny was okay, but not amazing. If you want to go down the route of, like, Wraith Kings are pretty decent. They take the Tiny, so that's not an option. So yeah, from basically Wraith King, Terrorblade, Alchemist, maybe Weaver, but I don't like it in this game, Clinks.
10 seconds remaining.
That's the annoying thing about this Enigma hero. There's not a lot of heroes that are good versus it.
And so much flex potential for Heroic. Your Enigma Tiny is your offlane duo. If you want that, Enigma can go 5, Tiny can go mid.
Yeah, that's
Tiny
the thing,
can go
right?
carry. Like, this is such a wide open draft for them. And you have the 24th on Heroic. And we were speaking earlier, like the past couple of days, where some of the lesser experienced teams, maybe they can't use the 24th pick as well. Heroic, without a doubt, can. They have the players, like Whisper in particular, with such a diverse hero pool that they can really utilize that last pick.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's why you probably don't want to pick your carry too early, just in case they do flex the Enigma. But Pango, this is a hero that it's like a soft counter to the Enigma. They really don't want him to get easy black holes off. At some point you get Basher, right? And that will allow you to potentially cancel black holes. And just rolling in the early game, right? And getting on top of the Enigma is really nice. Of course, black hole can be used to shut down the roll and focus him down, so it's kind of like a bit of a double-edged sword there. But overall, pretty good. Good wave clear, too. That way Enigma can't just run from tower to tower with Helm Dom and take everything. And I think that's going to be the main purpose of the Pango pick. And they're picking the Warlock to shut down the black hole in the mid-late game. It's not a particularly good pick against Enigma in the laning stage, though. Don't have that wave clear to really deal with the Eidolons. I mean, it's decent, I suppose, to have the Fatal Bonds, but it's a bit of a long cooldown.
It also gives you 2 supports, more than likely Warlock, Nature's Prophet. I have to imagine your support duo that have 0 control. And Analog likes his spirit, so this opens up some Embers, some Storms. The Storm maybe not here because you could get responded with a Puck at the 18th and they put the Pango in the off lane. But it does mean that Analog's hero, he has a lot of options.
For sure, and more flex potential here with the Lina. This could be mid, could be carry, right? So you still really don't know where anything is going. I think this next pick has to show something. Like, it has to be, unless it's like a support flex yet again, that could be a core. I'm not sure what that would be, but likely will show something here. And that's kind of the nice thing about having 18 pick there.
Oh!
Okay, so Treant Protector will get picked, which means Enigma's going offlane.
Why aren't you happy about, like, this? When have we seen a tree loss? What is
why
this
am I
hero
not
doing?
happy? I mean, why is it in this game? I mean, it's good versus Pango, right? You can kind of just shut his roll down. Your tree walking is pretty good versus Nature's Prophet, right? You can kind of walk through his sprout if you're already with the shard. Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's likely going to be a carry Lina then, because when I think of like carry Lina, you really want to play with like these Naga, Clockwork type of heroes. Tusk, Tree kind of fits that category, right? And this hero I thought was just bad. I wonder what the read is on Sand King. But if I recall, Sand King's win rate right now was not
No good?
great.
10 seconds remaining.
Let me see what we got here.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Let's take a look. I'm not sure. I've not
Yeah,
seen the stats
he's not doing good. 45% win rate on both facets. Obviously, these are just like Dota buff stats.
Sure. Well,
But either way, it's still enough to kind of show you this. The hero's just not winning in most brackets.
of course, I mean, there's going to be a lot of AoE magic damage with the Sand King Warlock. I mean, we might have to see the Enigma go. I'm really not sure what the Enigma item build is at the moment. I just know we are getting a lot of the Helm of the Overlord, but potentially, if you can also go another Aura, Pipe looks pretty valuable this game, but you may then need to go, like Blink BKB, whatever else is required for the Enigma. We will see if the Sand King prevents what heroes in the mid lane. Maybe I have to imagine it's got a fine matchup versus the Tiny, but I wonder if it also stops something like the Ember Spirit, because I'm pretty sure the Sand King versus the Ember is pretty decent inside the lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it'll depend. I think putting Tiny mid is just fine in this game, but you also have to consider, I suppose, do you want to pick another position 4 with the Enigma, because Tiny's just so good, right? Luckily, you do have last pick, so this Lena's still flexible. This Lena could just go mid too, which would destroy Sand King, and you could pick something else for the safe lane.
Sure.
And I think whatever happens here, I think this last pick is going to be mostly targeted towards not only winning lanes, but making sure they have the win condition, right? You can see they banned the PA. This is a hero that doesn't kill the Eidolon super well, but you can kill the Enigma, right? So it's a more aggressive approach, and of course they do have Warlock, so Warlock PA, just a strong combination. And the TB's that other hero I talked about that they could potentially do versus Enigma, so Parker, what are his options? I mean, like I said, there's like a Wraith King, an Alchemist, potentially a Weaver, Clinks,
10 seconds remaining.
or maybe something else. We'll have to see. I mean, you could do like Naga carries and stuff like that. I mean, Illusion here is always good versus Enigma, but it feels like even if you win the lane with Naga, this hero is just so garbage as a carry, you're never going to carry the game. Kind of awkward with the Warlock too.
You've mentioned Alchemist a couple of times. How is that hero even at the moment? Do you feel like he's pretty weak, or it's playable? Okay.
Yeah, it's playable. He might not be as strong as he used to be, and definitely not a tier 1 carry, but definitely playable.
I know that looks like the face of a man who has absolutely no idea what he's picking. He's talking now. He wasn't talking before, but
Yeah,
seemed like he had no idea what he wanted.
I feel like it was a really wasted opportunity to not pick that Terrorblade right when Sand King was picked. I don't know why they needed the Sand King so badly on 18 pick, but they're gonna go Drow Ranger. Okay, top lane could get ugly very quick because you're playing versus a Tiny, right? He can toss you back into the Eidolons. You have no way of really dealing with that or fighting with. But
10 seconds remaining.
I'm a little stumped on this pick, to be honest with you. I mean, sure, you might be able to right-click some Eidolons multi-shot if you want to get in there and really bully them, but I think they might struggle on that top lane. And Enigma's a hero that if you give him free farm, could be an issue. And now that Drow's been picked, you can kind of just decide what you want to do here on this last pick. I mean, even like a Primal Beast or something mid could be good, just a more run at you type of heroes. I know this is a hero that Analog has played in the past, but they're going to go for the Slardar. Something similar, I guess, just a run at you hero. Slardar mid versus either Pango or Sand King. Seems good enough to me. Yeah, I mean, I think this draft from Heroic looks a bit scary, right? I don't think you deal with this Enigma first pick at all. I mean, you deal with the Black Hole later on, but I don't think you dealt with the laning stage whatsoever of this hero. And then I also think this mid lane matchup, Slardar, this is going to be pretty decent for him. I'm curious on what facet the Sand King is going to go, because he has one of those facets where if he attacks you, right, while in Sandstorm, it applies a miss chance. Versus Slardar mid, maybe? Interesting.
Okay.
He can just blind you. Maybe you can trade. I mean, he has Final Sting, which I don't believe is the one. All right, let me just read
Oh,
these real quick. Yeah, Sandblast will blind. Final Sting causes a caustic finale explosion that does 50% damage and is created around every enemy hero hit in Stinger's innermost radius. Okay. Does not apply to Agnum Scepter upgrade. Well, I mean, either way, I think both the Sand King's facets are truly garbage, so...
Unlucky, buddy. She's got some shit facets now.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. There's a reason this hero has a 45% win rate. But we'll see what he can pull it off with it. He still has good spells, I guess, but just the facets aren't great.
Have some combo with the Warlock, but we will see. We'll see how he's going to be able to perform this game, how heroic go with the lineup. It does sound like you're heavily, I don't want to say heavily, but like how much are you favoring heroic with this draft?
Oh, it's pretty heavy, I think. It's
Okay.
pretty
All right,
heavy
not good.
favorites. Yeah, because like when you play Lina carry, the only thing you really need is for people to peel off heroes from you. So you have Tree, right? Great root. You have amp damage from Slardar, who's going to be able to just like continuously get in the fight, give you vision. You have Tiny tossing heroes back to you. So like it's a pretty dream game for Yuma here to play here. And I think it's, I mean, you're playing Drow versus Tiny, right? This is a matchup that you hate being repositioned on this hero. And Schofield, trust me, I've played against this guy. When he's set on a mission, like tossing a Drow back, he will find a way to do it. You are going to get tossed back. And that is not something Drow likes at all. So this has to be a huge outplay situation coming out from Team Sin here, because I think their draft has a lot of holes when it comes to mainly the laning stage. Like all three lanes look a little rough. Maybe mid will be fine. Just it really depends on the Sentry War battle. It's hard to really shut down a Sand King. But we'll see. I'm very curious to see.
We will see indeed. See if heroic as well go for the level 1 smoke or not. Margot's going to pop a pretty aggressive ward on the other side. Real late smoke for heroic.
Yeah, I mean, that ward and Radiant that they're just walking by now is placed almost every single game, even in pubs. So you kind of have to smoke past there. This is a bit creative because it's only a 3-man smoke. Enigma, he doesn't want to do anything but block his wave. Got some items out for scouting, but might just be a 2-2 trade here.
Oh, he used an observer instead of a sentry to block the ancients? Okay. I was going to block the other one as well. Alright. So both the ancient and the hard camp's going to be blocked from KJ.
Yeah, I guess when you play against Sand King, you want to not allow him to have that.
Alright, let's get ourselves underway. We'll see how this mid matchup goes. And importantly, how the side lanes, what they're going to be able to do to slow down the Enigma. You're saying this is looking like a pretty free game, at least free lane for the Enigma. Has the drums currently queued up from Whisper.
Yeah.
See if it will be that Helm of the Overlord. And I mentioned pipe in the drop because the Sand King Warlock, can he fit it in this build, or is it a bit difficult if you go like drums, Helm of the Overlord, and then you kind of want the other items as well?
You can, for sure. But, I mean, the most common Enigma build is just picking up Helm, or sorry, drums, sorry, and then into the pipe. But I think you could also fit a Helm Dom if you want to, but completely unnecessary, I think.
So how close are we paying attention to Parker here? Like, is this
I'm watching
possibility
very
for him to
heavily.
outplay this lane? Yeah, okay.
I mean, there always
Let's see.
is, because, like, you have to get this multi-shot on the Eidolons, right? And you have to be, like, really close. But, I mean, he's pulling to the big camp and farming that up, which is gonna be nice. But he's also gonna lose a little bit of a wave here underneath the tower. So I wonder if this pulling shenanigans is gonna be worth it for Schofield. We'll just have to see. I think he went Avalanche level 1 too, so I think he's going for that level 2 kind of outplay. Hoping to get a toss with Avalanche. A lot of Tinies will start with the tree grab and just out CS you, but I think he wants to play to kill. I don't know who's like favored in this, because Parker did get the big camp. Alright, so we got level 2. I mean, Parker is winning in EXP because of this exchange and pooling.
Yeah, you got a bunch of Eidolons as well by the hard camp, so...
Yeah. But the question really is going to be when Tiny gets level 2, level 3, that's when this lane will start to get a little more difficult. But either way, other lanes, how are we doing? Alright, mid lane's not so bad. It really is just a sentry battle. And it looks like Dark Mago did win that exchange. He just has a sentry down here. And I think there's not much you can do as a starter to really deal with this, but later on, that Corrosive Haze will be very annoying for a hero like Sand King, because Sandstorm now does have a delay, right? Before it goes off. It's not instant anymore. It's 0.7 second fade time. Plenty of time to just throw an amp on him.
He's gonna have to try and get as much farm as he can, Dark Mago, until the level 6 on Analog. I already see when that Sandstorm expires, Analog's able to start running him down and some pressure on with the bash along with the crush. So how's bottom looking at the moment? I did see before that Sacred did a pretty good job to cut a majority of the trees. They have come back. See if KJ is also going to pick up a Quelling Blade, playing into Mr. Genic.
I mean, you kind of need one. I mean, Nature's Guise is fine, but if he ever gets out of the trees and loses the buff, right? By taking damage. But he feels like right now that he'll always kind of be in the trees anyway. Alright, and that's the type of multi-shot you want. Maybe a rotation. Good block.
Nice attempt to... Avalanche will hold them back for the moment. KJ's going to TP in as well, but it's not enough. The extra health from the lead seed will not be able to keep Whisper alive. They're doing a decent amount of damage with the Eidolons. The toss as well. Might tick out to the Blood Grenade Tango region. It's
3
enough.
health.
8 or 3, okay.
Yeah, he went all the way down to 3, I believe. Alright, good kill. That Sprout was really nice. Just blocking his path just a little bit so you can get a couple more clicks on there. And they're even forcing Tiny to use another Avalanche, so I'd say they're out of the woods here on this top lane. I think that rotation really set them up for success here. They got some good levels.
Now bottom as well, Yuma will be able to
Should
just get past Genic. Yeah, it was close. The Nature Prophet was almost able to catch up to the laner, but you got problems now with, like, I mean, KJ's staying top, so you really need to get something out of this Dream Protector here. I mean, he might be able to just walk through, go through the portal. It looks like he'll get there eventually, but you know, this is maybe a wave or two that it does mean the lane is going to be pressured a little bit.
Nah, she's fine. She was able to hold the range creep. So Tree might just go anyway to kind of help, but I don't even think you need to. The lane's good for Lena. It's under the tower, so. But he feels he can do nothing top. And yeah, this NP is putting a lot of pressure on this top lane. He's just pretty much camping out here. Just making sure that this Parker Drow has a good game. And understandably so. You don't want... Drow's not a great hero from playing from behind. You get behind on this hero, it can get real rough real fast. Because you don't have that ability to just like farm the jungle, right? And you're not like some TA or Terrorblade. Gotta have a good laning stage.
Long ago. Those days where you could one-shot the creeps with the marksmanship.
Yeah, the Ancients too, that was good. Those are the...
Food is just, okay.
Just dead. Those are the tops and mid-drow days.
Damn, that was a while ago then.
Yep.
Totally.
That one got patched out. It was a little OP.
Yeah, that was a quick one. Wasn't in for long.
This is one-shotting Ancients. Pretty good.
Genic's gonna come through as well. Yuma's able to land a pretty good stun, and with the 2 points in lead seed, Yuma's okay.
He's gonna come
We'll have the assistance of Schofield, but they won't even help. We'll get the Avalanche at the last second, but the lead seed, this extra level from KJ, really seeing how much it's able to do.
Yeah, it's looking good. And the Sand King just can't stop the Zero from farming, man. It's not possible, but Slaughter in return too is also free farming, so.
Do you like
Completely
the
done.
decision from KJ along with Schofield to go back through the portal to try and pressure top? Because they had like 15 seconds until the wisdom up was down bottom. Would you have liked them to go for the wisdom instead, or maybe feeling like maybe some supports are going to rotate and Parker would be left alone?
Yeah, I mean, it's just risky, right? If Sand King TPs with that B, they're kind of in like a really bad spot. So I think when you play versus MP2, if you go there, he's just going to TP to yours. So generally speaking, it's better just be a bit more defensive.
Sure.
And I think they're waiting for this Enigma to get level 6. Parker already level 6 here. The multi-shot will be used. But I think they're a little reluctant to go on top lane because Genic is just every single time, right? Just showed up. And I think that +1 in Genic makes it very difficult. I think that was maybe just part of the strat as well, and why they didn't take their carry early on. They preferred the Sand King. Was just no matter what, the Sand King is going to do okay mid against pretty much any matchup. And with the 3 heroes always on top lane, they probably figured Parker would be fine, even against this Enigma.
I don't know what they're saying. I think something about tip. Whisper saying he likes a tip, but I don't know what the last word is.
It's okay. It's probably better you don't.
Okay. Do you know? Is that why I should know?
I don't know what it is, but I hear it a lot, so...
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. I won't say that. Okay, we're gonna put back underway top lane. I'm trying to tip in Dark Market this time. Sprout's a little bit off the mark. And Schofield might be okay. They get the slow, but he also is able to find a way to get some separation. Dark Mother, Phase Boots, and Windlace is pretty speedy, but it's just himself, and that's going to be a pretty hard kill onto Schofield. It'll take too long. We'll get the bounty. It's fine. They go on top though, Parker.
Yeah.
Yuma through the portal. They bought Black Hole as well, because why not? If the Warlock's going to step in range, Whisper's happy with the first Black Hole, netting themselves 2 kills in a possible tower as well. Yuma is off to a flying start. Top net worth by a long shot.
Very good. Getting their revenge. I mean, Whisper said something about tipping him and donkeys, so you can...
Donkeys, okay.
That's all you need to know.
Alright. Donkeys. I could TP it back to top, and Schofield was okay.
I seem to get called out a lot in
Nearby.
pubs. I haven't decided if that's a good or bad thing, you know?
I think it's probably not a good thing. I would say being called a donkey is maybe I would rather be called something else, not
I'm
a
an
donkey.
optimist, you know?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Billy, you might be being a bit naive, but that's okay. It's a big stack for Dark Margot. Schofield's going to try and soak up a little bit of experience. Analog's actually wanting to try and contest this. It's a little bit too late, unfortunately. Might run down Genip. We've got to be careful, though. How close are we towards the ultimate on Panda? Epicenter's going to be charged up. And look, 1200 health looking for the TP out. Yeah, the Black Room War is not enough to get the 6 from Panda. So that is a TP to escape. Epi wasted and a support dead.
In Slaughter on the river, right? A little bit more tanky, more armor, more HP region. Obviously, yeah, this is starting to get I mean, the net worth is fine, but kills are just starting to bleed. Like, the big ults now have been used, the Overgrowth to get the kill on the Pangolier, then on the top lane have the Enigma use the Black Hole. Sand King now, if he ever manages to get an amp on him, or I guess it's corrosive haze now. People call me a boomer for calling it amp damage.
That's fine. It's, you can call it amp damage.
Corrosive haze. Like, I don't know, his names, they used to be Sprint, Crush, Bash, and amp damage.
Yeah.
But like, there's like
You
some
have to
Reddit thread
spice it
that
up.
came out, and like, all right, we have to change the name of every ability because Reddit said Slaughter's too simple.
God, there's some pretty... That's like a kid name them. That's what it is. Some 2-year-old name. I don't know.
I mean, Tiny's pretty simple too, right? He has toss, tree grab, grow. I don't know. Do we need to make a Reddit thread on him too?
Maybe actually.
Is it time for an upgrade?
Well, yeah, the avalanche is fine, but toss and
tree grab and grow.
All right, Reddit, you gotta get on that.
It's a bit simple for me. But so far, so good for both teams, honestly. It's really just gonna be more of, okay, Schofield potentially dying again, drums used, and the toss back. I thought you might do a toss to the Enigma, and potentially he gets a kill, but either way. The only one really dying here is Schofield. He has every single death for Heroic, but that doesn't really mean much to me because Schofield, he always does this, you know? Like, his playstyle is just so aggressive that he ends up usually making a lot of space with his deaths. Like, I'm not gonna say that one made space or anything, but yeah, all 3 deaths here. Oh,
we're not counting whispers?
Oh, he does have a death. Yeah, that first blood. Sorry, I'm a biased caster.
We like whisper too much.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you were mentioning you bleed a couple kills, but the net worth is really not showing that. I mean, the Sand King's getting a bunch of stacks inside the jungle. I think he just farmed the Ancients as well. I didn't see how many stacks were there, but this is Blink Dagger completed. Parker as well. I mean, you didn't slow the Enigma down. Enigma had a good lane, but do you think Parker had a better lane than what you were expecting?
I mean, for sure, they did use a lot of heroes to secure it, right? Which made it so Yuma also had a free game. So that came with a cost. However, the net worth I find a little bit skewed just because Sand King, this hero just automatically farms quickly, and I think this hero, I'm gonna say, I don't think this hero does a lot right now, but maybe he can prove me wrong. Blink is online. You saw the first death.
Sacred. They're starting to smoke to bottom, but they're gonna be a little bit too late. They were anticipating this. Maybe the bonus, and he's got the Lotus as well, but it's not needed. Nice response. They bring everyone. Sacred gets the shield crash off for the last second, and that was vital to keep him alive and buy some time for the boys to help.
Yeah, that was real close. Like, one hit from Lina away. The shield crash into roll, kept him alive, which allowed reinforcements to come. And great job by the team there. The rock was absolutely critical there. Parker decides to join up too to secure the tower. So first move of the game, I want to say here. Looking strong for Team Sen. But as a result, they do lose their top tower too. However, getting a kill on that Lina, very, very critical.
Parker pole vaults himself to the top net worth now. He's sitting pretty. Scepter, of course, is going to be the item of choice for him. And overall, like, how does it look for the Drow range? I suppose in like the carry-to-carry matchup and some of the other things that Parker has to be worried about this game.
So Drow doesn't really do anything to Lina, right? If you think of like Drow's toolkit, meanwhile, Black Hole will be used.
Cole Margo,
Cancelled.
yeah, he's going to be able to leap over the top. Nice placement. Margo make sure that blink location
But at the same
is
time,
out of range.
Parker, mid lane, he's got to be patient here. Because I believe the Blink Dagger, it's available for Slardar too. And we've seen Dark Mago make 2 successful rotations. Analog, pretty quiet game for him so far. His smoke will run out soon. And yeah, they didn't manage to catch anyone with that rotation for King Jungle smoking Analog. They're gonna go bottom, but Gannick is out. Good read. I mean, Team Sen, their map movements have looked good. They're actually outplaying Heroic right now.
Back to the Drow point, if you were mentioning
I was just like,
on Parker, if he has
if you look at Drow, right, she has like 2 things that consider counter, right? One is the marksmanship, right? It pierces all armor, and Lina's not an agility hero, so she doesn't really have high armor to begin with. And the second thing that Drow does is she can stop health regeneration, right, with the Agnum's build. And Lina just doesn't care about that either because she doesn't really build health regeneration. So the matchup itself isn't really like a counter to Lina at all. It's just a hero they picked that they thought the multi-shot would be good enough against Enigma in the laning stage. And it kind of worked out. You are a ranged hero. You're kind of hard to black hole too because you play at such a distance. So it really just comes down to initiation this game, because I like to call these heroes a turret, right? The Lina and the Drow, they play very similarly. They just want to be in the backline, they do tons of damage, but if you ever get jumped on and get repositioned specifically, it can be really hard. And heroes like Tiny are going to be someone I'm really looking at, and on the reverse side, heroes like Pango and Sand King, who can jump on the Lina, are going to be very critical for this game too.
Okay. Attention to the initiating heroes, and then I suppose we also need to pay attention to the vision as well this game. Information is going to be critical. Be able to scout out where these heroes are on the back lines to get that jump and be favored inside these fights. So far, Radiant have some, I mean, both sides honestly have a lot of wards across the map. Radiant have a couple set up at Dire's triangle. You see Dire have some deep wards as well. One the far south of the map scouting out Analog, another one that also sees Whisper and where the potential Tormentor fight might be. That ward is about to expire though, so you won't have it for too much longer.
All right. Mid lane. It's like a freebie here. They don't want to go on to the Pango who has a Blade Mill.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting build, by the way, on Pango. Just going for Blade Mill. He realizes heroes like, if he gets amplified, or corrosive hazed, apologies, while rolling and Lina hits him, he'll just die, right? So he decides, they're going to hit me while rolling. It's going to happen. So I'm just going to buy a Blade Mill and make it so if you want to kill me during roll, you have to have a BKB, because Lina is a very squishy hero, and she hates playing against Blade Mill. She does more damage than she can take.
Like you said, yesterday, I think you don't want to get beat from a Blade Mail. That's not fun, because what about everything else that you got to be concerned about? So
Just
big games
have to though. Unfortunately, Blade Mill is an OP item.
very frustrating for these heroes. Let's see. This game's about to break open a little bit. Because that next big objective is that the 20 minutes. We got another potential fight for the power runes as well. Items that just got completed. Parker with the scepter, Sacred with the blink,
Dire's bottom tower.
And they
Radiant.
smoke
Schofield
time.
got his own too.
Yeah, blink on Tiny. So they go smoke. They want to take a team fight, but you're playing into Rock, Epi, and Roll. If you don't initiate on this Drow or Warlock, I think it would be rough.
Never mind, they go the other way.
Tower is under attack.
Arcane Haste on Sand King too. I mean, I'm impressed with Team Sen. Like, they're evading every single move Heroic is trying to do for the past like 5 minutes now.
Now it feels like they're getting... This is more of a difficult move. They wanted to try and smoke towards their Observer Ward. This time they're
they
going to
see
try and
Parker.
go blindly. Parker?
Wait, didn't see him?
Okay, with the Watcher, yeah, they didn't see him. Instant TP from Sacred. Just an aggressive jump in the middle as well. They found Whisper. Making sure that it's a difficult fight for the Enigma. Bar strike over the top as well. Yuna's been able to stand over the outskirts, trying to get as much damage. The Rock will mitigate some of the effectiveness out of the Lina, and Sacred's wanting to try and catch up as well. He's got to respect the turnaround. Analog's a little bit too late with the crush, so Sacred's out. They lost Schofield as well. It is a 2-for-1. Dark Margot went down still at the middle of that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, being able to find that Enigma immediately in that fight was big. He did have the pipe, but I don't know what happened. He has a Quelling Blade, but he was just stuck in the Sprout. Very unfortunate. And then Schofield tried to toss him back, but I think he just tossed him in place. Very strange fight, but he realizes he can't use Black Hole there because Drow, he's got a point in Gust, right? It's going to cancel it immediately. So it's not an easy game to get Black Holes off. Not with his item build, with drums and pipe. We're gonna have to find a potentially different angle, but that's not the fight they really wanted. They wanted to catch them with the smoke, but unfortunately they didn't kill him, and he got caught in a spot where he did not want to be there. So yet again, I mean, the gold lead's still very close, but it just feels Team Sen is just slightly outplaying them every step of the way here. But they're gonna set up for the Tormentor with Slardar. Should be easy peasy.
And a little bit.
And it goes to King Jungle, so now you get the Nature Skies invisibility. So and the root. So now he can kind of play on the map here and catch out heroes. Might come into play.
They are setting up for Roche though, Dire.
Yeah, I mean, you can contest this, potentially. And he's just... what are they doing? First guy got tossed. He's like, that looks fun. I mean, I wonder if that'll come into play. Nah, they're just giving it. They don't care. I feel like these are fights you probably should want to take, but maybe Analog just made the call. He needs BKB, which honestly it is true. He does need a BKB, but the next fight you do take, well, if it's in 5 minutes, it's going to be an Aegis. So maybe the call is just give him Aegis, split the map, which is a totally fine thing. I think the first Aegis is usually really unimpressive for the most part. You can kind of just like split push and evade them for 5 minutes. Not a big deal. But the second Roche and the third Roche starts dropping some goodies, you know. You start getting the banner and cheeses, eventually refresher shards.
How do you set up a formation across the map then if you are looking to split push? Like, also, what are the roles of the supports now?
I mean, the supports don't really have to do much other than ward, right? And just stay next to their cores to potentially get a kill. You're just going to see heroes like Analog just farm the outskirts. You know, Enigma's safely farming mid with the Eidolons, just pushing it out. And yeah, you just stay on like the edges of the map essentially and just kind of use the vision you have to just dodge. Keep away. Just play keep away.
See how good they are at this game so far. Of course, they're also... What are we getting close to on Dire? Anything big? I mean, Scepter, I guess, for the Sank. Oh, no, he's already had that for a bit. Ghost Scepter is now getting delivered.
I mean,
nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any big items other than maybe some BKBs or something for Drow at some point. But these heroes don't have any huge timings. Like, they already hit their timings, which is Blink Daggers, essentially, on Sacred and Dark Mago. Like, Warlock and NP don't really have a huge timing as far as item goes. They usually just do this. He went Blade Mill, too.
This ball. Roll. They can jump with the Rolling Thunder. Oh, so much damage with the Smashdown. No one else was standing nearby to offer a turnaround, a counter initiation. This is a BKB now finally completed from Analog, but you know, with the death at the front of the T2 tower, this is probably the objective going down. They do have Glyph though. We'll see.
I need to go back to hating on Slardar.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, every time I see this hero, he's so useless. But, like, you have this dream, right? Like, oh, it's good versus Sand King. Should win the lane. Didn't win the lane. He hasn't done anything this game. And I'm not saying it's his fault, but this hero doesn't do much. You know? I feel like Slardar, he's 1-0-1 this game. He got, like, 1 kill early on, but you farm slow. You don't really have any wave push. Your scaling's good if you have farm, but they took away the bash, right? That does extra damage to creep, so you farm slow. I don't know when Analog is going to come online in this game. Maybe it's soon. But for now, yeah, I'm really unimpressed on what Slardar's been able to do this game compared to like if they had an Ember or something. Because I thought, yeah, like wouldn't just the whole purpose of this Slardar just to be to crush Sand King? Didn't really happen.
Oh, it didn't at all. Dark Mago was able to get out of the lane very easily. Helps when he had a bunch of stacks as well and he's got a little bit more net worth. Now we will see these next couple of fights for Slardar are massive. You know, if you lose these fights,
sure,
unfortunately, then this game looks even more difficult. But with this BKB, we could see that could help him inside the team fight, which they are trying to force 4-man smoke before the Enigma. First point of contact's going to be paired up. There's the jump in, the quick kill. Warlock's gone. Now, Analog's going to try and keep up to Parker as well. They'll get the first stun. They're going to divert their attention. Nice toss back in the LSA. The combo's perfect from Schofield. Can they help Whisper get into the middle of the team fight as well? And here at Epicenter charge up with a quick BKB from Yuma. That's going to be able to protect him from the damage. Panda off the back of the buyback. It's not going to matter though. They've lost the drought. Yuma's fine. The 9-second BKB tossing him over the right side. Schofield in this team fight gets the initiation, keeps Yuma alive. And he did end up dying, but Analog, he can now look to assist inside the river. Yuma Takes a lot of damage to the blade mail. Yuma wasn't expecting this, but the anti damage, he's in danger now. Roll up Sacred still got the jump over the top. It was looking ever so good, but Heroic go a little bit too far. A couple of buybacks were required from Dire. We're gonna get one out of KJ as well. Are they now gonna try and turn it back around? Be cautious, don't overstep, don't get too zealous here, and that'll be the case. KJ off the buyback, instant death, dominating for Sacred.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean about the blade mill. Like, if Lina, she literally took like 70% of her health hitting, she was full health. Then she decided to hit Ginniku at a blade mill to TD, and then all of a sudden, she has like 20% health left, and Sand King just comes and cleans her up. It's rough out there. I mean, she probably just thought, it's fine. I'm just going to kill him real quick and go back. But unfortunately, the Lina dying there means they couldn't keep advancing. Blade Mill proving to be a very powerful item in this game.
Who would have thought?
Indeed. It did require a couple buybacks, though, but well worth it.
Yeah, what did we actually get out of the buyback? So the Warlock and the Nature's Prophet from Dire, and of course we saw the Tomb Protector as well for Heroic. I mean, Schofield, this is something you mentioned him earlier in the game, and he was massive for Heroic though inside that team fight. We'll have to see if he can repeat it in these upcoming fights. That toss back onto the Drow into the LSA. Even, there was a moment where he also kept the Lina alive. See what Schofield's going to be able to continue to do here for Heroic. Down 5,000 gold in game 1.
And unfortunately for Whisper, just hasn't been able to find a black hole. I think maybe with this Blink BKB coming up soon, he actually sold his pipe, by the way. He was just like, all right, this item's garbage. This is doing nothing for me. I need a BKB. Sells the pipe. Now he's very close to his BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kind of just feels bad, right? Like you miss your timing with your pipe and you're just kind of, you have to sell it just so you can get to a BKB. Kind of the state of the game right now. But it is online now. He has it. His net worth is really low now just because he did have to sell an item.
Have to keep tabs on the rock as well throughout the fights on Panda if he does look to hold this. Or the black hole or not. That option, you got Bash also queued up from Sacred, so
yeah, that's like the one of the counters that they got, right? Essentially, if you can get a, I mean, mathematically, right? You have a 75% chance if you all your Qs hit.
Both the initiation heroes
analogs
combined together for the kill. Yeah, there we go. That's a nice streak as well. 4 times. So he's going Nullifier next item. Okay.
This he want Nullifier for. I mean, you can
on the Sand King.
Yeah, the Ghost Scepter on Sand King is nice, and doesn't really work for his pike. I mean, it works in the sense that if you try force staffing yourself.
Toss back. This time there's a T1 tower. And Genic is pretty tanky as well. You don't have that burst from Analog. And we're going to see the respect. Try and come through the portal, maybe baiting a further fight. Everyone anticipating that. Yuma wasn't there, but he could have boots to travel. Actually, it was on cooldown. Never mind.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're nullified on like Trow, right? If you click your force off an enemy and push him away, you'll still go max distance, both of you. You just can't force yourself, so. Doesn't really counter it, right? You just have to realize that you're nullified. You just have to push someone back, which is typically what you want to do anyway with Drow, right? To get those free hits. But I think it's mainly just for the Ghost Scepter on Sand King. You can also purge off the shield crash as well, which is very nice. You can purge off Solar Crest and Shadow Word from the Warlock. So there's definitely some uses, but I think it's mainly just so we can solo kill Sand King.
We'll see, because Dark Margaret doesn't have the highest armor at all. The Ghost Scepter this is what you're relying on defensively to try and keep you alive. Level 20 for him, so more damage out of the epicenter. He's actually highest level this game, Dark Margaret.
Yeah, he's farming a lot. He's getting his levels, getting the kills. I think level 20 on Slaughter is going to be huge too, because the crush damage that you get, I think with a shard, will allow you to one-shot creep waves. will really increase your farming speed. Just sprinting around the map, one-shotting waves feels really good.
How do we feel about this game? I'm in 3,000 net worth lead. Where maybe hold that because I will.
In my eyes,
three
it's
men
completely
smoke.
even. It's really about just who gets the better initiation. That's all this game is. And I think the team that does initiate better, and more specifically gets on the Lina or Drow, I think for Heroic's case, it's not only just the Lina, it's the Enigma, right? If you can get on Lina or Enigma, you win the fight. If you get on Drow, you win the fight. Those are pretty much the conditions for team fighting this game.
Smoke for naught. They will not get anything out of it. They're going to back up, continue to farm on their side of the map. I guess we're speaking a lot about the cores and their value, of course, the supports as well, in particular Schofield and his role this game of initiations. What about the scaling, though? Because you do have one here in regards to the Nature's Prophet and Genik as treads Dragonlance Blade Mail into a Hurricane Pike. He's, starting to pick up the farm, about to go over the Enigma. When we look at the supports, do we feel like there is one side that maybe is going to have a little bit more impact as the game goes on?
I mean, it's hard to have more impact than a tossback, right? So yeah, you can be farmed on NP all you want. That's great. You're kind of taking the farm away from your team a little bit too. You kind of see the Pango is struggling a little bit because their boss 5 or 4 is farming a lot. So I actually kind of prefer having more utility than just more items. And I think Schofield should have more impact than NP, hypothetically, but we'll have to see. And like I said, it really is going to come down to who gets initiated on. As long as Genik isn't feeding while split pushing, he's doing his job, right? He's just getting the lanes out. Roshan's up. He's going to roar.
See if this smoke's going to work out. And a blind blink up to the high ground. He was able to activate the BKB with the Glacier as well, but it's a lot of damage, all or nothing to try and deal with a Drow. And they will do so. Swash over the top as well, hoping for a bash, but he just went into the black hole. A disaster of a fight. And finally, one smoke goes well for Heroic. You thought it might not be the case with the initiation from Analog a little bit wayward, but they're going to now be able to catch up with the Sand King. He'll push him back with the Epi, maybe even looking for a solo kill onto KJ. But the damage over time, it's going to be close, but it's not enough. A 4 for nothing.
That's what happens if you find the Drow first, right? If Drow ever gets caught first in this game, the fight's over. Like, your damage is all Drow. You have lots of control for this Drow, right? But if she gets jumped on, unfortunately, it didn't even matter too much that Warlock got hit the black hole too. It's already too late, right? If Lina and Slarder are on your Drow, it's checkmate. You don't have that black hole counter initiation. All they have to do is press BKB, and what do you do against BKB this game? Nothing, really. So, fortunately, Parker has a tough game to play where he just can't show on the map ever. Just if he gets initiated on, they just lose the fight. Maybe it's time to, yeah, and he realized that too. He's starting to itemize for a Shadow Blade. He wants to make sure that he's hard to see and can join these fights a little bit later. Would be an amazing butterfly game, but positioning is much more important in this game than damage, because you're not doing any damage if they see you and they initiate on you.
There's button.
A bit greedy. He wants to hold his ground then, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll work. It's definitely a tough call, right? Because he's the only damage dealer, like I said, but he also can't be initiated on. I think that's where it's going to be NP's job, just to TP in with Blade Mill to create some havoc. Because Pango and Sand King, they don't want to throw their body on the line, right? They have to start the Epi, they have to start the roll, and then they can go in. But someone actually just has to show and just get in there first. And it can't be anyone but NP, I think, in this game.
I mean, with the build he's going for, surely he can do that. These guys got 2,500 health. Effective health you have as well with the healing coming through from Sprout.
Yeah, looks like they're potentially wanting to go for another Tormentor. It's on the menu here.
See,
I must say, I really enjoy the fact that Tormentor's at 20 minutes instead of 15. I think that was a much-needed change.
What is it for you? What do you like about it?
Oh, I just didn't like the fact how you had the 5-man at 15 minutes in the game every game. Specifically for pubs as well, because nobody ever did that. At 20 minutes, it feels like, okay.
It's a bit easy, you know.
20-minute no rush.
We were mentioning before that the net worth on Whisper was looking a little bit grim when he sought the pipe, but he has a scepter now purchased, and they're going to look for the smoke through the portal and the wraparound. It's Panda along with Dark Margot down bottom.
They see the Warlord?
Like, they're going to see more some TPing out. I guess the high ground ward saw. How did they?
Both dead.
They are both dead. I don't know how we saw the Sand King TPing, but Panda, like he said, is also gone. So another smoke. The early game smokes for Heroic are not working. Dai were doing a very good job at reading these and moving away, putting themselves in a position where they were not in danger. But these are back-to-back smokes where Heroic have been getting something out of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's just gotten to the point of the game where it feels a little difficult to play. Mainly team fights. It's like Sand King and Pango are countered by BKB, right? But if there's no item that protects you this game, because BKB does what? Like, you're playing versus Enigma, Slardar, Treant Protector. Like, you can't just press BKB and attack hero. You're gonna have to find somebody to initiate and chain stun, but as I mentioned, like, if Heroic don't show on the map, who's gonna, like, go into those high grounds, right? Blindly. Has to be NP, but that's kind of telegraphed. You can see him TPing in. You can't just blink in there and give you vision, so. It's just really tough right now for Team Sin to force a fight if they want to. We saw Schofield, he didn't really care about blinking into the black parts of the map, right? Continues.
Get a lot of items as well, Schofield. 8th lens next to help out. His role this game. T2 Tower getting claimed, 5,000 net worth lead, continuing to grow. They will lose the Aegis pretty shortly, so maybe Dai have avoided long enough. Parker, Butterfly now completed.
A good item. If you're lucky, right? If it procs. I mean, it's always good damage, but I think he wants the evasion part too. I've been pretty frustrated with Butterfly sometimes. I feel like someone will hit me 10 times and I'll get one miss or something.
See Parker's lucky this game or not.
Yeah.
We got a crit on Dark Margot. I believe he did just buy it. Yeah, he's got a Chrysalis. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna go for Revenant's Bridge. Works on the Stinger.
See how he's going to be able to perform. They will smoke, so Aegis down. Gonna go. They haven't been aggressive for a little while. And they do not have any deep wards to smoke to. Radiant kind of huddling together. Bottom T2 tower. Whispers also inside the base.
Alright, let's see what they can do here. Yet again, it's all about initiation, but I think the best... You can't really go high grounds, right? Blindly. That's why you have to play around vision. I think Heroic knows that too. Whereas Heroic, they can go blindly up hills, right? Like Sar, Tiny, they can just blink, press BKB, and then you have to run. Where you have to see the hero first for Team Sin here, and then go. And that's why you see them all huddled up around the vision here. But Heroic, too strong. They know this play's happening, and they do not want to play into the game plan of Team Sin here.
Feel pretty certain that this high ground's warded. Continuing to avoid it. They are starting to maybe sweep towards top.
They can
Hand
find
out all heroes
Yuma.
is leading. They might get Genic. Okay, Schofield. Shattered Blade
Mail.
scouts him out.
Okay. He doesn't mind too much about
KJ?
Blade Mail. He's got Satanic now. It's
gonna
time to
start to
run,
run them
boys.
down.
Yep.
Did they get him?
Oh, that's
got
a
one.
gem.
Can they cancel
That's
another?
two.
They got two. Oh, the disengage wasn't clean at all. Dire.
And that's a gem,
Well,
by
he's
the way.
past 10 minutes. This is looking real messy now. Nothing's going well for them. They can't make any plays. They're getting caught across the map. Couple of kills are easy, and like you said, that's gem now online for Heroic.
No, he just walked over it. He doesn't even see it.
Okay, never mind.
He moved his stick. He sold a stick, and then he put a sentry in his bag, in his inventory, while he was on top of the gym. So he just, I don't know. I guess it's on a patch of grass that's also green. It's, you know, it's kind of stuck in the banner a little bit.
Yeah. It's kind of camouflage. Oh, Whisper.
Oh, Whisper. So you gonna see it? Nope.
Oh, he's
Like-
on top. Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, someone's pinging it. No, it's
pings
Genic.
it.
Excuse me?
He's like, wait, the gem's still there? No way. Is he actually gonna fly the courier out and get it? Dark Margot? What's he doing here?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're looking at gems, but people are dying as well. He's 80 seconds, no buyback. They're crumbling. Parker. Crush is there. KJ not offering to try and go in with the overgrowth. Will pay some respect. The rest of the team were a little bit too far away to be able to connect with that opening.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Genic's keeping Vita's gem. He's like, I'll take your courier and the gem back. Thank you, noobs. Easy noobs. Either way, doesn't matter too much. Still a commanding lead for Heroic here. But it's always funny when there's like that small thing just sitting there and nobody notices. These are pro players, by the way.
Pro players. They make some mistakes too.
Yeah.
You're gonna really hope that Heroic, I don't know, slip up somewhere, because they have not really for the mid to late game. Mistakes. It's been Tide that have been making a couple too many, unfortunately, and this is why it's like continuing to grow. 11,000 probability from Dota Plus is saying 59%, so it still thinks it's pretty even. Daedalus online now, so all damage from Parker.
He hit 25 too, so that's an additional marksmanship chance of 10%. So a 50% chance for that to proc on every single hit.
They see Yuma running to the mid lane.
Yeah, they're running out.
Starting to set up, but I think maybe Genic. Did they see him TPing?
He has travels too, so he's actually back with his team now. Into a smoke. Oh no!
And with the jump
Into a
being sacred
kill.
inside the river as well. Tries to get away with the roll up. It's not going to be enough. Parker's going to stand his ground, but the Black Hole might clip Parker as well. He's going to run down the glacier, but Yuma's winning the man fight. Yuma is fine. Double Black Hole cancelled instantly, but it doesn't matter. They don't even need a second Black Hole to win this team fight. They're not going to lose a goddamn hero. Heroic. They are just not slipping up. The early game was a little bit dicey, a little bit shaky, but ever since then, no mistakes.
Yeah, the ease of execution here for the team fighting. Like, you got to a point where this Enigma, he's got an Aghatom's Refresher, he's farmed. You saw Parker wanting to disengage, although we got a replay here. Like, see? You just jump on the Pango. You use everything to try and save him, but it doesn't really work, and then you cancel the Epicenter coming in. You get the Warlock as well. You want to use your second Black Hole, which you did. Unfortunately, got canceled by the rock dropping, but doesn't really matter. What really matters in that fight is the fact that Yuma is able to man fight, and you kind of get your answer of who's like stronger 1v1 late game. Yeah, with Lena in a 1v1 versus Drow, she doesn't have much armor to play with. Well, that you're piercing. Like, it's not an agility here with like 40 plus armor, right? And low base health. Your Aghatom's, it can stop Satanic, but not while he's BKB'd, right? So this absolutely loses the man fight there. And not having that Epicenter, it hurt a lot. You had no Epicenter, you had no roll. Those are your initiation spells. Nowhere to be found.
There's a Wind Waker on Schofield as well, so if you ever get the jump on Yuma, cool, there's your save.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it just
And they
feels like
haven't.
the tools are too limited here for Team Sin to take these fights anymore.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
I mean, the Drow looks okay in the laning stage, right? But we're not seeing much impact from this hero. This is a last pick drow.
TP out, go for it. I'll find him. They're going to try and smoke out of the base here on Dire. Sacred would lead the charge. 0 wards to play with. They're going to have to use the roll up early on. Sacred got a glimpse of Analog, but everyone else can't really get there fast enough. Yuma's quick. Analog's quick as well. They're actually just going to be able to turn it back around on him, because where is the team? They're back inside the base. Sacred didn't get the memo. He went way too far. Oh, what the crush on the... What? What is the timing, Yuma? Will still get blown up, and this is the first fight where Parker can finally set up a formation and get the damage out. Now, can they get Yuma on the respawn? Over on the left side, there's going to be a glimpse of Panda. Panda will drop.
Yeah, we have 2 black holes now. I mean, Yuma could have turned that, but unfortunately, he backpacked his BKB because he had Aegis, so...
Parker, they see you. You can't be right-clicking like that. What a black hole, and what a setup from Schofield. He baited the mortar group up, and Whisper was ready, waiting for the opportunity. That's a black hole to end this game and take game 1. Heroic. Man, the mid to late game from them was just absolutely flawless.
Yeah, I think we saw the difference between a team that was just put together a week ago versus a team that has been together for a very, very long time, right? These mid-late game decision making, everything was crisp, but that is just like all the experience this team has gone over the years and competing in international tournaments. Their coordination was just crisp, right? Like, sure, maybe the first couple rotations weren't great, but I think Slardar isn't really good for that, you know? Like, the hero's kind of weak in the early game, but they realized they just had to hit their timing. And they did hit their timing, and eventually got to a point where Slardar had the items where he could initiate, and it always just felt like this Tiny plus Slardar, if they ever go in, like this for example, Slardar just goes in. He had no vision up there, but he doesn't care, he just has a BKB. He has all the vision in the world for this Enigma to get black holes, and it looks like Whisper made the right choice in selling that pipe and just getting to the good stuff, right? Eventually, he did just manage to just get massive black holes in this game. Too much team fight to deal with for Heroic.
Okay, so what do we look at here for Dire then? Like, because again, the early game and their movements were good, and the read of the map as well. They were dodging a lot of Heroic's movements, but then things flipped.
Yeah.
Probably gameplay and, like you said, like late game execution from Heroic, just being a team that's been around for longer, at least with the coordination. But are there some things that you feel like are easier to break down and talk about in the break for them to quickly adjust on?
Well, I think it's safe to say Sand King's still a bad hero. Sure, you had like 2 kills, right? Which was cool in the early game, but outside of that, like, well, what did Sand King do in these team fights? I just feel like this hero is just bad. Like, compared to like what other heroes are doing this game, like this Slardar is actually applying pressure this game. This Tiny is tossing heroes back. You have like purpose in this game, but it just felt the whole lineup by Team Sin here is just countered by BKB. Your only BKB Pierce is quite literally just a rock, right? So I think going into this next game, and if you want a Parker to feel good about going to late game, I also don't think this Drow had much of a purpose this game, right? So there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot of things you can adjust. You just kind of have to pick. Do you want to pick, okay, Whisper, Enigma, maybe we need to ban that because it made Parker feel uncomfortable, really shrunk his hero pool. Was this Sand King, Pango, dual core combination good? Was the same thing, the support combination good too? Like, you have 0 stuns and Gimmick and Panda, so you over commit to have Sacred and Dark Mago just be these blink initiators. It just felt like at some point they didn't have enough scale, so I'd love for them to potentially fix it that way. I want to see Dark Mago on his Tiny, for example, if he can get it. I want to see him play a spirit hero. But yeah, on the other side here, Yuma, absolute crisp carry Lina performance here. I did mention like this is a very good Lina game because you have so many heroes going in for you. You have like every single hero is going to go in for you, right? The tree's going to go in, the Tiny's going in, the Enigma's going in. All you have to do is just produce the damage, and Yuma definitely did it that game.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt, was able to help out and assist a lot with the damage output. 15-9 for Yuma. You know, we saw the difference. You were able to get the the Lena carry where they left Dark Margot's pick. Sorry, they left Parker's pick all the way to later on. And I know you brought it up in the draft, like questions around why do we 18th pick the Sand King instead of going for the Terrorblade in that position, and then it got banned out. So
Yeah.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see where the priority goes. I also like your point about the Enigma as well. You know, if this made you really uncomfortable, and also not only that, to protect the Enigma, we saw in the first phase there were like probably 3 core bands that are very good at laning versus the Enigma that you're getting rid of already just because they're very strong in Dota at the moment. So we're going to have to see probably something change. I mean, Sacred's got a very good Enigma too, so we could see the possibility for them to first pick it. You know, they're going to have to pull something out of the hat here. It needs to be a little bit different. They are 1 game away now of being knocked to the lower bracket. Heroic, a good game for them. They're going to be able to get the victory. We'll send to a break. When we come back, we've got game 2. See you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Heroic with a game advantage here in our upper bracket semifinals, 1 game away of securing top 3 and having a matchup versus OG Lardham or Edge, which is going to be our series later tonight. We're going to have to see what the changes will be heading into this upcoming game and what the boys on Team Sin are going to be able to do a little bit differently. The laning phase, the early game looked good, but from there we saw, unfortunately, some of the mistakes were pretty costly versus a team like Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you really want to look at this realistically, right, you're a squad that was just assembled a week ago. You are a Parker stack. I think you just simplify your drafting and make sure Parker is a win condition and you play around him, right? And maybe giving him second pick could be good, but more than anything, don't allow Heroic to have like anti-carry heroes. Enigma's definitely an anti-carry hero. And if you want Parker to succeed, I think you ban that. And maybe you look at Doom a little bit too. That's also an anti-carry hero, but there's some carries that are good versus Doom. I wouldn't get too much into that route, but Enigma is definitely one of those heroes that really shrinks your hero pool and what you can play. So yeah, Team Sin, don't overcomplicate it. You got outplayed, you got outpicked. Just focus on giving Parker a win condition hero. Make sure he is going to be the hero that's going to be able to win the game and ban out a lot of the annoying stuff that will make it so you can't win the game. Because look at what he's playing against, right? Like, he has Enigma in the lane, so Genic has to always TP top to help him, to make sure he win his lane. But he has Slardar jumping him. He has Tiny tossing him back. You're playing versus Alina. You're not countering that hero in a one-on-one matchup, right? But you have to play this Drow because you don't have a lane otherwise. So many things happened to make it so Parker couldn't actually carry this game. Just make that adjustment, right? Every Parker team I've ever seen be successful, it's because everything's built around him to carry the game.
Okay. Just let Parker carry. Let him carry. Let him get the hero that he needs. So we'll see what if he can get that hero in particular for him. And I'm trying to see if they do have second pick. So there you go. Already maybe that's something Heroic had the priority. They chose first pick. So we'll see. Maybe with the second pick, Parker's going to be able to get a hero ultra last that he can do something a little bit more dangerous with.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think in general, like there's a couple carries you can pick early, right? Like the Terrorblade's one of them, for an example. But I think for any Parker team, he wants to have the carry-to-carry matchup, right? Where he's scaling harder than you. So, because like Sacred, he's pretty sacrificial, right? Like every time I see him play, he's totally fine to just like get sacked, play the Pango. He's not going to be like your Amar type of offlaner who needs a lot of space. So I think this team is going to be much more successful if they just really focus on having the win condition on Parker and just finding a way to get him to a position where he feels comfortable and just carrying the game. And I guarantee you, he did not feel comfortable last game on carrying that game. Felt impossible.
I'm just trying to take a look at the first phase ban from last game and see what the difference can be now with the Enigma getting removed. They banned Monkey, Conquer, Tusk, but they're going to have an extra ban this time to get rid of because they don't have first pick. So we'll see. We've got a draft that's going to be up on the screen pretty shortly, so we will get our answers. Heroic going to be on Dire, Team Sin going to be on the Radiant side.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and you do have second pick this time as well for Team Sin. I'm not saying they have to give second pick, or last pick rather, to Parker, but it definitely helps if they have a flex hero that could potentially play into that. So NP gets banned this time around. They get 4 bans instead of 3. This time Heroic gets 4 bans. So
10 seconds remaining.
Enigma's still not banned within their first 2.
Radiant team banned.
Keep in mind they have... Alright, let's see. Let's see what they choose. Right? Simple. They get 2 more bans here. And then Heroic gets banned into pick.
Remaining.
I'd like to see Enigma be one of those bans, ideally.
Radiant team banned.
Well,
maybe not. Oh,
Okay.
Death Prophet. Okay. So it also might be a thing where Heroic might not want Enigma on first pick. I don't know why they wouldn't. It seems fine. I don't think Enigma's really it is a flex hero, but it can also be a flex hero from first pick. But they're gonna pick the TA. This is a hero that didn't get banned out. It has received a lot of nerfs. It's still very strong. It's still a flex hero. I think the one thing why TA is always going to be popular in Pro Dota is the fact that, yeah, it can just go mid and carry,
5 seconds remaining.
which is nice. And if you're crazy, you can put on position 4. I mean, I don't know. Valve, in the last patch, was just like, we're going to add a support facet for TA. Like, and obviously, once they did that, people are like, it's in the game. We might as well play it, right?
That's insane. When I saw Nike, I'm like, what is going on actually? Why am I seeing a TA support? Everything else, I was the most surprised about TA support than everything else. You know, the Terrorblade, the CK, the there was another one that was coming to mind, the Slark, but then the TA support, I'm like, what are we doing now? I think we've gone maybe a bit too far.
I mean, I don't know. I read the patch note, right? And I was like, what is this garbage facet? Is this like, you have to be a support to take this, you know? Like, literally no carry would ever get this facet. So Valve is pushing for TA support. Like, this facet was put in the game for support players.
Oh, I don't know, dude. TA support, is this where we want to be? Regardless, you know, we're not gonna get in this game. You know, we get Analog's got a very good TA. Well, it sounds like a Schofield hero to you? I don't think this sounds like a Schofield hero.
It does not, but you still don't know that. But either way, so the reason I say that is because last patch taught me anything, right? TA was the best hero in Dota, and the way you responded to TA was 3 heroes: Terrorblade, Morphling, and Medusa. Medusa, very situational hero, so you can't pick it early. Morphling, not garbage now, but I want to say much, much worse. So they're going to pick Terrorblade, and this gets you a situation, right, where Parker now has the win condition. TB beats TA. Straight up, it's a better carry. It's a better carry-to-carry matchup. You buy Manta. You have multiple instances of damages that can take refraction off. You have incredibly high armor. Everything about this matchup is very, very bad for TA. And I think this is what I wanted to see. And I also mentioned in the last game, as Dark Mago Sand King was going down, maybe he should just play some more Tiny. He's a really good Tiny player. And I think the direction Team Sin is looking much better for, I feel like, how they need to play versus Heroic.
Okay, so you're already happy with the adaptations that we're seeing out of Team Sin?
Yeah, and I think TB is also okay versus Enigma too, right? You just get illusions, you level it up, and you just CS with those. And it's manageable, and you can go jungle later on. It's totally fine. So they have an answer to Enigma too, but Enigma gets banned by Heroic anyway, so it won't be in the game. Which kind of shows that they don't even want the Enigma, because they saw the Terrorblade and like, okay, yeah, that kind of sucks. And a lot of people like Beastmaster and Enigma and Summon Heroes versus TA. So maybe a Beast is on the horizon here for Team Sin potentially.
5 seconds remaining.
Just one of those heroes versus TA, right? If she just gets caught out and hits by a boar, can kind of track her down and kill her. Batrider's another hero that makes TA feel very uncomfortable throughout the game. But that one's banned. Smart bans from Heroic here to protect the TA.
So what do we get? Alright, we're going to get the toss from Heroic. So first phase ban in the previous game.
Ooh, I'm kind of liking some Underlord. It's another hero that does pretty decent versus TA, but more importantly, right, Tusk. Really hard to snowball save versus the root. Not sure if Team Sin enjoys some Underlord, but
like it would fit kind of Sacred's role. I think Underlord can be a bit sacrificial. You can do decent amount with just some Auras. Sounds like Sacred is not too bad at that.
If not, the Beastmaster, still okay. Dark Willow, okay. Roots, same story, right? That's a support, though, not an offlaner. Roots are good versus Tusk, simply put. cannot use Snowball save if he blinks into a root.
10 seconds remaining.
Feel like a already much different game though. I know you were saying that with the Terrorblade Tiny Opener, but the Dark Wheeler, like just another support that really offers you. Like you had a Nature's Prophet Warlock, sure the NP early with like TPing to the side lanes and ganking with some early game rotations, but Dark Wheeler is someone that can solo make plays and can, of course, with the Tiny as well, make stuff happen across the map compared to someone like a Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, they only picked Warlock for the Black Hole cancel, but the Warlock just got Black Holes every fight with +1 hero, so didn't really work out.
Really rough. Yeah, we got a Dawn. So
Okay.
we covered one Dawnbreaker game. It didn't look the greatest though, but Dawn Dark Willow lane sounds pretty strong if that is the lane step that you're looking to go.
Yeah. It's definitely nice first TA. It's a very strong lane. You have the damage over time, right, for the TA with the... And that's like 4 instances of damage on your Q, so you can break refraction pretty easily with this lane. Especially if you get hit by root, so... Very powerful lane, and also with the TB, right? Like, what Shaman loves to do is he loves locking one hero in place, right? Dawnbreaker can easily counter-initiate that with the Solar Guardian. So you might want to start thinking about how can you counter-initiate the counter-initiation, right?
All right.
So after you go in with Shaman, they group up, you know, maybe an Earthshaker or something can Echo Slam. Just, it might not be the hero they're looking at, but I want a counter-initiation hero. Not necessarily what I was looking for, but this is an old school counter to the Terrorblade, right? Kind of just dispel the illusions. You are impossible to hit with the... Is it still called Drunken Brawler? I have not kept up with my Brewmaster, but either way, your E, 100% evasion at some point in the game if you get brewed up, so that's always fun. Gonna have to go for a Bloodthorn or MKB on Terrorblade to even hit that hero. Which isn't, you know, Bloodthorn TB is pretty good, so I don't think he's sad about getting it. It's just, that's a very expensive item.
Yeah, very costly. So, at the moment, of course, the flex is there for Heroic with the Templar Assassin. Is there a lane that you're feeling more comfortable with putting the TA, whether it be the safe lane or mid?
Radiant team ban.
I mean, it's definitely better mid. Because for all the reasons we mentioned, this, it's a pretty tough safe lane to really fight into, so... But is there a hero that they can pick from? I mean, I thought about it, but I think Doom also is not going to have a good lane. But it might be good enough just because, like, having the ability to stop Solar Guardian from healing TP at all sounds pretty valuable in a game like this. So I do like it. I mean, maybe it's worth just, like, playing the lane, like, whatever. Just farm, right? Survive. It's the same thing TA would do anyway. And all the heroes I can think about that can fight this lane back, like Drow comes to mind. Drow TA used to be cool. Not sure if it's still cool. But
I
it's,
don't know if I would describe it as cool. That's just not what I would think when I think of Drow TA. I don't think cool.
I mean, it used to be good. I don't know if it's still good, but they're just going to stick with stock standard picks here. Ember. All right, so... This is definitely a game where Parker can carry. I don't know. And now you have last pick here. You get to decide what you want to do with this Tiny.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it going to go mid versus Ember? Or are you going to pick something a bit more punishing? But Dark Mago isn't really a punishing type of player. He's not really known for his Huskars and stuff. He's known more for like Tinies and Mars and these initiators, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you just give him the Tiny and you last pick a position 5 here. Maybe Crystal Maiden could be good. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the options are. I'm running through the mid-hero pool, but I don't know if there's any that you're happy with last picking to... Like, because then it's going to be a TB Dark Willow lane more than likely. I don't know how vulnerable that is to Brew +1.
I just don't know if Dark Mago has the hero pool to punish this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he does.
So, give him the Tiny. And 24 pick at position 5.
Yeah, sick.
Get creative.
All
Oh,
right.
okay.
You may now select
So-
your heroes.
Who's mid? Okay, so it's TB support? What is going on? All right, is it plus
Really?
5 Dawnbreaker? They're thinking about it. Do we want offlane TB? Which is fine versus TA too, I guess.
But have you overcooked? Like,
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I think Ginnick should lane. Okay, I think they should definitely put Dawn off.
why? What's
No,
the thought
I mean,
process?
it's
No?
tough. I mean, the lane is just so good, right? Dawn Willow. But do you want to pause 5 TB? That sounds garbage too.
Why are we seeing a morph thing when
Okay,
it's going to
they-
be a 5 Dawn? So what's going on? Because it sounded like you were saying this Terrorblade is going to have a good game. You saw the value out of it against the TA in particular. Yes, the Brewmaster was going to be a little bit frustrating as an answer to it. I don't know if the Ember is nearly as good as what it used to be without like the Maelstrom anymore. Maybe it's still a little bit frustrating, but I can't imagine that really being the case. So I also know like Morphling is very good versus Ember, and of course we have seen Morph mid against the Ember. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, obviously, but as a game, it's very solid. But why are we going Morphling? Like, why are we complicating things where already they looked fine?
Well, because Parker saw one of the most perfect Morph games of his life, right? Morph, when he lanes, he likes laning versus heroes that don't have burst damage. And Brewmaster doesn't have any, right? It's just damage over time. So it's a completely free lane against the Brewmaster. It destroys Brew in lane. So he sees a free lane. And I mentioned the 3 heroes that counter TA, Morph, TB, and Medusa. It's still one of those heroes that hard counters the TA. And as you mentioned, also good versus Ember. So they're complicating the draft because he was like, guys, this is the best Morph game I've ever seen in my life. But now they have a TB offlane and a Dawn 5. That's the cost that they paid for this Morphling. We'll see if it'll be worth it or not. Like, maybe it will be worth it, but that's just the rationale of what they were talking about. I mean, I don't know how good Dawn 5 is right now. And he went for the Trailblazer facet on the Dawn. I don't see anyone ever get this. Walking along Celestial Hammer's fire gives you bonus move speed. Doesn't that sound garbage?
Yeah, but yes. Yes, it does. Yes,
What?
it does.
But he does have it nonetheless. I mean, there's a reason we don't see a lot of Dawn 5. The support facet, it doesn't sound great at all. And we're just talking about Sacred, right? Like, he's Grandmaster on these like Pangos and stuff. Initiator, Sacrificial.
30 seconds.
It's playing Terrorblade. This is a carry, by the way. Plays very much so the same in the offlane as it does the carry.
Have they overcooked? Or can Parker, do what we've seen in the past from him? Feels like this is a free Morphling game.
Well, I did say, right? I want to see everything around Parker. But they doubled my expectations
The battle
of going all in Parker.
3v2 and they feel strong enough. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Whisper, careful there. Gets through the brambles pretty quick as well. Speedy man, but that's about to run out. And they've got a couple blood grenades and he should be dead, right? No, he's not.
Yeah, well,
okay.
He's got hammer and 3. He's 100% dead.
Okay, he's dead. Okay.
Not gonna throw it. Throw the hammer, bro. He's dead. Or maybe, this might be better actually. They don't want to get first blood. They just want to have him walk around. Yeah, he can't go to the lane anymore. See?
Okay.
So he's gonna kill himself. He's like, I gotta get to the lane. You don't want to kill me.
Alright.
I'll do it myself.
Alright. Very interesting.
The bot lane's a disaster. It was already gonna be bad, but like he lost the first wave.
Yeah. Lock him off. Set him up for success. See what they're going to be able to do. See what Sacred's going to be
look
able
at
to do
that
as
fire
well.
trail.
How we can itemize. Oh, sick.
Move speed.
Do anything?
10% move speed bonus. I don't know, but yeah, this bot lane's it's kind of cooked. We'll see what they can do on top lane though too. This I'm gonna keep an eye on this Terrorblade. What can this Sacred Terrorblade provide? I mean, Dawn is kind of cooking though. Like she's been owning.
She's doing it.
I mean, Dawnbreaker's
Surely-
base stats are just crazy. Like, she just does so much damage, so tanky, has high armor. Why?
What's going on, dude? What am I watching? What am I watching?
Just two lads playing Dota. This is Schofield, you know, this is classic Schofield Dota. He lives for this stuff. He stole the water
yes.
rune.
I thought he was gonna bring him to Dark Mago so he could get the kill, but no, it's just still. Oh, I go right, you go left. I solve up. So is Brute getting anything? It lost it. This is the moment. Early on, at least, it's okay. Oh, what is this? Oh my god, I hate these shackles. Why does it heal? What is so stupid?
I mean,
He's running away from him now.
I mean, this is just Schofield Dota. He likes wasting your time. Like, that's what he plays Dota for. He's always been this way, and he'll never change. Like, whenever I played against him in the past, we had a rule when you played against Schofield. Just ignore him.
That was legitimately the rule?
Yeah, no, it's like, if he's running around in our side of the jungle, ignore it.
Yuma? Just ignore him. Just let him
Yeah.
do whatever he wants. KJ?
I mean, he's not doing anything, you know what I mean? He's just
Yeah, fair.
in weird spots of the map. And he's baiting you to also be in weird spots of the map.
KJ is also doing weird things. Which
You
you
don't-
don't deny? Doesn't get it.
Alright, cool. You don't follow a bear back into his den, you know? Let him
Oh,
be.
that's his den?
Yeah,
He's on the enemy side of the map. That's his
that is
home.
100%, yes.
Alright. Alright, we'll have to keep tabs on his positioning. So I feel like I just watched two supports run each other for 2 minutes, 2.5. I don't know what's going on in the lanes. Mid, it's looking, I mean, what you would expect, I feel like. Tiny, a little bit more last hits than the Ember. Have seen this matchup go kind of the other way as well sometimes. We got the 1-1-2 build, Chain Gang from Analog. The Chain Gang's pretty much the only one I'm seeing at the moment, but
Yeah.
Dark Margo on his probably best tier. Very comical.
Yeah, he doesn't lose lanes on Tiny. He's quite good at this hero. It's funny, he's been like a Tiny specialist for like 5 years now.
Needs to get Grandmaster. What are we doing to Master tier? Oh, he's 29. He's close.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting there. But I think it's, you know, he has to play Tiny in every single official. He probably just doesn't want to play it in pubs.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, if you could get, like, honestly, I think you should get Dota Plus levels for pro game lobbies. See why not? Have people do their challenges.
I would agree that you would have to find a way for it not to be abused, right? Because I think that's the argument where you just make your own lobby and just
It'd have to be
stupid
like
shit
a
and-
ticketed game.
Yeah, then yeah.
Really doesn't matter that much, but if he could do,
I think it's cool.
I mean, if he could do it in officials, he 100% would be Grandmaster on this.
Yeah, without a doubt. Got so many,
top lane,
so many
a lot of
games in the top,
shenanigans here.
Panda?
Oh,
He's had it off the Screenfield down bottom with a Bramble. Nice try though. They're gonna drag him out, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. KJ will do his best. We'll be chased down a little bit now. Rotation with Panda assisting with the kill onto Yuma. So 3 early on for the boys on Team Sin. And lanes are all looking good. All of their cores 1, 2, 3 in the last hit chart.
He went Orbit Corrosion on Terrorblade. Interesting. Oh, he just TP'd into a root. This is an Orb of Corrosion Terrorblade, I guess. Gonna do some damage and slow. Drinking buddies on King Jungles.
He's able to get out. Sacred's actually going to run back to KJ. Mimble over the right side. Schofield is also on Genic. It should be the first kill of the game. Shadow Realm's actually back up. The TP though, so he'll waste some time. Schofield's going to get it. he'll do the running under tower this time.
Yep. He knows he's dead. Just wants to get back to lane.
Death is a pretty awkward timing here for Team Sin actually. Analog's gonna run on by and take the wisdom.
Yeah, double wisdom, that's rough. I mean, if you look at their supports, you know, they're not having a good game. They're losing the wisdom on top of it.
Whisper solo kill is pretty important for him. Alright.
Yep. That's rough. These are two supports that really enjoy their levels. I mean, I think support Dawn, you want that ult, right? Like, pretty badly. But you spent 2 minutes running around chasing down the shaman. And now you don't even get a wisdom shrine, so... These supports, I think, are gonna have to be given some space. But you've got a Morph carry and a Terrorblade offlane, you know? How much space is there to give? Maybe it's time for TB to hit the jungle. Orb of Corrosion Terrorblade. That's 1,000 gold item. I don't know about that one.
Dark Margot. Out of mana. He's got an amp damage if you can pop the Soul Ring and turn with some of the spells, but the damage it's racked up too quickly. Sacred is running on over, but nothing he can really do as well. Everyone from Heroic wanting to show up. Yuma continuing to farm and not required from him with the Primal Split from Whisper. Getting some much needed kills for Heroic.
Quite nice, yeah. I mean, that was a really good rotation by Whisper. Not only did he just get a kill for free on the Dawnbreaker and the Wisdom Shrine, now he gets a double kill with his first ultimate usage, buys the early Talisman Evasion. It's going to help him a little bit playing against this Morphling in the laning stage, but if you look at the CS charts, though, you're still farming really well on every single core for Team Sin. So, that is good. TA and Ember are struggling a little bit in the net worth department. Brewmaster is actually the top farmed hero on this dire squad here.
So it's very much is helping out for Whisper. Mid lane, Schofield. Marco's going to be able to find a freebie. Holds the toss. And now Tower's going to be under some pressure as well with the amp damage. We'll see what they can do on Heroic. No split. No Shaman for a little bit, so some chip damage, nothing too crazy.
Dead.
Okay.
It's kind of close. He's about one hit away with that amp damage. Yeah. Attack's a little bit too slow to make that happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now looking back into the jungle, getting a stack that's made for
Yuma's
him
game
inside
is
the
not
ancient.
good. Yeah.
No.
Oh, unlucky. I hate it when that happens.
What happened? I wasn't watching.
Oh, at 10 minutes, I'll tell you in a sec. Actually,
Okay, dude. There's so many eras here.
yeah, he's dead. You know the little polywog camps? They upgrade at 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you're standing in it, the current creeps there will despawn, and the new ones won't spawn because you're standing there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you just like, a camp just gets deleted essentially.
I like you. Sorry, buddy.
Yep.
Cool farm feud. Mid lane, Serpentward's going to be job with the catapult wave. They are trying to respond quickly from getting their own tower and coming back to defend. They're even actually going to bring Parker in. Of course, nothing that he has to worry about. We'll deal with the wards. Let's see if he gives a toss target for Dark Margot. We'll bring him back to the creep, so not really necessary for Parker to move on forward. You can get the kill, go back to dealing with the wards. Tower successfully defended. It does cost them a lot of heroes, though.
Yeah, they're fine with it. not much is happening in this game. And Parker actually is deciding not to go for Vlad's. Instead, he went for a Falcon Blade. He has decided the one armor nerf that Vlad's received.
Too much.
Tip the scales for him, so Falcon Blade it is. So no lifesteal.
Falcon into Dragonlance. So a little bit earlier item build, so to say, for Parker. Do you feel like it's he thinks that he needs to get active in some of the early fights, or?
I mean, that's just how he plays. He likes to build tanky and just kind of surprise you with item builds you're not used to seeing on certain heroes. And then, like, why is he so tanky? Because normally you play versus Morph a lot.
Ramble one stun to the second. Nice plays from Genic.
But yeah, he does like unconventional builds on heroes, and it can kind of get you off guard. Like, I'm used to killing Morph a certain way every game because they go the same item build, but all of a sudden he's like lives with 200 health, and you're like, that Falcon Blade, you know, I'm not used to playing a Morph against that. Your feel for the game gets kind of thrown off.
Oh, he's farming up a Storm. Sacred's farming up a Storm as well. How the support's looking? This was something that you're a little bit worried about. Panda's got his 6, and they're just going to pop him down bottom. So use that Celestial Hammer. If required, he can still the Guardian in. I guess maybe Genic is the one that's suffering a little bit more, but he's going to farm with Sacred to get his level 6.
I mean, he'll get it, but if you look at Tusk, though, he's actually the furthest behind of any support. He's only level 5. But he'll get it soon too, so some pretty late level 6s for both sides. I mean, the key hero for this game, okay, Tusk. If he gets caught by a Bramble, he could have got solo killed with that lovely throwing shade facet. 1,000 health means nothing when you're throwing shade. Alright, Orchid has been picked up for TB into a smoke. I mean, pretty good Orchid game. You're playing versus Brewmaster, you're playing versus Ember Spirit. These heroes do not like to get silenced, and of course the supports don't like it either. But I think the big one will be Ember. They can manage to catch him here. And I think they can.
Should be able to. Schofield.
Oh.
Here comes the Dark Margot. We will try and go for the Ember. Nicely done from KJ. Drinking Buddy dragged back into the snowball. Now, do they want to take the team fight, however? And all it's going to try and get some separation over to the right side. Meanwhile, there's another fight that's breaking out as well. Blue and Schofield were trying to deal with Panda. They brought him down low enough, not enough to be able to get the kill, but the split, a little bit awkward. So they protect their high ground. Yuma's able to farm the stack. Do they want to go back in on Radiant? They will smoke up even into the split on Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, he popped the smoke to survive, actually, on the Dawn. He's like, might as well you guys tag into this. But they know. They know it was popped, and Schofield will play a bit more carefully.
Oh, Dark Margot. Really aggressive jump behind the T2 tower. Nothing they have to fear. The team fight involvement's not going to be there from Whisper. Everyone used to surround Schofield. And a very early T2 tower that's going to be under threat.
Yeah, it's dead. That one's gone. They're going to be able to take the outposts now too and kind of control that area. And I'm wondering now for Heroic, this is a completely different game. You're playing TA versus Morph and Terrorblade. Some of the hardest counters in the game to this hero. And Yuma is having no choice but to farm. Ember is having a terrible game. Brew was destined to always have a bad game in this particular game. However, he does have Radiance now, so that is completed. I mean, the timing's not bad, 15 minutes, but if you just look at everyone else's net worth, it's just still not good enough. It's just, everyone else is just so ultra farmed.
So how do you play this game? You mentioned multiple times this Morphling matchup is, I mean, it's a sane Morph game, and you're playing from behind as well. What is the call for Heroic? I mean, we got Shard and Manta queued up from Whisper. We're just stalling this game out till some timing on the TA when we can maybe look at contesting second Roche and then starting to walk down? Like, is there a stage where they're at least going to maybe be able to fight?
I mean, yeah, they can always fight, but I think they have to fight defensively. I think timings are going to be... Honestly, they're going to be super late. Like, this Brew needs this Manta because there's an Orchid. You need this Blink on Shadow Shaman. I think you need a Blink or something on Tusk as well. I just feel like this is yet another game, similar to the first one, where it's very difficult for Heroic to take these fights. They need time, but getting freebie kills like that definitely helps. It's like, what's he doing there, guys? You should probably stay behind your Morph, who is hitting the tower, but it's okay. It's just, as long as they don't bleed from it. Yeah, Dark Mago, Tiny. It's been the star of this show. It feels like whenever he plays this hero, there's just space on the map. Like, he's making up for the fact that they have a Terrorblade and a Morphling, right? His rotations, as well as Ginnick and Whisper, probably gonna have to ulti here, but no, Orchid's there. Another kill. This game's feeling hard for Rogue, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It looks rough. Your play options are very limited. This Orchid pickup, I'm glad he went for it. He had Yasha queued up and then changed his mind. Morph is actually going for an early shard? Reduces the mana cost per second? Don't really think you need the... I mean, while stunned. I guess if you're shackled, he's worried about. Okay. I mean, you can't use it while Hex, but you can use it while shackled because Hex silences you. But yeah, I mean, looks like it. I guess if they shackle or Hex him and then shackle him, during that shackle, he'll be able to just turn it on. So. Cool, I guess. Only level 2, though, on the attribute shift.
Well, this map is starting to shrink at a pretty rapid rate. Heroic have to do something drastic, and maybe that's going to occur in the top lane, but it's close to the T1 tower, and it's not a quick and easy kill for them. And so they're going to have to get their cores out, unfortunately sack the life of Schofield.
Yeah, I mean, Ginnick and Dark Mago are just running around the map with plenty of disables, making sure Heroic can go nowhere. Heroic might be kicking themselves, giving away this tiny Dark Mago. Okay.
Possibility. And
a lot of spells used from Heroic there. Oh, it's not Heroic, sorry, for Team Sin. Meta used, Terrorize used, Solar Guardian used. Maybe now's a chance to go smoke. You've got your Brew ult. I mean, if you look at like big team fight ults for Heroic, they don't exist, right? You've got Brew ult, and everything else like traps, remnants, punch, like a little garbage, low cooldown spells. Good for brawling, but they're gonna make the call. It is Tormentor time. I wonder if the same thing is gonna happen where they just trade Roche for Tormentor. I mean, you definitely can. Your Morph is far into the map. You got TB Morph. You can easily take Roche on here. You've got good wards for it, but they're gonna smoke and immediately go. They don't want to give this Roche away. I agree with this wholeheartedly. Solar Guardian is down for 1 more minute. Meta is down for 80 seconds. Terrorize is down too.
All right, let's see.
If you were gonna win a fight, this is the fight.
They've got the high ground advantage by the looks of it. Schofield out of the base, so it's going to give them the information that maybe something's going on. They will find Panda, so a quick and easy kill to be able to start the fight. Whisper with the primal split. How's he going to look to play as well? Do we kite Parker? Do we try and chuck him up in the air? He's just standing his ground. Everyone else from Rainit, they're disengaged. They're making sure they don't put themselves in a position where Yuma can maybe look for the kill. That'll change now. Yuma tries to go for the Dark Willow, protected with the Shadow Realm. Now Sacred might be a little bit vulnerable as well. Can they get another Cyclone? They can. But meanwhile, the Sunder as well. The Templar Assassin snowballed the last second. The fight they were hoping to work out for them. It's going pretty decently. But Analog, they just don't have anything for Parker. Parker's Morphling, the last pick for him. He will be uncontested. They're going to toss in on the member. A nice little gift that Dark Margo will give them. And Whisper now has the hope that he can run and TP away. If they got any stuns, Panda looks for the slam down and he's got it. Triple for Parker. They did their best to mess with him. Wanted to kite Cyclone him multiple times, but that unfortunately was not enough. A Hail Mary fight, but it felt like already at 21 minutes in.
That was really weird. The Shadow Shaman just ran in and died immediately. Like, I feel like that could have been played a little bit better from Heroic. But, like, at this stage of the game, you know, they're starting to feel the network difference in Parker. And TA is starting to really feel the counter picks against her heal. Like, how is she supposed to man up against a Morphling and a TB? Like, she got sundered, Morph turned into the TA, got the refraction and the meld on her. You can do absolutely zero damage to these heroes. Tiny's too tanky. It's hard. Your supports, they're meant to control and lock down heroes in this game, but unable to do so. No team fight other than this Bruce split. And we saw that Bruce split, right? He popped it and just ran in circles, essentially. Was hitting absolutely nobody. And that's just because the Shaman just died immediately in the fight. And the Tusk doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Tusk is dirt poor. He's got a crown and a fluffy hat.
Yeah,
that's what he's got.
Tough game. I really wonder, like, maybe slight mistake on Schofield with the pathing, that he ran down the stairs and everyone else went to the left.
Awkward, for sure.
You know, if he follows the team, like how different that's going to be. They also then were able to get like a 1-2 second read that the fight was going on before they found out as soon as Panda got jumped. You know, maybe that's the difference there, where they're able to have time to respond. But unfortunately, this now puts you in a pretty large deficit where Schofield's also going to be caught out by the looks. Nice Hex, and that was a super fast Hex. Dark Margo's got Hex. What?
Yeah. Huh? The heal?
Why did he ward? No. What did he ward? Okay, we got other things going on top lane. We don't care about a Shaman dying. We got a split. Sacred?
Yeah.
Looks like he might be in a little bit of danger. They will have the heal coming through from Panda. Split's not really doing a whole lot. Human needs to get some right-click damage out. We'll now finally be able to walk onto Sacred. They'll turn back to Parker next as well. Parker, of course, has that Aegis second life. Everyone else is starting to come through the portal, though. They're going to buy back, but can you take the fight afterwards? Silence off the back of the respawn. Parker's got so much health. Yeah, this is not happening. It's not going to work. You need to go for everyone else. Yuma's made the call over the left side for the jump. It's the damage it's lacking. Yuma, they'll burn through the refraction. Now they'll look for Schofield next as well. I mean, the fight, it was cute. They tried to go for all the numbers from Radiant. They were doing stuff on the opposite side of the map, but Parker, it took them way too long to go through the first life.
Yeah, I mean, it is a free morph game, and it doesn't hurt that, honestly, this TB worked out well. I was afraid that the Dawn might not have impact. I was afraid that the TB might not be very comfortable for Sacred, but Sacred's looked really good on this TB, and Dawn, I mean, her impact is fine. All she had to do is apparently just chase Shaman around for 2.5 minutes in the jungle. Doesn't matter what hero you are if you're doing that, I guess. And then the Solar Guardians, they're helping. I mean, I don't think this Dawn's like crushing this game or anything, but the fact that it's not a liability is all they needed, right? Just so they could get this morph into the game. We see how much this morph is able to contribute to these fights. Nigh unkillable, especially after this butterfly purchase.
Yeah, he's do whatever he wants on Parker.
I do like how they exploited the fact that this first pick TA. Like, TA has not been able to do anything this game.
Is this another game we're seeing TA lose as well in the qualifiers?
Yeah. I mean, the other games we did see it were, you know, kind of just skill diff games. But this one is definitely just a draft diff. So to answer the question, did they overcook? Nope. Looks like they did not. And they went for they went for exactly what I wanted to see. Like, give Parker the win condition. This is how you should play with this guy. He has proved time and time again that if you put him in a position where he can carry the game, he probably will deliver.
Whisper's TP got cancelled. They're still gonna try it. Hex is out of the burst. Sacred, nice. That one opportunity, it was the one hope that you were gonna get. Hex to stop the attribute shift. And Sacred is there in time. Whisper is making the long run from bottom back to mid with the TP cancelled. But it's gonna be too late. Full set of barriers claimed. He'll split and run in. What a terrorizer to cut the team fight onto multiple members. They're continuing to get no value out of the primal split. Dark Margot, okay, you'll get one kill, but with the price, it's way too much to bear. The objectives continuing to fall. The economic damage is through the roof as well. 11,000 net worth lead for Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of miscommunication there. Parker was like full strength, right? He just wanted to get out, and Dark Mago was like time to initiate, but yeah. When you're at full strength on a morph, probably don't want to take the fight. So they just left him for dead. But it's fine, they got 4 barracks out of it. Definitely good, and Parker, I don't know, if he finishes the Satanic, how do you kill this guy?
I don't know, that's the question. I don't think they're not going to be able to answer this question. They haven't answered it from the start of this game.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's not really going to change.
But I saw a world where maybe they could kill him, right? But with the Sunder on the TB, a little difficult, but I think he won't even need the Sunder anymore when he finishes the Satanic.
So, like, how perfect does it need to be where you are Bruce splitting at the same time and running to the backline, cycloning the Terrorblade so they can't Sunder, and then you get the Hex out and hope that somehow TA is able to burst? That's just not happening. It's not.
I mean, I think you just have to kill the TB somehow, and you have to cyclone Morph, I think, at this point. This is just a hero you can't address. Like, if you're cycloning TB and you're just letting Morph do whatever he wants, within 10 seconds, your whole team will probably be dead. So, yeah, bit of a rough one. Not much you can do in this stage.
They're trying to make something happen down bottom. 2 supports with Yuma, but
I mean, yeah,
he hasn't.
Manta's cooldown. If he kills on a couple traps, gets silence, can't use shift, maybe you can do something there. Options are definitely dwindling, though, on play possibilities here.
They are, and very shortly they're going to run into the Radiant Observer Ward as well. They're going to see Yuma, Schofield, and potentially KJ, and this is just free kills for them. Parker's going to straight beeline towards their location, and it'll be both supports that go down by the looks of it. You get Yuma able to blink TP out. That's going to be Gem as well that's dropped, and we'll see if they see it this time. Like, surely, right? We do see it, no? What? It's easier this time than last. What are we doing? What's going on?
I mean, I don't even see it. Where's it at? It's behind the trap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think teams care about Jim. I don't know. Maybe there's a bug where Jim is invisible. So I've been getting so many updates.
Oh, it's the gem bug that's going on. Okay, I see.
Maybe. I mean, I could see it.
Probably. Yeah, no, it's pretty clear. It's much clearer than the other one.
2 games in a row where Jim just is in plain sight and nobody sees it from the enemy team. That's pretty OP though. Jim is invisible to the enemies.
Yeah, not bad. Unfortunately, Whisper would love to be invisible, but he has to use a primal split. Felt in danger.
You can go invisible in primal split.
Yes, he can, but unfortunately, before primal split, he's not able to. This net worth lead, it's only 9,000, but you are 2 full sets of barracks down, and the probability is 92%. And you know, if we don't want to take Dota Plus in mind, it feels like you have been painting a picture for a little bit of time that this game feels like unlosable almost.
I mean, 92%. It's pretty fair, to be honest. I'd say 95%, but you know, 92 is not that far off.
Yeah, it's close.
They're just gonna let
It's
him
that
live,
extra
or what?
percent.
Yeah, just let him live. What? Huh?
Live.
Okay, yeah.
And he keeps
They don't
farming
care.
away.
I won't lie. That was unexpected.
He was. Yeah, give him the voice line. Whoops.
Oops.
No, you finish him. No, you.
Bro, this game feels so weird. Now, like, they're just completely cutting out. Of course, Heroic are not in a position to really be able to fight them at the moment. Their cores are farming, like, behind, of course, the Morphling, who is really the only big thing. Like, the network lead is the Morphling, which will be enough by the looks of it to take this game. Whisper gonna be able to manage out of the Bramble. Split is still caught up for the moment. Yuma looking for the damage onto Genic. Terrorizing the last second. He's not going to be able to get it. Yuma will go down. Wasn't able to kill off Genic before the saves, and the rest of the team was there. KJ as well. So all the farming they're doing across the map, unfortunately, still is not finding a way to deal with Parker's Morph.
Yeah, I mean, TA unfortunately has always kind of been a carry that isn't. It's not a hard carry, right? It is a tempo carry. Like, it's meant to win its lane. It's meant to control the map with the traps. It's meant to be annoying in that regard. It's meant to be ahead. The Zero is not good from behind. And as you can see, can't even kill a support right now until it's kited to death.
Squad. BKB, split, anything. I thought they were going to keep chasing. No, he's able to run away. Parker's just taking. This is about to be Megas.
Yeah,
We're
this
gonna
game is
fight for this.
toast. I don't know what you can do. There's literally, look at these items, man. Like, it's almost 6 slotted. In like a dream game. He's got Dawn behind him with a Solar Crest. Dawn also has Aghanims. You have no healing reduction, right? There's no Vessel in this game. You are not killing this Morphling. I hate to say it, it's just not happening. You can use every single spell in this game at your disposal on this Morph at the same time in perfect synchronization, and Dawn will just press ult, and he will not die. And if it is even close, he might just get subdued. But I don't even think that's necessary.
Genic? Okay, just dead. Gives him the information that something's going on though. And Parker's going to waveform over towards the Shadow Shaman. Looking to try and deal with a little bit of control that Heroic have. And they'll Solar as well just to make sure Parker's fine. Whisper will have the opportunity to pop the split. But his Brewlinks are falling. Parker and Sacred looking to try and bring them down. Meanwhile, Yuma's not really anywhere to be seen. Now finally he's up on the high ground being able to right click. Sunder's going to be there. They are getting kited a little bit at the moment. Parker starting to fall pretty low. Silence rolling through everything. It's enough. What? They actually got him. Yuma. That's a big one. Triple. And another one potentially here for them. Panda. They're going to be able to run into him. Dark Margot is up on the high ground. Maybe trying to look for the opportunity for the chain control. It's close. It's close. It's enough. I'll find Whisper. Yuma's pretty hesitant. We're seeing him not really look to try and jump in. Now he's going to do so. It's taken some time and reading it. They've had the opportunity to be able to retreat away. They're just playing their distance. Dark Margot, tiny dude. This guy, how many spells has he gotten off inside the team fight?
Quite a lot. I mean, I have to say, supports kind of botched that fight really hard for Team Send. Like, that Dawn ult was so insanely early. I mean, luckily they still have Mega Creeps, and not really a big deal, and Roche decided to take a walk to the top lane, so they might not even lose Roche. But yeah, Genic just dying twice in a row without getting any spells off. And then that Solar Guardian was so insanely early on the Morph. Morph was like completely fine, just sitting at full health. You've got to wait until there's like some commitment, you know, until you use it. Because imagine if Dawn ult was available when that TA was trying to kill Morph in the 1v1, right? It would have changed absolutely everything.
They're going to take a fight before Parker's here. Dark Margot. This is a better Solar Guardian. Dark Margot's going to be okay. They're going to lose the Shadow Shaman inside the river. Heroic don't have everyone just yet. They're going to start to bring their remaining forces. Damage onto Panda. Might be able to get the kill, and it will be able to do so. Whisper as well as the opportunity for the split. Now their base is under siege. Tier 4 tower, 1 is gone. Second about to, so Enel's got to go back to defend. But now he's not here for the team fight, and you might lose Whisper too. Genix trying to jump over to deal with the last split. Can he get the Panda? Whisper, ooh. Makes it away. A little bit of health remaining for him. Looks like Yuma's going to be able to get out as well. Unfortunately, KJ will not.
Yeah, I mean, Ember's not able to be in these fights because he's defending base, so a little bit of a hiccup, I'd say, in the, not the last fight, but the fight before, but back to business here. It just feels so hard. Like, even if you win a team fight, you have Megas, right? Your heroes aren't clearing the way super fast, or not fast enough at least. I mean, it's definitely nice to have an Ember, but Ember has no Maelstrom, right? This is just a Mage Slayer Shiva's BKB, so it takes him an insanely long time to clear these waves as an Ember. I think maybe this TA needs to... Oh, he got the Crippling Crossbow, though. That could potentially help in this game against the Morphling. Health restoration, 40% reduction.
See, Hex is out. Margo trying to counter-initiate towards the backline. It's going to give Parker an opportunity to also move on forward. Whisper still on cooldown for Whisper. The throne exposed as well. This fight has to be perfect. Rooted up, tossed up, down goes the Ember, and look to the buyback.
Got to use the crossbow,
when he's going
my
to
friend.
use it, then, oh man, they're losing heroes. The buyback out of them now, and look, making space towards the backline. Parker's just going to turn to the throne, starting to beat onto the objective. And we'll disengage, paying some respect. Looking to try and rebuild the formation, giving Dark Mark an opportunity to jump back into the middle. Toss combination with the Solar Guardian. They should be okay at that. KJ is going to go down, sundered up. They've also dealt with Yuma. No buyback available for the Templar Assassin. Parker, what a hell of a performance. What a pick for him as well. The free Morphling game. And he's able to get the team over the finish line and send us to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly what I wanted to see with Parker. Give him the win condition, and honestly, Heroic just kind of handed it to them, right? It's like, here, you can have TB. Maybe they didn't expect the Morph to come in that last pick, but I think going into this game number 3, you're gonna put some respect on Team Sin right here and just realize that they're willing to do what it takes to get Parker the hero that he wants to play in a game. So it does turn out second pick for Team Sin very valuable because, yeah, I really was impressed with the fact that all these players really stepped up to the plate. Of course, we all know Parker's Morph is good. We know this is an absolutely free Morph game. He did what we expected, but we weren't sure if he could actually get there. Would Sacred be able to play the TB at a high level? Because it's not typically a hero I see him play a lot. Will they be able to make a Dawnbreaker support work, something nobody else really plays? Those are things I was questioning, but this team absolutely was able to do those things, which shows like a lot of versatility. And that's kind of scary to play against, just realizing if they're a second pick team that can just make just about anything work on support and off lane, so Parker can get whatever carry he wants. I would keep second pick out of this team's hands because, as mentioned, this is not a team that has fundamentals really because they're a brand new team. They're gonna beat you by just outplaying you. And this is the best way that they possibly could have done it. So, good performance from Team Sin here. It really was a team effort, and can't even leave out Dark Mago. Sure, it was a great Morph game, but this Tiny, man, he was everywhere, killing everything, winning the lane. Was the Morph the problem here, or was the Tiny the problem? Maybe both? Was it TA the problem? I was a little underwhelmed with the first pick TA too. There's a lot of conclusions you can make from this game.
Yep, without a doubt. And you see Dark Mago on a much more comfort hero on the Tiny. How different the draft as a whole. Like where you go TB to respond to the Templar Assassin, and then the Tiny, which is what we saw the Heroic do, right, in game 1, where they, I think, leading to the second phase, they also opened up with the Tiny. So, I think now heading into game 3, things are going to be pretty similar, where we need to see firstly priority, who has first pick, who has second pick, and where is Parker's hero going to go? Is he going to be able to get these counter matchups? And honestly, I'm looking at the Tiny because both teams can play at such a very high level, and it also feels like you kind of need to take this out of Dark Margot's hands.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think just not letting him have it should be a priority, because we've seen the other heroes he's been playing. He can play them, it's fine, but they're not really threatening. Give him the Sand King, nobody cares. You know what I mean? It's a bad hero. Or Tiny does the same thing that Sand King does for the game, buys Blink, does initiation, but he's actually a good hero, right? He's tanky, does a lot more damage, scales better. And I think if you're a heroic, though, another thing that I have to pinpoint a little bit is the fact that, well, that's a nice name there. It's darker. But either way, Parker on his Morphling, what can you say, man? This is his signature hero. I think a lot of people know Parker for Morph and Gyro, which is pretty funny because maybe that's how he plays his pubs. If he can't play his Morph, he'll just play Gyro, and because Morph counters Gyro. It's people ban my Morph, I'll just play Gyro because now there's no Morph in the pool. So yeah, some of his better heroes, and he really delivered this game. Complete free farm. Farmed up with Storm. Team fights are great. Pretty simple game for him. I think Heroic supports, though, might need to change for this next game. Tusk and Shadowstone have a lot of overlap. They're both these single target, no team fight type of heroes. As we saw in game number 1, they had way more team fight, whether it's through the Overgrowth, right, or Enigma Black Holes. It seemed to be working for them. And this game, once you lose the laning stage, you have supports that don't have team fight. It felt like you couldn't really take any fights from there on, and you're outscaled too. So, bit rough.
All right. Let's see what the adaptation is going to be heading into this game 3 decider here. Of course, we saw Heroic with a solid game 1, and the response from the boys on Team Sin was just as equal in our second game. So we're going to break first. When we come back, we've got game 3 for our third series of the night. We'll see you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Well, in our upper bracket semi-finals, we get a 1-1 split here. Game 3 to determine who will be going to that upper bracket final. We'll see if it's going to be Sin Compromiso or the boys on Heroic. We've been mentioning a lot about how we want to see at least the priority heading to this next game and how we feel at least the matchups between these two teams and maybe following as well for Sin Compromiso in particular. It's just prioritize Parker. Do whatever you can to make sure you give this guy a good game and have him get you over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think Team Heroic should know that best, right? Because they used to do this for Parker. You know, they used to make sure that he got the games, and that's exactly what he did when he was on Heroic for that short stint, and he carried games to them really hard. So I think they know Parker, and I think they will not make that mistake again. I think both game 1 and game number 2 were pretty heavy outdrafts, just watching the game play out. So hopefully in this last game, we'll get a little bit of a closer draft here. But as you said, just continue what you're doing on Team Sin. We saw in, game number 1 that the map movement isn't necessarily going to be your strong point. Just give a win condition to Parker. Try to make it happen. For Heroic, I think you should try and avoid giving him a win condition, right? First pick TA, probably not good in this matchup, right? There's a lot of bad matchups for TA. You're not winning the game off macro movement in this particular matchup. Just make sure that you have something stable, stronger lanes, team fight, especially more team fights in your draft because they didn't have any.
No, they did not indeed. In regards to the priority as well, looks like Team Sin won that coin toss, so they're going to have first priority. We will see. They
chose second pick. Yeah, so, I mean, makes sense.
Indeed, and Heroic, they're going to decide for Raiden as well. We should be getting ourselves underway here pretty shortly. So it will be the same setup with what we saw in the previous game, which now I'm trying to remember. Do we want to see the TA avoided for Heroic?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they need to play that hero. I think the moment you pick TA, you're going to give Parker a good matchup. He's going to play either TB, Morph, or Medusa, and those are just ticking time bomb matchups for the TA. And you just have to snowball the game. So if you take the TA, you have the utmost confidence that you don't really care about the carry-to-carry matchup, and which is fine. Like, maybe you can still win, but I'm going to stress again, this is a brand new team, Team Sin. It's a Parker lineup. These guys are only going to win if Parker outscales them. I'm pretty certain of that. So just don't give them that scenario, right?
All right. Well, there's a start, somewhat, I suppose. Get rid of the Parker Gyrocopter. Do we just ban all these heroes? Is this the call?
No, I don't think you can do that. I don't think he's a limited carry player, you know what I mean? They banned the TA.
Oh, they banned Gyro last game, okay.
I think Gyro is just a hero that is comfort and is... It's good against a lot of heroes they want to play, right? If they want to play the Enigma and stuff like that, you can't really do it. So Heroic actually bans the TA themselves. I mean, I'm fine with it, whatever. Just don't play it. Go for Konka.
Okay.
Solid hero. It can be played in all 3 core positions. Quite good on... I mean, I don't know. I want to say, like... I don't know which lane is weakest for Konka. Maybe off lane, but it's good in every lane. It's just the scaling of carry Konka is just, not as good as a lot of their carries. But it's very strong.
Versatility. We'll see what the response is going to be, and they get the time.
No.
So
they did it.
So you're speaking a lot about Parker's heroes. I know towards the end we also mentioned like, you kind of maybe don't want to give Dark Margot his tiny. Well, he's going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Parker played a really good morph game, 90% of that game was Dark Amalgo and Ginnick on the Dark Willow, and Tiny just running around murdering the whole map, right? Allowing that space for the Terrorblade and the morph to farm. So, I mean, it's hard to fit in a ban. You get 3 bans, right? They decided Gyro, Undying, and TA had to be removed. I mean, TA is quite good versus Konka. not a fun lane.
I like the Doxy Ben as well. I mean, at least classic combo, tiny Doxy. And some, I mean, we were seeing the first phase, so also Sacred will play, be comfortable. Happy with it. Nothing too crazy.
So we talked a lot about Dark Malgo not being a very versatile player and not being able to punish, but Analog is a punishing player. I wouldn't mind him like bringing out potentially later on in the draft. Obviously, you don't get overall last pick, but you can make a safe assumption, right, that this Tiny has a high chance of going mid. Maybe last pick Huskar, you know, something like that. Make sure that Dark Malgo gets punished for this Tiny, because let me tell you, the Ember, that wasn't it.
Heroics turn to pick.
Oh, it wasn't. We're going to see the Oracle as well. So a hero that has been getting removed in a lot of our games. I don't know if you can you purge the Conquer stupid Admiral thing?
No, you cannot. But you can just, whoever gets X, put a Fate's Edict on them, and they'll take 0 damage from the combo. So that's quite nice. Hard counter to Kunkka in that regard. But yeah, you can't purge the Rum. That would make Kunkka a very bad hero. It would make a Nullifier like essential every game for Kunkka. But yeah. Oh, they're gonna take Beast. So Beast Oracle, that's like a matchup that you love for the laning stage, but you don't like for the game, right? Because you can always save people from the roar, but you have no defenses against the Helm Dom or the Boars. So
10 seconds
going for tempo here. Which is going to throw Kunkka either carry... Well, that doesn't mean anything, actually, because Beast can still go multiple lanes, too. I just think the carry Beast might not be it anymore. I think the Ag's nerf was a little too much for that hero to be carry.
I think it seems best at the moment in the offlane.
It's playable mid, too, but yeah. Mid offlane.
Reveals at least some ideas of where the Conqueror is going. They'll go back for the toss though for Heroic, so we'll see. I know you were mentioning about some of the team fight issues, but that of course was the Tusk with the Shadow Shaman, at least overlapping. So maybe there's going to be a difference here with their other support.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing like a Ringmaster or something in this game. Because I think the Tusk was a little bit of a block pick too. Just having multiple ways to kind of save, being able to save your Oracle could be cool in this game. Because if Oracle gets roared and you have like a box or something, a double save, could be good against a hero like that, but not 100% necessary. Just would be, it would make it very difficult to play the game if you're playing, because like Beast loves to roar targets, right, and focus them down. Kunkka likes to X. It's very slow and telegraphed like gameplay, so I think saves against that are quite nice. But you see 3 strength heroes, you pick Timbersaw. Okay. They had to show some core here. We don't know where the Tiny's going yet, not necessarily. I know Sacred is a Timbersaw enjoyer, so it's very likely he will play Timber.
So what are the carries that you're already thinking about now that you see the Timber?
Well, there's like classic ones like Ursa, TA. It's banned though, so you're not going to get that one. What else would I want? I mean, Gyro's banned too. Medusa's fine if you want to play that matchup. Razor's good. Lina carries very good. Shadowfiend carries quite good. I mean, Morph is also very good against Timbersaw in the lane too. You got quite a few options.
Okay.
Also Weaver. Weaver's very good. And the reason I'm bringing Weaver up is because Weaver loves playing versus Oracle.
Heroics turn to pick.
Yep. Well, speak of the Weaver.
Yeah. Well, Weaver does not like playing against the heroes on Heroic.
I was going to say, doesn't he like really not like the Conqueror and the Tusk?
Tusk is fine. He likes Tusk, but he does not like getting roared, and he certainly does not like getting X marked.
5 seconds remaining.
Indeed. I mean, it's probably just a support Weaver, but I hope so, because Carry Weaver, you're playing against too many stunts to make Carry Weaver work here. I mean, just in general. So I liked the Weaver, but only if Heroic picked it. Not a big fan of the Team Sin Weaver here.
Well, let's see what the option's going to be for you. I know you mentioned a couple. Of course, we'll bring up the Lena again. We'll see if this is something that they want to go down. I think maybe it's a little less comfortable because of the toss play with the repositioning as the game goes on. But they had success with it in game 1, and it looked very good.
I mean, they could morph themselves, you know. Morph turning into Weaver is quite devastating. You can just track down. I mean, you have a free game on Morph. Your first Timber, Weaver, and Oracle. Yeah. There's not many stuns to deal with you. I mean, Lena's fine, Shadow Fiend's fine, but all these other heroes that we're mentioning don't particularly like playing into Tiny. I mean, I'll mention Dusa again, I suppose, but
Yuma likes both of these heroes. Like all the heroes you're mentioning, ones that Yuma is incredibly comfortable on, and the Ursa is one of them too. So,
wonder what the rationale is to not pick Morph there, because Ursa doesn't. You just made Weaver's game a little bit better. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter too much, I suppose. So the thing is, Carry Weaver is still possible here, and it's getting better. I mean, you don't like Kunkka, but if you Beast is offlane and Tusk is offlane too, Weaver eats that lane alive. It's not going to work. So Kunkka would have to definitely go offlane. But do they want to put Beast mid? Maybe they have insider info, like thinking Analog won't do that. But Carry Weaver's insanely good versus Ursa. You just always keep your distance from him and kite him. Ursa doesn't like how to use his tax on a bug.
Luckily for Team Sin, they have the last pick overall, right? So you're gonna have to at least be able to see where the lanes are going and understand what the draft is for Heroic. There's gonna be a respect ban on the Morphling. Parker at least will not get that.
I mean, they won't necessarily know where the lanes are going, right? Because Kunkka and Beast can both go mid or offlane. You kind of just have to like roll the dice on that one.
Heroic's turn to ban.
I mean, which makes me think just putting Timber mid is kind of the answer to that. And then you pick something to deal with Ursa. That would be the smartest play, in my opinion. Like, if you want to devastate this game, you put Weaver carry, Timber mid, and then you pick like some Venomancer offlane. And then the game is just like devastated. Every lane. Maybe it doesn't fit like the archetype of having the better scale, but you would for sure win 3 lanes very hard.
Well, I feel like that's a pretty good start. Win 3 lanes, and even if it's not the archetype of the structure that we've seen, win 3 lanes, and I don't know, good position to be in. They'll ban out the Deucer as well, so something that you were mentioning.
10 seconds remaining.
Which is okay.
No,
See what support Heroic are going for.
I mentioned the Deuce before Heroic.
Yes.
Yeah. Other way around, it's kind of whatever. I mean, you can see they're just banning hard carries, right? Because they just think these are the heroes that can outscale what they've got going for themselves.
There's a bit of the change, right, from the previous game with the 2 supports. I'll go for a team fighter instead. So it will be we don't know, but Tusk Beast or Tusk Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
See what Parker wants now.
5 seconds.
I mean, if he wants a forbidden hero, it could be Troll. But that is far too forbidden for me.
I don't know.
It did win earlier today, didn't it? So undefeated in this qualifier so far.
Poor Analog, dude. He can't get his kill. Oh, they picked it. Okay, good. Okay. Is this a good troll game? Does he not get kited?
Well, I mentioned Troll because if you want the ultimate carry to carry matchup, Troll shuts Ursa down. Like Ursa, you know how he plays, right? You jump in and you press enrage and you fight, but Battle Trance lasts longer than enrage, so Ursa just dies and he gets perma rooted even with enrage on. This is just an unplayable matchup for Ursa. Hypothetically, right?
Okay.
But if you roar the troll, right? Maybe that changes the matchup. Or if you snowball the Ursa, maybe this matchup's different, you know? Troll's a garbage hero, but all I'm saying is the hardest carry to carry matchup is going to be Troll, and I thought Troll also is very good against Beast in lane. It's also good versus Kunkka in lane, so it is a hypothetically good Troll game, but I've said these words before, and it usually ends one way. Usually,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm sure the hero does win like 10% of the time I watch it, so...
All right, 10%. That's what I want to hear before I go into my game. And Parker's like, "Oh, I win 10% of the time." Sick.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if
I
it's
don't-
gonna
yeah.
be any different for him.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It's just like, it's a good Troll game, but Troll's a dog shit hero, so what do you do?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. I mean, little pairing Troll Oracle, I suppose, able to pretty much guarantee Battle Trance. We will see. I don't know. We'll see how much of a factor that's truly going to be, but it's something. And we'll get ourselves underway here for our third and final game of this series. It's been all on Parker. Everyone else has played a very vital role in that game success that we saw just previously. Dark Margo back again on his Comfort Tiny. We've got a bit of a different draft as well from Heroic Analog picking up the mid Beastmaster. Yuma playing his Grandmaster Ursa as well. So we'll see how the Troll looks. In a good Troll game, we'll see if he is going to be able to win out on the 10% odds or the 10% stats we've seen from him.
10%. That's just my random
It's your
number
feeling.
I took out. Yeah. We'll see. Look, burrito. Okay. But burrow means donkey.
Burrito? I know that. I know that means something different. Parker?
Okay. Okay, indeed.
2 seconds to
I mean,
What's going on here?
his team's there. They were looking to get a first blood or something. We shall see. And it looks like Parker is going to go for a Battle Fury build. There's some variance on what you can do with this hero, but I think Battle Fury is the safest. Mjolnir is the other option.
the battle begins.
I will get the damage
No
to
kill policy.
2 for 2. Okay. Easy, we'll get ourselves underway here. So, is there a side you're favoring with the draft?
I mean, I don't want to favor the troll draft, but it kind of looks good.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Because they got
But you-
troll. They have troll oracle, troll and oracle timber. Like, it's a really good pairings, right? It's got the carry to carry matchup. It should do well in laning stage. So yeah, hypothetically, this troll looks good. But I will never 100% back a troll in a game.
Has been killed.
I think Analog just denied every single creep, man.
Yeah, I saw that.
4 denies. Dark Margo, what's going on?
Wow. These boars, man.
Yeah. Slapping. So it sounds like you've been in the back too many times when you've predicted for the troll team, and even in a super good troll game, you're like, I don't know, I'm not gonna make that mistake.
Yeah, the hypothetical. I always say it's always a hypothetically good troll game because it looks good. It just usually doesn't perform. But we'll see if Parker is the one that can make it work here. Yeah, this mid lane's there's a lot of denies on this Beastmaster.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's having a great start. Margo's gonna start using some spells to last hit. Here we go. She's whatever. See, how does bottom go as well with, well, speak about for a little bit longer. Yuma unfortunately still doesn't have the chain, and Sacred's going to be run down. Panda will only stall this out momentarily, but looks like Yuma with the movement speed advantage will be able to catch up to Sacred, and this is eventually going to be our first blood. It's a nice try, but Yuma's laughing. He's like, yeah, bro, good one. Like, what is that going to do?
I mean, he went Q instead of chain. I thought he'd probably skill chain in this matchup. So I think this bot lane's impossible. We talked about Ursa's really good versus Timber, but I also think Oracle is super weak. I don't know why Oracle's in that lane. Just to dispel Shadow Word, and I don't know. I feel like if Weaver's here, he does a lot of work. But I think their vision is dispel Fatal Bonds, dispel, but it's just not working, and I don't think it will work. So free lane for Ursa, in my opinion, but we'll see.
Previously with the Ursa Timber lane, I thought I saw like a couple games where the Timber played off chain, and it was just, especially like level 1, and you just like outspam the Ursa, and there was like some stages. Maybe it really depended on supports to make it bearable, but
I mean, I don't really know how most... Okay, he's dead again, but I'm not sure what the Timber build is right now. The hero hasn't been popular for a while. So, yeah, I mean, you have to max your nukes, I think. I don't think you can go armor, but yet again, like, you're maxing your nukes, but you have Oracle in your lane. Wouldn't you much rather have a Weaver who has, like, the bugs, the Kuchi, the Geminate attack to just, like, outspam with you? Yeah, and they're gonna make a swap here. But, Snowball, I don't know if it's a save, but it might be.
It would be actually. KJ's here. Is it a kill, in fact, with the Snowball save? Shard sets up for the Torrent. Parker's going to try and do his best.
Yeah, he's dead.
Fortunately, this is not enough. Genic won't even be able to threaten the life of Schofield. So we bring a couple of extra supports to top. Means bottom is completely alone. But Yuma, you should be very happy now.
This Oracle's briefing this game. Like top was doing well, then Panda comes top and gets his carry killed. Bot's completely lost. Oh man, I think this lane swap that they envisioned has backfired so badly. That's fine. I mean, life of Oracle, this hero's never been known for his laning stage.
Unfortunately, Panda doesn't really know where to go now. He's just kind of running back and forth. Maybe gone through the portal, still on a Lotus, but no, we are 2 minutes past the Lotus. No Lotus there, my friend. So you are 3v2ing this lane. Meanwhile, Sacred is just about to die. He's going to try and TP out. Okay. We'll make it up. But yeah, we're 3v2ing top apparently.
I mean, you saw, he just got tipped by Whisper. Whisper's like, what are you doing up here? Like, you're literally doing nothing. I'm still free farming. It's like, what's going on, buddy? Alright. Now Schofield has... Panda's gonna make an appearance.
Oh, nice snowball dodge. Dude, what's going on?
Oh, this is the 3v2 lane, man. He's gonna heal a bit, but they'll get him. Get him. Good job. All right, round of
Value
applause.
Panda. Let's go.
They got the position 4. They traded their position 4 to get the enemy position 4 with 3 heroes, but no, they got him.
I mean,
Mid
they
lane,
Dark
Roar
Mother.
is
It's
out,
gonna be a roar out. They're gonna have the damage output though. It doesn't look like it. So Analog, he's gonna be chased down now. Bugs on top of him. Does get the rune at least beforehand. Can he get some ticks? Won't even go for the attempt. Dark Margot's gonna be able to snipe him from the other side. Now Panda's here. But Panda will not be able to offer another kill. Meanwhile, bottom as well. Yuma is just feasting on this lane. Absolutely having a lovely time here. Top net worth. Another death onto Sacred.
I mean, yeah, he just literally doesn't have a support in this lane, so he's got a bad matchup. No support. what can he do? And then he just got ganked by the Tusk. So rough life. This Timber offlane not working out. 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Genic is gonna try to fight this one, but I think they might try and bait him a little bit. And the X-Smart comes out, and you wasted your Sakuchi, so that will be your death.
Really? You just
Oh, Yuma saw the other one as well. Is he going to be able to get away, though, is the question. Not a bad shot. Enraged TP, he's fine. Yuma's going to make it. Schofield now will be run down, but Sacred doesn't really have the mana to be able to continue in that attempt. And meanwhile, Analog is just smashing onto the tower.
Yeah. I mean, I really wanted to... It's the troll curse, man. This game has nothing to do with troll, but just because he's in the game, it has to be his fault, you know? You're losing both Wisdom Shrines, you don't have an off lane. Mid's losing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sacred's about to almost be dead again. Okay, never mind. Yuma didn't want to go with him. So top lane, this move has to work. It's not an easy kill. Lotus Wand with the boat. He's got to run away from the tower. They'll need some TPs to make this work. They're only going to come through. They got the nuke.
No?
Oh, he's not dead at. It's not even close.
I mean,
what
he's
is
about
that?
You'll see. Watch both stacks of rum go off him now. He's going to lose a lot of health, but he does have Warlock healing him back to full, so... Yeah, the rum buff plus the other rum buff is innate. Makes him very tanky.
So they baited these spells and they go for a second round. KJ is going to be in a pretty good position, or at least pop the gank and give Whisper an opportunity to be able to run away. So
I mean, they
won't get the
realized
conquer.
3 heroes wasn't enough for this top lane. They got to bring 4.
Oh, yikes.
They're losing mid tower for this move, though, just to kill a Warlock. So, was that worth it? No, not really. But I think they really wanted the Kunkka. Didn't work. They were there anyway. Might as well make something happen. Level 7 or so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The level 5 Sacred Timber Saw. Look at that Timber net worth, man. I mean,
Yeah,
I feel bad for him. You know, I don't know what their vision was with this Oracle bottom, but it griefed him real hard. Did not work.
See how, if he's going to be able to find a way back into this game. Schofield and Yuma. Ooh, shards off the mark from Schofield. A rare misstep from him. Especially on a hero like this. Dark Margot. Raw Rock. Why not? Multiple ultimates. He's just going to try and run past them, but... Boy, we'll get the regen. So, okay, cool. You got the rune, but you're not making it out.
Where's Yuma going? Huh. Tried to kill the Oracle, but... Oracle's outran him, I guess. Taking bot. See Schofield on the way, but it's a hard kill. It's not easy. It's easy to make him not farm, but with the level 3 Timber Chain, it's hard to just catch him with the heroes that you have. You'd have to bring Kunkka or Beast with a Roar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Tusk is not quite enough. Okay, and just punches the Weaver in the face. Lots of damage.
They are going to smoke behind the tower, so the Deep Observer board from Radiant is not going to see Dark Margot along with Panda. Maybe they actually saw the Weaver disappear. I'm not sure. Speaking about the Conquer, X over to the right side. Yuma's not here for the damage because Yuma is currently getting tossed back to the nuke from Panda. He's gone. So it does look like Sacred's going to go down as well. Parker tries to come through. It's a bit of a brawl down bottom. 9 heroes out of the 10. It looks like we got a 1-for-1, and in the end, that's going to favor Dire. It's a much needed kill. Yeah, you lose Sacred, but his game is already completely ruined.
All right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very good. Yeah, he wasted Enrage trying to kill Oracle in that mid engagement, so it had like a 5-8 second or something cooldown left. If he would have had Enrage up, he would have been fine, but good on them to like kind of know Enrage is on cooldown and just take down that Ursa. Much needed kill. And Parker is top of the net worth. Much needed. But really, it's just the Timbersaw that we're super worried about in this game. Timber's not a hero that really enjoys playing from behind. I mean, he can, but this is a hero you picked when you saw 3 strength heroes. And you put him in the one lane that had no strength heroes.
Dire's bottom tower
I was wondering as well what the item build is going to be for Sacred for him with playing with the deficit. It's going to be the Kai Scepter for him. So they'll put him in the safe lane. Let him take a lot more of the defensive farm. Do you agree with this setup?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think Parker wants to get a bit more active, not just sit top. I think they need to make something happen in this game, because if they would have kept the game static, it would have continued to be as bad. But Dark Mago's moving around on the map. Parker's moving too. They realize there's a lot of problems here, and just gonna annoy him a little bit. But you do have to keep in mind, Dark Mago, because he's making all these moves, look at the disparity between him and Beastmaster in the net worth.
Yeah.
Beast is just farming. Dark Mago is trying to make things happen, so yeah, he's being annoying. But the net worth is going to continue to grow. SS Ags is almost online now.
Well, let's see. I know you were mentioning about in the draft, the Beastmaster feels quite nice into the Oracle. Of course, if it's played in the side lane, with the Oracle having a difficult time to deal with the summons, and especially if you go Helm of the Overlord as well. But as the game goes on, that Roar is going to be answered by the False Promise, and some of your damage as well will be affected because of the Fate's Edict. So, I mean, mid, you kind of have to go Scepter still. We're not really seeing the Helm of the Overlord mid, but we'll see if this is going to affect Analog as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be about positioning, right? I mean, it's still a good farming item, so he can still always get a lot of farm from the Zags. But, yeah, if he ever roars a hero that's just standing there, it's going to be a problem, because Oracle will just save him. So, he likely is going to need a blink, and probably going to have to roar the Oracle and just kill him in the fights.
Heroic have to be so happy with the status of this game. You have 3 heroes that are just like super greedy and free farming. Battle Fury Ursa, Radiance Conquer, Scepter Beastmaster. Like, sure, these heroes will have some impact in the early game, but they'd be happy with the status and just with the static game, and that's what they're getting. But this is like where you need to change things around. You got Blink on Dark Mago finally, and an amp damage as well. You must get kills off the back of this, otherwise this next timing for Heroic could be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, at least for Team Sin, you do always have that trump card, no matter what, where if Parker gets insanely farmed, he can frontline this game with an Oracle ult, right? And that could just be enough to win team fights late game. But that's assuming Parker's farmed enough. So this could be a game where he literally could 1v5. But yeah, the game state isn't good for everyone but Parker. But can he do it? You know, this is why you picked the Troll. You wanted him to have a 1v5 hero. You gave it to him. You got Troll, Oracle. This is an incredibly strong combination.
This spot? They try and TP out in a pretty good timing of that TP. Margot and Panda, I believe they saw him with the high ground ward around the triangle. So they've done a really good job to avoid the tiny. They're going to see him now TPing bottom, and instantly Schofield, he's going to think twice about invasion into the triangle. Dark Mago still will be able to get the blink, however. So they've got a glimpse of him on the retreat. Parker's going to be able to catch up as well. He'll make it a little bit frustrating with the shark and the snowball, but finally someone will go down as a result to the blink on the tiny.
Yep, they'll get Schofield, who is, you know, what everyone say, like, that's not your base. Oh, tiny though.
Yeah, well, that's a much bigger kill. Nice rock as well. I don't know if Panda would have been in range anyway for the False Promise, but
Probably
KJ...
not, but just cures it.
Yeah.
And plus, I think as a Warlock player, you don't mind dropping those, because now you can go farm. Right? Every time your rock is up, that means you're not getting farm. So, You see, he's just gonna go steal some camps here. Actually, he might just feed the rock if he's not careful. Looks like he's gonna go cut a wave. No, Troll didn't even bother going to that camp. He's like, you can have it. I don't want it. And it's Roshan time. But Yannick knows. So yeah, I don't think you can do this if it's not just like uncontested. So they're kind of just like making sure Team Sin is paying attention. It's like, we're gonna hit this Rosh, and if you respond, we'll back off. But if you don't respond, we'll take the free Rosh. But it's gonna take quite a few items until Parker is gonna be at that state where he can win this game. But as you mentioned, all the farming items, Agnums and the Radiance online for Konka and Beast respectively, the Battle Fury for the Ursa, they all have farming items, right? They can clear camps insanely fast. That's why that net worth lead keeps growing.
Oh, they're trying to force Roche. Okay. Whisper's going to run on forward with the Torrent combination. There's that Fate's Edict to at least protect Parker's health pool. Now that's a combo wasted and a roar as well. Now you can buy back and time-lapse back in if you want, or you can just TP. And this is a bit of an opportunity now. Heroic use a lot just for the kill onto the Weaver.
You're going to get it. All right. Ursa did not want to come to that fight, and with Rourke being down, I think you can't defend that Rosh anymore. So, I mean, they wasted Boat too, right? They just threw Boat in there. Little strange, but they're gonna find the Beast too? No way.
Boss back. All right, this sequence of events working very much for the boys on Team Sin. And this is how you can slow this game down. First Rosh. Not the one where you can go high gun, but it is one where you could have taken a lot of the map. You know, T2 towers, get some deep vision, make it very difficult and very uncomfortable for Dire to play, but some good moves from them, and heads up play the fact that they could contest Roche with the ultimates on cooldown, and they get another kill after that.
Yeah, I mean, all it's really going to take is a couple pickoffs or one team fight win, and this game will actually start feeling impossible for them to play on Heroic. Because this Troll with an Aegis and an Oracle behind him, it's not easy, right? Like, what are you going to do? If you want to commit Boat on him, you just press W. If you want to commit Roar on him, you press R on Oracle. He has an answer for both of these heroes. So, feeding, lane griefing, it doesn't really matter at all if the lane it goes late enough. So, you have to find this Oracle and kill him, because this Oracle is countering two of your initiators. Maybe a Tusk Ags or something could be on the menu where you kick the Troll into the team, and then when Oracle walks up, you can rock him again like last time, or force him out, smoke him out. And I think the Oracle will probably just buy whatever items he can to try and just keep the distance or close the distance. Glimmer Caves, Blink Daggers, Aether Lens.
Okay. So Blink currently queued up. Parker will have the false promise.
Are they just testing him or what?
Whisper, can they? They will be able to hold them here. So the Tormentor was claimed on the other side, but no one's starting to TP back. Dark Margot.
What the hell is happening?
What's going on? Whisper, they're going to be able to get lucky. KJ, Rock used defensively. Parker,
he's running into the...
Fortunately, is in a bit of a situation without the false promise. He's still going to enter across Dark Margot, Arcane Rune. This Tiny's going to be a bit of an issue now inside the team fight if it continues to drag on. The spells will fly on out multiple times, but the fight will break there. They'll deal with the H's. T2 gone some really weird back and forth and posturing from both sides here.
There's no way you're happy with that. Like, use Rock, use your BKB, use Boat, use Roar for an Aegis that had 2 minutes left on it. I don't know what's going on with Heroic, but like, they seem like they have no idea what they want to do in these fights. And they're just kind of throwing spells out, and Panda's like, Roar, okay, I'll press R. You want to throw a Boat? Okay, I'll press W. All right, we're good. And then Parker, he didn't have to die there. He pressed R, right? And he was hoping to get...
That's what happens. Sorry, dude. You press R, you die a lot of times. That's just a classic troll. This is what this hero is.
But
just
he was
R
hoping...
and run in.
He was hoping he'd get a root on the Kunkka BKB, right? But he hit him one time because the Kunkka's just fast.
Analog?
Okay, roar.
Fence.
That's the third roar used on Troll. That has done nothing. It's weird to say, but this game for Heroic looks very, not only sloppy, but hard. They're up 5k gold, but they seem very clueless on how they want to take these team fights or engagements. And the more farm that goes on this Troll, and if you can't fight this next Roche, or if you can't fight the third Roche, there will come a stage in this game where Parker will get to a point where he will just walk on your high ground, and you'll be scratching your head on how do we defend. It has to be like some smoke wraparound play, right? You got to kill this Oracle.
Yeah.
This guy's got to die. I mean, we're starting
This
to see
game-
a little bit why this Oracle is banned so much. Like, your lane doesn't matter, apparently. You just sit behind a hero and you make everyone unkillable.
Yeah. I think I've been impressed with Dark Marga's performance this game as well. I really like the itemization we're going to see out of him. I know we do get this a little bit more frequently now with the mid laners, but he's going to go for a pretty, like a more utility-based mid-tiny build. And I think really important, you know, his net worth isn't the greatest, but they've been giving him the active rooms. It very much helps with the Oracle and the fact you have map control now, but we've seen what he's been able to do with, you know, that pass fight with the Arcane Rune. He has that and damage as well. Now he has an invis, so not the best for him, but that's another thing we need to kind of keep our eye out for. We mentioned, like, Dark Margaret, are you going to let him get the tiny? And they gave it to him, and he's been doing pretty good so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's not like crushing your game like last game, but he's also had to make a lot of moves this game too, right? Because the side lanes didn't go very well. So he's playing a very sacrificial role this game. And Troll Oracle, yeah, the Oracle has a Blink Dagger just sitting behind him, and guess what Oracle's going for next item? Just Aeon Disc. No, Aeon
sorry.
Disc.
Yeah, sorry.
Aetherlands will probably be after that though.
Probably, yes, but no, Aeon is already. Do you agree with the call that they are literally just sacking every tower? They're not at all in a position to take these fights? I guess you're super close to 2 BKBs, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're close to items and they don't know how to fight this Troll with Oracle right now. So, until you at least have BKBs, you can't really do it. I mean, you're gonna have to kite these fights out. Somehow.
I really wouldn't mind seeing a pretty early gem pick up on Die. I don't think Panda's gonna go. Well, maybe he can. Maybe once the Aeon Disc, but the fact that we're mentioning a lot about, like, really feels like Heroic, the play for them is only to wrap around and kill the Oracle.
And they're gonna try BKBs online, triple BKB. Well, they have a nullifier too.
Jump and roll, but Panda's there. So they'll drop the false promise for him instead, and they will kill Panda. Not a bad start to the fight. Let's see how Parker's gonna be able to take it now without the protection of the false promise. And of course, they will still able to lose Sacred as well without the heal. Parker, he's still feeling strong. Dark Margot. Actually, another jump over the top of the numbers disadvantage. So they really want to take the team fight. I don't know. It's looking a little bit dicey here. Dark Margot, a committal into them all, and they're not going to try and look for Genic. Time lapse over, but waiting hands is going to be the rest of Heroic. Finally, they found the read of how to deal with the Dire lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they're forcing mistakes out here, because I think you just let Timber die in that situation. I don't think you should ever press your R, false promise, on anyone but Troll. Like, if they smoke there with their triple BKB, right, and all they get is a Timber, you don't feel bad about that. You don't really care that much. But if you try and take a fight, you die on the Oracle, right, trying to save the Timber, and now Troll can't go in because he has no false promise. This isn't a game where Timber gets ulted by Oracle and he's gonna live, you know, it's just not gonna happen. And especially because there's a nullifier as well on Kunkka, which means the Fate's Edict is getting purged, and so is the Purifying Flames. So the only one that can take advantage of the lifesteal amplification is going to be the Troll ulti. Nullifier won't work on that. So I truly think you cannot use your Oracle ulti on anybody this game except for Troll if you want to win.
Importantly, the Scepter Tool, speaking of the Oracle.
They found him. But can he get out? Can he...
Oh, I don't think that's gonna work. Unfortunately, Mark is there. I want to go back to the nullifier. Very cool from Whisper, because also the scepter, right, on the timber.
Oh yeah,
That's...
I mean, it's good versus Scepter on Timber. It's good versus Yules on Tiny. It's good versus Yules on Weaver. I mean, they just needed one.
Basher Abyssal. That's this is just for the troll. I mean, this is such an interesting build. You don't really disassemble the Radiant Seer. So Leon had to do it for this game, and now he's gonna go Abyssal next item. Okay.
I thought you were talking about Trolls. Like, that's pretty normal. But
no, this Conker.
Abyssal Blade Conker. I mean, I guess that's something that can help kite the Troll. That's all they're really worried about. Is it the best choice? Uncertain. I feel like Yules could be really good. Maybe not on the... Maybe the supports need to buy Yules. But I think that is the name of the game, right? You want to make it so Troll, the moment he presses BKB, that's his timer to hit heroes. So if you just Yules him after that, Halberd him, I mean, I guess Abyssal him.
Guess that works too.
Anything that just stops this Troll.
This is a little bit scary though with second Roche going over for free, and we saw what was able to happen previously even without the ages on Dire. So yes, there is a 7,000 deficit, but do we feel like this second Roche opens up the opportunity for them to walk high ground?
This deficit, like, doesn't matter this game. That's the funny part. The only thing that matters is Troll's network and Oracle's positioning. Like, everything else, like, just does not matter. Like, it's fine. But it's just that good of a Troll game where... With this Oracle Troll game. Not just Troll itself. That his net worth and just... Everyone else just needs a Blink Dagger, essentially, just to stun, so Troll can hit heroes. That's it.
It's an interesting position of this game to be in then, with the characteristics. Just if we're looking at Troll, we're looking at Oracle, and if that's not it, then your name doesn't matter.
Pretty much. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, but like that's like the watered down version. And you can see Heroic too, they don't really want to take these fights.
No.
There's nothing you can really do, because like this Oracle is just walking around the gym now. It's like, as long as they don't see me, I'm good.
Okay, they did jump, cool.
Yep. Blink gym. Eventually we'll get to that Aeon disc, but Beastmaster's going for Manta.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, what's the Manta call? Like, is this... What is actually the Manta call? Because what are you stalling for is what I see with the Manta at least, but I don't know.
I mean, it's to disengage control. Like, if he roots you, you can just Manta and run away. So you don't get chain rooted.
We found the Baron Yuma. Abyssal up as soon as the enrage is out. He's going to be controlled. And he would be brought down. 70 seconds, no Ursa. And the high ground you would have to imagine soon to be under siege once we're able to get the creeps in a position to go.
That's the Ursa Troll matchup, right? He presses Enrage, tries to get out, but he's just perma-rooted. Can't use BKB.
He finds Analog. Gonna be able to BKB TP by the looks of it.
Yeah. Maybe Genic needs an Abyssal Blade too.
Alright, calm down. He's thinking of the Lincolns for the Troll. So at least he's thinking, you know, for Parker.
Probably for him, honestly.
Oh, no. This is all for Parker.
I mean, yes, but Oracle ult is enough.
No, it's never enough, dude. Everything for Parker.
That might be true, actually.
Nice, my Whisper went Abyssal Blade. we actually did it.
It's an interesting build. Like, it's so much net worth, but it's just like so little, I feel.
Yeah.
And they're just gonna go high ground. This is the thing we're worried about, right? I mean, Oracle, he should smoke himself now. I don't know, buddy. There you go. Alright, he smokes. There's a Yules on the Troll. They're down 5k, but they can't defend their base.
Yeah, they're getting high ground. That's crazy. They're going to try. Jump in with a toss back. There's an opportunity to be able to kill off the toss. And just giving a free kill over towards Parker. But it does put Dark Margot in a difficult position. So Aegis down. Buyback as well from Dark Margot. That's a pretty big commitment. Do they want to stick around even without the Aegis? Got the false promise. What else do you have though on Radiant? No Roar, no Boat, no Rock as well.
And it's just as easy as that. You know, you just have an Aegis, walk high ground, can't find the Oracle, and then you just lose your base. A really weird game where a team is up 6k and they can't defend their base as 5. You sleep on the Troll Warlord pick. What happens? I mean, this is honestly 90% Oracle, not Troll. It's a combination of the two, really. But if this is any other game, you just roar the Troll and he's dead.
Smoke around. Nice scan. Very nice scan. They're going to see Sacred. They'll get the control before the chain. Sacred's going quickly. Got plenty of bursts to be able to bring Kim down. 50 seconds without the Timber, but no creeps to get anything out of this.
Yeah, it's a cheap kill. That's fine. But as I keep saying, nothing matters but Troll and Oracle. Not really. As long as his team doesn't, like, feed too much. They can feed a little.
So a mild bit of feeding is okay, but not too much.
Yeah, you just don't want to be
a
like...
bit of feeding?
Still need to throw your spells up in the fights, you know? This is fine. This is moderate feeding, you know?
Okay.
You're dying not in front of your base. Alright, they scan here. Look at the X. The X himself.
Go back and take... Oh, go for it. Okay.
Take the Tormentor. Now he has a shard. I mean, that shard's pretty big this game. More control for Troll. And maybe trap him in there. Potentially kite him.
The other players are going to go up. They're still holding together both sides.
Looks like Parker is just running into them now. Smoke is used. I mean, he does have Oracle behind him, so...
That's just dodgy.
They can't do anything. Like, if they go on this Troll, they lose.
This game's so weird. What am I watching? So they smoked to the opposite side. They're following them.
They have to find this Oracle. Like, that's the name of the game. So they're smoking behind now. Okay, now if they can catch Oracle here, the fight could be over.
They're gonna get the Weaver at least, and now Panda's in a bit of an awkward position in the river. Smoke Pop's Analog might be able to get the jump, and everyone else was a little bit far away, but Panda's gonna be fine. They're actually still hunting Schofield, wanting to walk up the high ground blind. Sacred X is gonna be there onto the Timber, so maybe they can force Panda's hand to use some spells unnecessarily onto Timber. So if that will be the case, Sacred. Nice chain control. Torrent's gonna fly out. BKB's gonna be there into the TP out. Yuma can get in range. No bash, no anything.
Oh, the roar is so close.
He had the opportunity, but he was just a little bit too late. And Oracle's out too. Okay, back to going across the map we go.
Yeah, this game is gonna get really weird if it's not already weird right now.
It's super weird game. What are you on? Does it get weirder?
Yeah, the moment there's no more smokes, because both teams rely so much on smoke. The Oracle needs it to hide his positioning, and on top of that, they need to use the smoke to find the Oracle. So like these smokes, I'm surprised that they had so many already, and they still have one more. But the next couple smokes will be their last. And that's when the game gets really weird.
There's another smoke.
Where are all these smokes coming from?
I don't know. I
feel like they've been smoked up for the past 10 minutes.
I'm really waiting to see. We're hyping up this Troll so much. This 12,000 net worth lead on Heroic. If Troll dies, I'm really worried what Dire's heroes are going to be able to do without him.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it's all Troll. It's Troll and Oracle.
Troll and Oracle.
That's it. That's. If you kill the Oracle, you win.
So what do you do now? You need a Refresher on Oracle to deal with the double roar that they have? Like, they're just out farming them. What do you actually do versus double roar?
I mean, there will get to a point when Troll is 6 slotted, right? And you have enough tools to double roar. For example, you're gonna have multiple Yules to kite. I mean, Warlock is thinking a Hex too. So in the ultra late game, this will be much more difficult to deal with. And I think that's kind of the game plan for Rogue. They just want to take this as late as possible because they know they're out farming them. But they don't have enough tools with 12k net worth to deal with Troll. And this next Roche, it's a big one because if they get this, this is going to be another high ground siege.
Low pocket. Some of the boars. I have very good vision around the area. Darkmarker will get the Yules onto the Conquer. This gives Parker an opportunity to go in. Analog's gonna find the roar as well over the other side. Force Bomb shoot defensively onto Darkmarker, and then Analog as well just quickly kills the Oracle. Now Parker, what can you do without the defensive tools? And he's in danger. Kited, controlled. Yes, he's got the BKB. They're gonna be able to toss another member. Battle Trance as well to secure the kill. But after this, is there anything left? And then do they even want to take the fight? Yuma says yes. Into the Tiny he goes. Now eyeing up Sacred as well, but the chain away. He's going to be able to get some separation.
Now, Roshan is not free because you don't have Oracle, you used your BKB and your Battle Trance. So, nice little exchange there for Heroic. They did lose their Kunkka, but they got, I believe, 3 kills. Did Weaver die there or no? Maybe just 2 for 1.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Still, nothing but this Roche really matters, and I think they decided with no Kunkka, we're not gonna def. But you have to realize there's no ults on Parker right now. I mean, it's up in 10.
Parker's actually looking to go before the ultimate's online. Go Scepter. Out of the last second for the task.
I mean, ult's up now. False Promise is also up, so they're back online here. Are we gonna get a little bit of Aegis steal here?
On Yuma? He's looking for the Aegis steal. They're hitting him out though. They've got the ring with the roar. Who's gonna be able to find it? Aegis snatched by Analog. Second life now given over towards the Beastmaster. Refresher onto Yuma as well. Can he pop it in the inventory? Yuma's going to be able to do so. So he has another round of the Enrage and the BKB. And where is Parker? Parker's back on the high ground. This is not a fight they want to continue to take. Or is it? These are Fortune's End. Parker's not going to go though. So everything, I think, stolen by Heroic. What is this game, dude? What is going on?
I mean, if we see that, if we have a chance to see that again, I think what happened was Tusk snowballed on the Troll, and Troll had Lotus on him, so he couldn't pick up the Aegis because he was being snowballed.
Oh my.
Away from the Roshan.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, hey, why is Parker not picking everything up? How did they get everything of Roche?
He had a Lotus on him, and he was stuck in a snowball. Oh, man. That's a more than unfortunate thing. That's so unfortunate, man.
Well, another smoke they got, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, is there an infinite smoke bug now, too, or what? I have to investigate this one.
Well, Parker's got to amp damage. Whisper. Gonna be able to get it. He blinked over Parker. They'll toss him back. He's going to die pretty quickly. Nice Jules as well. Dispels the double damage that Parker's going to be using inside the team fight. Are they actually going to be able... Is no one going to die? Roar over to the northern side. Analog holding Parker down. Meanwhile, Darkmarker also evaporates the damage from Yuma. Now they're going to be able to chase him down as well. Panda's positioning's pretty solid at the backline, but they're going to glimpse of him. Scores over the snowball. Instantly, Analog jumps over the top as well, but the false promise not available for Parker now. Parker, is he going to be able to get in the middle? He's just getting kited. The control, the X, the spam, the torrent, everything. He's having such a difficult time from ever being able to right-click every defensive item you could ever hope. They've also itemized for it. Parker, it's just not a free game. Analog dying back onto the Oracle. He's done his job. He knew it, and he's done it perfectly. Oracle has had such a
Scopel's
difficult game to be able to sky, and Parker's just not even able to do anything. What a frustrating beat getting battle transist. Feels like all your troll pub games. Abyssal out from Whisper as well. You will not right click a single time. We were worried about you for the last 30 minutes, but our concerns, they are not justified anymore. Tips are so deserved for Schofield and heroic. What a perfect fight from them.
I mean, Schofield carried that fight so incredibly hard. He single-handedly kited the troll that entire fight. Shards, punches, mules, Ghost Scepter, snowballs. Used it all. Then they all came back on cooldown yet again. Like, look at Schofield here, just being a complete, absolute menace in this fight. This itemization really showcasing some of these items like Ghost Scepter and mules and how strong they are. There's nothing you can do, but the real reason why they're winning this fight so handedly is it's the Oracle. You died in the fight. If you kill the Oracle, you can kite the troll. If you don't kill the Oracle, it gets much harder to kite the troll. And they're starting to get to the point where, you know, the net worth advantage is starting to matter. You're starting to get these kiting items on your supports. Glimmer Cape, Force Staff on the Warlock. You have the Blink, Yules, Ghost Scepter on the Tusk. Double Roar is available too, right? And of course, like the refresher for the double Missile Blade potentially for Whisper, but more than that, just having 2 ghost ships as well. Quite free here, so. The game has flipped now. Like, they've done a good job just dodging Parker for 42 minutes of this game.
Oh, man.
And this is why a lot of people don't like playing Troll. Like, you must be so frustrated if you are Parker right now. It's like, I'm so strong. I want to actually hit a hero, but nobody wants to fight me. You're just getting kited 24/7.
So,
and this is why people don't like playing Troll in pubs either, because if you're this Troll, you're getting flamed. You're so useless. Why can't you hit a single hero?
why doesn't this happen in every single carry game? Why, like, okay, this is also like a silly question. I'm also kind of joking, but you're in your pubs where you have no stuns. Why don't we just draft a bunch of stuns and look how difficult it is? Glimmer, Yules, Kite, it doesn't matter what carry is, they need to right click. Every single carry needs to right click. I understand, yes, you know, the cores is super low net worth, but why don't we take this mentality into every single game?
Well, because the heroes that are popular like TA, you can't really walk up to them and kite them, right? But this is what everyone does in pubs. Like, I play a lot of carry, and people do this to me all the time. No matter what hero I'm playing, they're finding ways to build so I can't right-click. It's Ethereal Blades, it's Yules, you know, it's Halberds. This is just how Dota is. But unfortunately for heroes like Troll, they get punished more than most heroes by these items, right? And this is why Troll isn't picked very much. There are just so many. You can't itemize your way out of the problem, right? There's no item Troll can buy. I mean, the best thing he could do is buy the Blink Dagger, right? But other than that, like, when you are playing these heroes that have like battle trance that not only kites yourself and other people are kiting you on top of it,
Schofield
it can be rough.
looks for the initiation, trying to do his best to be able to disrupt Meanwhile, Parker as well, wanting to deal with the Tusk, which is a lot of the control inside the middle of the team fight. Hasn't been able to secure the kill just yet, and now he will be able to do so. Panda's also put himself defensively up on the high ground, so Panda's okay momentarily, but as soon as they see him, they're going to try and jump over to the right side. Analog ward up to the Timber. Sacred is gone. Parker has locked onto Whisper, and finally this battle trance is going to be successful. It will reward him a kill, and it looks like the rest of Dire as well will reap the rewards in a successful team fight.
Yeah, Parker had enough of this Ghost Scepter on the Tusk, right? He just finished a Nullifier. And being able to kill that Tusk was absolutely massive. And they didn't find the Oracle yet again. So if you can't find the Oracle, the fights are hard. I was actually able to keep the Timbersaw alive long enough just so Parker could kill the Tusk and then eventually kill the Kunkka too.
Are we high grounded?
I mean, there's no buyback on Tusk. They know that. So, is Tusk really that important? He might be, to be honest with you. They're going to wait a bare minimum of 15 seconds here.
They're kind of gearing up to jump as soon as he runs up to the base. Maybe Oracle's going to be a little bit too far away. Dark Margot, he'll make sure that maybe slight step at Panda not being in a position is not going to be costly there. Nice defensive toss.
I mean, it's only 20-second roll cooldown, though. He does have the level 25 talent. So, It'll be up soon. But yeah, I mean, I guess you have the save and the toss too. Trying to keep you alive here. So the game still rages on, but it still comes down to you got to kill Oracle, right? If you don't kill this Oracle, it can be tough to play.
What is he going for next? What do you do? Is the Aeon Disc, like you mentioned earlier? Do you go some crazy Shadow Blade build on Panda? So you...
Honestly, it doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah. I mean, I've thought about it when you brought up the smokes before. It's like, we're just waiting for the smokes to expire. So your Panda's positioning's in danger. Well, all right, go Shadow Blade. Unfortunately, he's not really finding a whole lot of farm is Mr. Panda.
I mean, he queued up a smoke, like, please.
There is a scepter being worked on from Genic, so that will give them maybe something else, another defensive toolkit. He also has 2 greater healing lotuses as well, which could be very handy for the Oracle.
Please carry us, Parker build. Doesn't even bother trying to make his hero stronger. It's all for Parker. I mean, it's interesting too. He could also potentially save Oracle with this, right? Or maybe with that ability, they won't have to use False Promise to save people from Roar anymore. You can just use Time Lapse.
Sure.
I think it adds a layer of complexity that you have to deal with when it's already complex enough. Honestly, it's a really big item.
So unfortunately, it's still one component away, and fight might break out before he gets there. Radiant to invade into Dire's jungle. No one is currently home. They might run into Genic, or if they continue through the mid lane, you're going to see a couple of heroes at the moment on Dire.
And Troll, he's had it for a while now, but between... Oh, one sec.
Okay.
They're
going to know one of them. They'll jump on the one target, unfortunately. Now everyone else needs to beeline towards Parker's location. Get in formation to be able to at least take a team fight if it does break out. But the shards, it'll kind of block them away. They see Dark Mark on the high gun. The ward will now expire. It's going to be up to Schofield to give them the vision, and he will not go. They're going to respect that, look to back away. We got Roche up shortly, so both sides must stick around inside the river.
Why did Schofield go Aeon Disc? That's such a weird choice. Thought he would just finish up an Ags.
KJ? Well, nice blink away. That's so sneaky, KJ. Schofield's going to be controlling Parker. Used up on the Lotus as well. Parker continuing to be kited. Snowball wasting so much time. Oh, this must be such a frustrating game. He has the BKB, but that's not the BKB that you want to be using. Parker's control is now wasted. Oracle's gone, and Parker, what do you do? He's inside the pit. He doesn't know what to do. He's now finally going to jump out. Battle transfuse, but there's the rock. The boat's going to fly out. Control it without your BKB. Every single stun will be dropped on your head. Panda will try and get back in range, but he's too far away. Oh, no, and now they got a glimpse of him. As soon as they see him enter the real, it is a beacon dropped on his head. He won't be able to get the blink away with a defensive false promise. But this is an all-or-nothing fight. So many buybacks have been committed. Parker's still going to be able to make it work, though, with Huma going down. Now we'll be able to lock onto Whisper as well, with the BKB getting some separation. A defensive tidal wave as well. They should be able to catch up to Whisper in the end. They had to use so much for it, though, on Dire. Multiple buybacks. But Roshan should be theirs in a potential high ground siege as well.
It was expensive, but they did do it. Are they going to try and go for this? All right. They want to win the game here, but there's both a buyback in both Ursa and the Conka here. This is risky business here, but they have to wait for the Tusk to respawn first, so this actually might be a guaranteed barracks here. But what do you do after that? Try to end the game? Are you going to all in it? I mean, they could win the game here, or just lose it.
It's an all-or-nothing play. One roll gone, and he doesn't have Refresher. So potentially no roads at the team fight. Also maybe no Dark Margo as well. He's gone. No buyback. 2 minutes without him, and you went for the all-or-nothing play instead of going for the safe Roshan. That could have given a second life over to Parker. He's got a DD. This is the thought. Do you go back in or do you disengage? It's a difficult call, and unfortunately, with him going away, it means you will lose another.
I mean, it's a tough call right now. Do you just try and end the game, or do you do Roche? Looks like they're gonna do Roche. I mean, I don't think you got time for both, so you're gonna do Roche. And you definitely push, right? There's no way you don't push. You have 70 seconds with a 3 versus 5. So you can see the Weaver desperately trying to get the wave out. All right. He's pinging for the... I don't know if that was a throne ping or just go for the barracks.
And low. Oh, Parker, a little bit too slow.
I mean, he does have buyback, though. On the Beast. Beast, Warlock, and Tusk are the only heroes with buybacks in the game right now. Weavers is coming up in 27 seconds, so it's coming soon. All right. This is where the choice to potentially Roshan might bite him in the ass as far as like trying to throne. But maybe not. Maybe it is enough time.
At least they have the combo that we've been mentioning the entire time. Oracle Troll. You got your 2 heroes. And Refresher now as well onto Parker. One last defense, one last fight. Can they guide him? Battle Trends BKB used early on, and he is getting not a single right click out. He'll refresh again, but the menace going to be something that will be an issue now. Panda, Oscar with the last second stun. Will at least be able to get the Battle Trends on Parker. Roar is there. Oh my god, how frustrating again. Parker can't move as well. He can't right click. He can't hit anyone. That is your double refresher use. Schofield is making so much space on the backline, but every member is back alive for Dire. They have bought enough time for a 5v5 defense. Schofield has done his job, but unfortunately it took him too long to escape as well. Respawn, how do they set themselves up? Humor? It hasn't. Doesn't want to go in, doesn't want to go out. Poking, prodding. Seeing an opportunity with the buyback out as well. Got a way to help Parker. Drag back into the torrent. The right as well. Dark Margot in some danger. Panda's got the False Promise, so it's going to be able to buy in some time. Assisting to keep the Tiny alive. Buildings are starting to fall as well. Schofield might be a dieback here for the Tusk, which is a pretty vital.
Yeah.
He's been so important to the team fight. It's a lot of the kiting onto Parker. Yuma's going to do his best to try and turn. Refresh the second round of the BKB enraged. They need some way to keep him alive.
3 seconds.
Kennick doesn't have a time lapse as well. A couple of seconds through the battle trance and they'll get it off. Parker doing everything he can, but one and Torrent Whisper on to 3, kiting him, tidal wave to push away. Panda's still alive though, importantly. The constant sustain, the spam of spells will be enough to get Parker back to the fountain. He will live, and the base will stand as well. We are not done just yet.
This game is crazy. I actually think this game would be over if they didn't Roche and they just went and tried to end the game. Like, they just didn't have enough time to throne there. And yeah, the refresher proving pretty critical there, but Schofield making the mistake of dying again. He has been the hero to look out for in this game. Imagine if he had an Ags in this game, how frustrating things would be, but doesn't have that resource, unfortunately, to play with. So I guess we're waiting on Roshans and buybacks. Rapier is queued up for Parker. He's getting like double roared. Like, he's only safe during the safety of pretty much his BKB. And that's why Beast is just throwing every roar at him. There's no false promises for any of these roars because just Schofield is just controlling the Oracle and the backlines. I think maybe the Timber needs to protect the Oracle or something and kill this Tusk because he's being way too disruptive.
It's such a weak game, dude. I'm just like, what? Do they stun the troll the whole time? Is Yuma getting kited? Is our Oracle alive? What's going on?
Now, there's a lot going on in the game.
We got a wisdom for Dark
Axe,
Margaret.
too.
He was pinging in and out. Who's got Axe? Sorry?
Weaver Ags is also adding a lot of annoying stuff. I mean, he's had it, but he's also getting close to a Hex. That could be a big item too. Like, I would like to see Troll use his Battle Trance Dispel. Because he has level 25 tower and he's level 30. Battle Trance has a strong Dispel, but he feels like he has to pop it early just so he doesn't get bursted. But if he could ever use that to just get one of the roars off of him, that would be massive. I just don't know if he can. He hypothetically should. There's no silences. Yeah, there's absolutely 0 silences.
They importantly give the wisdom as well to Dark Magro. So he just hit level 25. He actually went for the avalanche cooldown. 6 seconds.
Yeah. That's an interesting choice. More avalanches. No, like, chain control in the toss. Most people prefer that, but he will be spamming avalanche. I think he just wants to keep his distance this game. Doesn't really want to get in there.
How did Dyer get out of this situation of the buybacks? They're about to all be back up. Parker actually doesn't have the gold, which may be a problem, but...
I mean, Heroic decided to Roshan set in the game knowing they had no buybacks. Like, they knew. So, they just weren't confident enough to end the game. Or they thought with the Aegis it'll be enough to fight them 5v5 on the respawns. But I think it was just a little bit of a miscalculation from Heroic, to be honest with you. I think they missed 3v5 100 seconds, you know, to go throne. This game should be over, but maybe it's going to go the other way. And if they end up losing this game, they'll be kicking themselves for that decision.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
The team you're expecting, Heroic heading into the qualifiers, the one to be able to make the run through and be the only team representing South America at TI. But they still 31,000 net worth lead in this game. Yes, you do have at least the net worth lead, and the probability is without a doubt favoring you, but it was like it's a very difficult game to be able to execute, and regardless, whatever team gets knocked down through the lower bracket, it's going to be a hard run. Maybe get that rematch in the grand finals.
I don't think Dota Plus knows how to read this game, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, dude.
I don't think there's any metric that the AI can really comprehend about this game.
Alright, so I guess we can speak about tier 5 neutral items. Like, we got some...
Oh no, I have to
We'll
read.
have
Are there new ones? I think there are.
There are. Have you seen the helm? That's a cool
absolutely
one.
not. Like,
You
my
haven't?
MMR games don't go 60 minutes.
Okay,
It just
yeah, we got
never
Divine
happens.
Regalia and Helm of Undying. Actually, yeah, well, I'll let you, you take your time.
Yeah, I mean, the Regalia, that one can be disgraced, right? If you die.
Yeah.
If you die, you lose your neutral item. But it gives you 20% damage. I mean,
It's a cool
honestly,
concept. I really like it.
It's like go end item.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it could be really good this game for troll, right? I think they need to buff that number though. 20% doesn't sound enough.
You do get like some disgrace regalia when you die, but I can't remember what happens when you get that. And then you can like
I don't think it does
recraft.
anything, right?
No, but I think you can like recraft it, and I don't know. You can do something where you like recraft it on the next round of neutral items, but I don't think it maybe gives as much. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Roche is going on though, and they have no idea on Radiant.
Well, the Help of Undying, by the way, would be really big for Oracle if he could get that. And I think you get the
before they
Divine
get
Regalia.
here. Okay, Aegis,
What's going on in this
refresher?
game?
I don't know. I have no idea why they weren't there. Sacred? He's just jumping in. Sacred feels strong. He's going to push him the other side. Now, the issue is that Oracle cannot catch up, so he's actually going to have to try and TP towards the base over to the left. Dark Margot, kind of for the moment. Oh, it's looking a little bit awkward. Radiant wanting to try and retreat towards a triangle, but in fact, Tusk wants to TP out. The pistol's going to be able to prevent him. Have they got any save for the tiny down to the south? They don't. Dark Margot's gone, but he's got a buyback. They're able to kill off the Oracle up on the high ground as well. Fight's looking decent at the moment for Heroic. They're going to be able to force a couple of these big buybacks. And now Yuma as well. He's away from the team. Actually wants to blink in aggressively. Yuma, Sacred, instant buyback. It feels like we saw this previously. He is. He's nowhere to be seen. Parker just by his lonesome self inside the lane. one stun after another. The team will finally be able to reconnect with him, but that feels super reminiscent of what we saw previously where, you know, they had a fight and had to buy back on almost every member and still weren't able to win it.
Yeah, I mean, Troll has no boots, so Honka is just chain controlling him. X, Torrent, Abyssal Blade, Tidal Wave, right? He's just using every ability to make sure Troll just I mean, he didn't actually use the Abyssal Blade, but all the other abilities to keep his distance. Man, he might be looking at potentially... I don't know how much this Abyssal's doing, but maybe potentially getting some cooldown reduction might be better. Octarine
On
Core?
the Troll?
No, on Kunkka.
Okay, on Kunkka.
And just continuously spam all these small cooldown abilities. Because, yeah, like the Tidal Wave and the Torrent. Continuously spamming. It's a 6-second cooldown on Torrent, by the way. Because he has the -4-second count on level 20. Yeah, alright, 60-minute items. Let's see what we're getting.
Yeah, true. What do we get? Okay, Parker's
We got
some pretty good options.
We got the Fine Regalia on Yuma.
On who?
Yuma's got it.
Alright.
Dire are scanning.
100 attack speed on top of it, and 80 magic
Wait.
attack damage.
What would you go for Parker? He has Fallen Sky, Helm, and Divine Regalia.
I'd get Divine Regalia. Damage. All day. And then on top of that, what is anything cool he can get with that? I mean, you could just go for the damage one too. Magic attack damage, cooldown reduction. I mean, base attack time reduction is good too, actually.
Oh, look at this smoke from Heroic. Hang on a second. Through the portal, and there was an observer.
He wouldn't help up on dying, actually. On what's that gonna do? When you're 5
they're
seconds
pretty
on Troll?
split. They might see Parker. They're gonna see Sacred. Oh, okay. Sacred's gone, and Organic as well. Schofield's got the gem, so they're gonna be able to see another person. Time lapse back. What's that gonna be able to do? They are waiting and ready to go. How many Necro books? It's just Necro off the Necro. The army is out off the back of the kills. One of them has buyback.
Spider legs on the Oracle. I mean, I'm not sure what Helm of the Undying is going to do for you on Troll, to be honest with you. But I like what Yuma did. He went the
Chad
big,
build.
yeah, the Chad build. Like, he went for the Audacious, so he takes 10% more damage, but he does 20% more damage from the Divine Regalia. So not only is he dying faster, his damage output is crazy. This is a huge boost for the Ursa. That's why we saw Timber just explode. This Ursa's doing the deeps.
What we saw previously were able to withstand the siege long enough to have the full 5v5. We'll be able to buy back on Weaver to have at least 4 heroes alive. Is the buyback going to be able to come into play? Can they stop Parker from getting kited? Tidal waved out of the base, but he's got the Aegis for 30 more seconds.
Oh, that's a good
Trapped
shard.
inside the shards. Have they got the time lapse? They do. Genic, when does he want to use it? They'll start with the false promise. Yuma's going to be able to get the jump over the right side. The damage from Yuma. Dark Marco is just gone in a heartbeat. Once again, the shards from Schofield. This goddamn task. Dude, he can't do anything. The smells from Schofield. Yuma again will assassinate another member on the back line. What a frustrating game for Parker. And apparently it's just over.
Dead. Yeah.
They'll send the Necro books to deal with the throne. A little bit of anticlimactic raid for us to end it, but they're going to take it in the end. Heroic, a 2-1 victory, knocking Team Sin down to the lower bracket.
I mean, all it took was Audacious Divine Regalia on this Ursa for him to start doing way too much damage from the handle. So I actually really like that item right now. I mean, you die once and it's gone, but it helps you end games quickly. So that was really cool. I don't even know how to break this game down. It was a wild one. Like, this is one of the few games where a draft is designed. I mean, this is kind of how most Troll games go with Oracle, I suppose, where you just can never fight head on, no matter your net worth. So Heroic was ahead this entire game. I don't think there's ever a moment where they were behind, but yet they were behind in barracks at one point in this game. They felt like they could never fight in this game. But once you got the items on Schofield, it felt like then the real kiting started to happen. They were able to just make sure this troll didn't get any spells off. The Kunkka, he eventually started kiting the troll as well. Double roared every single fight. So it's just unfortunate, like this game, it could have been so much easier, right? For the side of Team Sin if the offlane did better. So maybe you do go back a little bit into this game and you're like, this Oracle going into the offlane instead of the safe lane, was this the correct play? Because it just felt like this Timbersaw had way too bad of a game, and it really just was Parker had to do everything with an Oracle. And if Oracle ever died, as you see in some of these fights here, it just felt like you couldn't fight anymore. And eventually the net worth advantage just made it so Troll just couldn't hit heroes anymore. But I have to say, Schofield was absolutely incredible this game. Here's the snowball. You see that? He couldn't pick up anything on the ground because he got snow. I don't know if that's calculated by Schofield in any capacity, but I think after this game, Parker has a personal vendetta against Schofield. I would. Because he just annoyed him the whole entire game.
Sounds like it's a lot of people do, especially with how you're mentioning on your team. If Schofield's in your own jungle, just leave him. Just leave him. Let him do his own thing. Like, who cares about it? But I don't know if you like who you would give standout to, but I'm kind of thinking Schofield.
It has to be Schofield.
That was
right?
an insane Tusk performance.
Yeah. No,
Look at this. How many shards in a row is he blocked in? Maybe we missed the first one, but it was like 2 shards in a row. There's the second, okay. It's Snowball as well. Cool Battle Trance BKB, bro. Like, what are you doing? Yours as well. What are you, they're all running away. This is why, like you said, it's a very good troll game, but in hindsight, like yes, conceptually could be a very good troll game, and then we see actually how it plays out. You buy every single possible utility item, you kite, like just super cool itemization. Also from like from Whisper, the fact you go the nullifier when you did disassembling the Radiance. I don't know how much the Abyssal did at like 3rd item, but obviously the read from them was just very cool on how to play this game.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, this is why Troll oftentimes does not look good. It's just, he's very susceptible to getting kited. He doesn't have that big burst initiation. It's very much so you blink in, you slowly whittle someone down. It's not like a Sven who also gets kited, but is actually good this patch, where you blink in, but you delete a hero before someone can react, right? You've got an instant stun. Troll, he doesn't have any stun, so he gets kited very, very easily, but you just need the items to do so. And that's what happened. Schofield, the main kiter of his team, just making sure that this... I mean, he didn't even have an Ags either. If he had an Ags, it would have been even more ridiculous, right? Yeah. It would have been... Parker probably would have just disconnected if he was playing versus an Ags Tusk too, but unfortunately Schofield did not have the items to be able to purchase that. So either way...
actually crazy.
It was crazy, yeah. I mean, I think Whisper also played this game really, really well with just kiting too and delaying a lot of these fights. I think Schofield and Whisper were definitely the best in this game. Sure, Yuma towards the end looked really good. Analog had a great laning stage, and King Jungles was pretty solid too, but how much can you actually do on a Warlock? Crazy game overall. Went over 60 minutes. Really came down to like the team fighting. It felt like the net worth just didn't matter this game. It was all the execution.
Yeah, definitely in the end. And what a frustrating game for Parker, unfortunately, and the team. So they're going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, and I don't know, this will continue to make me feel very pessimistic whenever I see a troll drafted. He's continuing. Whenever I see this hero, I don't know. I'm just, we'll put him down in the dumps. That is a hero I feel like is forbidden to be drafted. But until I'm proven, that he can perform, it was almost enough. There was almost a stage where they were walking it down. They had the net worth deficit even, and they were taking objectives, but not enough for Sin in the end. So lower bracket run, it is going to be for them. Heroic, the team that everyone was expecting to make it through the qualifiers. They will do it at least to the upper bracket finals so far. Their opponent is yet to be determined. OG Lardon versus Edge. That is our next series. First a break. When we come back, we've got another round of the upper bracket semis. We'll see you guys soon.
The human body was built to move, Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, first upper bracket semi-finals was a close one. We'll see if our second one of the day and our final series will be just as close as well. We got OG Laden taking on Team Edge. Another round of the teams that we are expecting to be very competitive here in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, the last series both these squads had, they just dominated their opposition. So we'll see if there's going to be a gap between Laudem and also Edge, or if they're as close as we think they might be. Like, these two teams should be relatively close in skill, but I can't say that with 100% confidence. You know, like, the Team Sin versus Heroic, I'm not going to lie to you, that was a lot closer than I thought it'd be. So I hope this series is also the same, but time will tell. This is like the proving grounds. See how good some of these South American teams. There's an obvious gap between like the top four and the rest, clearly, but the top four, who is the best of them? I'm not entirely sure yet. Heroic's looking good, but they looked a little shaky too against Team Sin, and these are going to be the other challengers. One of these teams is going to play against Heroic next.
Yes, that they will indeed. We get a bit of a matchup with some ex-teammates as well. We saw in the last year's TI qualifiers, Beast Coast, they were able to qualify with Pike, Vitali, El Misho, and Moose. So those two have split to different rosters. You have at least El Misho and Moose on OG Laden, and then you have Pike and Vitali on Team Edge. So let us see. Let's see how they're going to be able to perform in this series in particular. Who's going to be able to get the advantage heading into it. And what heroes we get for Tai Lung as well. We saw the mid Underlord, which was very exciting and it looked incredible. And then he pulled out a sniper and that game just looked super easy as well from him. So already showcasing that he seems to have a pretty diverse hero pool. And we will see if that is going to continue to be the case in this series.
Yeah, not only diverse, just unique too. Normally you see these new mid laners that are higher mark come out. It's like, oh great, they're an Ember or a Storm specialist. How cool, you know? But this guy, he's playing mid Underlord Sniper. I wonder if that is his specialty, or if he's just playing those because that's what the team needs from him. We'll definitely have to see here. Is definitely are boot camping here.
Radiant team back.
All those OG logos everywhere.
And the shaved head arc, like we said from Hector. This is a scary arc. This is one where I don't know, you could start to get some momentum going, all of a sudden you come some phenom come back as a new and improved carry, and then at TI no one's gonna know what hit him.
Just have to keep it shaved, I guess, until he loses.
We gotta wait for a full team to shave their head, not just one.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to get like a whole team to get on board with that, but maybe.
They're not dedicated, that's what I hear.
True. I mean, I think one of my teams are the only teams that had a cool meta. I played on a team called Business Associates, and we went to a LAN, and we all wore a suit.
Very cool.
No one else does cool stuff like that.
How did that come about?
I mean, I think we were sponsored at the time, right? Then we lost the sponsor, so we had to come with a new name. We're still going to go to that LAN anyway. And I remember I was talking with Moo at the time, and he was like, we're friends, right? And I was like, no, we're just business associates. And then we just used that meme as the new team name.
But the suit thing as well?
I mean, we're business associates, so we had to dress like we're going for business. I don't know.
Right. Okay. But you all went through with it though. That was the impressive thing.
Yeah. I mean, I suggested it, and everyone's like, "Sure, let's do it."
That's crazy. Respect. Yeah, you're right. Who's doing that? No one's doing that. Has anyone done that even before? Like, we got no costumes. There are no cool. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you don't get sponsored, though. Then, you know, all of a sudden you got to wear your sponsored jersey and can't rock up in just your own like suit.
They could still like shave their heads together, you know, like
true.
That doesn't interfere.
No, not at all. And that's what I'm saying. They're not dedicated enough. That if they were, all of them would get rid of the hair. K1's dedicated. He knows what's up.
True.
Or maybe it's just the carries that need to do it.
I mean, it's kind of hard to convince young players like Tai Long. I mean, just young people in general to shave their hair because that's usually
Oh, I would never do it.
the time of your life where your hair is so luscious, you know. You never want to shave it.
I get it.
As you get older, you don't care as much about the hair, or it starts falling out, you know.
Yeah.
Never know.
All right, what do we got? Darkseer as our first pick into the Tide response from OG Lardum. Of course, we can see some potential Tide Flex and the Undying, which has also been very frequently first phase banned. This Tide
We saw it
first pick.
yesterday, right? Yeah, we did.
The Undying?
Slotums. No, Illic played it. Or was it Slotums? No, Slotums. I don't know. We saw an offlane Undying yesterday. That's all I remember. And it looked really good, so. Yeah?
Radiant team pick.
Are you gaslighting me?
Let me see.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, okay. It was OG
yeah.
Lottom. So Illic did play. You were literally casting that game.
Also, yeah. You're right. So,
Well,
I was going to use the excuse. I was going to use the excuse of, you know, I'm
You're old
like,
now or what?
out of my mind, jet lagged, and also going to bed at 6 p.m. and waking up at midnight for some reason. Like my sleep schedule's so messed up.
I think I know that reason.
But
Dire team pick.
Doing SA events in Australia, pay the price.
yeah, it's a tough one.
But luckily for me, this is my time zone. It's only
Lucky
4:30
you.
p.m. Easy. But anyway, we see Dark Willow come on. I don't think we've talked about this draft, like, other than the Darks here, but
Ah, it's okay. We've got time.
Remaining.
yeah, we do. We got plenty of time. I mean, Weaver comes out really early. I think when you do play against heroes like Undying, Weaver's always a nice pick, right? But later on, Weaver's not as fun. Playing against Dead in the Water. Definitely not playing against Dark Willow's fun at all. And Alina's going to come out. Lina Undying lane is insanely strong. And because we have a Tide, I'm probably not going to push too much for the offlane Undying.
You don't think this is? I thought they were going to Tide carry because where they picked it. I think Hector's going to play the Tide and they're going to put the potential. I mean, it depends on the carry, but at least it just like there was a very quick response with the Tide Hunter and the Darkseer.
I mean, he could, I guess. Lina would be better, but if you really want to skeeter it up, you know, and play Tide carry, sure. Man, it's fine versus Darkseer. But yet again, Lina's better. You know, like the wall on Lina, you don't get the fiery stacks, right? So, Lucian's very garbage.
Oh, that
But-
okay.
Hector hasn't historically been like a ranged hero player, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Tai Lung does play it, and maybe Hector does play Tide.
10
I have no
seconds
clue.
remaining.
So I was
think
tossing
from
up
a s-
between.
Seconds remaining.
Sorry, go.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say I was tossing up between the mid lane options for PP. I was thinking
Team back.
Storm
Underlord.
Ember. Well, not for him. I guess also no, sorry, not for OG. They're banned. Okay.
Yeah. Tai Long won't play it, but for PP, I forgot what he plays. I know he plays Leshrac. I know he's a Leshrac guy, but
Well, he'll take the Pango this game. But I was just thinking before the Pango was picked, I was looking at the Storm for the Lina, but I didn't know if they wanted a melee hero like with the Darkseer pairing
10
as well.
seconds
So
remaining.
maybe that's where the Pango comes in. We'll see if you do just die to the Lina though.
5 seconds
Maybe.
remaining.
I mean the question is just really going to be, is Hector going to play Lina or not, right? If Hector's playing Lina, then they need a mid for Tai Long, but you just need straight up a carry for Edge, and your first pick, so you're going to have to pick. And you are laning against, well, you don't know, I guess, right? Like if you're afraid Tide Hunter is going to a different lane, I think maybe you just ban Ursa here. Oh, they don't even ban Ursa. I mean, Ursa can eat Lina. Good versus Tide in lane. Pretty decent versus Undying.
Edge
mean, you-
have to get rid of Puck, no? Is this not an absolutely free Puck game? If
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, for mids? Yeah, Puck looks great too. It really just comes down to,
5 seconds
yet again, you know,
remaining.
do they think Hector can play Lina?
Yeah.
I guess the Underlord ban, I mean, that could be a carry too. But
True. Have you tried Underlord carry?
not recently, no, but it sounds fun.
I know, of course, people have been experimenting with that. I just saw it again recently with Chad playing it in the qualifiers. Not to success, unfortunately, but...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see.
The carries as well, what you were mentioning some. What do you feel like for edges?
I mean, Ursa looks great.
Okay.
You could also play... I mean, let's see what else potentially you could play.
You Gyro?
Ursa, Gyro's fine. Could play... I mean, I always like Clinks against heroes like Tide and Undying. Assassinate them really quickly. But not many Clinks enjoyers out there. Not a terrible Juggernaut game, to be honest with you.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Very, very playable, like, against all these heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Versus Dark Willow, you're laning versus potentially Tide later on. You can just spin and kill the Tombstone. They're gonna go Drow. People seem to like this Drow versus Lina matchup, even though we saw in the last game. Didn't really win. Didn't look very good either, but it is a ranged hero versus Tide. But we don't know. This could be potentially a Tide carry, as you mentioned.
Could
5 seconds remaining.
You just need jump now. You need some backline jump.
Could go Mars if you want to. I mean, it's okay. I don't think it's that great versus Pango. A little bit frustrating with the snowball save.
Just Ember too. Just have the chains.
Sure.
Not
This also
bad.
looks like a very good. Yeah.
Okay.
Select your heroes.
Okay, so it is.
Carry Tide, maybe? So it is offlane.
Okay.
Offlane Undying. They don't care. Well, that's cool. I mean, I'm curious to see how the carry Tide does. The offlane Undying, I'm very excited to see again. So the carry of this game is actually going to come from the mid lane for OG Latom. Lena's pretty much just going to be the carry. I imagine he's going to build like a normal carry, and he probably won't go for the Ags build, but I could be wrong. Maybe he'll still do that, but I think just be a right-click carry from the mid lane. You've got two big, beefy boys on your side lanes. You get a cool Rubik game, too. Like, you can still Rolling Thunder, Sakuchi, all pretty good. Maybe a Vacuum at some point in this game into a Ravage could be a possibility. El Misho has a lot of possibilities here. But I think against the Undying offlane, Drow is one of the better carries. You can just, like, outrange him, keep harassing him. Getting decayed doesn't bother you too much. So I do like that pick a little bit. So I don't know. As far as these drafts goes, I don't really have a favorite. They both have like some cool tools, but the OG Latom draft, the more I look at it, looks very easy to play. And typically I like drafts that look easy to play. Because if it gets too complicated, especially in qualifiers, it can get hard to execute.
Can we go into that a little bit more? Like, what are you seeing makes the OG Latom draft so easy to execute?
I mean, it just Tide and Undying are simple heroes to play, right? They drop abilities that cover the whole screen, and you just kind of like press R, and your job's done. And with Undying, you also just press R and E, and your job's pretty much done too. And that's how you're gonna take the fights. Whereas, what's the combo with this Darkseer? Like, you're gonna vacuum into a Gust, potentially, a Snowball hitting multiple heroes. It has to be a Rolling Thunder vacuum. Like, there's no clear team fight synergy here for this draft here. It's like a lot of individual plays. You know, this Weaver's going to go in, make a lot of mess. They don't have any target, really, that's great for Darkseer to play with. I just think this Darkseer pick just doesn't have any synergy with the entire draft. Like, you're not Iron Shelling a Pango that much. He doesn't really use it very well, right? It's not like an Ember Spirit. You're never going to Iron Shell a Drow. Your Vacuum has no combo whatsoever. So it's just literally a casual Darkseer pick. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see the role of the let's see the role of the Darkseer this game. With the Lina, is there a concern in like the early to mid game with the possibility of Radiant getting on top of you easily with the Rolling Thunder, with the Tusk, your potential like if Darkseid's getting involved as well with Surge? Do you see is she gonna struggle through that time period?
I mean, I think she's gonna farm all the way to potentially Maelstrom into a BKB, right? When she has BKB, she's pretty golden, but as I mentioned before, it's like, if you want to run into this Lina, you have to run through a Ravage, a Terrorize, a Tombstone. You know what I mean? Like, running into this Lina is not going to be an easy task. They have lots of things you don't want to run through. Brambles you have to run through too, so this Lina is well protected.
And eventually it's also potentially the Tombstone save as well for Milish, and if the telekinesis as well with the Ag Shard, I believe, for Elmisho still, so we'll see. They also have their own defensive toolkit to help keep Tai Lung healthy and alive.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It looks really good. And I, so far, have been favoring the teams that have, like, the better toolkit going into the late game. I have felt this way for a long time in Dota. And a little bit of damage to PP, but he's just going to walk up and take the rune. As Tai Lung, he doesn't stun him there. He decides he does not want that ability in the laning stage. Not worth it. And I tend to agree. It's very risky to get Light Strike Array. It's either you crush the lane because you got it, or you don't get enough work done and you wish you didn't skill it.
What do you feel are the most important lanes to go right for Radiant, for the boys on Edge?
For Edge, obviously any lane versus Undying is always risky. So I think the Drow has to have a good lane. Or I want them to have a good lane, because things can get very sticky versus Undying if things start going bad. But they put the Weaver against them, which is good. This is a hero that, you know, Tombstone is not going to do anything to you. However, Weaver cannot trade with Dark Willow whatsoever, as Moose is just bullying him. That's interesting too, as Moose is playing in the off lane this game, even though he is technically the 5 on this team. Elmisho will be in the safe lane with the Hector Tidehunter.
Hector died. I'll thank them Eater as the facet for Hector. This is the one that we see the Tide carries go for, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. This is the one that scales better. He gets a new fish every level or something. Oh, bot lane. That's a double.
Okay.
Oh, not quite. Close. But Moose.
Almost.
Yeah. Really low. And I mentioned how this lane is one of the better lanes against Undying, and didn't expect to be that good. That might be a little too good. But they chase him down. The bugs is all they needed.
See how it continues to go in like Illich's game as well, how it looks for him, because they definitely had the possibility to be able to move things around inside the draft. I don't know how much easier the Tide would have had down bottom, maybe a little bit more than the Undying, but again, this is the question, like you were saying, like, does Hector, or does he play the Lina? That was another thing. So Elmisho's actually going to come through the portal. Pyke eats the Bramble, telekinesis, doesn't get back into the other Bramble, but it's not going to be a concern. The kill will be there nonetheless. Nice rotation.
And the one thing I don't like about Drow against Dark Willow either is, you know, that multi-shot? You would imagine it hits Dark Willow and Shadow Realm, but it doesn't. Just does 0 damage. So Dark Willow's very good against Drow.
You stay here? Yeah, Elmisho's actually going to continue to stick around.
You got a Tide safe lane. Might as well use it.
God, you got to bring someone else to help out. Yodomi's going to try and deal with the Tombstone, which is pretty important. Mike will actually commit with the TP as well. Elmisho is still just running Pyke, and he's like, guys, are we continuing to chase? And Elmisho has gone way too deep. We'll almost kill Pyke with the Fade Bolt, but unfortunately, that's not enough.
good swarm there. He's also has Hive Mind available too. So a little bit of EXP there. And he went for the 1-1-1 build, which I'm glad he did. It's very tempting to get extra points in your Q so you can spam it more. Lower cooldown, but the extra point in Geminate attack does so much damage. It's hard to pass up.
He's having a difficult time to get the Senshu.
Oh, he just stole a water rune away from PP, who honestly is doing well mid lane.
Yeah.
Lina is a pretty suppressive mid laner, so to be able to hang and have good CS, it's great. And lose Wilco Pike.
Oh man, he's solo killed him.
Welcome to Dark Willow.
It's not even level 6. Oh god.
That's fine. His Shadow Realm does 200 magic damage at level 2.
Sick.
That's
Sick.
fine. Most
No
other
problem.
nukes do like 120, 160 damage. Shadow Realm, why not?
Who's this time? Okay, protect with Shadow Realm is fine. Top lane, they're making a go onto Hector. Hector, I think he's fine. Kraken Shell, a couple one charges. Elmisha is going to be here in a moment. The Iron Shell is making pretty close for them to be able to get the kill. That's actually going to be enough in the end. Nicely done, and now maybe a threat onto Elmisha, but no more spells to continue to potentially come
Lina
down the road.
might die mid too if she's not careful. Playing with fire. I don't know what's going on this mid lane, but you literally stole Pango's 4-minute water rune, and Lina is still getting out-spammed. Not what you're looking for at all.
Level
I like
6
this
already
build.
for the Pango, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's winning mid.
What's the build we're looking at?
No, I just wonder with Pike, you know, he's getting his strength stolen, right? He has 300 max HP, and when he goes into Shadow Realm, he does 200 damage, so... Alright. This is... Everyone's going through the gate. And the TP.
Got a bro, PP is going to shot, get the kill, deal with the Tombstone, and they still got the Snowball and the Rolling Thunder to catch up to Illish. Oh, PP, I don't think I have enough mana to unfortunately get over the wall, so he's going to do a quick U-turn. Well, he sees at least that Pike needs some assistance, so he'll help out. It doesn't... means they don't get the kill into Illich, though, by the looks of the shards. Actually might open up the opportunity, and yeah, it will. So not only did they get the kill into the second support, but Illich is also going to be chased down. Nice double decay, and yeah, he's got a big stick. Okay.
He's fine. Got a lot of HP. And he also has the Ceaseless Dirge available, so if he ever does die, just TP directly back.
Pylon with the English ran through the range of the tower, but it doesn't matter. Surge, unfortunately, only level 1 isn't going to last long enough, and they make their own play on the opposite side of the map.
Wisdom
it's also
Shrine,
pretty
though.
good timing as well with the Wisdom, but can they contest this with an extra rotation potentially out of one of Edge's cores? It could be difficult. Pango doesn't have a TP though.
Drow TP.
So they're going to bring the Drow instead. Elmisha will go down. Pylon will not be able to contest, so has to walk back to the opposite side of the bridge. But yeah, they have to commit Pike's TP here.
It's just doing a lane swap. Looks like it. I mean, I don't think Drow minds laning versus either of these heroes. The only problem with laning top is if she's ever too far up, she's going to be exposed. And Darkseer, I guess with the Surge down here, is much more equipped to just kind of sit here. Farm little zombies, you know. Ion Shell, spam the wave out. He's chilling. Well, I actually like this lane swap a little bit because I think it's getting a little rough for Pike to stay down here.
We'll see how it maybe it won't hurt Vitaly's farm, but we do see the Darkseer early on can farm the Ancients. He does have the camp down bottom. Pylon. Whoa, what the? Okay. Michael just evaporated from the screen, but he's also going to be chased down. PP misses onto Elmisha, but still should be able to catch up nonetheless. Pike has to try and get the Dark Willow out of his face.
All right. Good little exchange there. I mean, you do get a support each. Both side lanes are farming, and Tidehunter. Uh-oh. There's a TP from Darks here. I think you may have been a little bit too ambitious on Hector here. I know Tidehunter syndrome is real. And like Timbersaw, where you just feel like you're unkillable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet.
Unfortunately, not yet indeed. So, second death of the game here for Hector. Means bottom is completely vacant as well. No one currently farming this area, at least for the boys on edge, because they bring Batali top.
And the cool thing about Weaver this game is like a Vessel's pretty value against a hero like Dirge that's so tanky and hard to kill. It'll help a lot to bring him down, and he's just a natural Vessel buyer. Not so good versus Tide though, I guess. That dispel is quite annoying. But the bugs are good versus Tide. He can't dispel those.
What about the build is for Tide? He's got Veil currently queued up. I don't know what he goes, honestly. Corrosion and Veil, is that what it is?
I mean, he currently has Mage Slayer and Veil.
What Mage?
Straight
Okay.
up. And he has Vlad's completed.
Rambling with a stun? Tries to... Very close, Michael, getting in range. Probably would have died afterwards, but the Laguna was still up. Snowball connected, so Tai Lung snags the region, gets a kill. Maybe going to continue to put some pressure on with the support sticking nearby.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know if Tide has to build this way. He could probably still build as a carry, but we'll see. You know, Michael?
Didn't manage to press the smoke. He wanted the magic wand instead. He'll die. Misha as well with Pike showing up. Nice rotation. The Drow's getting pretty active here. 2-2-5. Well, been 7 out of the 10 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Drow doesn't feel like she has much of a lane, though.
Village. Solo killed by PP by the looks of it. Dislocation?
Oh, he
well
guessed
done.
wrong. Unfortunate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, Pike doesn't really have a lane, so he's kind of like forced to roam. He's the lowest net worth of all the cores in the game, which isn't great, but he's just trying to find a purpose here in this game. And Drow is definitely one of those heroes that doesn't farm very quickly until you get your ultimate, but she's level 7, she's fine now. I'm still very salty that it's a Drow meta, and I don't have the Arcana.
Sorry, mate. What can you do?
I'm just not gonna play Drow. You know, I'm upset.
See how me show. Oh, the support. I was the same with the. I've been playing a lot of Earthshaker and I don't have the Arcana, and I just look at my Earthshaker. It just looks so shit. I just see other people's Arcana and I want to steal it somehow. Oh my god!
I hope they bring it back. You know,
please.
Like, this is by far the best Drow skin, but unless you had it when it was out, can't get anymore.
Are there any others that you think that you want as well?
For a Drow? Or no?
No, just in general.
Maybe the sniper skin. Is that one? Like the space one?
Yeah, the space one. Okay, yeah.
I think it's really only the Drow one. I don't even like snipers, so I don't care. But I really like Drow, and I have. This is the only good Drow skin. The rest are trash. Anyway, speaking of Drow, they're gonna get a kill here, stolen from her by Vitali.
Love to be able to find that gold. I'll make sure it gets a nice steal. Zakuchi now online for him. We've got a lot of killers, but everyone's like, objectives aren't dying. We've only lost, well, in fact, we have lost a second tower. Another one up top. Radiant looking to invade, take over the triangle. This is the home that Lina wants to be in and around. They are a little bit too late, though. So Tai Lung was able to take the stack. Now he's going to go back up to the northern side of the jungle. Edge are continuing to group up as 5, though, wanting to put the pressure on the map, feeling strong with the early lineup that they have.
Yeah, this Tidehunter, Hector's just playing a support Tidehunter role. He has no TP, so he has to walk, but he is smoked. And...
Hello.
Oh, okay. Very anticlimactic, but it's fine. But yeah, he has like a Veil, Mage Slayer, Yules queued up. I mean, I've definitely seen Tides just go for like Daedalus, Satanics, and stuff like that and get really tanky and can carry some games, but full utility support.
Like, if you're going this build, do you want to blink this game? Because they have literally no initiation on Dire, or do you just play on counter initiation?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, you do want to blink on Tide if you're playing a support Tide. If you're playing like a carry, maybe not, but he's already made it clear he purchased Mage Slayer. He does not want to play a carry, so I think Blink and Dead in the Water are like great initiation tools. Like,
Yeah.
how could you not get Dead in the Water this game? You're playing versus
Doxy, Pango, Weaver. It's insane.
yeah. I mean, Pango doesn't really work because he's magic immune, but versus Darkseer and Weaver, it destroys him.
Okay, another siege coming through from Edge. So continuing to feel like they are the ones a little bit stronger throughout the early game. They're going to start walking down some objectives. Meanwhile, Hector, we saw this happen previously top instead, where he was just hitting an objective without really anyone else nearby. It's only Moose currently. But what is Moose going to do to a Rolling Thunder? Hector dragged back. The damage, we are seeing them have some problems. Ravage be able to set up the towers. Now Tylon will come here. All right. So this time it's a little bit different. This time it's got Vlad's Mage Slayer and some boys who are close enough after the Ravage Terrorize combo. They're going to be able to get some kills into the objective.
Pike severely regretting his choice to TP in melee range of a Tide Hunter. Oh man. Same. That's rough. Like, maybe if Drow's there during that Rolling Thunder hitting, that Tide goes down, but she TP'd in the end of the Rolling Thunder and right on top of this Tide Hunter. Just served up her life there. And her build, she literally went to 4-staff. Very early on. I mean, she wants the Pike, I get it, but his name is Pike. Gotta buy the Pike. But this Drow's net worth is very, very low right now. Gonna need some more time. Maybe his idea was he's gonna TP in and instantly force away, but got clipped by the Ravage into the Light Strike Array and Laguna, just dead. Rough life.
Rough life. 3,000 net worth lead after the engagement that we had around the mid lane. Lung skyrockets up in the net worth. Tide does as well. Radiant trying to make their own move maybe across the map. Starting to get set up with the Tormentor fight that we are going to see in 3 minutes.
I mean, the problem I have with the lineup of Radiant right now is that taking fights is really hard. As I mentioned, you saw that Darkseer, right? He vacuum walled the Tide Hunter. Like, what does that do? Oh no.
Speaking of the Darkseer.
Good bramble. But okay.
The Crimson, that's actually enough. Oh, nice try, Almisha. Top lane, Illish as well. Oh, it's actually running after. Okay. I mean, Crimson, he himself has one. They've got some tanky boys on Dire. Tombstone's gonna get dropped down as well, at least before he dies. Terrorize misses on both. Pike, Almisha stolen Rolling Thunder, but he's actually a little bit hesitant about continuing to push on forward.
Alright, it's a good kill. It's also leaving space for Darkseer to farm bottom, but yeah, the Crimson Guards are online for both offlaners. Makes a lot of sense. The Weaver, yeah, with no time lapse, you're just dead there.
Saw an opportunity for a triple swarm. He wanted the XP. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, buddy, indeed. Alright.
Is there a lineup that you feel like is going to be stronger over the next couple of minutes with the Tormentor fight that we're about to have? Dire? Okay.
I just think Dire's lineup is going to be stronger at all stages of the game, to be honest with you.
So how does that change? Is there Is there any way that this can change? Is there itemizations, that timings, playstyle, or something? Or are we the territory where we're a little bit concerned the fact that Dire
Gold advantage.
Gold advantage. Okay, can we get there? Can they win a fight to get there? I don't know. What do they need to get the gold advantage? Because they need to win at least a fight to not get run over.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get a pick, I think. You just have to play off mistakes, right? You've got some relatively slow heroes and like Tide Undying, Lina. They're not going to really chase you down. But the real question is, do you have the damage to kill them? That's what they're truly missing. But yeah, they just need gold. They need lots of items on Pyke specifically to be able to take down these tanky boys. But as I mentioned before, Drow's damage output, it's pretty mid, you know? It's not great unless you're versus an agility hero. Sure, it lanes well versus strength tanky boys, but you actually don't do that much damage to them. I mean, the Aghanims is fine though, but...
Don't on the high ground. Ember's going to be able to connect. They should have the burst without a doubt. And the kill will lead them back into the Roche pit.
Tide Undying Lina. I mean, they obviously have to kill this Lina first somehow. And Tusk. I mean, the supports are just kind of bleeding out here.
Yeah. They scanned and it went red, and I'm so surprised they thought they could take the fight. I'm hearing a rolling thunder as well. It's
Elmisho's
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just got the backline. So Pyke was in a little bit of danger. Elmisho's going to do his best to try and catch her. Won't be able to do so. Michael will finally go down. So that's a person they started on previously. We'll finish the kill and now also try and catch up to Roche to the other side.
The zombies are chasing him down. Alright, well, it's a slow Roche, but we'll get it. Yeah, this is just the kind of lineup discrepancy. You have one team that has like a turret hero and Lina, the other one has the same, but it's a support cast, man. Like, if you put Drow on OG Latom's team and Lina on the other team, it wouldn't really change anything to me. I'd still think that the Dire lineup is just much better. It's much more equipped to have a hero like Lina or Drow, these backline heroes. Because who's going to frontline? Or this Drow? Like, Tusk is good at saving heroes, but Drow is not a hero that likes to be saved in a snowball.
Really?
And they're going to try going on Oath.
So the damage at the moment is actually going to be enough for them to get the kills. So with the tag team and help at PP, just will go down, but instant respawn with the Ceaseless Dirge. And Yules, okay.
Yules. Why do they need Yules? I guess there's Darkseer, it's the cheapest spell you can buy. Use some mana, and they found Pango. And he's gone. And they found Tusk, but Shield Crash is the stolen spell.
This Rubik set. Is he also waving his hands? Is it bugged or is this actually... It's bugged, right? Surely this is not actually... It's gotta be bugged.
I don't know. I honestly just don't know.
This is just sad. It's gotta be bugged.
I mean, is it though? Oh yeah, it's bugged. It's bugged.
Yeah.
Okay, because I just checked the set through another source, and it's not waving its hands like that. I mean, there's hands there, but they're not waving.
Oh, they're on the drought. Pyke tries his best to get down to the low ground, close to the tally with the Crimson Pipe activated.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Keeping them alive, very important. But you got to get to a point where Pyke can actually hit heroes. And that's what I mean. Oh, okay. I'll fight top.
They're going to come through the portal. Let's see if they're going to get there in time, though. Hector with the Ravage once again is good. They're onto Lina, doing their best to disrupt some of the damage from Tai Lung. Charge away to the north. Stolen Surge will help get some separation. They'll deal with Elmisho's Rubik, but what have they got left? It seems like nothing. They'll disengage over the west, but Hector's nothing to fear. This guy is absolutely unkillable. Nice Force gets him out of the LSA range, but they will close the distance. Moose is going to be here with a couple seconds of the spells. Your Scepter will stop the escape. Crimson's there from Vitali. A buyback as well. Now, have they gone a bit too far? Any TP cancels or is one? Michael will stop Illich with the buzzer. So the Undying will go down. Tries to bring Michael into the grave with him, but will not be able to do so. But that took them so long. It took them the hope of them diving past a tier 2 almost to a tier 3 tower for them to even just get one kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit overextended, right? Lina could not join the situation where the Undying was at there, so bit of an overextension, but they do get a kill out of it, so that is good. And that's what Pyke needed. Unfortunately, it did cost a buyback from Gudomi. So these long fights where Pyke can kind of like sit safely, in this case, it's in his base, right? But I'm afraid for the fights that are outside the base, will he be able to still get right clicks off? Because that proves to be a little more difficult as the game goes on. He is up to Aghanims. He does have a Pyke. This is the basic toolkit for most Drows right now. Helps you farm, does more damage. Pretty good.
There's still a long road ahead for a comeback. It's only 4,000, but still feeling the status of this game. Giladum ages another 50 seconds, another tower push. They're actually going to try and tip in to defend, and Dire will respect that.
Tide's actually going BKB next. Tanking up. No blink will be had in this game.
Every ward possible to the high ground. Michael's going to eat the combo. Bedlam should be enough for this instance with Tai Lung.
And Tai Lung, he got an Aegis, right? And he decided, I don't need to BKB this game. He's like, Aegis will protect me, my big beefy boys in the front line. From the Tide Undying, it should be enough. Going straight in for a Daedalus. Just kidding, he queued up for BKB. I'm very glad to see that, because I think the Daedalus would have been completely unnecessary. And a BKB is definitely necessary. But Aegis just went out. He doesn't have a BKB. His quarter's dead for 25. But how do you get to him? You got to get past Hector first if you want to get to Tai Lung. You know what this feels like? It feels like Illich and Hector are just like the bodyguards, you know?
Yeah.
You got to get past the bouncers if you want to get to the Tai Lung. That's not an easy task at all.
No, what a I feel like it's back-to-back games that are very frustrating, but for different reasons.
Yeah. I mean, that's what getting outpicked feels like, to be honest with you.
Yeah, sure. They're trying, though. We are seeing Edge continuing to make attempts.
BKB online.
Not a bad jump. They got past the bodyguards. Is it going to work out this time? It looks like it will. Tai Lung, no way. They're going to kill him, please. Someone finish the kill. They will do so now. Pyke goes down as well. Do OG want to go in though? Because Illich is in the middle of the tombstone. They're all slowed inside the river. Stolen wall as well. And the terrorize all the spell casting from the supports. You didn't have the Lina inside the team fight, but it wasn't a concern. Lose with the assistance of El Misho, able to run down the Pangolier. Hector's got the dead in the water. To double for Illich. No Lina, no problem.
That's so unlucky. They saw the Lina there. She didn't have BKB. But the moment they initiated on the Lina, the BKB arrived. Like, she didn't even have that BKB in her inventory for more than 1 second before she used it. So their read was like, Lina, no BKB, let's go. And then the BKB gets delivered the same second as that fight breaks out. And that gives enough time for Lina to get all her spells off and absolutely delete the Drow Ranger. If Lina dies there, without getting BKB off, that's a completely different fight. Like, Pyke is going to kill everyone, I think. Unlucky, as they call it. Very unlucky.
Unlucky. Again, even with the outcome of that team fight, once again, not going their way from Edge. I mean, I'm impressed continuing to see them with the deficit making plays, and the plays are almost connecting and almost working, but unfortunately you get a little bit unlucky with the BKB timing from Tai Lung, and is now getting closer towards the Daedalus. Arcane Rune's going to be given over to him as well. Would you also look to just go for another siege down bottom? You still have this high ground observer. Do you want to use it? They are starting to ping out the area, but maybe for a kill into PP for the with the wave.
High ground in Dota is a meme. You don't want to do that until... Honestly, you never want to do that. Unless you have to. And they don't have to. It's only 28 minutes in this game. They don't even have an Aegis. Just playing the map is much more safe. Buybacks are OP. Glyph is OP. High ground is OP. Especially versus Drow. She loves the safety of her high ground. Though she did not go the facet where she gets more damage from the high ground. But still good on the high ground. Regardless. And I think Pyke desperately needs a BKB this game before she can do pretty much anything. And Weaver, she's getting close to an Orchid. All right. Doesn't...
Okay.
I mean, it's not going to be the most impactful Orchid. I'm just kind of looking at the heroes. There's a Yules on Dark Willow and Undying. Tide doesn't care at all. Lina has a BKB. Guess it works on Elmisho, but he's got a Glimmer.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that happens a little bit regularly when you get a 30-minute Orchid. You've got a Nullifier afterwards, but that is a pipe dream at the moment.
Indeed it is. Playing the long game.
We'll see if he gets there. See what the call is going to be as well while we wait for Roshan. Potential for it to be up, or guaranteed, I should say, in a minute 30. I still don't know why we can't tell his observers when it's going to respawn. That's okay.
Mm-hmm. At least it will be bottom, and they're already set up bottom, so... And I just think trying to defend a Roche is really hard. Like,
oh, it's impossible. How do you actually take this fight with when they're set up with Tombstone and tied with a formation around the Lina? It literally sounds impossible. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Tide, Undying, and Dark Willow are all insanely annoying heroes to run into. I mean, Pango luckily does have free reign against all these heroes though, so that's nice. I guess Weaver as well is pretty decent. But it's really the question, how does Drow get in there? And that's like your damage dealer. So they're probably just gonna give it up.
Can you, like, is this the correct call? I know you're saying it's very difficult to take a fight when Dire are set up around Roche already, but is this the call to give it up and hope for a high ground defense?
We'll see. They're gonna try and def it, but will they be too late?
Well, they're gonna have to run past one of the bodyguards in Illish. Smoke. And he is mega chilling. Roche, it's gone for free. Ages on Tai Lung. And they're gonna get a little bit of control. Weaver caught in place for the moment. Does somehow slip away, but 80 seconds without Yudomi. I believe that's a dieback death timer from previously. It's a long death.
Yeah. He did buyback earlier in the fights and hasn't died since now, so... I mean, at least he gets that timer rolling right now instead of a more critical time. So he's dead for a bit, and we're just chilling on OG Latom. You don't really have to do anything this game. Your scale is fine. As long as you keep building your net worth, you're in no rush whatsoever. You can just wait to the point where, yeah, you can high ground with a tombstone if you want. Or you can just keep on farming, and maybe this is the item they're looking for on top of the Undying. He has Shard queued up. Once you have that Shard, killing heroes is going to be even harder.
If they also see the rune, it's going to be an amp damage. So sounds like you can force it with amp damage and the Shard on the Undying.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going to give a Shard. Look at that. He had Shard queued up, and he just got it for free. Now he just gets a Ghost Scepter, I guess.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So
Magnums is online for him too. Yeah, I mean, It just increases your strength steals. Right, I mean, that's fine.
Oh, they're gonna try. So PP was able to snag the amp damage. But look for
This
the
has to work.
wraparound.
If they lose this
they
fight,
know. Look at it, they're pinging. A solid read from them. They're gonna try and do their best. Oh, PP with the shots. Oh no, he got blocked as well. He'll now get the U-turn back around. But the initiation was a little bit awkward. And they're gonna lose PP by the looks of it to the left side. Tai Lung, just way too much raw physical damage with the Daedalus.
Yep. And Ty just walks into Drow, and Drow's just like, yep, can't deal with you. I'm gonna go ahead and leave. I mean, they aren't completely full health here, so let's see if Drow can do something. Tough Stagger is available. Maybe a well-placed Shards here. Oh, he goes, oh, what a vacuum.
Not a bad combo. But without the damage from the multi-shot, this kind of still on cooldown, and Hector's got the Ravage as well, which clips onto the Drow before the BKB, and she's in trouble, and she might just be gone. Hurricane Pike over the top. Just okay at the last second. Nice Ravage turnaround from K1. That was massive. It was a moment of opportunity with the setup from Vitali.
Was so close to killing a hero there, but unfortunately, still nothing. But Yudomi, he's going in. Yep, not even close, but what else can you do, you know?
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Back we go. Happy with what we got out of the initial high ground siege. They'll regen up. Along level 20 into the Satanic. We look to go again when the Ravage is back off cooldown.
Very methodical game here by OG Latom. All they really have to do is just keep resetting and going when they have cooldowns, and should be a walk in the park. Selena is just so farmed. They might even go without Ravage just because they have a minute left on Aegis.
That apparently is the call. Tara going once again. Who's going to be able to make the chaos happen for Vitali's vacuum like we saw previously? Well, he's just going to try and go for the two-man vacuum. Tied. Good down to half health. A decent amount of damage onto Hector, but the defensive telekinesis gets him out of trouble.
I think that's probably going to be it, right? You got 30 seconds Aegis. Do you want to... Maybe you can get the... I suppose you can just get the racks. What are they going to do to stop you? Vacuum wall her down? Question is, do you want to try and make an initiation in 15 seconds, right when this Aegis expires? They're going to back off. Very disciplined play from OG Latom. I really like how they're playing this game.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressing, indeed. 20,000 net worth lead. Not a slip up so far from them.
Very disciplined.
Really waiting for next and getting pretty close to a Hex as well for Moose. Okay.
Blink fuels Hex. He's so farmed. Oh my gosh.
He's farmed. El Misho's also farmed too. Definitely helps with some of the abilities that he's able to steal this game. It just, like we said this earlier, but what are you going to do ever with the bodyguards and then also the saves that you have? The Tombstone with just sort of the telekinesis then in that instance.
Well,
what a tough
as
one.
we've seen so far, absolutely nothing, and you're just going to continuously keep losing your base and net worth. I mean, if I'm in this game, you're just sitting high ground hoping that they make a mistake. Drow's going to continuously get items. You're going to have to, at some point, get to damage that can kill this Tide and Undying when they're in the front. There's no way you're getting to this Lina. It's just not happening. And if you are getting to this Lina, it's Pango, and you're probably dead before you get there.
Michael has to not go BKB. Do not go BKB, go Scepter. What is BKB doing? You just go Scepter, kick him back. Is there any other opportunity? Like, you have 2,200 gold. I don't want to see BKB.
I agree with you. I think you should just go for the Scepter. I think repositioning throws... Because this is a game where you're going to be playing on your high ground, right? Ags is one of the most valuable items on Tusk for defending your high ground. Like, anything that repositions, like going high ground versus Magnus, Tusk Ags, or Pudge, whatever it might be, these heroes make high ground very difficult, and you've seen the writing on the wall this game. You're going to be sitting in your high ground, so 100% agree with you. This should just be an Ags. BKB is just going to...
You're gonna die feed anyway. You're gonna die. Just give him the Iron Shell, let him go farm the corner of the map. I don't want to see him until he has his Scepter. Because is a fight actually going to work out before this? Like, I feel like your chances are 2% right now. I cannot believe it says it's 28% from Dota Plus. I feel like it's 2% right now, and you get Scepter, maybe go up to 5. You get BKB, I feel like you go down to 1. I don't like. Just farm
you go from 2 to 1 by getting a
2
BKB.
to 1. Yes, it doesn't increase because then you just lost all your gold and now you never get a Scepter.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think the Scepter is very high value. But, he hasn't decided yet. He still might get the items.
He's got the greedy enchantment as well. Like, he'll get it. Put him in the corner with the shell. Give him a couple minutes. He'll get it.
All right. But first, there might be some type of, skirmish here. You don't want Hector. You don't want Illic. Kind of want Lena, but how do you get to her?
And if you do now, she's just going to be saved, and she also has Satanic, and Hector's actually just running at you.
Do you even want Lena? Yeah, she has Satanic, Shield Rune, BKB.
It has to be like Rubik and... But are you going to kill the supports? Because they have like Glimmer, Yules, and Willow has Shadow Realm and Yules. I don't know who you kill.
I think you can kill Undying if he's stunned. Maybe. Because he has the save, right?
On the base, within the Undying? Whoa!
There you go.
Okay. It was much faster than I expected.
And he's not that tanky.
DP?
Like, the Ags is a weird choice by him because it doesn't really make him tankier until he gets, like, multiple decays off. And the instant respawn. That was roll used, by the way, so if you're going to use roll and wall, we're just going to go. The Ceaseless Dirge.
Please don't die, Michael. He needs his gold.
They glyphed. Huh?
I guess first melee, they'll get the...
Yeah, but shouldn't you save that for, one of your tier 3s? Oh, alright, whatever.
Bit of resets.
Oh, okay. Oh, the first, okay, you're right. Alright. After you kill the melee barracks, it resets for the first time. For some reason, I thought they killed top lane already, but they have not. They might go do that now, though.
Yeah, I think they might. Like, you still have the cooldowns. Looking at Michael. It's up to, what's the gold count? They're running at Hector. Oh, I don't know. If we're going back for a very late Yules on Hector, so Yules potentially into a Wind Waker, if this is what he wants later on. He's probably selling the Vlads now.
Yeah, I mean, Yules is an interesting choice. I wonder why he's going Yules instead of getting, I don't know, like an AC or something. Get even more tanky, more armor for Sidrow and Weaver.
He just doesn't trust the Rubik and Undying. It's a little bit fucked up, to be honest. Come on, bro. I thought we're teammates. Like, are we not trusting our support people?
Yeah. I mean, I'd get rid of the Mage Slayer and just go for... So Mage Slayer and Vlad's, in my opinion, should just turn into Satanic and crit Daedalus. Just be the carry.
I see, okay.
Yeah, but he's also enjoying walking around like no one can touch him. That probably still happens with.
I mean,
whatever
Satanic,
the other one is,
definitely.
yeah. Well, yes,
Satanic
if-
is
yeah.
very good on Tide.
Hector looks like he's mode chill this game. Your top, he stepped a little bit too far forward when he was like hitting that tier 1 tower. And then I thought, you know, maybe he was doing the same thing mid. And then they just turn around with a Ravage Terrorize, and the game since then has just been not even close. Maybe even it was a little bit before that fight mid, but...
Yeah, I mean, he only has to activate like 10 brain cells to play this hero in this game. It's pretty simple.
There's worse heroes where the brain cells are more limited. Give him more credit. You Ravage, Dead in the Water.
I mean, you know those
actives.
memes. You know those memes where you're just seeing all those equations, like how you have to play. That's Pike's life right now.
Yeah.
And for the Tide, it's just kind of like derp-de derp.
It really is.
I go in.
He can walk anywhere. Actually walk anywhere he wants to. About to have. Oh, he's a ways away from 25, but he's 24 at the moment. Hector has got a chill life. I thought it was going to be a similar case for Illich, but no, I guess
it's just
when you have like 1,000 less health and not an ability called Kraken Shell,
I
somewhat
hate
vulnerable.
his item build. It's terrible. I
On
think
the Undying?
Undying, yeah. This Ags is trash. I think he should have a Blade Mill, 100%, especially versus Drow. And then he should just build HP. It's like this Aetherland's Ags, it's like, it's a meme. This could be like Blade Mill Heart, you know? And then you're actually a hero that is threatening.
Yep. Oh yeah, I don't know what that is, but I think he's asking if you need a good PC. I actually don't know. I'm not even gonna try.
Beep, beep.
What? Something... I don't know. What's wrong with your PC
Wait,
or
good,
something?
We don't have to. Yeah. So we got to pause. Maybe we got to work.
This isn't Duolingo. I don't know what to tell you.
I thought you might be a Spanish teacher.
I was definitely not a Spanish. I mean, I had a year, 2 years. I don't remember in high school so long ago. $40 years ago when I was in high school. Yeah.
40 years. Yeah, that's old man fear.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're supposed to walk it down third one, right? Is it? Yeah, we got Refresher, Cheese, Banner, and Ages. Refresher, Hector. Have that one, my friend. Ages onto Tai Lung. No surprises there. Have we got Scepter on Michael? We can, if he buys out, and he does. Or at least for the point boost, so probably buy the full thing. Hopefully he doesn't lose his choreo. Sure. Alright.
Yep, refresh your Tide. That's cool.
So how do you do this with
is...
Scepter? What's the high ground defense with Scepter?
Who Scepter? Oh, the plus.
Michael.
Yeah. I mean, you kick anyone into tier 4s. I don't care. You can kick Tide. Just kick someone into your tier 4s.
Sure?
Yeah,
Tide?
and then you just...
Are you sure?
I mean, he's getting in there anyway. You know, whatever. Might as well just expedite it. And then you attack him from your fountain on Tide.
I think this game ends faster if you kick him out of the tier 4s. Let's see. They're pinging it.
Got a silver
We'll find out now. We're gonna... Okay, maybe with the break, actually. A possibility, but it's got yours. And can activate Beacon afterwards, so the Scepter reveal goes awry. And with that last hope, they're gonna be in some trouble here. They'll push him out of the base, look to reset the formation. Okay.
I mean, ideally, Pike is in the melee range of where he lands, but... Can't win them all.
That's the calculations. He's doing too many.
Yeah. Well, they're running out of base. This game is just like boring just because OG Latom's playing so well. which is a good type of point. Oh, Drought. Next.
Yeah,
Second round.
it's a big problem now. No buyback. GG. Alright. Tom. A good showing from them. Incredibly convincing. Start to finish. A clean performance. Supports do it all. The cores do it all as well. We got some buybacks, but you lose moves. Bit of a streak, but mega creeps. And a impossible defense 4v5 without your damage from the Drow.
We're gonna try.
Let's kick back. Oh. Get it? Okay. Back. Not far enough, unfortunately, inside the base.
He's got
Omnishu's vacuum's going to be a little bit better. And if required, Hector has a freshly completed Wind Wake Up. Let's go Fountain Dive. Ooh, Hector's going to respect. Another kick in. This is what they were needing, but you're going to need and a couple more members and a couple more important ones as well. OG Latam. They're going to strike first in our final series of the night. A very good showing from them. No GG just yet. Edge.
They're playing to the end. Beaver's got buyback. Lena will fall soon. She has her Mjolnir backpack for some reason.
Eat an empty slot, it's okay.
Yeah. Put your Maelstrom in or no? Just doesn't care.
Rain
That's
off.
fine.
Code right click thrown. Alright. So very cool. Yeah, go, sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying the draft is just impossible to play against at some point, right? Like the Tide Undying with the Lena, and we saw the vacuum combinations that I was worried about. They just didn't exist, right? And I think when you're playing a draft like this that doesn't have a couple pieces that are going together, if you're going to play these heroes like Drow, we've seen it twice now, and you don't have like this reliable team fight that you can just stand in and be able to attack, the hero just doesn't feel good. And essentially we saw one draft tailored to Alina to be their carry, and another draft where I feel like they just picked a Drow because they didn't know what else to pick as their carry, right? It didn't fit their draft whatsoever. So that is something they're gonna have to fix in this next game.
It was a cool response as well with the like the tied into the Darkseer. I know you're already kind of mentioned the fact that we didn't see synergy with the Darkseer, that they were kind of just picked it by itself, but it seemed very early on that OG, this was going to be their response. I'm not sure if Ursa was first phase banned. I don't know if that was available. We've seen a lot of other teams do that. Some people even Svenning, I think, if Ursa's not there, but they felt very confident with going into the Tide Hunter. So maybe this is, I don't know if they'll have the opportunity for first pick heading to the next game as well, but maybe they will have a bit of a different priority with the pretty convincing response that we saw from OG.
Yeah, and they picked that Lena really early on. I think they knew exactly what they wanted to do really early, and that's why the Lena looked like it was so good in this game, right? It's like, okay, so their cores were the first three picks, right? We saw Undying, Tide, and Lena. It's like, okay, this is it. These are our cores. We don't really care what we're playing in, so sure, the Tide is good versus the Darkseer. Darkseer doesn't really do anything to Tide. The Wall doesn't do absolutely anything. Tide enables Lena, Undying enables Lena. And then all they needed just some supports that can stay in the backline and really just abuse the fact that their carry and their offlane are a Tide and Undying. And that's exactly what they did. They picked two great backline supports, and the Rubik and the Dark Willow. So I have to say, this was a masterfully done draft by OG Latom. Has very little holes in it, and Edge just got caught off guard here and couldn't really respond the way they wanted to.
I feel like if you are last picking a support, which it was the Dark Willow 24th pick, and often like you have the strength of the second pick is the fact that you have the last pick where you get counted, and that's often where you can win the draft. If that's not even the reason why you're winning the draft, then there are some massive problems that were occurring before that. So, and this is not even just this game as well, right? I know it was a different opponent with their previous series on OG. I don't remember who it was exactly, maybe All Stars, but they also outdrafted them in those two games as well. So we've seen so far the drafts from them have been incredible, and the gameplay as well is just
up to par with the drafting. I don't know how much. Like, I know these players are very, very talented, and of course, experience as well with some of the Beast Coast members and whatever they've been around in the scene. I still really wonder how much No Tail is helping them. It's very interesting to see. The drafts look solid and the gameplay looks great.
Yeah, I mean, hard to say really, without asking him. Maybe we'll get an interview at some point and we can ask him. But I think that'll only come for the winners, most likely. So they'd have to win the qualifier to get that. But I would like to know that information as well. But K1 Hector playing in unorthodox hero. We've seen Carry Tide before. I think Skeeter is the one who plays the most that we know of in like the international scene. But Hector pulling it out this game with his own spice to it, but he looked very comfortable in this hero. He looked good. Not everyone's a Tide Hunter player, and I didn't know K1 was. We all know K1 plays a lot of strength heroes, but even to this day, expanding his strength carry hero pool
Who would have
looked
thought?
good. Yeah.
Finally, there's another one he can add now. We'll see if the Omni Knight comes in. I guess this is something else.
Probably.
Apparently, this is just his, the type of hero is his, the style that he likes. But yeah, standout play for him, and we'll see what he's going to get and what the rest of OG Latam are going to get with the upcoming draft as well. One game away of booking their ticket into the upper bracket finals, where they will have that matchup versus the boys on Heroic. So we'll see if we're going to get a bit of a different look at Edge coming into this upcoming game or not. They got some time to work things out. It's not too long, unfortunately for them, though, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. First a break. When we come back, we've got our second game for the final series. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
OG Latam with a clean run so far through the qualifiers. They have not been tested, but hopefully we'll see a different look out of Edge heading into this second game, because that game, we saw some difficulties starting from the draft and then with the gameplay afterwards, and we'll see OG Latam as well. Another strategy. What if they have another one in their pocket as well? Because so far the strategies that we have been seeing from them has definitely been very interesting.
Yeah, they seem to be putting a lot of their strategy on Tai Lung, playing, sniper, Lina mid, Underlord mid. He's not playing normal heroes in the mid lane. He's playing more of like, I want to say a carry role for the team. I don't know if I want to put Underlord as like a carry type of thing, but kind of is, I guess, right? But Sniper and Lina for sure. So a lot of their strategies are built around these big strength tanky guys, and Hector is back to playing them. Illick is playing a lot of this Undying, and they're having their carry come from their mid lane. It seems to be a strategy that has yet to be addressed. So how do you combat this, I guess? Because these Linas, these snipers in the mid lane, they're lane dominators. Like, it's hard to really just punish that. And how are you going to punish the side lanes? It's like a Tidehunter Undying on your side lanes. It seems like a very cool strat that they've been developing with these really tanky heroes, and then having a mid laner who is kind of like not only a lane bully, but kind of scales as well. And they have Hector, he's really good at playing these Abaddons and Tidehunters now, I guess, in that safe lane, and not only scaling, but just being incredibly hard to kill. So I really like the idea and concept that they have playing this patch right now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's very interesting to see, and we'll see, of course, now what the strategy is and what the gameplay is going to be heading into this second game. We've got a draft underway. OG Latam going to be on Radiant with first pick. We've got Edge on Dire with second pick. So a complete swap around with the priority from what we saw in the previous game. Morphling first phase. Again, we saw that last game, actually. So I think
they did
we've seen this a
game
couple
too.
of times now.
Just a respect ban, essentially. They just don't want Pyke to get in a position where he can just carry the game on some Morphling. I mean, it's also versus like these Undyings and stuff they like to pick. Though I think the lane for Morph for Undyings is probably pretty bad, but... Yeah, I want to see what the bans are going to be. So they're not really banning these Undyings or anything. They're just going to continue to let OG have it if they want it. I feel like they tried to answer it.
What's going on here? This was also banned last game too. I just noticed from Latam. You were mentioning about the win rate on this hero, and we did not see it look very good earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look great, but it's getting banned, which means, I mean, I only have data from like low-level pubs, right? All the high-level pub information is hidden, so there might be some secret tech and scrims, right, where Sanking's doing a lot of work, or he fits into a certain play style. It's not a random ban for sure, so we'll have to wait and see until Sand King impresses us. But the one time we did see it, I mean, it had a free lane, I guess. It's just kind of like later on, it feels like its damage and survivability isn't very good. But we'll see. Undying, there it is, the respect ban. Finally, Illick gets the respect he deserves on that hero.
So what do we got available? We've got Templar Assassin, Shadow Shaman we've been seeing, Jakiro first phase. Okay, so
I mean, every team varies so much on what they like the first pick that don't even try to predict it. Just I'll just react to what they do. You know, who would have guessed that Jakiro first pick was gonna come out?
10 seconds remaining.
It's really just like, I mean, what I have learned from OG is this team seems to have pre-prepared strategies. I think that last strat they did was probably pre-prepared versus Darkseer specifically. They've probably scrimmed it. And so maybe they have something with Jakiro here that's pre-planned.
Yeah, I was taking a look back at the drafts. I mean, we saw previously yesterday when we covered OG Latam. They ran into a Darkseid first pick and they responded with the Ursa. That was the game where we then saw the Underlord mid. Then the previous game, obviously doing their homework, if Edge were going to first pick the Darkseid, they would protect it with the Ursa. And well, OG make sure they have a different strategy as a response. So we saw how well that worked. And you know, we are yet to see the game yesterday as well, where they had the first time they had first pick, it was the Undying. And then that was banned, so it's a bit new territory. I'm sure not for them, of course, they've got a lot of data to go to, at least just the games that we're seeing so far.
Yep, and I'm curious as to what the plan is now, because they're first pick, right? They're not really responding. I mean, sure, you can respond to Shaman if you want. So Dispels are good against Shaman, and Terrorblade.
Just that. Terrorblade and Dispels, nothing else. That's an interesting mix.
I mean, from my perspective as a carry, it's just Terrorblade, Delusion Heroes,
just
really.
TB. Okay.
Or like carry Abaddon, Dispels, right? Slark.
All right.
These type of heroes
5 seconds
are good.
remaining.
As far as illusions go, or summoned units, like these Beastmaster type heroes are also very good against Shadow Shaman. He really hates playing against anything that isn't a single hero that he can lock down for 24 hours, you know?
All right, well, let's see the Abaddon, if we're going to get that from Hector or not. We'll get the Sniper Band into the Lina, so they've got plenty of time to respond, though, on OG Latam.
They're trying to shut down... They think OG is a single-dimensional playstyle. Like, they think they're only going to play Sniper and Lina mid, and they're going to play a bunch of beefy boys on the side lane, so they're like, you know what? We'll ban the Sniper, and then we'll take the Lina. So, this is cool to see, because they're going to test OG Latam. It's like, are they a one-trick pony? Or are they not?
I can bet you, as a up-and-coming top 100 South American person playing in Europe servers, this guy is not, like, he will be a spirit player. I would be all like a tiny player or whatever. There's just no way. You don't play mid, and you're not a mid hero, a mid player, and you don't play spirits. It doesn't work. this read of them, I don't know. I respect it, but I don't even know this guy. This like second series I'm covering over him. I have no information of him at all, but he plays mid. You gotta play spirits.
I mean, you say that, but there's a couple of them out there that doesn't play too many spirits, but it looks like this game, it will be the tiny mid as a response to Lina. And we saw before that, I think Dark Mago played it versus Alina and kind of held his own, so if you know what you're doing in this matchup, could be fine, so.
5 seconds
And more or less than like, can he play spirits? It's more of like they're trying to crack the strategy of OG Latam, right? And their strategy has been more so of like carry mids. So they're going to force them to play a different style of Dota.
And finally, we have not been getting Magnus at all. This has been often a response to be able to deal with the Lina reposition. Of course, you have that in the tiny, and you already see the supports on OG Latam, which will very often have a instant control. You know, the Rubik Telekinesis, any Hex, anything like that to be able to stop the Magnus from being a problem as the game goes on. And now you don't really have that in the form of your supports.
Alright, Naga Lina lane. Very destructive laning power. Magnus Shaman. Man, that lane's a little weak, but it doesn't really matter. Later on down the road, they're going to have tons and tons of disables this game. Look, every single one of these heroes has multiple forms of disable. So that is going to be good for the scaling of this game. But what do you want to pick with a Magnus as your potential mid or carry? Because Lina could still go mid. You are flexing that all the way to the end, which is nice.
See, I think this pick will determine a lot. Do you go for your off-laner here? Just at least guarantee someone that can play into the Lina Naga? Because we've already seen this matchup is very difficult. So do you want to go for your off-laner now because it may be banned out?
Just take a Centaur, I think, or something. I don't know. Is that good enough? I don't know. Versus Naga? What do you even pick versus Naga as an offlaner? I don't...
We saw Centaur, right? That I think got destroyed. Wasn't it the... Didn't we actually see that? The Nagalino?
I remember the support just, like, just got destroyed, but... Because didn't they, like, die in the lane? Yeah, I mean, we did see that one time, actually. The Deluge kind of owned the Stampede, so yeah, never mind. Scratch that.
10 seconds.
So Axe? Okay.
Well, I'm very excited to hear this, see this hero, because I'm hearing a lot of people say that this Axe is, like, he is on the rise. I'm sure you've been playing probably against him in your pubs, and
yep.
People, yeah, are mentioning a lot about this hero. I think this is the first game we're covering so far in the qualifiers of an Axe.
I mean, he's very strong. He's better in pubs than competitive because he really punishes mistakes. You know, like his laning is good, but the thing is, like, versus Lina, the lane is still going to be hard. But later on, if you get a Blade Mail Blink, you just delete Lina, right? Easily. So it's a good pick. And versus Naga, she can't really get in range of clicking you because she has to worry about the counter helix continuously proccing. So I think it's a good pick. I like it. You got a lot of team fight behind it. You have a taunt too, which with the Wheel of Wonder could be pretty cool. Just throw the wheel like right in front of them as they're taunted, right? And they'll get taunted again.
5 seconds.
That's called synergy.
What's the option here for K1 when you look at carries? Is there something that you would like to play in this game?
I still like the Batten, to be honest with you. You're versus Magnus, you're versus the Shadow Shaman, but maybe he has to play something a bit harder. I mean, you could Lifestealer. Magic Immunity is pretty good this game. You have an Axe as an Infest Bomb. You're laning versus Magnus.
Radiant team ban.
World is his hoister, really. I mean, everyone has their own preferences of what they would like to play. I mean, what else would Ursa? Sure. I'll mention Alchemist again. Kind of like these tanky heroes. Gyro could be good. Fine with Sven.
5 seconds.
Ursa got banned. Okay.
So you feel like it sounds like there's some options though that he has. You're not concerned about. Yeah. Okay, not too concerned about his hero pool.
It's just, is it going to be a strong enough carry to carry the game? That's kind of like the question. Like, does he have to go for like these Sven type heroes? Even though you are playing against a lot of disable. Like, a Batten, you just get free roam, but I don't know if a Batten's a heavy enough carry to actually win the game. That would be my concern. Lifestealer, it could be good enough, but they're going to go the Batten anyway. I mean, it's just, if you think about Hector, he's good at the hero, and it's a, you don't have to care about getting shackled, you don't have to care about getting RP'd. You don't really care about too much this game because you can just press R.
10 seconds remaining.
And that's always nice. So
5 seconds remaining.
but the downside is versus Lina in the late game. Well, I guess the Axe kind of takes care of the Lina, so I'm sure it's fine. I mean, Axe has to do a lot of work this game, though. He just has to catch the Lina with a call, and then he'll solo kill her, right? So Hector's job is just to maybe just stay alive, give vision.
Let's see. I'm very intrigued on if this is going to be your mid hero. If you put the mag in the off, if mag goes mid, if
mag,
you
mid,
have a lot of options. Well, they ban offlaners. They ban Brew and Enigma. So maybe those are the only offlaners you feel like destroy, because I mean they would make it very frustrating for the Abaddon. And maybe then
I mean Enigma for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what Brew does, but whatever. I'll trust K1 when it comes to his Batten, or maybe he expected a Batten to get banned. Who knows? But either way, you could technically do that. And this gonna be DP. Is that gonna be mid or off lane?
Should be mid.
Could be mid or off lane. Yeah, I don't know.
It's off lane. Okay.
It's off lane. So they actually knew all along that PP might be playing this Magnus in the mid lane. And they were right. I mean, these guys know each other better than I know them, you know? Same region opponents. Oh, good read from OG Latom.
It's gonna go the. I don't know if I've seen this Death Prophet facet. I need to remember what the hell it does.
What is
It's in Spirit Collector.
Oh, the morning ritual is the one where you take delayed damage. So, the amount of damage that you take will just be like delayed, essentially. It just makes you harder to burst.
Is this one good? I've really only been seeing the other
Nah.
one. Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, I saw 33 go the Spirit Collector one, right? On the offlane DP and win a game. Then he picked DP the next game and went for the other one. Lost and went. And it looked like a night and day difference.
That was enough for you. that was enough.
I mean, I
information.
tried it too when this came out. So,
Okay.
from what I've seen. Oh, he went Spirit Collector. He changed it last second.
Okay. All right. That was pretty close. We just got in.
Literally last second.
All right. So, we'll see the Spirit Collector, and we'll see if we get a bit of a different look of Edge heading into our second game, potential final game as well. Is it going to be a 2-0? We were unsure of where the kind of strength of Edge is going to be when we compare them versus OG Latam as well. And well, game one, proved to be very OG favored. We saw towards the end, like longer that we looked at the draft, really the holes that were there in Edge's draft from game one. Do we feel like it is as clear in the second game, or is it much closer?
It's definitely closer, but I'm curious. This Abaddon can do a lot of work. No, I'm just gonna say it's definitely not as bad as game one, right? We'll say that for sure. But I kind of like what OG Latom has going again. However, you have a more rounded lineup now. I mean, Naga is super good with Lina throughout the entirety of the game. This DP, I don't know if I love it yet. I mean, I like it in some games. We'll have to see how it does mid lane. If it can punish the Tiny, then sure. All for it. But yeah, they have team fight though. Like that DP, Magnus. Uh-oh, but you might have to skill illusions here.
Oh
no.
Got some boys playing with him. Yudomi's actually going to run at him. He feels strong. He's all right. He's got some teammates backing him up. Either side's posturing, just right-clicking, maybe chucking our spell hero there, but no one actually really falls that low. So a little bit of a tease, but no one's going to die. And there's some concerns with the early game movements from Dire with having like a very cooldown heavy lineup in the like RP and EXO, and like Lina can't really do that. Sure, you can make plays when EXO is up to take objectives, but you're without that. You see Radiant, you're gonna have Blink on Tiny, Blink on Axe. Right? Okay.
Well, Mag will probably rush Blink, so that does speed things up a little bit. You should have it fairly quickly. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very active mag. It's not going to be one of those farming mags. He's going to get an early blink, and he's going to have to make some stuff happen with that.
Okay, see if he's going to be able to do so. It looks like we've got the same, at least, support setup that we saw in the last game as well. Moose is, once again, playing with the offlaner, and Almisha is going to go down bottom.
Is Moose the boss 4 now? I don't even know. Almisho is their 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he's playing Jakiro. Maybe he just doesn't play Ringmaster. Maybe that's it.
We did see yesterday Moose had a very good Ringmaster.
Yeah. I mean, Almisho just may not be on the Ringmaster train yet, and they wanted Ringmaster to be in the top lane this game.
Okay.
That's my guess. I mean, I could be wrong, but typically the 5-player plays Jakiro, you know.
Typically, I would say so too.
Yeah.
Typically, he also lanes with the carry, but oh no, yeah. Almisha is down bottom. Hector's taking a lot of damage. Same with Almisha. Crypt Swarm along with the Ether Shock. Some new potential early on. Very good one lane.
I mean, the lane will get a little hard when DP gets level 3. And DP's a cool hero versus the Baton just because you can't dispel the Siphon, so. But Michael, he's forced to TP out. I mean, he did manage to stop him from pooling, but he lost almost all his health to do so. But he's got some tangos and a clarity. He'll be fine. Alright, what's going on mid? Okay. Mag is actually winning this matchup.
Yeah, very heavily. This threat of the shockwave skill. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say that. I just saw PP run at Tai Lung and he instantly ran away, cowering at the concern of this. Oops.
Oh, okay.
Baited.
First blood. I mean, that's that level 3 timing, right? You have 50 damage per second. It's really good, and they're going to get add 1 here. Double kill, so Vitali off to a great start here in this off lane. I mean, they wanted to fight over the Lotus, but that seemed to be their undoing here.
And to speak about the last other lane, well, we have a moment. We're already seeing Illich starting to drag the wave. So Vanguard's going to be completed at a very early timing. Unfortunately, Pyke is going to struggle at being able to sustain with the creeps under the tower, which could give them an opportunity to maybe dive. The resources are very low already. We're seeing Moose starting to move on forward. They're even going to bring El Misho through the portal as well. So Pyke's vulnerable. He's going to need some help. They'll scan as well, so they know he's somewhere in the tree line. Pops out, dodges one, but runs into El Misho, and yep, he is dead indeed. So they're going to need to come up to us with a solution pretty quickly on how you deal with Illich's wave pulling, because we already just saw that, you know, Pyke is taking too much damage from the creeps.
I mean, the rotation there from the Jakiro, very good. I mean, it does leave Hector bottom pretty defenseless though, but I think for now, I mean, he doesn't like this at all. Who am I joking? But Lina is also not having a good time.
She might die again.
Oh, this is a disaster.
So you were questioning like how you deal with the Lina Naga lane. Apparently this is how. Cut early on and then bring a secondary support. But try and TP the Shaman in, but your Dome is just gonna die. Illich seems unstoppable. 2 points up in the counter Helix, and the Vanguard's getting delivered as well. They're just gonna go for more. They're not gonna stop. There is nothing to fear. They've got another wave to take the tower. This is looking messy already. You got some big problems in your safe lane.
I mean, the only good thing going for you was that bottom lane, but you left the Shaman now, and now Hector gets the pool. Maybe you can argue the fact that Hector's getting absolutely nothing makes that death on Lina potentially worth it, but the moment you bring that Shaman to the top lane, now Hector has some breathing room. Absolute disaster in this top lane here.
Oh, Pyke is jungling level 3.
Doesn't feel good.
And it's crazy the difference that we see when we saw this lane yesterday. The Lina Naga looked unusable up in mid. Okay, Shaq one to the tower. Instant cancel from Moose. It's not going to be enough by the looks of it to keep Tai Lung alive.
Okay, that helps. Definitely helps. I mean, he's doing pretty well in this mid lane. I mean, it's funny, he has an Eternal Empower facet. He has no points in Empower.
3-0-2 even. Okay.
I would imagine you go for the other one if you're going to max Shockwave, but
yeah,
maybe he just wants to have it for later.
Bottom lane, another attempt onto Hector's life. All right, so bot's looking great. Mid is also looking very good for the Magnus. Just a little net worth advantage over the counterpart. And you've got Exo online potentially here for Vitali with a couple of spirits that are being collected. We'll see how the supports look to play with them. You've got the Exo, you've got the catapult timing as well.
That's a ton.
More than a couple, that is.
But he's using them to chase El Misho. Oh no. This is not how you wanted to use those 8 spirits, I'll tell you that much. And then Hector's gonna drag the wave. Pretty frustrating for Vitaly there. He wanted to use those spirits to bring down that tier 1, but that's not gonna happen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So how does the Spirit Collector actually work? It's a global whenever anyone dies on the map? Doesn't have to
any
be
hero.
Okay,
Could be an ally, could be an enemy.
I wasn't sure if there was like a radius on where they had to die from. Apparently not. Hector may be punished. Mid lane as well. We also see the mag go down, but there will be a trade, of course.
I just hope Hector isn't tilted. You know what I mean? Like, the game state isn't really bad, but his game is non-existent. And Hector's not a person that we often see get sacked in his career, right? So, hopefully he's not tilted.
So, who has a better game that is sacked? The Lina or the Abaddon?
Let's just press Y, and the Lina apparently has a better game.
Well, yeah, but I mean, as Fifi, you have to get the skew in. Nice ice pot. They'll make sure just on the edge. RP at the last second to prevent the call. PP has to use it defensively, but that is enough to keep his life. We've seen Vitaly, what he's going to be able to do now with tipping, and he's low on resources. No mana could be a problem pretty shortly for the Death Prophet. So the teleport will stop OG Lada from continuing to be aggressive. It's an early song from Yodomi as well, but what have they got left? A shockwave in a couple seconds, and LSA as well from Pike's rotation. Illich is a massive kill, and they're going to get it. The song is huge. That early 6 is going to come in clutch, and they're going to be rewarded with not one, but a secondary kill, and potentially a third as well, as Moose gets cute with the souvenir. Might be enough to get away to the high ground. They're going to be slow and chase, and the pursuit is not there. Moose is out, but Die get a double.
All right. Yeah, he gets out. That's really important. They don't get +1 there, but yeah, that early 6 on the Naga doing work. And Pike getting, honestly, aggressive. In a point where you wouldn't expect him to. Like, his game was so bad, but getting a couple of kills here and there really helped us. The off-laners this game are the real breadwinners. Like, this Axe is super farmed. So is the Death Prophet. Usually you see the carries or the mid holding the torch for the team, but it's off-laners in this game. Which means getting a kill on that Axe is absolutely critical. He's going for that blink too. That just stalled it out a little bit. He's 6 now, so he gets the get out of jail free card.
Hector did not level up borrow time.
Oh, he did. He got off the creep.
So
maybe it wasn't. I mean, it was calculated a bit. I think he expected to get it after that camp. But wasn't as free as I thought it would be. Yeah, he didn't skill it at level 7, which is insanely greedy considering he's 0-3-0. Look at Jakiro, so nice for Shaman. You can just one-shot the Serpent Wards.
Arm them up, get him, Elmisha.
Oh.
Come on.
You know he wants to. Oh yeah.
Yummy. Silenced him. Yeah, bro. I'm sick.
Bad dog.
Alright, so tower eventually will go down. Let's catch up on Lina. Pike's almost got his farming accelerant, and unfortunately Hector is going to be a long way away until he gets this item. We've got Illich as well back farming up a ancient stack, so this is going to be a blink dagger pretty early on here for the Axe. He's also got the hard camp if he needs it. A little bit of extra gold. Where would you like to see the smoke with the Axe?
Obviously the Lina, if possible. Okay. But you have to keep in mind, Axe has an early blink, but DP, if she's in the right spot, has an early Yules. So she can counter-initiate the Axe. So this is kind of like the nice thing of DP having a great game, much like the Axe having a great game. But still, Hector's game. It's not great. In fact, it's quite bad. And he's not on a hero that farms too quick, right? This Lina, with the max Fiery Soul, she's gonna farm up a Storm very quickly. Or Abaddon, he's going to spam shields as much as he possibly can. He's got the mystical chipped vest with mana regen, so that's going to help him a little bit. Honestly, that's the best neutral item with the best enchantment he could have asked for. So I'm sure he's happy about that one. A little pick-me-up.
I've seen previously when laners have really been shut down in the lane and they need to keep up in farm, they've been going like for Mjolnir Rush. Pyke has got just the Dragonlance as the next item. Do you like this? Like, what are you kind of thinking over the next couple of items here for Pyke to get back in the game?
I think he can go Pyke next item if he wants to. I'm fine with it. It's either he goes BKB here, which is very, very good, or he goes for keeping his range with the Dragonlance. I'd also be okay with Dragonlance and the BKB, as long as the next 2 items that he buys is BKB and Dragonlance or Pyke.
Which is this? Well, you were mentioning about Vitaly being able to counter initiate. He hasn't used the Yule Scepter just yet. He's just baiting the Shaman. So she will die, but is the Mag going to get there in time to be able to utilize this song? Because the Blink RP is ready to go. They'll find it on a couple of heroes. Pyke will TP in as well to offer the damage. Both are gone in a heartbeat.
He's going to use his Yules or what?
Yeah, that was he did not care at all about the Shaman, but I guess it worked out in the end. They had to overcommit. They stayed for too long. And it worked. It was, you know, maybe the Shaman's like, come on, bro, I could have lived, but would they have gotten the 3 kills in the end? Who knows?
I'm all for baiting your supports so you can get more.
That's such a carry handsome Michael and Moose. Right, he's going to take you.
I approve of that. I mean, aren't support players grateful too? Oftentimes supports are the ones that all chat, right? Like, you die as a support, right? Then your team wins the team fight and you do absolutely nothing and you'll tip the guy who killed you.
True. That is true, that is true.
Support life right there.
Amped up. Blink. You don't want the Naga though, unfortunately. I don't know if you're going to get a better target. It's a long swing. The kill will be there with Illich. He gets a stack as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't get the Culling Blade kill though. Like, it's 3x. So, a little bit missed opportunity. Oh, top lane El Misho. See ya.
Sorry, baited.
The life of a Jakiro who wants to max Liquid Fire. He really wanted to get it on the tower. Didn't hit it, but he tried to. He got skewered back in. Well, maybe in hindsight, versus Magnus, this is not the build. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, do you like this as well? Because, I mean, with the Axe Tiny, like, is there... I mean, he's now starting to max out Ice Path, but...
Do I like the Liquid Fire max? No, not really.
Yeah, yeah, I was going to say, well, with Tiny and the Axe. Speaking of the Axe, you want to jump your Domi? Pyke is also standing nearby, who has completely caught up. And Dire is starting to pull ahead with their cores, and you see, unfortunately, Hector is not. He's, you know, like you said, having a very difficult time at being able to keep up. It's going to be a long game for him, and we will have to see what Illich is going to be able to do versus the Lina. This is their answer. With the Axe Blade Mail, he also has a chip vest too. But Pyke is going to have a game, and unfortunately, Hector, it's going to take a while for him to have some value.
Yeah, he needs to farm Radiance the slow way until he can keep up with Lina on farm. But the gap will just keep increasing because Lina just farms so much faster. I mean, the gap will close if they can kill the Lina. So that way.
They'll be the call. Quick nuke down Radiant. So Die here. Box is going to be there to help protect El Misho. El Misho's actually looking to try and turn it back around. You've got Tiny swing on over as well. So the threat with another initiation. Vitaly's going to be able to cancel the blink with a random Crypt Swarm. We'll be back up in a couple of seconds. PP is also trying to look for the opening with the RP. Won't be able to find it just yet. Wasted X, so Tai Lung finds the combo and just sends him away. Vitaly
We'll still be able to close the distance. Peep is still waiting the wings for that opportunity. Oh, Vitaly's getting teased.
That was interesting by Naga. Usually when I see position 5 Nagas scout, they do it with their illusions, not with their hero. Or maybe he was trying to mind game them, thinking it was an illusion, but OG Latom did not take the bait whatsoever.
They were fully aware of what's going on.
But he found them all right. No denying that. But yeah, Exo is down now. Very frustrating as a Death Prophet to get kited. But that's just the life you live as this hero.
Yeah.
But he does have Aghanim's flying out.
Oh wow, okay. I
So
wasn't
that'll
sure
be
if the
online.
offlane build would be Ags as well or not.
I mean, the offlane build I've learned over time can be whatever you want it to be.
Sure.
It's just more of a question of what's good and what's not. And it's not even a question of what's good or not, it's more of a question of does it fit what your team needs or does it not? And I think this game, it's fine. I don't see any value from pipe this game, not too much. I'd rather just scale. Especially because you're having such a good game, right? You might need to just be able to carry that weight. Because this Magnus, he's not really going to be doing any damage this game, he's just going to be initiating, so doing damage as an offlaner might be a necessity here.
On my